A Nerubian's Journey, Chapter 1. Sam was not quite certain what was going on, but his current leading theory was that he was waiting to hatch out of an egg after dying and reincarnating. His evidence for this? He had been falling in and out of consciousness for an unknown amount of time and he could feel a hard enclosure around him that grew smaller each time he awoke. His body also felt different from a human's, and it was gradually becoming easier for him to think. Hopefully, the newly born members of his new species would be more capable than a newly born human. Sam did not want to flop around uselessly for years. Oh, and he also remembered his death. That was a fairly important piece of evidence. One of the benefits of his current circumstances was that he had plenty of time to process his emotions while he was incubating. He had already cried and despaired, and even if he hadn't fully come to terms with his death, he accepted it as something he could not change. Now, most of his focus was on trying to move his new body and escape his prison, but he had no idea how long it would take for him to hatch. He could tell that he had extra limbs, but it was difficult for him to guess what species he had been reincarnated into. Sam hoped he was something awesome, like a dragon. Those extra limbs could be wings, right? While Sam found himself awake, he usually spent his time testing the confines of his prison until he ran out of energy and fell back asleep. It was during the middle of this routine that he felt something prodding at his prison from the outside, causing Sam to feel a thread of panic. I really hope I'm not about to be eaten by some predator before I could start my dragon adventures. As his egg was breached and he saw something aside from darkness for the first time in this life, the first thing Sam felt was disappointment that he wasn't a dragon. He knew he was not a dragon because dragons did not have 8 eyes. The second thing Sam felt was terror because he was being stared at by the hideous face of a giant spider-like creature. Sam felt himself freeze in fear as he was lifted from his egg, viscous liquid still dripping from his body and manipulated back and forth by the giant monster. After a few moments it seemed as if the creature was satisfied, and it placed Sam down on the floor to move on to another egg. As the creature turned its attention elsewhere, Sam gradually calmed down when it became obvious the monster didn't intend to eat him. Looking around, he found himself in a dark cavern filled with large amber-colored eggs that looked to be covered in strange pustules and wreathed in webs. Several other small versions of the spider-like creature were standing around and also looking around and taking in their surroundings. Sam looked down at his hands only to have his fears confirmed when he saw that he had 3 scary-looking claws and an arm that was covered in chitin. Well, this fucking sucks. Why couldn't I have been reborn as something other than some kind of ugly spider monster? He took note of the fact that the other newly born spider monsters seemed to be much more aware of their surroundings than a newly born human would be. Sam was also able to move around with an acceptable amount of dexterity despite not being used to having so many limbs. Unless all of the other spiderlings were also reincarnated individuals, it seemed that the newly born of this species were intelligent and physically capable from the moment they were born. Could be worse, I guess. If these guys are intelligent, then they must have developed some kind of society, and I don't feel mind-controlled, so they're probably not some kind of hive mind. Sam focused on analyzing his surrounding to the best of his ability in order to avoid thinking too hard about his death or his new body. He had done his best to come to terms with his circumstances while he was incubating, but having the harsh reality shoved into his face was not pleasant. If he was going to reincarnate, Sam would have much preferred to be something humanoid if he couldn't be a dragon. Hopefully, these spider folk didn't follow the standard tropes common to insectoid races in Earth's fiction. Sam didn't want to be treated like some kind of disposable cannon fodder. Thankfully, there were some positive signs in that regard. The spider creature who was continuing to free the young spiderlings from their eggs seemed to be doing so with a significant amount of care. If Sam was about to be sent to die like an expendable zergling, he doubted the creature would be so careful. He could see that the adult only had a few more eggs to examine, so Sam decided to use that time to acclimate himself to his new body. Moving each of his 3 digits one by one, Sam discovered that his fingers were still flexible despite being encased in chitin. That was a bit strange, but Sam decided to ignore it. There were so many things about this situation that didn't make sense that focusing on them would be a useless endeavor. Sam moved all 6 of his legs as he walked around in a circle, marveling at how natural his movements felt. Feeling emboldened, he decided to try spinning around in circles, curious as to whether or not his new body could handle it. A few moments later, Sam was dizzily interrupted by the sound of a skittering sound that drew his attention to the adult spider thing that was looking down at him. Sam froze and looked back and forth between the adult and a nearby spiderling that had decided to mimic him by spinning in circles. Sam hoped he wouldn't be eaten for being a bad influence. He and the adult had a short staring match before the creature made some more skittering noises which Sam was beginning to suspect was a language, and picked him up. For a moment a part of him believed he was about to die, but the creature simply placed Sam gently down onto its large abdomen. Strange instincts compelled him to hold on to the creature tightly, and he somehow knew that he would have no trouble adhering to the adult. As soon as Sam was properly situated, the adult spider turned its attention to the rest of the spiderlings. The creature moved its forearms in a strange motion, and a moment later its hands seemed to glow in a strange, whitish-purple color. Sam flinched at the sudden and strange feeling of a foreign presence in his mind. The telepathic message did not come in any words that he could understand, but a clear meaning was conveyed regardless. Ascend my body, hatchlings. The other newborns seemed just as surprised as Sam, but they did not hesitate to obey the adult's orders. Soon enough, Sam was sharing his mount with 8 other baby spider monsters, although he was too busy marveling at the display of magic to notice. If Sam was given the opportunity to learn magic, it would almost make being reborn as a spider monster worth it. Sam was pulled out of these thoughts and he turned his focus to holding his grip as the adult suddenly started moving at speeds a giant spider monster should not be allowed to achieve. Very quickly, Sam was carried out of the caverns in which he was born, and he got his first glimpse at the society he had been born into in this life. Sam found himself being transported through a giant cavern wreathed nearly completely in webs and filled with black and gold structures. These webs reached from the roof of the cavern to its lowest level, allowing members of his new species to quickly skitter in and out of the numerous tunnels connected to the cavern that was larger than Sam could estimate. In addition to the spider people that were skittering around, there were also strange creatures that looked like some unholy combination between a spider and a bat flying through the air in packs. As the adult carried him through a confusing series of tunnels, Sam was looking at his surroundings, feeling both a sense of awe and growing dread. Awe, because this completely alien society was one of the most amazing things he had ever seen. Dread, because his surroundings were starting to seem a bit familiar. Then he was brought into a smaller cavern with what seemed to be an ornate temple built into the wall and connected to the rest of the cavern by a bridge of webs. On either side of the doorway allowing entrance to the temple were two obelisks that floated over some kind of magical rune etched into the floor. The architecture was like nothing he had ever seen. It most resembled ancient Egyptian or Mesopotamian-style architecture except visibly influenced by the presence of magic and the spider folk's large sizes. The area was illuminated by crystals engraved into the wall that glowed an eerie blue, and the structure was built wide and open to allow for the massive spider people to come and go in comfort. A few of the spider folk were skittering in and out of the temple, but they paid no attention to Sam and his fellow hatchlings or his mount as he was carried inside. He noted with interest that the spider folk inside the temple seemed to be wearing black and red silk robes. This was in stark contrast to all the other spider folk he had seen before who wore nothing at all. Eventually, Sam was brought into a room occupied by a spider person with a uniquely strange appearance. While all the other spider folk he had seen before looked like some kind of six-legged spider with two arms and a spider-like head connected to a humanoid torso, this one was completely different. It had a spider-like head that connected to a humanoid torso with four arms with 3 fingers, each that moved dexterously to cast magic as Sam and his peers were brought further into the room. Its lower half had only 4 legs, but where the rest of the spider folk looked like centaurs that were longer than they were tall, this one stood up straight to reach a massive height. The adult spider person Sam was clinging to carefully lowered its body and bowed while saying something in its strange clicking language. The taller one ignored it and finished casting its magic, and a violet-colored magical glyph covered the floor of the entire room. Sam was still staring at the magic in wonder when the spider person he was riding spoke again. "Hello, hatchlings." Sam nearly fell to the ground in surprise, the adhesive properties of his new body's limbs the only thing keeping him from doing so. Even though the sounds the creature was making did not meaningfully change, this time Sam found he could understand its meaning. With a quick glance around, he could tell his fellow newborns were similarly surprised. The creature let out a harsh clicking sound that Sam somehow knew to interpret as laughter. "That is always amusing. Do not be afraid, hatchlings. The magic of Seer Kukir allows you to understand our language without having learned it. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Custodian Kriltes." Sam wasn't sure if he should respond or if he even could, but Kriltes continued speaking as if he was not expecting a reply. "Welcome to Kilakuk, a city belonging to Azjol-Nerub. We are Narubians. That means little to you now, but you will be taught all of this soon enough," said Kriltes, unknowingly causing Sam's growing dread to reach a peak. "I have brought you to Circle of Viziers for your naming ceremony. Seer Kukir has cast a glyph of comprehension so you are able to understand the significance of this moment even if you have not yet learned to speak our people's language," explained Kriltes as he began removing the newly born Narubians from his body one by one. "Seer Kukir cannot maintain the glyph indefinitely, so we will begin the ceremony immediately. I have watched and guarded over your eggs, as is my duty, and now I shall name you." Sam could not bring himself to pay much attention to the ceremony, despite its apparent importance. The moment he learned that his new people were called Nerubians, Sam completely stopped paying attention. The Nerubians were an insectoid race of sentient spider people in Warcraft, a popular high-fantasy franchise created by Blizzard Entertainment. The Warcraft universe primarily focused on Azeroth, a death world that was constantly being devastated by the schemes of multiple Lovecraftian deities and an endless army of planet-destroying demons led by an insane god. The Nerubians were a race that lived on the Azeroth's northernmost continent of Northrend. They largely played little role in the world's history until an Orcish shaman by the name of Nazul had his soul mutilated by the second in command of the demons. Nazul's mortal form was destroyed and he was bound to a cursed sword and helmet, becoming the Lich King. The Lich King then set out to conquer Northrend and create an army of undead that he could use to attack the rest of Azeroth. The War of the Spider lasted a decade, but in the end, the Nerubians were not able to survive the Lich King's endless aggression and were almost completely slaughtered and turned into undead slaves. A small portion of Sam's attention managed to overcome his turmoil and focus on Kriltes as he approached Sam to give him his name. "I have seen your inquisitive nature, hatchling. The intelligence in your eyes is obvious, even if you have not been hatched for long. Maybe one day you might grow to become a vizier," said Kriltes solemnly. "I name you Kryvax." Kriltes moved on to the next hatchling, leaving the newly named Kryvax to come to terms with the fact that he had been reborn into a species fated to be nearly completely destroyed. Fuck. Chapter 2. Kryvax called on his mana and carefully pushed his intent into a strand of silk threads, desperately hoping that this time he would succeed in infusing the simple spell into the material. Custodian Kriltes had told him that if he wanted to become a vizier, then this would be good practice. So far, he was not having much luck. Kryvax clicked his mandibles in frustration as the spell once again failed and the silk fell to pieces. With a sigh, he started the uncomfortable process of creating a new thread with his spinnerets. It felt extremely strange, and Kryvax didn't know if he'd ever get used to it. "Pure Kryvax, what motivates you to put so much effort into an exercise that frustrates you?" Kryvax turned his attention to the young Narubian, who was watching his actions with curiosity. It had taken some effort, but he had become fairly proficient in deciphering Nerubian expressions. You know that it is my goal to serve our people by becoming a vizier, Peer Massuk. Why do you ask? Massuk fidgeted and swayed back and forth in a motion Kryvax recognized as a sign of nervousness. We were both born in the same cluster of eggs, yet you are so certain of your future path and I am not. It's not like I have many options if I don't want to become some kind of undead abomination, Kryvax mused, with no small amount of frustration. After learning he had been reborn as a Nerubian, Kryvax had put a lot of thought into how he could avoid being killed by the Lich King. He had settled on a few different ideas, depending on information he did not currently have, but all of them required him to gain the knowledge and political power of a vizier. Still, there's no point in getting mad at Massuk. It's a bit comforting to know that young Nerubians stress out about picking their future careers as much as humans. Kryvax had been worried at first that his new people were one of those fantasy races that were cartoonishly evil, but instead, they were just isolationist xenophobes. Which wasn't great, but at least he didn't have to worry about being forced to do evil things himself. There is no need for you to already be certain of your path, Peer Massuk. Many of our peers also remain uncertain. That is why our elders have arranged for today's demonstration. Nerubian society was not as simple as Kryvax had expected. He had assumed that they were like ants, with everyone being born into a role from the moment of their birth and answering to the queen without question. Kryvax was glad to learn that was not the case. The Nerubians did reproduce through queens and those queens did hold a lot of political power, but it was not absolute. Both the Spider Lords and the Circle of Viziers also held considerable political sway in Nerubian society. In hindsight, this was not that surprising, given that the queen spent a significant amount of time creating new Nerubians, during which she was too distracted to rule. The caste system was another thing Kryvax had learned was different from his expectations. Most Spider Lords and Viziers were born and raised for their roles, but there was some room for exceptional baseline Nerubians to elevate themselves. According to Kriltes, it was possible for the queens to reforge the bodies of those who proved themselves particularly useful to the kingdom. That had done a lot to motivate Kryvax's fellow hatchlings. The lure of ascending to a higher caste was powerful. Kryvax did not know everything about Warcraft lore, but he was fairly confident nothing like that had existed in the franchise, a fact which made him feel both relief and apprehension. Relief, because that meant the world he found himself in was more than a video game with contradictory lore and multiple species whose people possessed one-dimensional personalities. Apprehension, because that meant he couldn't guarantee that his knowledge was accurate. What if an important plot point was changed because it was too internally inconsistent to be translated into a real world? At the time that he had died, the Warcraft franchise was nearly 30 years old, after all. There were bound to be plenty of things in the lore that didn't make sense. Kryvax pushed away his negative thoughts. Ultimately, there was nothing he could do about it other than be mindful of the possibility that his knowledge might be wrong. He already wasted an entire week worrying about the possibility that the Lich King would start conquering Northrend before Kryvax could make any preparations. Eventually, he decided not to worry about things he couldn't change, which was probably good advice for someone who knew too much for his own good. Peer Kryvax, the demonstration is about to begin, said Massuk, pulling Kryvax from his wandering thoughts. Sure enough, a few groups of adult Nerubians were skittering into the center of the amphitheater that had been reserved for the warriors, weaver, and viziers to present themselves. They bowed to the group of custodians, who were sitting in their own section of the amphitheater, before the warriors stepped forward to present themselves first. Hatchlings of Killikuk, you have worked hard for several months to make yourself fit to serve your people. When your education is complete, Under King Kukarak will send where you will benefit our people the most, said a large armored Nerubian who represented the warriors. However, your placement will be heavily influenced by both your talents and your interests. I am warrior Nishalmes, and I am here to explain how you may serve your people as a warrior. His tone was firm and full of conviction as his voice easily carried over the amphitheater. The warriors are the protectors of Killikuk. We enforce the laws of the city under the direct command of the Underking, and answer to the High King of Azjol-Nerub during times of war. Most of this had already been explained to Kryvax and his cluster by Kriltes, so he returned part of his focus to his spell weaving. However, he didn't completely ignore the presentation as the warrior explained their duties. If you read between the lines, it was possible to learn a lot about a society by paying attention to how they structured their propaganda. One interesting thing he had learned was that the warriors were responsible for controlling the city's Hormungar, which were giant worms Nerubians used to carve out tunnels. Eventually, Nishalmes finished explaining their responsibilities and moved on to the practical demonstration that would allow the warriors to show off their skills. Everyone else gave Nishalmes and his sparring partner another large armored Nerubian room as they moved to the center of the stage. The venue grew completely silent as the two warriors stood completely still and brandished their spears at one another. Just when the tension was reaching its peak, Nishalmes moved almost faster than Kryvax could track and thrust his spear at the other warrior. The sound of their weapons colliding sounded like a gunshot in the otherwise quiet amphitheater. The two warriors traded blows with strength and grace that Kryvax felt should not be possible. He could even see small fractures forming in the structure of their makeshift arena. Both Kryvax and the other hatchlings were completely captivated by the display. Eventually, the unnamed warrior made a mistake that resulted in Nishalmes disarming him of his weapon. He tried to compensate by stomping on the ground with enough strength to cause a clap of thunder to sound out across the venue and fissures to grow around his feet. The sound and shaking ground caused many of the younger Nerubians to stumble or flinch, but Nishalmes easily kept his balance and ended the fight by placing the end of his spear to the warrior's neck. The hatchlings did not cheer or clap. Nerubians were generally not prone to such public displays of emotion, but Kryvax could tell they were enraptured. The defeated warrior surrendered and bowed to Nishalmes, who returned the bow and turned back to face his audience. If you wish to protect your people and gain the power I have shown you, listen to your custodians. They will instruct you on how you can better your chances of becoming a warrior. Kryvax distantly noted he had become too distracted and his spell weaving had failed again. What he had just witnessed was not something that was naturally possible. Of course, arthropods as large as the Nerubians were already impossible by the standard of his old world, but regardless, the warriors had displayed strength far beyond what they should be capable of. Kriltes had already explained intuitive magic to them in great detail, but it was still amazing to see it in person. Intuitive magic was the explanation for why people carrying pointy sticks could compete in a world with guns, magic, and spaceships. Every living being in this world possessed magic. Spellcasters actively transmuted their magic into one of the greater magical forces in the universe and used that magic to achieve their goals. Eventually, their magic became so attuned to one of these forces that they lost the ability to attune to another. On the other hand, warriors like Nishalmes honed their skills to such a point that they instinctively used their personal magic while fighting. Intuitive magic explained how warriors were able to accomplish impossible feats of strength, rogues were able to turn invisible and non-sentient lizards were able to breathe lightning. If any of Kryvax's peers expressed a desire to become warriors, then Custodian Kriltes would teach them the appropriate exercises to hone their skills enough to use intuitive magic. Seeing that the weavers were about to start their presentation, Kryvax once again turned his attention to spell weaving. If he managed to attune himself to arcane magic, the Underking would almost certainly assign him to the viziers. Feeling a bit motivated, Kryvax tuned out the weavers completely and put his full focus into his spell weaving. The Narubians practiced a form of magic that allowed them to put magic into their silk and then use it at a later time. It was similar in principle to the rune magic that the Vrykles used. The weavers were a group that took care of everything that the viziers and warriors didn't, so Kryvax didn't feel a need to pay attention to them. They did the farming, building, crafting, and general labor for Nerubian society. The only reason they were called weavers was because Nerubians used their silk for pretty much every occupation in their society. There was probably some historical or political explanation as well, but Kriltes only had a general overview of Nerubian history. Kryvax was surprised when he successfully infused his intent into the silk thread. This was the farthest he had ever gotten into this exercise. The next step was for him to transmute his personal magic into arcane and push it into the thread. According to Kriltes, this was the easy part, all he needed to do was focus on his mana and think orderly thoughts. Despite being told that it'd be easy, Kryvax was still surprised when his hands glowed with the violet color of arcane magic and the silk thread began to release a white light. Kryvax wanted to jump up and start dancing, but Nerubians didn't do things like that, nor was this the appropriate setting. Instead, he stopped the silk from glowing by deactivating the spell, tied it in a particular knot that would help preserve its magic somehow and stuck it to his abdomen. "Congratulations on your success, Peer Kryvax," said Massuk. "Thank you. Have any of the presentations caught your attention?" Kryvax cheerfully asked his fellow spiderling, feeling greatly relieved by his achievement. Succeeding in the exercise meant he was much more likely to attune to arcane magic and be assigned to the circle of viziers. "Yes. I wish to become a warrior," Massuk said firmly. Kryvax tilted his head at the certainty in the voice of his friend. "Acquaintance? Are you certain, Peer Massuk? The weavers and viziers have not yet finished their presentations." "Yes. I am certain." Kryvax watched for him to explain, but instead, Massuk just continued to stare longingly at the group of warriors. With a nod, Kryvax turned his attention to the weaver, only to find that they had already finished their speech. The tall vizier languidly walked to the center of the amphitheater and silently swept his gaze over the audience. When the vizier's gaze reached Kryvax, they seemed to pause for a moment before immediately resuming their scan of the crowd, leaving Kryvax to wonder if he had imagined the moment. After the vizier finished looking over the crowd, they nodded once to themselves and immediately began speaking. "I am Vizier Melis. Most of you will not meet the requirements to join the circle of viziers, but for the few who may, I will explain to you our function in Nerubian society," said the vizier with obvious disinterest. His bored tone and his disinterested body language made it clear he did not consider this a valuable way to spend his time. The majority of the circle's members will find themselves handling administrative work for the city. At this point in your education, your designated custodian has already administered basic lessons on Nerubian laws and history, Melis drawled. He sounded as if he was reciting a rehearsed speech he had given one too many times. "If you demonstrate proficiency in these topics, you may be assigned to become a vizier. The rest of our organization is dedicated to the acquisition of knowledge in all of its forms." Melis still looked largely disinterested, but Kryvax heard a glimmer of passion in his voice. Whether through the creation of new magics, the discovery of old knowledge, or the study of the lesser races, the circle of viziers seeks a greater understanding of the world. "I'm not really sure why, but I'm getting major Sith vibes from this dude," Kryvax thought with a small amount of trepidation. "I hope not all the viziers are like this guy. If you seek knowledge and power beyond your imagining, speak to your custodians and begin walking down the path of magic." With a wave of his hand, Melis conjured a fire that flew through the air and circled the audience. Many of the young Nerubians cowered when the flame turned into multiple streams of fire that twisted and turned through the crowd before flowing back into Melis's palm. In a display that Kryvax felt was a bit theatrical, Melis crushed the ball of fire in his palm and began walking away without further comment. With all the presentations concluded, the custodians started making their way to their respective clusters of hatchlings. As he followed Kriltes out of the cavern, Kryvax couldn't help but feel that regardless of how theatrical the vizier had been, Melis's display of magic had definitely been highly motivational. I intend to try to stick to canon for the most part, but there are two things I intend to directly change. Kel'Thuzad says the Narubians are dedicated to wiping out everything who aren't like themselves, but they haven't been in a war since losing to the Vrykul, and there's literally a Tonka village right over the entrance to Azjol-Nerub. Regardless of what they are in canon, in this story they are xenophobic and isolationist instead of outwardly genocidal. I also changed some stuff with how the bronze dragons work, just because I don't want half the story to be centered around Kryvax dodging them or me making up implausible excuses for why they didn't smash his egg before he was born. Chapter 3. When Kryvax realized he had been reborn into a fictional world as a giant spider person, he expected much more monster fighting adventures and fewer academic tests. It seems that even in a fantasy world, he wasn't able to escape test anxiety, though to be fair, Kryvax had very little to be anxious about. He was as prepared as he could possibly be for his coming-of-age examinations. Ceaseless efforts to attune himself to arcane magic had borne fruit, and the many late nights he spent studying made him certain he would be sent to the circle of viziers. He had completed his basic education in Nerubian language, writing, laws, and web weaving. Now it was time for him to prove his mastery to the academic administrators. He already completed his combat and web weaving examinations, now he only had to finish the written portion and then demonstrate his magic. Kryvax finished scribbling on the silk-woven parchment as he completed the portion of the exam dedicated to Azjol-Nerub's history and moved on to the portion dedicated to its government. Azjol-Nerub was nominally an empire that was ruled absolutely by High King Anubarak, but in practice, political power was fairly decentralized. Considering the empire covered half of Northrend, it was not surprising that regional cities far from the capital held a lot of say in their own affairs. Especially when it took a significant amount of time to travel from one part of the empire to another, portals could only support a limited amount of traffic due to leyline restrictions, after all. This meant that if the capital wished to rule over far-off territories, they would need to delegate power to local governments. One would think that the Nerubian lack of family units would prevent the creation of an aristocratic class, allowing the spider lords to hold absolute power over their cities, but this was not the case. The warriors, viziers, and the various groups of weavers all held significant power in Nerubian society and frequently acted to protect their own interests. Of course, the capital had created a legal framework that would allow for them to quickly centralize power during times of war, but Azjol-Nerub had seemingly been in a state of peace for millennia. Nerubians as a people seemed to have little interest in fighting the other races of Northrend. In fact, they seemed to have barely any interest in the surface world at all. It was deeply vexing to Kryvax to discover how absurdly insular the Nerubians were. It would make his job much harder. Kryvax reined in his wandering thoughts and refocused on the exam. The test was simple, but he still needed to give it the attention it deserved. He carefully finished the exam, making certain to put great care into writing legibly. Soon enough, Kryvax finished the written portion of the exam and gave his completed parchment to the administrator. Nerubians valued efficiency, and the city wished to assign their newest generation to their positions as quickly as possible, so the administrator immediately started grading the exam the moment he received it. Kriltes had told him that the custodians were constantly reporting the progress of the clusters they were responsible for and that most of the administrative work for their designations had already been completed. The examinations were simply a method of verifying the custodian's observations, and if no inconsistencies were noticed, then he may be assigned to the circle of viziers by the end of the day. This seemed a bit fast to Kryvax, but frankly, he was glad for the expediency. Even if Nerubians matured much faster than humans, 3 years was a long time for someone who used to be an adult to be saddled with a babysitter. Kryvax was looking forward to ditching his custodian and regaining some semblance of autonomy. Kryvax left the administrator to his work and started making his way to the magic exam. He ignored the administrators he saw who were hastily skittering by and carrying piles of parchments. Today was a busy day for them, and the testing center was a hive of activity. Kryvax held himself back from snicking at the pun as he entered the testing room. He doubted the proctors would appreciate his levity on such an important day. Hatchling Kryvax, correct? Asked the administrator responsible for overseeing the test. The room was typical for Nerubian architecture, the only distinctive feature being an arcane glyph situated in the center of the room. Are you prepared to demonstrate your magic? Kryvax did not enjoy being called a hatchling, but he recognized that it was unavoidable until he was assigned to his position. Yes, administrator. I am prepared to demonstrate the results of my learning. The proctor chittered approvingly before speaking. Good. The arcane glyph will record your demonstration. I will then weave the recording into a web and deliver it to those responsible for your designation. If you are as skillful as your custodian claims, then I expect your designation to be a simple one. Kryvax was surprised to hear the proctor's words. Over the past 3 years, he had not heard much praise from Kriltes, so to hear his custodian had spoken well of him to the administrators was unexpected. Perhaps Kriltes had not wanted him to grow arrogant? Kryvax put the matter out of his mind. He had more important things to worry about at the moment. Thank you, administrator. I am glad to know custodian Kriltes thinks so highly of me. I shall endeavor not to disappoint him. As you should, said the administrator with noticeable approval. Kryvax had found most Nerubians reacted well to formality and politeness. Step into the glyph and demonstrate a basic illumination spell weaving. Spell weaving an illumination spell into a thread of silk was the exercise young Nerubians were taught in order to attune themselves to arcane magic. If he couldn't do something so simple by now, then there was absolutely no chance he could be assigned to the circle of viziers. With a quickness that spoke of extensive practice, Kryvax spun a thread of silk and swiftly infused it with a spell of illumination, causing the thread to silk to glow brightly. Finished with his spell weaving, Kryvax presented his work to the administrator. After a few moments of inspecting the spell, the administrator nodded his approval. Well done. Your next task is to steadily channel arcane magic into your hands and alter the arcane energies between fire and ice. Understood. Kryvax put away the spell-woven silk to his abdomen and began channeling arcane magic, pushing it into his hand. After he succeeded in attuning himself to arcane magic, the process of calling upon it was as simple as breathing. Learning how to alter that magic between fire and ice had proven much more difficult, however. Thankfully, after a significant amount of practice, he had gotten a hang of it. Kryvax focused on thoughts of heat, energy, movement, and passion as he willed his arcane magic to become fire. Sure enough, a comfortable flame that did nothing to harm him materialized in Kryvax's hands. Good. Now ice, the proctor said after a moment of examination. Kryvax started altering the fire back to arcane without responding to the praise. His proficiency was not yet good enough that he could alter arcane magic without concentration. Once the fire had returned to the familiar violet glow of arcane magic, Kryvax started the process of altering it to ice. He found that ice came to him much easier than fire as he focused on thoughts of cold, lethargy, stillness, and deliberation. A blue glow grew in his palm, and Kryvax could feel the temperature of the room noticeably chill. Well done. It is rare that a hatchling can alter arcane magic between fire and ice so quickly. Your ice magic is particularly skillful. I am glad to see Custodian Kriltes did not exaggerate your abilities. I suspect deciding where to place you will be an easy decision. Kryvax bowed to the Nerubian and expressed his gratitude. Thank you. It is through the guidance of my elders that I have achieved such learning. That was not true. He had learned most of his magic through his own efforts. Kriltes had merely given him the right exercises and pointed him in the right direction, but Nerubians are a communal people who appreciated open displays of loyalty to the greater Nerubian society. I worked my ass off to learn how to do this. If I wasn't capable of this much after putting in so much work, then I'd be hopeless. Kryvax did not know exactly how he compared to his peers in magic, but he suspected his talent was either average or slightly above average. The only magic he had encountered so far that came somewhat easily was ice magic. Thankfully, a work ethic brought upon by a constant feeling of impending doom was enough to compensate for talent somewhat. Kryvax doubted he would become the next Jaina or Kadger, but he was still proud of what he had managed to accomplish. After answering a few questions on magical theory and receiving more compliments, Kryvax thanked the proctor and left to meet Kriltes at his cluster's predetermined meeting point. The custodian was already there waiting, but everyone else besides Massuk had yet to finish their assessments. Greetings, Peer Kryvax. Congratulations on completing your assessment. I know you are eager to finally join the circle of viziers, said Massuk as Kryvax approached the meeting point. Thank you, Massuk, but I have not yet been assigned to the viziers, Kryvax responded fondly. He had not grown close with any of his other cluster mates aside from Massuk. Spending all of his time learning and practicing his magic was not a good way to make friends. However, while Massuk was a bit stiff and overly formal, he was the only one who had gone out of his way to socialize with Kryvax. He found Massuk to be kind and a good friend, so the two of them got along relatively well. It helped that Massuk had decided to become a warrior and offered to spar with Kryvax on occasion. In a world as violent as Azeroth, it was important for Kryvax to learn how to fight with magic, so he agreed without hesitation. While the prospective warrior defeated Kryvax more often than not, at least he was now capable of casting a well-aimed frostbolt while being charged by a giant spider person. Your designation to the circle is nearly guaranteed. I know how hard you have worked for this, Peer Kryvax. There is no need for modesty. Kryvax merely nodded his agreement. What he said was true, after all. You have worked hard as well. You will make a good warrior, Massuk. You are managing to wield your intuitive magic more and more skillfully with every passing day. My carapace is still aching from our last spar. It was a good thing that Nerubians were so hard, especially because they lacked access to widespread healing magic. They had some knowledge of nature magic, but that was mainly limited to accelerating the growth of their farming and forming bonds with Hormungar or with non-sentient arachnids. Thank you. Would you like to join me in eating while the rest of our cluster finishes their assessments? Kryvax perked up and agreed eagerly. It had taken him a while to get used to Nerubian food, but he'd grown to enjoy it. After requesting and receiving permission from Kriltes to go get some food, the two of them left the administrative center and traveled to the merchant section of the city. Killikuk did not have a very large merchant class given that many things were provided by the government, but things like food, recreational items, and luxury goods were sold in the merchant section. Kryvax went straight to his favorite vendor, a farmer who created an edible silk thread that he covered in a delicious variety of insects. He offered the vendor a few pieces of copper and received a long string of silk covered in insects. At first, he had been curious why Nerubians traded with copper, but apparently, there was something special about the metal's magical properties that made it very suitable to be used as a currency. The same was true for silver and gold, which were also used as currency by Azjol-Nerub, as well as cobalt in some cases. Kryvax thanked the man and made his way to a cavern covered with giant bioluminescent mushrooms. In his opinion, it was one of the best places in the city and was his favorite place to enjoy a meal. Kryvax enjoyed his meal and made small talk with Massuk while trying to push away his anxious thoughts. He knew that there was no reason for him not to be assigned to the circle of viziers, but he couldn't help but worry that some kind of freak accident would sentence him to a life of farming bugs. If that were to happen, he didn't have a backup plan other than running away and hoping for the best. There was simply too much information necessary for his future plans that could only be accessed by members of the circle. He didn't have much time to stew in his anxiety, however, because he was soon interrupted by his custodian. Hatchling Kryvax. Your designation has been determined. If Kryvax still had eyebrows, his custodian's words would have caused him to raise them as high as he could. Given his unfortunate lack of human facial features, Kryvax settled for clicking his mandibles in confusion. Already? I knew it could happen pretty quickly, but this seems unusually fast. Has the rest of my cluster even finished yet? Vizier Haddix is here to escort you to the circle of viziers, said Kriltes. In the 3 years Kryvax had known him, the custodian had always been dutiful and stoic, but now he could hear a note of pride in the older Nerubian's tone. Kryvax turned his attention to the entrance of the cavern and noticed a vizier wearing teal robes and the traditional vizier headdress, waiting patiently for Kryvax to approach him. Turning to the man who had been responsible for caring for him for the past 3 years, Kryvax bowed deeply in an expression of gratitude. They were not particularly close due to Kriltes going out of his way to avoid forming a parental relationship with his cluster, but he was still due respect. Unlike Massuk, who he would be keeping in contact with, it was unlikely he would have any reason to meet with Kriltes after he left with the vizier. The custodian nodded at him stoically, and after taking a moment to arrange a later meeting with Massuk for them to talk about their designations, Kryvax made his way to the waiting vizier. The vizier had a purplish carapace that was not commonly seen in Kilakuk, whose residents generally had brownish carapaces. When he spoke, it was obvious from his accent that he had been born in the Empire's capital. Humph. Hatchling Kryvax, correct? You are the talented young one who requested to be assigned to the Surface World Research Division of the Circle of Viziers. Yes, Vizier Haddix. I see, Haddix said impassively. He looked over Kryvax for several moments before continuing. If you are as smart as the results of your examination suggest, you are likely wondering your designation was concluded so swiftly. Well, yet. Kinda want to know why I'm being singled out. I think I've done pretty well for myself, but it's not like I'm some kind of magical genius. It is as you say, Vizier. I am quite curious. Humph. Come with me then, initiate Kryvax. I will explain to you the circumstances of your designation and your future role in the circle. Without waiting for a response, Haddix turned and started making his way out of the cavern, obviously expecting to be followed. After making a final glance at his former custodian and waving farewell to his friend, Kryvax followed the vizier to the next stage of his second life. Chapter 4. Kryvax was filled with a sense of both excitement and trepidation as he followed behind the vizier. Excitement because he was finally about to reach the goal he'd been working toward for the past 3 years, and trepidation because things were about to get a lot more serious for him. Until now, the only thing he could do to further his goal of not becoming a zombie spider was to grow and learn as quickly as he could. There would still be some more research and learning to do after he gained access to the information available to the Circle of Viziers, but after that, it would soon be time for him to start fighting against fate. Kryvax was so preoccupied with such thoughts that he remained in complete silence as he and the vizier traveled through the city. Thankfully, it seemed like Haddix was not one for small talk either. Kryvax noted with slight discomfort the degree of deference Nerubians seemed to afford Haddix as they passed by. It wasn't exactly surprising given he'd been living as a Nerubian for 3 years and grown to understand their culture, yet such reverence was something he'd always found hard to get used to. Eventually, the two of them reached their destination, and Kryvax got his first look at the Circle of Viziers headquarters. He'd already known the viziers worked in a ziggurat similar in design to Necromancer's, albeit smaller, but it was another thing to see it in person. Now that he could see it with his own eyes, Kryvax understood why the Scourge had decided to expropriate the Nerubian ziggurats for their own purposes. Even with his budding magical senses, he could immediately tell that the building was absolutely drenched in potent magic. The building itself was massive by the standards of Nerubians. The only reason it was not the biggest building Kryvax had ever seen was due to this not being his first life. The ziggurat was wreathed in carefully crafted webs that allowed for viziers and initiates alike to skitter easily from floor to floor through its many entrances. After a moment, he realized that he had stopped to stare at the ziggurat and that Vizier Haddix had continued without him. Kryvax hurried to follow the vizier. He had a feeling Haddix would not be impressed if he managed to get lost on his first day. Passing by many initiates and a few viziers going about their business, he struggled to keep track of his surroundings as they passed through a series of confusing hallways. The building was too large, the roof was too tall, and there were too many initiates skittering about and disappearing into random rooms. Eventually, Vizier Haddix turned into a hallway that was notably less active than the ones they had passed earlier. Kryvax had a feeling that they were reaching their destination. The farther they traveled, the fewer initiates they passed by and the less rushed they seemed to be. It was rather amusing to watch them startle and try to act busier as Haddix passed by. Soon enough, they reached a room that Kryvax assumed to be the vizier's office. That was confirmed to him as Haddix closed the door behind them. Haddix did not immediately start speaking the moment they had their privacy, so Kryvax decided to take the opportunity to look around. Some parts of the room looked like something he would expect from one of his college professors, namely the bookcases lined against the wall and the desk messily covered with various papers. However, the collection of skulls that belonged to various surface world creatures made it hard for him to confuse the vizier with a harmless college professor. Kryvax felt a bit concerned that he'd seen a troll skull in the office of his new boss before he'd gotten to chance to see an actual living troll. Fascinating, isn't it? How different they are from us. Kryvax was brought out of his thoughts by the vizier's words. He turned to see Haddix staring at him with a searching gaze. Yes, Vizier Haddix, said Kryvax, hurrying to agree. The creatures of the surface world are very interesting. The vizier's body language did not change, but somehow, Kryvax felt like Haddix was pleased with his answer. Humph. Before I explain the circumstances of your designation and explain your role here, I would like to ask you a question. Why did you request to be assigned to the Surface World Research Division? Kryvax took a moment to consider his answer. The real reason he had requested to join this division was because it was the best way for him to acquire the information he needed and further his plans. When he first started to think of ways to avoid dying to the Lich King, the first plan Kryvax considered was to run. This plan didn't last for very long given the problems with it soon became obvious. Even if he were to ignore how difficult it would be to escape Azjol-Nerub in the first place, if he ran, then he would be a giant spider person on a hostile continent with no allies. He would likely end up dead even before the Lich King became an issue. Kryvax then considered making the Lich King someone else's problem by pretending he could see the future. Unfortunately, this plan would have to be relegated to a last-case scenario. If he tried to play himself off as a prophet, they would assume Kryvax either possessed some kind of gift with such magic or he was pulling nonsense out of his spinneret. If the leadership had some way of verifying if he was telling the truth about future events, then they would also be able to tell he was lying about how he knew what he knew. Kryvax really did not want to tell anybody the full truth. Not only because he didn't want to find out if Nerubian xenophobia extended to former humans, but also because the information in his head could be extremely dangerous in the wrong hands. After deciding he couldn't run or pretend to be a prophet, Kryvax had moved on to thinking about ways to help the Nerubians defeat the Lich King. The problem was, the Lich King had managed to defeat Azjol-Nerub, the Dracari, and turned many dragons into frost WIRMS in the lore. Even if Kryvax knew about him beforehand, he was still a threat that was hard to plan against. Eventually, Kryvax settled on two possible plans, depending on a few different factors. If the Lich King appeared before Kryvax could find a different option, then he would focus his efforts on convincing the Nerubians to ally themselves with the trolls or dragons against the Lich King. This was not his favorite plan for a few different reasons. Firstly, he didn't know whether or not he could actually compel such an alliance, even in the face of an existential threat. He had no idea what Nerubians' wartime politics would look like and the internal politics of the Dracari and dragons were a complete mystery to him. Secondly, there was no guarantee they would win, even if they all worked together. As far as Kryvax could tell, since the Lich King was defeated by forces that came from outside of Northrend in the lore, then trying to pull the alliance into the conflict was the best course of action. He had thought long and hard about how to actually make that happen. If the Nerubians were to learn of the continents south of Northrend, they would likely be very willing to support a colonial expedition, despite their xenophobia. After all, Northrend is not a hospitable land, and the Nerubians understand the risks of putting all of their eggs in one basket. If Azjol-Nerub established contacts with the eastern kingdoms, then the alliance would become aware of the Lich King the moment he popped up. Even if the governments of the continent didn't offer to help, that contact would still be invaluable to the Nerubians. Not only would they have somewhere they could run in the worst-case scenario, but it would also offer them access to new technologies, magics, and resources. There was a possibility that Kryvax would arrive to the eastern kingdoms only to discover that the alliance did not yet exist, but if that happened then he would have plenty of time to prepare for the future. However, this plan depended on Kryvax being able to prove to the Nerubian leadership that other lands besides Northrend both existed and were within their reach. Kryvax did not know for certain whether there was regular travel between Northrend and the eastern kingdoms, although, he did think it was likely. He knew there were humans native to Northrend and that the governments of the eastern kingdoms were aware Northrend existed, so it was unlikely that contact was completely non-existent. Even if it was uncommon, Kryvax found it extremely likely that there would be some people who traveled to Northrend for either trade, exploration, or research. So why did Kryvax ask to be assigned to the Surface World Research Division? Well, because it was simply the best place for him to learn about the surface races and gather evidence for the existence of the eastern kingdoms. If that failed, then it was also the best place for him to push for an alliance with the other races of Northrend. Obviously, all of this was not something he could say to Haddix. I requested to be assigned to this division because I believe our people may be able to benefit greatly from the surface world, Vizier Haddix. How so? Asked Haddix. While his tone remained even, the focus he directed to Kryvax was intense. Azjol-Nerub is the most advanced civilization in the known world and does not lack resources. What could we have to gain from the surface world? There are many resources that can be found on the surface that may be of use to our people, said Kryvax. He did not know the Vizier's opinions on the surface world, but it was probably safer to emphasize his desire to help Azjol-Nerub. The surface world holds countless unknown plants with potentially beneficial alchemical properties. Also, even if those who live on the surface are less advanced, there is still much we could potentially learn from them if only we were willing to talk to one another. Different people mean different magic, ideas, and knowledge of the world that we could use to benefit our people. Once Kryvax started explaining his point of view, he could not stop himself from speaking passionately on the subject. It had been extremely frustrating for him to be reborn into such an amazing and fantastical world, only to be completely surrounded by people who possessed absolutely no interest in it. Now he was finally speaking to one of the few people in the city who might share his interest, and he couldn't hold back the desire to reach out. A small part of Kryvax expected derision for his interest and a large part hoped for commiseration. Instead, he found himself surprised when the vizier started to chuckle. "You remind me much of my colleague, Vizier Melis," said Haddix after he finished laughing. "You seem to share his remarkable enthusiasm to learn more about the surface races. Though I suspect your perspectives are quite different." Kryvax was thoroughly nonplussed by the comparison. "Melis? That creepy dude who showed up to explain the role of the viziers a few years ago? I would have never guessed that guy studied the surface world." "Ah. I can see you are familiar with him," said Haddix, his tone amused. "Were you one of the young hatchlings fortunate enough to watch my misanthropic colleague try to convince the younger generation to follow in his footsteps?" Kryvax was not sure how to respond to that, but the longer he hesitated, the more Haddix seemed to grow amused. Yes, Vizier Haddix, Kryvax said cautiously. I had not expected for Vizier Malice to be interested in studying the surface world. That guy gave me the vibes of someone who would be more interested in studying void magic in his evil lair. Vizier Malice is quite fascinated by the surface races, especially the Drakari and their magic, said Haddix. Kryvax could feel himself growing eager for a chance to finally meet a Nerubian who lacked the disinterest for the other races so prevalent in the rest of their species. At first, Malice wanted to see if he could summon a spider LOA from which he could gain power, but he eventually learned that without knowing its name, summoning such a being would be impossible. When his ambitions proved infeasible, he managed to create a regenerative potion by kidnapping lone Drakari and harvesting them for their magical blood. The circle was quite impressed. Kryvax sighed internally as his growing excitement turned to disappointment. Damn it, I should have known. It seems my suspicions about your perspective differing from my colleague were correct, Haddix said perceptively. If I were to guess, I would assume you wish to research the other races in a less antagonistic manner. Correct. Kryvax held back a wince. He still was not sure what stance the Vizier held towards the other races, but this was not something he could lie about. His tolerance towards other races would eventually become obvious. No, Vizier. I believe a cooperative relationship with the other races would offer a chance for us to mutually benefit from each other's knowledge and strengths. We could teach each other so much about the world, and I find myself disheartened that my people do not seem to share my opinion. After Kryvax finished speaking, Vizier Haddix remained silent long enough for him to begin feeling nervous. However, when he did respond, it was not with an admonishment, but rather with a question. How much do you know about the historical reasons for Azjol-Nerub's isolationist policies? Kryvax found himself surprised. He'd asked Kriltes about those reasons for a long time, but he was never given a satisfactory answer. Very little, Vizier. Everyone who I asked simply told me this was the way we had always been. Humph. That is unsurprising. The kingdom's propaganda is extremely effective for the common Narubian, said Haddix with a hint of disdain. We of the circle of viziers, however, must strive to perceive the world as it truly is, rather than how others wish for us to see it. If you would like to know more about the insular nature of our people, then I suggest you study the Nerubian Regal Wars. Kryvax was taken aback to be so easily pointed toward explanations that had eluded him for so long, but he was also very grateful. Thank you, Vizier Haddix, said Kryvax, bowing to the older Nerubian. I will take your words to heart and study this matter at my earliest convenience. Good, said Haddix, nodding in approval. As a member of the Circle of Viziers, you will have access to libraries of information not available to outsiders. You will also have access to the libraries of our research division. You are now an adult. There is nobody who will tell you which direction to point your spinneret, so I expect you to spend your time wisely. Kryvax felt a growing greed for knowledge after hearing the Vizier's words. Free access to these libraries would offer him a chance to not only advance his plans, but would also allow him to learn more magic. I understand. This is not an opportunity that I intend to waste, sir. Humph. See that you don't. I had to expend significant political capital to ensure you were assigned to this division, so I would be quite upset if my investment was wasted. Investment? Kryvax asked with trepidation. Correct. Your potential was judged to be quite high. Without my intervention and your stated preference, you would have likely been designated to either the Arcane Research Division or the Lost Knowledge Research Division. My potential is high? I understand my performance was likely better than average, but I don't feel like I am someone worth fighting for, Vizier Haddix, said Kryvax uncertainly. Had he misjudged his own progress so greatly? While your talent in magic is not prodigious, it is significant enough that when paired with your abnormal work ethic, you have succeeded in drawing attention, Haddix said matter-of-factly. Kryvax felt strange to be described as someone who drew attention. In his previous life, he had been a wholly average individual. After learning of a fairly talented hatchling who wished to join my research division, I pushed to make certain you would be designated according to your preferences. Most of the division's initiates were designated here against their stated preferences. This is both to your benefit and your detriment. Kryvax waited for the Vizier to continue talking, but he didn't, so he decided to respond to the obvious prompt. How so, Vizier Haddix? Joining this division is to your detriment because we are not as prioritized for resources as the other divisions. It is to your benefit because you shall be the sole recipient of my tutelage. Congratulations. Most initiates strive to gain the attention of a Vizier for years after their designation. Kryvax immediately started bowing and expressing his gratitude to the older mage. Personalized instruction would definitely allow him to learn faster than trying to figure everything out on his own. Enough, your gratitude is unnecessary. If you wish to thank me, then work hard to ensure my efforts are not wasted on you. Your performance and future contributions will reflect on both myself and this division, so I expect much. If you fail to live up to your potential, then you will be relegated to performing administrative duties for the rest of your time here. That would suck. I don't want to spend the rest of my life in a fantasy world as a low-level bureaucrat. I will work hard to prove myself worthy of your attention, Vizier Haddix. Yes. You will, said Haddix sternly. If you do not, then any ambitions you might have will fade away. In return for good performance, I shall allow you to pursue your goals in regard to the surface races, and perhaps aid you. Without my assistance, it is doubtful you would succeed in securing permission to go to the surface or contact the other races. I confess, it seems unlikely to me that your efforts will result in significant benefits for our people, but it is a good enough research project for a young initiate. Kryvax did not know how to respond to the vizier's speech, so he fell back on bowing and polite gratitude. Over the hour, Haddix would detail his expectations to Kryvax in great detail. The vizier would only allow him to go to the surface after he gained a certain amount of proficiency in magic and proved himself capable of protecting himself. Apparently, he would also be expected to learn some skills that could benefit Killikuk. Members of the Circle of Viziers were expected to perform tasks that required skilled magic such as alchemy, enchanting, or complex magical silk crafting. It made sense to Kryvax. If the Circle was not expected to do such things, then they would likely spend all of their time researching esoteric magics that would fail to justify their funding. Kryvax was not certain which of these skills he would focus on, likely whichever took up the least amount of his time, but Haddix ensured him he did not need to choose immediately. Eventually, they finished their talk and Kryvax felt optimistic as he left the vizier's office to go find whichever administrator was in charge of distributing supplies to the newly joined initiates. Vizier Haddix's assistance, as conditional as it may be on Kryvax's continued success, would make many things easier. Not only that, but while the vizier did not seem particularly enthusiastic about Kryvax's goal of establishing communication with the surface races, he did not seem to be derisive or dismissive either. It felt nice for Kryvax to have someone who would support him, even if that support came from selfish intentions. Looks like things are looking up for me. Chapter 5. Kryvax was glad Haddix had given him permission to access the Circle's historical records because reading about the Nerubian Vrykul Wars was genuinely fascinating. Millennia ago, when the Nerubians were not quite so isolationist and the Vrykul still roamed the continent, skirmishes between the two races were common. The first war lasted for several years and started when Azjol-Nerub began expanding into Vrykul territory. The Nerubians leveraged their superior mobility and ability to navigate underground to harass Vrykul settlements before their warriors could respond. The Vrykul were superior warriors in a straightforward fight, and they had tamed powerful proto-dragons, but that mattered little when confronted with Nerubian guerrilla tactics. Several times the Vrykul managed to cleverly ambush Nerubian forces and strike solid blows against Azjol-Nerub, but with their farms burned, their craftsmen killed in their sleep, and their civilian population living in fear, it seemed as if they would lose the war. However, that began to change when the Vrykul rune seers managed to develop magic that would allow them to map the tunnels that the Nerubians used to navigate their territory. From that point on, the Vrykul managed to ambush Nerubian forces with far greater frequency, yet they still lacked the ability to directly attack Nerubian strongholds. Every time the Vrykul warriors would attempt to enter the tunnels and take the fight to their enemies, the Nerubians would simply collapse the tunnels and quickly dig new ones with their Hormungar. This, combined with the damage they had already taken, meant the Vrykul were still likely to lose the war. Fortunately for the Vrykul, the tides of war changed in their favor when Magnar Icebreaker discovered he could find the weak points in glacier walls and use his Vrykul strength to dig tunnels directly into Nerubian strongholds. At the time, Azjol-Nerub's military was almost exclusively centered around defeating their enemies through the use of superior mobility and hit-and-run tactics. When that advantage was lost, they hardly stood a chance against the superior combat forces of the Vrykul. The First Nerubian Vrykul War lasted several more years, but Azjol-Nerub eventually saw that they would not be able to win the war without reforming their military doctrine, so they retreated to the safety of their underground kingdom. For the Nerubians, who believed themselves to be the greatest species in the world, this was a humiliating defeat that had immense political consequences. The High King of the time, Anub-Zikith, lost much of his popularity with the various underkings, queens, and political factions throughout the kingdom. Reading between the lines, it was obvious to Kryvax that Anub-Zikith only managed to hold on to power by purging his political enemies and promising a renewed war with the Vrykul. The High King whipped up Azjol-Nerub into a jingoistic zeal and focused the Nerubians on reshaping their military into one that could defeat the Vrykul. Interestingly, these efforts are how some of the Nerubian flyers and Nerubian skitterers managed to gain their sentience. When the leaders of Azjol-Nerub realized they needed to develop the capability to fight their enemies in head-on engagements, they struggled to find a way to do so. Simply put, the Vrykul warriors outclassed the Nerubian warriors to a tremendous degree. After all, the Vrykul spent their entire lives cultivating their strength and learning how to become better warriors. The only warriors amongst the Nerubians who could stand toe-to-toe with the Vrykul were the Spider Lords. Understanding that they could not overcome their enemies with quality, the leaders of Azjol-Nerub instead decided to overwhelm the Vrykul with quantity, a tactic their people were well suited for. However, a problem quickly arose. While the queens could produce large numbers of Nerubians, and those newly born Nerubians were able to be trained to an acceptable level within only a few years, they still could not sustain a swarm capable of overwhelming the Vrykul. The reason for this was simply that they did not have enough food. A baseline Nerubian had significantly more body mass than a human and required more food to sustain themselves as a result. Azjol-Nerub was able to sustain a large population due to careful planning and the use of magic to significantly increase the amount of food they could produce. In order to overcome these limitations, High King Anub-Zikith directed the queens to create a new caste of Nerubians that could be both produced in large numbers and required less substance. This was a difficult task for the queens, given the Nerubians they created still required a proportional amount of energy to sustain their biomass. Their efforts were mostly fruitless until Queen Zilnar the Flesh Warper stumbled upon a method to modify the Nerubian flyers and skitterer in ways that allowed them to subsist partially on magic. Previously, these templates of Nerubians had limited intelligence and were generally used for repetitive menial labor. However, after Zilnar's modifications, these Nerubians could be produced in large enough numbers to be useful to Azjol-Nerub's military. While intuitive magic allowed the Vrykul to rely on the quality of their warriors to fight back the Nerubians, the large quantity of Nerubians that the queens could now produce would prove to have a quality of its own. The only problems Azjol-Nerub faced in integrating the Nerubian skitterers and flyers into their military were due to their lack of intelligence. While the more intelligent castes of Nerubians were capable of controlling their less intelligent brethren, the non-sentient Nerubians simply weren't smart enough to execute complex battlefield maneuvers. Fortunately, the problem was easily solved by the Queen's granting sentience to the most capable members of the caste. The newly sentient flyers and skitterers were not only very capable of controlling and directing the rest of their caste, but they also developed a form of intuitive magic that increased their strength while leading a swarm. With this, Azjol-Nerub succeeded in forming an army that consisted of large swarms of Nerubian flyers and skitters, arachnathids, and baseline Nerubian warriors. The army would quickly overwhelm their enemies with their numerical superiority while the traditional Nerubian forces focused on ambushing vulnerable targets. After reforming their military, Azjol-Nerub might have succeeded in defeating the Vragel in the Second Nerubian-Vragel War, if they hadn't made a fatal mistake. For reasons that remained unexplained in the historical records, High King Anub-Zekith made the extremely foolish decision to attempt an assault on Uldur with the intention of stealing its secrets. In a single day, a large section of the army that had been painstakingly prepared by Azjol-Nerub was destroyed by Uldur's defenses, and the Vragel immediately took advantage. Despite losing a large portion of their forces, the Second Nerubian-Vragel War lasted for many years as the Nerubian flyers and skitterers proved their worth. Powerful Vragel warriors would find themselves covered in innumerable skitters and proto-dragons would fall from the sky as flyers webbed their wings. Unfortunately for Azjol-Nerub, however, their efforts were made futile when Magnar Icebreaker entered the war with a large host of powerful Vragel warriors. By then, Magnar was a legend to both the Nerubians and the Vragel, which meant that the resulting shift in morale became a death sentence for Azjol-Nerub's war effort. The Nerubians suffered a series of humiliating defeats against Magnar that forced them to once again retreat to their underground sanctuaries, except this time the High King did not survive his failure. Anub-Zekith was immediately deposed and his successor instituted a series of isolationist reforms and propaganda campaigns that served as the basis for their current insular policy. For many centuries, Nerubians were completely banned from leaving the underground kingdom and all mention of Uldur was purged from the records. The only reason Kryvax knew that the location they had attacked was Uldur, was because of his meta-knowledge. In the records, the location Anub-Zekith decided to attack is only referred to as a place of forbidden knowledge and artifacts. Reading Azjol-Nerub's propaganda was almost as interesting as reading about the war. It boggles the mind how the kingdom's leaders were able to successfully paint the surface simultaneously as a land of existential danger and pathetic life forms unworthy of consideration. Though I guess I shouldn't be surprised, back on Earth lots of regimes were not shy about painting their enemies as both weak and a grave danger, Kryvax mused as he put away the historical documents Haddix had given him. I suppose I should just try to be grateful they've eased up on their isolationism enough for Haddix to get me permission to travel to the surface. For the past few months, Kryvax had been studying as hard as possible to reach the requirements Vizier Haddix said he needed to reach before he would be allowed to seek out the surface races. While Kryvax was a bit annoyed, he was still grateful he only needed to convince one vizier rather than the city's government. Kryvax spent the next few minutes reading the tome of introductory spatial magic that Haddix assigned him to study before he was interrupted by a loud sound coming from his chest. Flinching at the sudden noise, Kryvax looked down to see the web he'd infused with a time-delayed alarm spell glowing brightly and releasing the noisy ringing sound. Crap. I forgot about my spar with Massuk. His friend was generally very understanding whenever Kryvax lost track of time while studying, but it still made him feel bad to leave Massuk waiting. Quickly donning the silk robes given to all new initiates of the circle, it felt really nice to be able to wear clothes again. Kryvax left his assigned room and made his way out of the ziggurat. The distance between the warrior's training yard and the circle of viziers was quite large, but Kryvax had set his alarm to give him enough time to travel there. Fortunately, he was recognized and quickly let in by the armored guard when he reached the warrior's headquarters. Unlike the circle's ziggurat, the warriors resided in a part of a city that differed from the rest of the city only in its military nature. Ignoring the armored warriors glancing at him and his robes in curiosity, Kryvax swiftly made his way to the training yard. Thankfully, he knew where he was going, and once he reached there Massuk was easy to find. Kryvax watched as his friend practiced spear exercises, slightly surprised at how much faster his movements had become since their last meeting. Massuk spent most of his time practicing, and it showed. Seeing no reason to delay, Kryvax skittered past the other training warriors and greeted his friend. Hello, Massuk. I wasn't late for our meeting this time, Kryvax said cheerfully. After devoting most of his time to learning so he could travel to the surface as quickly as possible, he started to really look forward to his occasional spars with Massuk. It was nice to have an excuse he could use to socialize with his friend while also training. Most members of the circle lacked any combat training, but Haddix insisted Kryvax needed to learn how to fight if he wanted to go to the surface. As a result, Kryvax decided the best way to accomplish this was by frequently sparring with Massuk. He wasn't complaining, Azeroth was too dangerous for him to remain helpless. Apparently, Massuk had not noticed him, because his expression was one of clear surprise when he stopped his training and turned to look at Kryvax. Kryvax, I was not expecting you so soon, said Massuk. Kryvax couldn't help but feel pleased that his friend had finally stopped addressing him formally. It took some convincing to get him to stop calling him peer or initiate after they started meeting again. Usually you would not arrive for another half hour. I know. I felt bad about always being late, so I asked Vizier Haddix to teach me a spell I could use to alert me at a specified time. Massuk merely nodded his understanding. He was not one to care about spells or magic unless it was related to combat. Good. Then we have more time to spar. Kryvax snorted in amusement and moved to take his place in one of the nearby wide open areas set aside for spars without comment. He knew from experience that Massuk would not be able to focus on socializing until they both finished their spar. Once he was ready, Kryvax turned to face Massuk, who stood on the other side of the sparring area, and indicated his readiness. Massuk took on a ready stance, pointing his spear in Kryvax's direction and preparing to charge, while Kryvax prepared to start casting as soon as the spar began. They both knew they would need to use every second wisely. Sadly, they didn't have a referee, so they would need to use their own judgment on when to start. After a few tense moments of staring at each other, Massuk suddenly began charging as quickly as he could, and Kryvax started to cast a frost bolt. Kryvax was aware that he had very little time to cast magic before Massuk reached and quickly subdued him, but thankfully he was not without options. As Massuk charged at him with blisteringly quick speeds and swung his blunted blade at Kryvax's side, three things happened simultaneously. First, Kryvax finished casting his frost bolt, sending a projectile of frost into Massuk's side. The spell did not create any actual ice, but the frost magic carried a kinetic portion that caused Massuk to stagger. Second, a long string of silk was shot from Kryvax's spinneret into one of the nearby walls, which he promptly used to pull himself away from the warrior. Third, Kryvax threw a ball of silk, one which he'd imbued with a spell through spell weaving before the fight, at Massuk. Well, calling it a spell might be too generous. While spell weaving was powerful, it was a complex magical art that didn't just allow him to store whatever spell he wanted and use it whenever he felt like it. Learning how to weave a spell into his silk was almost as difficult as learning the spell in the first place. Kryvax simply didn't have enough for that given his other obligations. But even if he could, the mana infused into the silk would not recuperate until the spell was unleashed. If that weren't the case, then the viziers would have already taken over the world by machine gunning out pyroblasts at everything in their way. Fortunately, throwing a bunch of arcane energy into a strand of silk and crushing it into a ball was both cheap in terms of mana and rather simple. As Kryvax was pulled towards the wall, the ball of silk attached itself to Massuk's side. Even as he started to cast his next frost bolt, Kryvax willed the arcane energy in the silk ball to release itself, causing Massuk to be knocked down by the improvised arcane missile. There was a limit to how much arcane magic he could stuff inside of a silk ball safely, and that limit was actually rather small. Thankfully, while his arcane silk bomb was a bit weak, it was still enough to knock Massuk over, given he'd already been pushed off balance by the frost bolt. Kryvax ruthlessly fired a second frost bolt at his friend while he was knocked down and started casting another. Even though he currently held the advantage in the spar due to his trick, Kryvax knew he could still lose the fight. Massuk could take a lot of punishment before being forced to yield, and Kryvax was now backed against the wall, meaning he could not use his silk to run away again. He'd not yet learned many spells he could cast while moving, so was forced to stand his ground and continue throwing frost bolts. The second frost bolt hit, but Massuk merely grunted, picked himself off the ground, and started charging Kryvax for the second time, albeit with less speed due to the frost bolt's slowing effect. When the third hit, Massuk was visibly straining himself not to concede, but still he charged. Kryvax was impressed. While they were both obviously holding back since this was a friendly spar, 3 frostbolts at that strength would have been enough to force a concession the last time they met. It was good to see his friend improve himself. Just as he was about to cast the fourth and hopefully final frostbolt, he was surprised to find his concentration interrupted as a rock crashed into his chest. The rock was not enough to actually injure him, but it did succeed in slowing down his casting. With a burst of speed he should not be capable of after tanking 3 frostbolts, Massuk quickly closed the distance and swung his spear into Kryvax's side. Kryvax winced but didn't panic. Normally, such a blow would fully interrupt his spell and decide the result of the spar, but this time he had a trick up his sleeve. Instead of his casting being interrupted when the blunted blade struck him, an icy barrier materialized and absorbed a portion of the blow's strength. Kryvax could see Massuk's surprise as he finished casting the 4th frostbolt directly into his chest. He was also sure Massuk could see the surprise in Kryvax's eyes when that failed to end the spar. For a moment, he worried that his friend was continuing the spar past a safe point out of a desire for victory, but he quickly dismissed the thought. Massuk was far too honest and cared too much about the safety of those around him to allow a friendly spar to become unsafe. From there, the fight devolved into Kryvax scrambling and failing to fight off a fully armored warrior in melee range. Imagine how surprised he was, very surprised, when a lucky blast of unrefined arcane magic to the face actually resulted in Massuk conceding. The 2 young Nerubians spent the next few minutes catching their breath and hydrating in companionable silence. Not for the first time, Kryvax wondered how the Nerubian cardiovascular system functioned and how his body managed to not overheat without sweat glands. After a moment, Kryvax dismissed the matter as magical bullshit, like the rest of his body's oddities. Once the 2 of them caught their breath, they started to discuss the details of the spar and give each other advice. Kryvax curiously asked his friend how he was able to withstand so many frostbolts. Apparently, one of Massuk's teachers taught him how to use his intuitive magic to dampen incoming damage. Massuk, don't you know that using multiple specs is too overpowered? Kryvax had no room to complain, however. He was perfectly capable of using ice, fire, and arcane spells, even if he did favor ice. Massuk then asked him about the ice barrier spell, and he explained that Vizier Haddix had insisted he learn it. Kryvax, what drives you to learn magic with such fervor? You have explained to me that your mentor requires this of you, but you have not shared your goals. Kryvax shifted nervously as he considered his friend's question. Until now, Massuk had never outright asked about his future goals, and Kryvax had never volunteered the information. He would be disappointed if his friend shared the xenophobic attitude of the rest of their people. However, he knew this wasn't something he could hide forever, so it was best to just rip off the band-aid. Well, you know that I asked to be designated to the Surface World Research Division, right? I want to connect our people to the other races that live in this world because I really believe we can all benefit a lot from dialogue and cooperation. A lot of our people consider the other races primitive and unworthy of attention, but I want to change that kind of thinking. Massuk was quiet as he processed his friend's words. He was aware that other kinds of people existed, but he had never put much thought into them. Unless they were a threat to his home, then why should he care about them? His friend's interests seemed strange to him, but Kryvax had always had a different perspective compared to the rest of their cluster. Massuk had long grown used to his friend's eccentricities, so he would try to show interest in Kryvax's passions. These other races. Do they have strong warriors? When he heard Massuk's question, Kryvax couldn't help but chuckle in surprise and relief. Well, I think they should. I don't know for certain, but neither does anybody else. Seems like something worth figuring out, no? Kryvax tried to persuade his friend to be interested in the world outside of Azjol-Nerub with stories about dragons, the Dracaries LOA, and foreign magic, but it was only when he started talking about the Vrykul that Massuk became visibly interested. These Vrykul, they are powerful warriors who all went to sleep? They defeated us in a war. The Nerubians were aware of the slumbering Vrykul and generally did their best to stay away from their resting grounds. Even after many millennia, Azjol-Nerub was not interested in a third Nerubian Vrykul war after how poorly the first two went. Yes, they're very strong. They even forced the kingdom to change its military doctrine, Kryvax said excitedly. Even if their interests were a bit, it was nice to see Massuk curious about something outside of Azjol-Nerub. Eventually, after exhausting his knowledge about the documented feats of strength displayed by Vrykul warriors and then explaining what he knew about Dracarys warriors, Massuk made a surprising announcement. I will join you when you go to the surface, said Massuk. Why? Kryvax asked, befuddled. You've never expressed an interest in the surface before today, why would you want to go there now? The surface seems unexpectedly dangerous. If I go with you to the surface world, not only will I be able to meet the warriors of the other races and see their skill with my own eyes, but I will also be able to protect you from these threats. Kryvax was not quite sure how to react. Nerubians did not often express concern for one another, so he was touched by Massuk's worry. He was not certain if Haddix would agree to allow Massuk to accompany him to the surface, but it shouldn't be too much of an issue. Over the long years of peace, the viziers had accumulated significantly more political power compared to the warriors. Assigning a relatively unimportant warrior like Massuk to protect Kryvax on the surface should not be too much of an issue. Really? I'm touched. Thank you, Massuk. I will be much safer on the surface if I am accompanied by Massuk, defender of the weak. For some reason, I feel like you are mocking me, Massuk said evenly. Why would you think that? Anyone with sense would feel safer in the presence of Massuk, guardian of the helpless. Given you are indeed weak and flimsy, I feel like these titles are appropriate. Kryvax and Massuk spent the rest of their meeting bantering and catching each other up with their respective training. When Kryvax left to return to his studies, he felt a little more eager to finally finish his training. He was very close to fulfilling the requirements Vizier Haddix set out for him to be permitted to travel to the surface. Kryvax was already motivated to learn as quickly as possible by the threat of the Lich King, but now that his friend wished to join him, he was feeling even more impatient to finally set foot outside the underground kingdom for the first time. I wonder how Massuk will react when he sees the sky. Changed Nerubian spiders to Nerubian skitterers for the sake of clarity. This chapter was mostly for a little bit more world building and an excuse to show some of what Kryvax has learned. Chose the spar scene because I wanted a chance to show what he's learning rather than just telling you he's learning stuff. Sadly, it's a bit hard to write a compelling fight scene when both participants have a small repertoire. We're almost to the point where Kryvax can go to the surface. I'm looking forward to it. Chapter 6. Kryvax focused every bit of willpower he possessed into maintaining the ice barrier between him and the steady onslaught of incoming arcane missiles. Vizier Haddix had already evaluated his comprehension of magical theory, general surface world knowledge, and combat. Thankfully, he'd met the Vizier's standards in all these topics. After Haddix decides his ice barrier is sufficiently durable, then there is only one more thing he needs to do before Haddix would allow him to go to the surface. That's if my ice barrier is actually good enough. I don't think I'll be able to hold this for much longer. Kryvax channeled as much arcane magic as he could handle into his barrier while simultaneously altering it into ice. His pride was more than a little hurt by the bored expression on Haddix's face as he casually cast arcane missile after arcane missile without pause. Kryvax could feel the confidence he'd gained since joining the circle diminish with every lazily cast spell he struggled to defend against. Finally, the barrage proved too much and Kryvax let out a shocked cry as the ice barrier shattered to pieces. Fortunately, the arcane missile he half expected to smash into his face never came. Adequate, said Haddix, lowering the single hand he'd previously been using to cast. Protective magics are the singularly most important kind of magic for any mage who expects to find themselves in a combat situation. Your ice barrier is sufficiently powerful to ensure you do not die the moment you reach the surface. I am now confident the resources I've invested in you will not be needlessly wasted. Kryvax took a moment to catch his breath before responding. Thank you, Vizier, said Kryvax, bowing to the older Nerubian. I am grateful for the opportunities I have been granted and I will strive to prove myself worthy of these privileges. Even if Haddix only favored him with the intention of furthering his own interests, the Vizier's assistance had been invaluable to Kryvax. There was no way he would have been able to learn as much as he had in such a short amount of time without his help. Both personal instruction and access to otherwise inaccessible stores of knowledge combined with constant studying placed Kryvax far ahead of where he would be without the Vizier's assistance. We shall see. Now that you have demonstrated your capacity to survive on the surface, you will now explain your plans and intended goals. Which of the surface races do you intend to approach, how shall you gain their trust, and what do you intend to gain from this endeavor? I intend to approach the Tusker, Vizier Haddix, Kryvax said with confidence. He knew Haddix was likely already aware of his choice since Kryvax had spent much of his time trying to learn the Tusker language. It was fortunate that several centuries ago, a member of the Surface World Research Division had grown curious enough about the Walrus people to study them. Sadly, she eventually lost interest in the Tusker and turned her attention to other research projects. Be sure to remember the limited lifespans of the other races, Initiate. It is likely their language has changed notably since our division last researched the creatures, lectured Haddix, confirming that he was keeping track of Kryvax's studies. While the lifespan of a baseline Nerubian was only as long as the lifespan of a human, the viziers, spider lords, and queens could all live for a few millennia. Kryvax did not believe the language would have drifted too much over the past few centuries. His difficulties in communication would more than likely stem from simply not knowing enough of the language. Thankfully, while translation spells were far too advanced for Kryvax to learn at his current skill level, Haddix had been kind enough to offer his assistance. The vizier had promised to give him an artifact that would be capable of translating his intentions, even if the specific meaning were unable to pass the language barrier. Given you are able to properly communicate with the Tusker, how will you gain their trust? It has been noted over the years that many of the surface races find our appearance to be intimidating. Well, yet. I think anyone with sense would be terrified if they saw a giant spider person. It was noted by the most recent vizier to study the Tusker that their culture holds a particular reverence for the concept of fishing. When I approach them, I intend to offer a fish as a sign of good faith, said Kryvax. When he said the word fishing, he used the Tusker word for the concept, because the Narubian language did not have its own equivalent. Fishing? Haddix questioned, pronouncing the foreign word perfectly on his first try. Damned centuries-old wizards and their absurd intelligence. It is a Tusker word describing the act of hunting aquatic creatures, primarily for sustenance, but it is also an action that holds great significance in their culture, Kryvax explained. The Nerubians' underground kingdom did have access to water sources below the ground that were large enough to sustain their people along with caverns with high humidity that specially made webs were placed in to collect condensed water, but fish and other aquatic life were much less plentiful than on the surface. The closest approximation the Nerubians had for fishing was a small community of weavers that used silk webs to catch the occasional fish that flowed into their underground rivers. Kryvax had only learned of these fishing Nerubians because he specifically looked for them after learning of the Tusker's traditions. However, even they did not have a word for what they were doing, as it was simply a hobby that did not produce nearly enough food to become its own industry. The fish served more as a rare luxury dish only the fishing weavers occasionally enjoyed. Thankfully, the fishing weavers had been willing to teach Kryvax how to weave their special silk nets. He hoped it would be enough for him to catch a fish that could impress the Tusker. Humph. Very well. Your reasoning is sound, said Haddix. Why have you chosen to target the Tusker specifically, and what do you hope to gain from them? Truthfully, Kryvax had chosen the Tusker because their maritime traditions made them the race most likely to be aware of travel between Northrend and the Eastern Kingdoms, aside from the local humans, that is. Unfortunately, the Surface World Research Division had very little information about humans. After all, very few Nerubians would be interested in studying a species whose name was a combination of the Nerubian words for varietal and birth defect. The Nerubians were aware that there were humans living in both Grizzly Hills and the Dragon Blight, however, their societies seemed to be rather underdeveloped and disunified. Kryvax couldn't share his true motivations with the vizier, so he would have to rely on an approximation of the truth. The Tusker are noted to be a semi-nomadic people who are most accustomed to environments dissimilar to our own, said Kryvax. They are the race most likely to expand our knowledge of the surface world. In addition, while their magic is similar to the Dracari, there are some notable differences as well that are worthy of research. Oh? How so? Initiate. Haddix questioned with visible curiosity. There have been no observed instances of the Tusker worshipping any LOA, said Kryvax. Yet there are multiple recorded instances of their shaman performing feats of magic comparable to the Dracari. Kryvax vaguely remembered that the Tusker worshipped some giant sea monster thing, but the Nerubians didn't know that. While Nerubians were curious about shamanism, they generally looked down on any form of magic that gained power from more powerful entities. As far as the viziers were concerned, any power easily gained from an outside source was just as easily lost. When Kryvax asked Haddix about Vizier Malice's attempts to summon the spider LOA, he'd learned that the vizier had intended to steal some of the LOA's power for himself. It seemed to Kryvax that something like that would be difficult to accomplish, but he didn't know enough about the subject to be able to judge. Humph. Interesting. Perhaps this venture of yours will be worth the effort after all. Now, tell me what route you intend to take on your journey. I'll first take the portal to our outpost past the Forbidden Caverns, said Kryvax. The Forbidden Caverns were a series of ancient tunnels in the Howling Fjord that were dense with sorrow night. The tunnels had been quarantined by the Nerubians and an outpost was constructed that allowed travelers to bypass them with portals. The Nerubians did not have any large cities beneath the Howling Fjord, so the portal system was easily able to handle the relatively light traffic. From there, I will travel to the surface and make my way to the closest known Tusker settlement, Kryvax continued. He'd chosen to approach the Tusker village in the Howling Fjord rather than the ones in the Dragon Blight or the Borean Tundra, simply because Haddix was unable to grant him permission to travel to the capital or Enkilla. Azjol-Nerub's capital, uncreatively named the same, resided beneath the Dragon Blight and Enkilla resided beneath the Borean Tundra, but neither would allow him to make use of their portal stations. Kryvax spent the next few minutes explaining in detail the route he planned to take, the potential dangers he might face, and the supplies he had prepared. When he finished, Vizier Haddix spent several moments contemplating in silence before finally nodding his approval. Very well, said Haddix. The Vizier reached into his robes with one of his forehands and retrieved a glowing disc that was emanating magical energy. Your preparations are sufficient for the task in front of you. I believe you have earned this. Barely able to contain his glee, Kryvax accepted the disc that would permit him to access the city's portal to the Howling Fjord outpost and travel to the surface. He had spent years working to reach this point, and soon he would finally take his first steps outside the underground kingdom. Thank you, Vizier, said Kryvax, bowing once again in gratitude. Will this allow Massuk to come with me to the surface as well? Your gratitude is unnecessary, you have earned this through your own efforts, said Haddix, waving one of his hands disdainfully. As for your companion, assigning a low-leveled warrior to escort an initiate on his research project is a trifling matter. The guards have been instructed to allow you both passage tomorrow. The disc merely serves to verify your identity. Tomorrow? I was not expecting to go so soon. Tomorrow, Vizier. Is there a reason to wait? Haddix responded dismissively. Kryvax considered the matter and decided that, no, there was no particular reason for him to wait. He'd already managed to make all of his preparations a long time ago, so the only thing he was waiting for was permission. Every day that went by was another day that the War of the Spider drew closer. Kryvax spent a few more minutes going over some of the smaller details with the Vizier before saying his goodbyes and retiring to his room. Skittering over to his makeshift kitchen, Kryvax plucked a beetle from the iceweb web and tossed it into his mouth. The iceweb served as a form of Nerubian refrigeration device by freezing anything that was placed onto it. While iceweb was available to most Nerubians in all but the most isolated of communities, Kryvax was particularly proud of this iceweb because he had made it himself. Members of the circle were highly encouraged to find a way to use their specialized skills to contribute to society in ways other than research. This could be done in many ways, whether it be through alchemy, enchanting, or other such specialized magical professions. Instead of picking one of these, Kryvax had chosen to learn magical silk crafting for the simple reason that it was the least time-consuming profession that was available to him. There was also the fact that being able to produce silk with fantastical properties that could be turned into magical items was very useful. Kryvax placed an assortment of insects onto the flame weave web and decided it would be a good idea to sort through his prepared supplies while he waited for his dinner to heat up. Frozen beetles were a tasty snack, but the rest of his meal would need to be heated before he could eat it. Kryvax opened up the spatial bag he had spent several weeks of his salary to purchase. The bag contained food, notepads, troll blood regeneration potions, a large knife, and a variety of different tools he would need for his journey. Kryvax reached into his robes and placed the artifacts he had been given by Haddix into the bag. These artifacts included the identification disc, an emergency communication device, and the artifact that would translate his intent. The scent of freshly warmed insects interrupted his organizing and Kryvax put away the supplies before skittering over to the flame weave web so he could enjoy his dinner. After he finished eating, Kryvax considered going to visit Massuk so they could talk about their journey, but ultimately decided against it. Massuk would have already been informed by the warriors that he would be escorting Kryvax tomorrow, and anything else they needed to talk about could wait until he woke up. Kryvax looked at the messy stack of books sitting in the corner of his room. Normally he would still be studying around this time, but he would need to be well rested for the coming day, so it would be best if he went to sleep early. Kryvax climbed onto his sleeping web and allowed the silk's enchantment to wash over him, causing him to instantly feel drowsy. With a wave of his hand, Kryvax caused the illumination stones embedded in the ceiling to cease emitting light, plunging the room into darkness. Kryvax fell asleep only a few moments later while still thinking about the coming day and the challenges that awaited him. Chapter 7. Fortunately, Kryvax was correct about Massuk already being informed about their imminent adventure. When he arrived at the warrior compound, his friend was already fully geared and ready to leave. After quickly double-checking that they both had all the necessary supplies, the two of them left the compound and started making their way to the city's portal station. As the two of them made their way through the crowds of Nerubians going about their day, Kryvax went over the route they would take and the potential dangers they might face. While they had already talked about it extensively, it was worth repeating. Kryvax was not expecting the route to be particularly dangerous, but those expectations were built on research that was already centuries old and imperfect meta-knowledge. The worst things they should encounter before they meet the Tusker are shovel tusks which they should easily be able to handle, but one could never be too careful. Fortunately, the portal station was located relatively close to the warrior compound, so it did not take the two of them long to arrive. The building was guarded by armored guards and administrators could be seen inspecting anyone coming and going from the portals. Following the helpful signs that pointed them in the direction of the correct portal, Kryvax and Massuk skittered past a few of the busier portals until they reached the correct location. The portal itself looked like a tear in reality with its edges illuminated with a violet outline. With his magical senses, Kryvax could feel magic being diverted from the nearest ley line, through the building, and into the portal in a constant effort to keep it from closing. Greetings, are you to initiate Kryvax and neophyte Massuk? Asked the bored-looking administrator, who was presumably assigned to this portal. Yes. Yes, we are, said Kryvax, speaking for the both of them. Reaching into his spatial bag, he retrieved and presented his identification disc. I see, said the administrator as he inspected the disc with his magic. Barely anyone uses this portal aside from those assigned to maintaining the outpost, so your names caught my attention. The administrator spoke with a questioning tone, but Kryvax simply pretended he couldn't hear it and responded with the Nerubian equivalent of a smile. Seeing that he wouldn't be getting any interesting gossip out of Kryvax, the administrator seemed to lose any interest in the two of them and quickly finished processing them. Stepping through the portal was an incredibly strange feeling for Kryvax. While the transition from one location to another was far more seamless than it would have been if he was teleported, the abrupt changes to all of his senses were still very jarring. From one moment to another, everything from the lighting to the air to the ambient magic was suddenly different. Kryvax idly wondered which parts of the environment the portal was designed to filter as he and Massuk adjusted to the changes in their senses. After they finished adjusting, they once again presented their identification to an administrator and waited patiently as they were processed. After they were done, Kryvax was surprised to hear that the outpost's gate watcher had sent a warrior to escort them to the entrance to the surface. As the silent warrior escorted them through a dizzying maze of tunnels, Kryvax could tell that the outpost was manned almost entirely by warriors. Soon enough, Kryvax and Massuk were brought to the most heavily guarded portion of the outpost. The entrance to the surface was swarming with warriors and protected by a fearsome gatekeeper. Kryvax had occasionally seen Spider Lords at various points over the past 4 years, but always in passing. The Spider Lords held positions as leaders, guardians, and enforcers of the law in Azjol-Nerub's society, so as a young initiate of the circle of viziers he'd never had reason to meet one in person. Until now, that is. The factors that determined the highly variable size of the Spider Lords were unknown to Kryvax, but this one was truly massive. Standing at what he estimated to be at least 18 feet tall, the giant beetle-like Nerubian had a brown carapace that looked thick enough to shrug off any blade and 2 large scythe-like arms that could easily tear a fully grown man in two. As the giant Nerubian blocked the way and looked down at him with a searching expression, Kryvax couldn't help but feel that both the Scourge and the Vrykle must be truly powerful to defeat such terrifying killing machines. You must be Initiate Kryvax and Neophyte Massuk. I am Gatekeeper Gruth IB, said the Spider Lord in an extremely deep voice. Vizier Haddix has secured your passage through these gates. Beware, young ones. The surface is teeming with danger, and once you pass this threshold your safety is nobody's responsibility but your own. Are you certain you wish to continue? Yes, Gatekeeper. We are certain, Kryvax said with confidence. For a normal Narubian, this would likely be a truly daunting moment, but all he felt was an eagerness to take his first look at Azeroth's sky. The Gatekeeper turned his gaze to Massuk, who simply responded with a silent nod of agreement. Very well. Present your identification and I shall open the way. Kryvax made to hand over his identification for the 3rd time in the past few hours, only to hesitate. He doesn't have any hands, how does he expect me to hand it over? Just when he was starting to feel awkward, the sound of chittering at his feet drew his gaze downwards. A dog-sized beetle was wildly chittering at him and waving its 2 front arms in a grasping motion. Kryvax turned a questioning gaze to the Gatekeeper, but the Spider Lord responded with nothing but an amused expression. Well, okay. I hope I'm not about to make myself look really stupid. Crouching down, Kryvax handed his identification to the beetle, who immediately grabbed it and skittered away toward the Gatekeeper. Gruth IB spent a few moments examining this disc before turning to address his subordinates. Open the gates. Kryvax watched the warriors open the gates as the beetle returned his disc. While the large black and gold gate was quite impressive, he couldn't help but focus most of his attention on the magic flowing through the walls. Kryvax was not skilled enough with enchanting to understand what purpose the magic served, but his instincts told him that any attempted invader would find themselves quickly regretting their decisions. Without further comment, Gatekeeper Gruth IB moved aside with steps quieter than an 18-foot insectoid killing machine that weighed thousands of pounds should be allowed to have. Seeing no reason to delay, Kryvax bowed politely to the Spider Lord and started making his way to the surface with Massuk. Are you nervous, buddy? Kryvax asked his friend in an attempt to calm his nerves. While he should be feeling nothing but excitement, he had been working towards this for several years and now that the moment was finally approaching, Kryvax couldn't help but feel a little anxious. This is a big deal, you know? This is the first time we'll be on our own. I believe you are more nervous than I am, Massuk said evenly. We will protect each other, and if necessary we have both the emergency communication device if we need help and the scrying crystal for non-emergency situations. Everything will be fine. The emergency communication device was a magical tool that would send his location to Haddix along with a request for immediate assistance. The scrying crystal, on the other hand, would allow him to communicate with Haddix after performing a lengthy magical ritual. Damn it Massuk, aren't you actually 4 years old? Why are you so much more relaxed about this than I am? The two of them made small talk as they climbed the winding tunnel upwards until suddenly, the two of them took a turn and laid eyes on the surface world for the first time in their lives. When Kryvax saw the end of the tunnel open and saw the stars glittering in the night sky, he couldn't help but completely freeze. Only the impatient prodding of Massuk to move so he could exit the tunnel as well was enough to bring him back to reality again as it truly hit him how he was on a completely alien world than the one he recalled in his first life, as evidenced by the 2 moons hanging in the sky. At least Massuk was soon struck by the alienness of the surface as well, if for a completely different reason. How high does the ceiling reach? He suddenly asked, honestly curious. Those are celestial bodies, not crystals in a cavern ceiling. They can go on far beyond our ability to comprehend. He reminded him, still dumbstruck in his own way. Of course. Massuk returned as they sat in a comfortable silence for a moment and simply took in the world around them. Kryvax, what is that? Kryvax looked to the sky in the direction that Massuk was pointing, only to see a giant eagle far larger than any bird that could be found on Earth flying through the night sky. If he still had the vision of a human, there would be no chance for him to spot the bird in the darkness, but Nerubian eyes were well adapted for the dark. That is a Duskwing eagle, said Kryvax as he looked at the giant bird with faint awe. Even after living in Azeroth for 4 years he was still easily affected by such fantastical sights. It still sometimes amazed him to see the various giant bugs, spiders, hormongars, arachnathids, and other such creatures in the Empire. Is it dangerous? Will it attack? Asked Massuk, gripping his spear tightly. We're 2 giant spider people. I doubt there are very many predators stupid enough to attack us. No, I don't think so. As long as we don't threaten it I doubt it will bother us, Kryvax said reassuringly. Once the 2 of them adjusted to their new surroundings, Kryvax decided to take a look at his surroundings to see if he could find out which direction they needed to go. Fortunately, there were a few landmarks that gave him a decent idea of where he was, namely the Whisper Gulch that was visible from the tunnel's threshold. That location was understandably marked with notes that read "Do not enter" and "hazardous" on the map Kryvax had drawn using a combination of the circle's research and his own meta-knowledge. The faint sound of waves, the scent of the ocean, and the occasional seagull also served to make the direction of the coast fairly obvious. It only took a few minutes of walking in that direction for the 2 of them to reach the edge of the tall cliff that overlooked the nearby ocean. This triggered another long moment of dumbstruck staring that only ended when Massuk started to ask questions about the ocean. So it's full of salt? Massuk asked in astonishment. How does anything live in it? They are built for it, just like we are for the underground. Kryvax shrugged. Now that he knew the location of the ocean and the Whisper Gulch, it was only a matter of following the edge of the cliff until they spotted the ancient lift that connected the Isle of Spears to the rest of Northrend. Given they were both well rested and it was still nighttime it would probably be a good idea for them to both get moving. Unfortunately, Kryvax was not quite certain how long it would take them to reach the village, so he had prepared a few supplies that would make the journey easier. Reaching into his spatial bag, Kryvax pulled out 2 vials filled with a gold-colored liquid. Kryvax was fortunate that he could earn a decent amount of money through magical silk crafting because stamina potions were truly not cheap. A part of him believes he would enjoy being able to learn alchemy himself, but it was more important for him to prioritize his time. After handing one of the potions to Massuk he opened the vial and quickly downed the potion in one quick gulp. Potions often tasted incredibly strange, so it was best to drink them as quickly as possible. Immediately after Kryvax finished drinking the viscous liquid, he felt a surge of boundless energy that to him felt inexhaustible. Intellectually, he knew that the potion would only last for the night, but he still felt as if he could run at a full sprint for days. Let's go, said Kryvax after putting away the empty vials. It'll be best if we travel as far as we can during the night while most of the animals are asleep. We can set up a nest in one of the trees after the sun rises. Once Massuk nodded his agreement, the 2 of them started to move at a quick pace while following the edge of the cliff. One thing that was definitely not captured in the Warcraft franchise was how quickly Nerubians were able to move due to their large size and multiple sets of legs, especially when they didn't need to worry about their stamina. Honestly, being a giant spider person who was larger than an adult human and also able to run nearly as fast as a horse had its benefits. As they traveled, Kryvax did his best to answer Massuk's frequent questions. The young Nerubian seemed to be interested in everything, from clouds to trees to the random wildlife that hurriedly moved out of their way. For Kryvax, it was interesting to see all the animals that were present in this location that did not exist in the game, from stuff that wouldn't be out of place back on Earth to things he didn't even have names for. After a few hours of running, Kryvax had seen rabbits, dragonflies, a strange fox thing with tiny antlers, squirrels, a few deer, and even a herd of shovel-tusk grazing in the distance. Thankfully, it seemed that he was right to assume the wildlife wouldn't be stupid enough to attack 2 large predators for no reason. Like this, the 2 of them managed to cover a deal of great distance as they traveled the rest of the night without interruption. It was only when the sun started to peek over the horizon that their pace started to slow. While their potions still had a small amount of time before they ran out, the 2 of them could not help but be entranced by the sight of their first Azerothian sunrise. As the darkness abated and the animals began to grow more active with the early morning light, the 2 of them decided to find a tree they could build a nest in and use to get some rest. After all, it had been a long evening for the both of them. The terrain was mostly flat and not heavily forested, so they would likely be able to see any incoming danger regardless of which tree they chose. Seeing no reason to pick one giant tree over another, the 2 Nerubians made their way to a tree that resides on a small hill. As Massuk started to prepare their rations so they could have a quick meal once they finished spinning their web, Kryvax began to inspect the tree in order to make certain no Duskwing eagles had already made a nest in it. He had only just finished determining that the tree was unoccupied and thus free for them to use when he heard a strange bellow that sounded something like an angry boar. Startled, Kryvax turned his attention to the direction the sound came from, only to see a large shovel-tusk charging the 2 of them and several smaller ones behind it nervously huddling together. Kryvax frantically began casting a frostbolt while Massuk charged spear first at the incoming stag. While the adult shovel-tusk was very strong, it had no chance of standing up to Massuk and Kryvax. Massuk's spear expertly kept the territorial creature at bay and Kryvax's full-strength frostbolts constantly smashed into the shovel-tusk's side and left it slow and injured. With a quick thrust, Massuk buried his spear into the side of the creature, causing it to collapse and spit out blood. By the time they put the shovel-tusk out of its misery, the rest of the herd was already running off into the distance. Good job, Massuk, said Kryvax as he looked away from the animal's bloody corpse. It was his first time killing another living being and even if it was just an animal, he couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable. It's fine. People go hunting all the time back on Earth. I already knew I was going to have to get used to stuff like this, so there's no point in making a big deal about it. It was easy, said Massuk. Kryvax felt like he could hear some disappointment in his friend's voice. The shovel-tusk was not very intelligent. It continuously charged into my spear even after such tactics failed already. Krivax ignored his battle-hungry friend's disappointment and started to wrap the animal's corpse in webs so they would have an easier time dragging it away. After all, it would be unwise to leave a corpse near where they intended to sleep when it could attract scavengers. Once the two of them pulled the shovel tusk an acceptable distance away, they quickly climbed up the tree and began weaving their temporary nest. When the tree was nearly fully covered in webs that would entrap any approaching predator, Krivax and Massuk unpacked their rations and turned to watch the sunrise. After they finished their meal and were preparing to go to sleep, Massuk decided to climb to the very top of the tree to see if he could spot any potential threats. Krivax, what are those? Asked Massuk, interrupting Krivax as he was busy trying to make his sleeping cocoon more comfortable. With a slight huff of exasperation, Krivax climbed to the top of the tree so he could explain whatever this new sight was to his friend. For a moment, after he saw the strange shapes floating back and forth in the distance, Krivax had no idea what he was looking at until he suddenly remembered a particular Tusker tradition. The Tusker flew large kites over their settlements as a way of signaling their location to one another. Well, alright then. I guess we'll be making first contact faster than I thought. Chapter 8. Arthas sighed wearily as the light of the morning peeked through the windows of his small home. He was reluctant to rise so early, but he knew he had a long day ahead of him and important responsibilities. The representatives from Kiskala and Moaki had just left, and Kamagwa needed to replenish its food stocks as a result. Arthas understood that the elders felt it was important to throw a feast for visiting clans so they could demonstrate their capability, but they weren't the ones who would need to hunt the shovel tusks. Fortunately, they would only need to hunt the beasts as a temporary supplement until the fishermen managed to refill the village's food supply. Lifting himself from the comfort of his bed, Arthas donned his whaleskin vest, grabbed his personal knife and spear, and made his way out of his house to face the day. As he took a glance around the ancient life outpost, he could immediately tell that his friend, Tusk, had already left to go hunting. Arthas huffed in amusement. His friend would rather hunt alone than spend time looking after the younger hunters. He wasn't too worried though. Tusk was a highly capable warrior and was more than able to take care of himself. Ready to get the day started, Arthas walked to the middle of the outpost and decided to wake up the young ones. Wake up, short tusks! Bellowed Arthas at the top of his lungs. The sun is up and it's time to get moving. Teutka does not feed the lazy. Arthas chuckled to himself as he heard the muffled curses of young men throwing themselves out of bed and frantically preparing for the day ahead. Soon enough, 4 young men with short and shiny tusks were lined up in front of him. After a short inspection, he was pleased to see that Rayupo, Hagok, Iriunot and Modok had all managed to prepare themselves properly for the hunt. Are you ready, short tusks? Asked Arthas sternly. Even if they were not expecting any great danger, hunting just like fishing was something that should always be taken seriously. I don't want any of you getting gored because you decided to do something foolish. Our people are counting on us to feed them, and your families are counting on you to come back home. I expect you all to follow my directions, am I clear? He usually preferred to be more relaxed, but he had learned the hard way that it was best to be strict with young warriors who were barely more than calves. After receiving enthusiastic affirmations from the young ones, Arthas nodded and started to lead them north. Their people were not best suited to travel quickly overland or for long distances on foot, but that was not a problem when it came to hunting shovel tusks. The stags were extremely territorial and would end up attacking anything that approached their herd's feeding grounds. All Arthas needed to do was find a herd of shovel tusks, walk in its direction, and kill the stag that came charging at him. In Arthas's opinion, hunting shovel tusks was far simpler than fishing, which was likely the reason why it was not nearly as respected and thus not worth many knots on one's counting staff. Even embroidery done by the womenfolk was worth more knots. Still, it was something that needed to be done. The only difficult part was actually finding a herd. Tusk had scouted a herd north of the outpost a few days ago, but they had already been walking for a while and were having trouble finding it. The lands were very flat, so Arthas was surprised they had not spotted it yet. Arthas was looking around and growing increasingly frustrated by the lack of shovel tusks despite having been walking for nearly an hour when his search was interrupted by Iriunot's yells. Long Tusk, what is that? Arthas looked in the direction Iriunot was pointing in and was immediately dumbstruck by what he saw. There was a tall tree peeking over a hill that was covered completely in spider webs. Get behind me, now! Arthas barked at the younger warriors. There was no reason for there to be giant spiders this far from the Rivenwood, but there was always a chance something had driven them south. A Riven widow was not itself difficult to kill, but its venom was a death sentence without immediate attention from a shaman. Arthas had a faster reaction time and thicker blubber than the rest of his hunting part, so it would be best for them to stay behind him. After the short tusks were safely behind him, he gripped his spear tightly and carefully inched his way forward. With every step he took closer, Arthas expected a giant spider to come charging down from the tree. Strangely, he managed to make it all the way there without incident, and even after circling the webbed tree, nothing attacked him. Arthas felt his apprehension turn into confusion as he confirmed the tree to be empty. There is nothing here, Arthas said with feigned confidence. The short tusks slowly calmed down and started to gawk at the tree with curiosity. Prepare to head back. This needs to be reported to the elders. He hoped one of the shamans would understand what was going on since it was quite odd for the Riven widows to abandon a nest. Arthas was about to lead the hunting party back to the outpost, and then to Kamagwa, when he was interrupted by a strange voice. Greetings. Arthas and his hunting party immediately brandished their spears and stood back to back. He frantically looked at his surroundings but was unable to spot the owner of the voice. Still, he pushed himself in front of his hunting party and pointed his spear toward the bushes to his left. After all, in such flat lands, there were very few places a person could hide. Who are you? Show yourself, stranger. I will, said the voice. They spoke slowly and their Kaluaka was accented in a way Arthas had never heard before. Are they a different race? Maybe a troll or a Tonka? Perhaps a human? But first, promise no attack. They were worried about being attacked. Arthas allowed himself to relax as it looked less and less likely that their hunting party was about to be ambushed. I promise, stranger. We have no intention of attacking you if you do not attack us. We Kaluaka are a peaceful people. Arthas expected the stranger to show themselves after being reassured, but they instead called out again with audible hesitation. Remember promise. We look scary. Arthas barely held back a scoff. He was a fully grown warrior of Kamagwa. There was no chance of him being frightened to the point of violence by the appearance of some strange Tonka or troll. He was even less frightened by the appearance of the small, tuskless humans. You need not worry, stranger, Arthas said soothingly. No matter what manner of creature you may be, we promise we will not attack you. After a few more moments of hesitation, the strangers finally walked out of the bushes and Arthas almost made himself into a liar. As it was, he was able to hold back his instinctual reaction and focused his attention on stopping the screaming short tusks from throwing their spears in terror. Calm down. Are you men or are you children? After a lot of yelling, Arthas was eventually able to calm down the short tusks enough that he didn't need to worry about them recklessly attacking the two giant spider creatures that could talk. Arthas shot a quick glare to the short tusks and made it clear that he would be the one doing the talking. I apologize, strangers. Your appearances are indeed a bit more startling than I expected, Arthas said as diplomatically as possible. I am Arthas of Kamagwa. Who are you? I am Kryvax, said the giant spider person who was wearing a robe made from some strange material. It then pointed to the other one next to it, which was wearing a set of metal armor and holding a spear. This is Massuk. We want peace, not fight. We bring fish. Arthas looked on in disbelief as the creature presented a fang-tooth herring to them within a net of, more webs apparently, which made it clear who was responsible for the tree. He was feeling distinctly uncomfortable with how much of their language and culture the giant spider person knew. However, his sense of propriety did not allow any of this discomfort to show on his face as he accepted the gift. To deny a gift freely given, especially one that was sourced from the bounty of the sea through the hard work of another, would be a great insult after all. After the creature presented the fish, the short tusks calmed down significantly and their expressions became much more curious rather than fearful. Arthas usually appreciated his people's kind and trusting nature, but right now it was his job to protect the young ones from a potential threat. Thank you for the gift, Kryvax, Arthas said politely. The armored one seemed content to allow his companion to do all of the talking, so he directed his words to Kryvax. I hate to be rude, but I have to ask. What are you, and what are your intentions? The fact that this creature was able to speak Kaluaka and presented them with a peace offering in the form of a freshly caught fish meant that they had not approached his people by accident. Our people are called. The giant talking spider thing then started to speak in a strange skittering language, yet somehow, Arthas was able to understand the general gist of what it was saying. Was this some kind of magic? Apparently, these creatures were called Nerubians. Arthas did not know what a Nerubian was, or if he would be able to pronounce the strange word, but it was not his responsibility to know such things. Arthas hoped that the elders knew something about these creatures, or perhaps one of the shamans would be able to contact an ancestor who had experience with them. We want peace. Trade. Friendship. No fighting. Arthas carefully considered the creature's words as the short tusks continued to lose their sense of wariness about the strange creatures. If these Nerubians were approaching his people in a diplomatic manner and with the intention of fostering friendship and trade, then this was something that could only be handled by the chieftain. A part of Arthas wilted at the idea of how much hunting he would need to do if their village hosted more diplomats after the last ones had just left, but he knew he would do whatever his village required of him. Right now, the best way to handle these strange creatures was to learn as much as he could about them before he spoke to the elders. I mean no disrespect, Kryvax, but I know nothing about you or your people. I need to seek the wisdom of our people's elders before I can allow you to approach our village. Understand? Not problem, said Kryvax. The Narubian then seemed to hesitate before speaking quickly in its harsh language. Whatever magic the creature was using to translate its intentions sent Arthas feelings of understanding and a desire to show him what they had brought to trade. Kryvax also promised not to approach their village or outpost without their permission. All right, if you would like to show us what you have brought to trade, then I'm willing to take a look and tell our elders when I speak to them. Arthas was not sure how much of what he said was understood by the creature, but he hoped that their strange magic would work both ways. Kryvax reached into a bag that they had been carrying over their shoulder, and Arthas was once again astounded as more of their arm disappeared into the bag than should be possible. It was starting to become clear to him that these Nerubians were capable of feats of magic that the shamans were incapable of. Arthas tensed as the Nerubian started to pull something out of the magical bag, but rather than it being a weapon like part of him was expecting, it seemed to be a large roll of silk. The giant spider people want to trade with silk. At least that makes sense. By the time the Nerubian was finished retrieving their trading goods, Kryvax had pulled out several rolls of silk in various different colors and an assortment of metal ores. Arthas was feeling a bit out of his depth. He was a warrior, not a blacksmith or a seamstress. Still, he would do his best to evaluate these goods so that he could present the elders with as much information as possible. Can you explain what these are? Arthas said respectfully. I am not familiar with these items. Yes. Can explain, Kryvax said eagerly. They then started to speak in their native language as they described the use of each of the objects. Once they were done, even somebody as unfamiliar as him with the work of a seamstress could understand how valuable these silks were. By a sly rock, if what they said is true, then the reinforced silk could be used to make nets and ropes that would completely change how their people fished. They even had silks that were able to heat anything that they touched. This could be used to make clothing that would protect the more vulnerable members of their community during the particularly harsh winters. Arthas could not immediately think of a use for the colder silk, but he was certain somebody in their village would find it useful. When Arthas asked about the ores, he learned that they were all rather ordinary metal ores that his people were able to produce in great quantities because they apparently lived underground. Arthas was torn between feeling extreme horror at the thought of a race of giant spider people living beneath his feet, and glee at the thought of cheaper metals that could be used to make tools and weapons. These Nerubians must be extremely confident in their capabilities if they were willing to carelessly trade away metal ores. Arthas looked at the younger warriors who were busy gawking at the silken ores, and couldn't help but feel that the events of today would be worthy of being carved into their tusks. Arthas spent the next few minutes asking clarifying questions, which the Nerubian answered patiently. It was a bit difficult for them to communicate complicated ideas due to the language barrier, even with the spider people's strange magic, but they were able to muddle through. When he was done, Arthas asked the two Nerubians to wait by the web tree for them to return as he left to go speak to the elders. Kryvax agreed and also offered to give him a shovel tusk stag for them to bring back to his people. That explained why we couldn't find the herd, he thought to himself as Arthas accepted but told them that bringing back the corpse would slow them down too much and that they would collect it later. After Kryvax agreed, Arthas bid the two Nerubians farewell and started to drag his hunting party back to the village as quickly as possible. To think that there was such a people living in Northrend that we didn't know about. Hogok spoke in wonder. As my father says, the world is wider than we will ever know, Modok followed up. I wonder what it is like living underground. It seems like a good way to avoid blizzards, but I think I would miss not seeing the sun or stars after a while, Freyapo mused. You think they honor spiders like we honor walruses as reincarnated ancestors? Maybe they can even talk to them like the shamans do. Iryunot wondered out loud. The four short tusks continued to converse among themselves about their first contact with a race that no one, as far as Arthas knew at least, had even heard of and what they might be like. Arthas let them since he was wondering quite a lot himself, and there was clearly no longer a need to be silent on this hunt-turned-diplomatic meeting. As they hurriedly made their way back, Arthas couldn't help but wonder how he was going to explain this to the elders. It was a good thing he had 4 other witnesses as well as the webnet containing the fang-tooth herring. He doubted anyone would believe him when he told them what he saw otherwise. Chapter 9. Kryvax barely stopped himself from pacing back and forth as he waited anxiously for the Tusker leadership to send back a representative to speak with him. His first contact with the Tusker was going well enough so far given that there was no violence involved, even if there was a bit of understandable fear, but Kryvax couldn't help but worry about the next meeting. There were a lot of important things that depended on him successfully developing a peaceful relationship with the Tusker. Kryvax had nearly panicked when he and Massuk returned to their temporary camp after successfully catching a fish, only to find it surrounded by armed Tusker. It was fortunate for him that the walrus people proved to be reasonable people who were open to diplomacy. Why are you so nervous? Asked Massuk. I just really hope this works out, said Kryvax. In an attempt to distract himself from his worry, he decided to pass the time by making small talk with Massuk. So what do you think about the Tusker? They look strong, but they don't seem very fast. I would need to spar with one of them to form a complete opinion. Kryvax waited for his Massuk to say more on the topic, but he seemed content to leave it at that. So much for small talk, thought Kryvax as he gave in to the urge to start pacing. Kryvax knew that in order to accomplish his ultimate goal of finding evidence of the existence of the other continents, he would need to develop a certain amount of trust with the Tusker. It shouldn't be too complicated for him to ask the Tusker leadership if there was any contact between them and people from outside Northrend, but if they were suspicious of him then they might simply lie or refuse to answer. Even if they did share their knowledge about lands outside of Northrend, Kryvax would still need the Tusker's assistance if he wanted to get into contact with them. After all, he doubted that the Narubian leadership would give much credence to the words of a lesser race for such world-changing information, so Kryvax would need to be able to bring them actual evidence. The first step in getting the Tusker to trust him was to start trading with them. Things would become much easier for Kryvax if he succeeded in building a mutually beneficial relationship. The various trading goods he had brought for this meeting were all things that were both relatively cheap for him to acquire and were likely to be very useful to the Tusker. It also helped that all the silks were the magical varieties that he was capable of creating himself, and that the ores were mined within Azjol-Nerub in such vast quantities that it would not be impossible for him to supply the Tusker by himself. The only metals that Azjol-Nerub truly considered to be valuable were either extraordinarily rare, such as titanium, or were used by them as currency, such as copper, silver, gold, or cobalt. The only problem was finding something that the Tusker could trade in return for these things. While Kryvax did not believe that the Nerubians were a superior race, it was still undeniable that their society was vastly more advanced than the Tusker. Nerubians would not be interested in going out of their way to trade for knives made from shark teeth or vests made from the skin of a whale. Kryvax hoped that the Tusker elders would be clever enough to find something that the Nerubians would want, or he would have a hard time justifying his continued interest. Like this, Kryvax anxiously tried to sort through his future plans while waiting for the Tusker to arrive. It was only after a few hours had passed and he started to worry that something had gone wrong that he finally spotted a group of Tusker that looked more official than the previous one heading in their direction from the ancient lift. Finally, I guess it makes sense that their meeting would go on for a while when they need to figure out how to deal with the 2 giant spider people who randomly showed up. When the group came close enough for Kryvax to properly see them, he could tell that the warrior he spoke to the first time was accompanied by a few other warriors, and someone he assumed to be an elder was leading the group. The presumed elder had long yellow tusks covered in carvings, a small mustache, carried a gnarled wooden staff, and was wearing an extravagant fur and leather jacket. Kryvax could tell the exact moment the new Tusker could see him and Massuk properly because they all immediately stopped moving and started to nervously talk amongst themselves. Kryvax tried his best to stay still and look as harmless as a Nerubian could look while he waited patiently for them to gather their courage. Eventually, they started to move again, though their body language was notably more cautious than it was before. "Greetings," said Kryvax when they finally reached him. "Happy to meet you. I am Kryvax. My friend is Massuk. What is your name?" He did not have a firm mastery of the Tusker language, but he decided it would be best to use it as much as possible instead of relying on magic to translate his intent. Ultimately, the best way to learn a language was to use it as much as possible. "Greetings, Kryvax," said the elder in a feminine voice. It was very difficult for Kryvax to determine a physical difference between male and female Tusker, but now that he was looking, he could see that her tusks were slightly more curved and her hair was longer. It was also possible that she had breasts, but it was honestly generally hard to tell considering the stout and blubbery build of Tusker. "I am Elder Koqi. These are Lunk Tusk, Cognate, and you've already met Arfus. We greet you and hope for peace between us." So the one I was talking to is named Arfus. Good to know. I'm not an expert, but these guys look like skilled warriors. It seemed likely to Kryvax that the Tusker had decided to approach him with a small group of skilled warriors as a way to offer sufficient protection to their elder while not appearing overly hostile. "We also want peace. We want to trade and exchange knowledge. We want to grow friendship." The Tusker delegation seemed to relax significantly at his words. It seemed that they were very willing to be friendly after they got over his appearance and realized they did not need to be afraid. "I am happy to hear that," Koqi said amiably. "Arfus has told us about the goods you wish to trade. May we see them?" "Of course." Kryvax quickly laid out the various silks and ores he had brought to trade and presented them to the delegation. After that, he gave the same speech he already gave Arfus about their various uses. The Tusker were visibly startled when the intent of his words started to be translated to them by magic, but they must have already been warned because they got over it fairly quickly. Unfortunately, while translating intent was far easier than translating language directly, it was also much less clear. Kryvax needed to repeat a few things during his speech multiple times for them to accurately understand his meaning, but they eventually understood what he was offering them. Kryvax felt comforted when he saw the visible greed in their eyes. It seems like he picked the right trading goods to bring. "What do you want for these?" Koqi asked with a feigned lack of interest after he finished speaking. "I don't know," said Kryvax honestly. "I have a few ideas, but I would prefer to speak with your leadership so that we might negotiate a mutually beneficial arrangement." It took a little effort to get the Tusker to understand what he was asking, but after they did, they huddled together and started to talk about it quietly amongst themselves. "We will take you to meet our chieftain," said Koqi after they reached a decision. Once she was done speaking, the Tusker called Cognate stepped forward and delivered a series of stern warnings and threats about what would happen if they harmed anyone in the village. While Cognate was busy delivering his warnings, Arfus ran off to presumably get the body of the shovel tusk they had offered him earlier with Massuk guiding him. "I'm pretty sure I would be able to understand this guy even without magic. There's no need to glare at me so much, dude. You're the bad cop. I get it." After reiterating his peaceful intentions, the Tusker must have felt sufficiently reassured because they instructed him and Massuk to follow them back to their village. Arfus displayed the crazy strength of warriors in this world by easily carrying the wrapped-up shovel tusk on his back without any visible strain. "Where are we going?" asked Massuk. Unlike Kryvax, he did not know any Tusker, and the magical artifact that translated intent only worked for those who held it. "They have invited us back to their village," said Kryvax. "I'm going to talk to their chieftain about trade, and hopefully we'll be able to reach an agreement." "Why are they willing to bring us into their home?" asked Massuk, confused. "Killikuk would never allow them to enter our city under any circumstances. I suppose they are just more trusting and open to outsiders than we are," said Kryvax evenly. It was good that his friend was asking these kinds of questions and learning that different groups had different values. Massuk contemplated that silently for a moment before he spoke again. "The big one looks very powerful," said Massuk while looking directly at Cognate. "You should request that they allow me to spar with him. I would like to test his strength." "Sure, buddy. I'll make sure to ask. I just hope they are familiar with the idea of friendly spars." The Tusker seemed to be growing agitated by the two of them speaking in a language they could not understand, so Kryvax decided to end the conversation there. It was not long before they reached the ancient lift. There was a small group of several buildings that likely served as an outpost that protected the ancient lift from potential threats. The buildings themselves seemed to be fairly well built, with thick thatched roofs and an exterior constructed with wood and stone. The support beams were made from what Kryvax assumed to be whale bones, and the doorways were covered by some kind of leather and fur. Although the design of the ancient lift looked simple, it was still a remarkable thing to see in real life. Kryvax wasn't sure that some kind of primitive cable car that was in fact a Vrykle boat suspended over the air by a rope was the safest way to travel, but he didn't have very many options if he wanted to get to the Isle of Spears without a boat. The Tusker probably understand the thing pretty well, and they don't seem particularly concerned, so I guess I should just suck it up. The boat itself had a surprising amount of room and their entire group had no issue fitting inside. Kryvax was not certain how the Tusker managed to start the thing when they were all safely aboard, but he couldn't help but feel a sense of awe as they began moving. As they approached the Isle of Spears, Kryvax couldn't help but feel that the Tusker had chosen a truly defensible location to build their village. Aside from murlocs, there were few things in the Howling Fjord that could threaten them when they lived on an island. Not only that, but the real island was much larger than it was portrayed in the game. Kryvax looked to one of the snowy portions of the island and gawked at a white, two-headed creature that was flying lazily through the air. Soon enough, the boat passed over another Tusker village Iskal, as Koqi told him after being asked, and Kryvax could see people waving up at them and staring in open curiosity. Kryvax waved back at a Tusker child and chuckled in amusement when the kid jumped in surprise and ran into one of the houses. Eventually, their group descended safely onto the Isle of Spears, and Kryvax and Massuk followed the Tusker off the lift. Awaiting them was a pair of Tusker warriors who were holding spears and riding giant turtles. Elder Koqi, Chieftain Atuk awaits you and our guests. Thank you, Turtle Rider. The two Tusker followed along on either side of their group as they approached the village of Kamagwa. While they entered and made their way to the chieftain, Kryvax took the opportunity to take a good look at the village. For the most part, the buildings were built in the same style as the ones at the ancient lift's outpost, although Kryvax did see one interesting building that looked like it was built down into the ground and a couple of large tents made of some kind of hide. There were also rows and rows of boats lined up near the docks, and a steady stream of fishermen could be seen coming and going. The villagers themselves seemed to be both fearful and curious of the two Nerubians, but they remained respectful enough of the elder not to approach and did not appear overtly hostile. Soon, they were led into the largest building in the village, which Kryvax assumed belonged to the chieftain. The inside of the building had a large fire pit lined with stones in the center, and several doorways that led to different rooms. Colorful weavings and a variety of what Kryvax assumed to be trophies were hanging from the wall. The chieftain himself was a large Tusker wearing a dark brown vest and a thick fur coat. His tusks were long, yellow, and densely covered with intricately carved symbols. However, his tusks could not compare to the female Tusker that stood next to him. She was much smaller than the chieftain, yet Kryvax felt like she had a presence that filled up the room. Her hair was long and white with old age, and her tusks were the longest of any Tusker Kryvax had yet seen and were nearly completely covered with carved symbols. Like Koqi, she carried a gnarled staff and her eyes held a wisdom that made Kryvax feel like she could see all of his secrets. Greetings, outsiders, said the chieftain. I am Chieftain Atuk, and this is Elder Wumnai. Welcome to Kamagwa. Greetings, I am Kriv. Before he could finish his introduction, Elder Wumnai let out a snort of irritation and pounded her staff onto the ground. Kryvax didn't know what had just happened, but he momentarily felt a sudden surge of magic from the woman before it suddenly dissipated. Kryvax tensed and prepared for a fight when the old Tusker suddenly spoke in what to him sounded like perfect Nerubian. I'm not interested in listening to you butcher our language for the rest of this conversation, outsider, said Elder Wumnai, completely unconcerned by the sudden tension of the two Nerubians. This magic will allow us to understand each other while in the confines of this building. Kryvax was completely dumbfounded. True translation magic was not a simple thing to accomplish, which was why the artifact Haddix gave him only allowed for the translation of general intentions. The circle of viziers had specific members who were trained to use such magic, and Seer Kukai was the only Nerubian he knew of that could cast a glyph of comprehension. The fact that this old Tusker managed to cast such complicated magic so casually was a tad intimidating. Thank you for your assistance, Elder Wumnai, said Kryvax as politely as possible. My understanding of your language is incomplete, and I hope to learn more from your people in the future. Elder Wumnai snorted with faint amusement. At least you're polite. As far as I've been told, you're already making a better impression than the last Nerubian who came here. There's no need to introduce yourselves. Arthas has already told us your names. You have experience with my people, Elder Wumnai, said Kryvax, forcing his voice to be as calm as possible, even as his mind was racing. Not me, but one of our ancestors, said Elder Wumnai. When I called upon them and asked, they told me that a Nerubian like you decided to come here in the pursuit of knowledge while offering nothing in return. She's probably talking about the most recent vizier to try studying the Tusker. That definitely sounds like something a vizier would do. I will not lie to you and say that I do not seek knowledge, but I wish to do so in a mutually beneficial way that will leave us both enriched, Elder Wumnai. Elder Wumnai stared at him searchingly for a long moment before suddenly nodding and turning her attention to Massuk. And you? Are you just a silent follower with no thoughts of your own? I am Massuk, and I am here to protect and support my friend, Massuk said matter-of-factly. I would like to spar with some of your warriors, but I am not otherwise particularly interested in you. Kryvax barely resisted the urge to bury his face in his palms. Thankfully, rather than being insulted, the elder instead started to chuckle. Very well said, Massuk, said Elder Wumnai. With a nod to the chieftain, she stepped back and allowed him to lead the conversation. I think we both know that the goods you have brought to trade are very valuable to us, outsiders, said Chieftain Atuk seriously. I'm curious to hear what you wish for in return. I have a few ideas, Chieftain Atuk, said Kryvax, shifting into a more comfortable position. The negotiations were likely to go on for a while once they started getting into the specifics, so it was a good idea for him to get comfortable. I have a few ideas, Chieftain Atuk, the Narubian, Kryvax, said with what sounded like good cheer. Then please, share them, Atuk responded as he sat down on one of the seal hide pillows in front of the fire pit while gesturing for his guests to do the same. Both Kryvax and his companion Massuk did so, if not in the same manner as himself. Both oriented themselves above the offered seats and then curled their legs until their lower bodies touched the ground. Kryvax folded his arms in front of him while Massuk laid his spear across his lap. It was odd, but understandable given their different body shapes, more similar to the savage magnator than any Tusker, but much more polite and peaceful. So far, anyway. Elders Koqi and Wumnai also sat down, the latter with a sigh as she rested her old bones, while their party of warriors simply backed off a respectful distance, but still close given these strangers. First, you must understand that our kingdom, Azjol-Nerub, is very self-sufficient for the most part. We haven't interacted much with the surface world for a very long time since. Well, frankly many believe it has nothing we want or need. The circle of viziers, the order I am a part of, are among the only ones who still have an interest in the surface for research purposes, but even then most think we are better off on our own. I am one of the few who believe that the surface has much to offer us, but only if we lend out a friendly hand and speak with those who live here and get to know them. Hence, why we are here, Kryvax explained. He then paused for a moment before continuing. Do keep in mind though this is mostly a personal venture. I have no authority to speak on behalf of my own city's ruler, let alone the High King. But I do hope our talks here might lead to something more official in the future. Atuk hummed to himself as he digested the information. A whole kingdom living underground, apparently for a very long time and barely venturing to the surface, without anyone knowing was rather distressing. Still, the fact they hadn't caused his people any trouble in the long memory of the ancestors was good, and even better this diplomatic venture by this curious and open-minded example of their kind. Still, that left the question. If your people are so well off, then what could we possibly have to offer them? Atuk asked outright. Well, if I can be frank, not a whole lot, but what you can provide can still help show the rest of my people that totally isolating ourselves is not in our best interests, Kryvax said. And what would that be? Elder Wumnai asked with a slightly clipped tone. Knowledge is a big one, Kryvax, earning a huff from the Elder Wumnai. Not your magic though. I get that the last Narubian here likely didn't leave the best impression. Viziers can be a bit single-minded at times. While I would love to know more about it personally, I also would love to learn about your history, your customs, your traditions, your language, and everything you would feel comfortable sharing with outsiders. That would be something we'd be willing to share with guests freely. Our way of life is no secret, and so long as you'd be willing to share the same, I think this could build the groundwork to a good relationship between our people. Atuk nodded at the easy enough request. As shaman, I suppose you'll be dumping that job mostly on me then, Elder Wumnai grunted. I suppose it won't be too different than teaching the calves. Thank you, honored elder, and naturally I will share with you my people's way as well. And if you ever feel comfortable teaching me a little about your magic, I can gladly do the same, Kryvax hummed and gave what Atuk thought might be his version of a smile. It was a little disturbing seeing the mouth parts in front of his face move like that. Don't go hunting whales just yet, boy, Wumnai lightly warned. Of course, Kryvax nodded before turning back to Atuk. As for other things, is it true that you fish certain creatures from the waters that have an outer exoskeleton like us? He asked while tapping at his chest, letting out a light clicking sound. Exoskeleton, you mean a shell? In that case, yes. We catch many crabs, lobsters, shrimp, clams, and other such creatures all the time in our traps and nets. Why do you ask? Edler Koqi questioned. Well, you see, the main source of food for our people are fungus, algae, protein-rich webbing, and especially raised and ranched insects, arachnids, and worms. Fish is a rare meal only few of our people actually eat, from whom I learned to fish, Kryvax explained. No fish. Atuk thought in shock, not imagining anyone not taking part in the sea's bounty at least in some small way. Why not trade our excess fish and whale meat then for whatever it is you use for currency? Elder Wumnai asked. We use coins, Kryvax stated, sharing a convenient fact about how his people did business with one another that was similar to how their own did. And unfortunately I don't think it will catch on since only a few of us as said actually eat and enjoy it. However, while I haven't tried it myself and I hope I can while we are here, that these creatures' similarities with what we eat already will make a luxury market for those in my kingdom who come to enjoy them. This can be a very beneficial trade since it exposes my people to an aspect of the surface they like and you would likely earn much in exchange, be it coins or products. That was an interesting idea, and it was harder to store shellfish than fish anyhow, so they could sell the surplus during good seasons and use the wealth earned to better prepare for lean ones. Of course, this depended on whether the Narubians did enjoy shellfish. Well, it was close to lunch anyhow. Then let us test it now, Atuk said with a smile. Dash. Atuk chuckled a little as he took a bite of fried fangtu and shovel tusk, both provided by their guests to complete the gift-giving ritual, alongside elders Wumnai and Koqi as their guests dug into their own food, almost literally. They were given steamed crab and lobster, with a side of oysters, to see how Narubians liked the taste of them, and the answer was apparently very much. The chieftain watched as his guests dug into their food as if they hadn't eaten for days, cracking open the shells of all the foods with their teeth and happily sucking out the meat within. Massuk was especially eager, shoving a whole lobster into his mouth with only a couple of bites, while Kryvax was more restrained. On one hand it was a little nauseating watching them devour their meal with such gusto, but on the other he himself remembered his first solid meal of the sea's bounty very fondly too. His own children and their children were very much the same with their first fish as well. He could excuse a bit of messy eating considering the Narubians had never partaken of such fine meals before. It was only after they cleared their plates that the Narubians recognized their rudeness and actually looked embarrassed, or as embarrassed as giant spider people could look. I apologize for our poor manners, Kryvax bowed, followed quickly by Massuk. It smelled like nothing I've eaten before, and tasted like a mix of beetle and flyer but better. The warrior explained himself. I suppose that answers the question of whether or not your people would be willing to pay good coin for it then, Elder Wumnai chuckled out loud at their shamed looks. Indeed, I am sure it will be the talk of the Spider Lord, Vizier, and Queen circles the second it reaches their tables, Kryvax said. Easily something they will pay a vast amount for. That is good to hear, though I doubt we can sell much all the time since there is only so much we can safely fish out of the sea every season without harming the population. You'd have to ask the other clans elsewhere if you want a similar deal, Atuk explained. If this grows as popular as I believe it will, then I am sure the High King himself will send trading parties to set it up, Kryvax said with confidence. Hehe, good to know, Atuk smiled. Now that we have shown you our bounty, do you mind sharing yours? Of course, Kryvax said as he reached for his magic bag and began pulling out various items from it that should not have fit within something so small. It confirmed Arthas' earlier stories at least about the spider folk's strange magic, since Atuk knew of no ancestral items with similar abilities. He then laid out several bundles of silk and a small pile of different ores before him, also confirming past reports. Since we live underground, my people mine a lot of minerals pretty often and use them for all sorts of things. I am sure you can get things like iron and steel for cheap from us, but don't quote me on that since I am no merchant. We also mine precious metals like silver and gold, which we use in our currency along with copper and cobalt. I am sure you can find uses for that in tools, weapons, armor, kitchenware, etc. Indeed we can, Elder Koqi said. We value our tradition of making various things from the bones and teeth of the creatures we hunt, but we know the value of forged metal as well. Great to hear, but I'm sure you'll be more interested in our silk, Kryvax said while unrolling a sheet and presenting it to them. I don't like to brag, but our weavers are masters in working it into all kinds of things, clothing, art, structures, stories, food, you name it. It can be woven into nets and ropes of great strength and longevity. As master fisherman, I am sure you can see the benefit of it, but don't take my word for it. Take this and just try to tear it. Elder Koqi took the sheet offered to her, and after feeling it for a bit did as she was told and attempted to rip the flimsy-looking sheet in twain, and failed. Eyes widened all within Atuk's home as all the Tusker present watched as Elder Koqi failed again and again trying to undo the bindings that held the silk sheet together, all to no avail. She huffed a bit from exertion before huffing again and giving the sheet over to him in defeat. Atuk merely held the thin and incredibly smooth piece of fabric before him, turning it over and over to see if there was any damage to it after all that effort or if there was some trick at play. Finding none of either, he merely decided to also test its resolve against his own, in his humble opinion, great strength. Yet no matter how hard he tried it did not break, and in his youth he had once pulled a small kraken to shore. He merely looked upon the undamaged sheet in awe before handing it to Elder Wumnai. The aged shaman held the sheet within her hands, carefully rubbing her fingers through it while whispering under her breath, and her eyes widened in surprise. This fabric, the spirits like it, she simply said before handing it back to Kryvax. I've never seen anything like it. Not even the giant spiders of the Rivenwood could weave something such as that. To be fair, lesser giant spiders don't have our intelligence and skill, Kryvax humble bragged as he folded the sheet and put it away. And our silk is also very receptive to magic, which is likely why your spirits like it. We weave many spells and magical effects into our silk for certain effects, but even in its base state it has countless uses. These are some of the most common ones, and in fact ones I made myself, magic and silk, Kryvax said as he handed over another sheet, this time to Elder Wumnai first. So warm, she said at once, rubbing her hands all over the sheet in surprise. That sheet contains an enchantment that my own robes hold we call minor flame weave, which in this case makes those who wear it have a constant warm temperature. I think you can guess how useful that could be here on the surface considering how cold it can get. That is not even getting into the flame weave and ice web enchants which we use to heat up and keep things cool respectively, which can help in cooking and storing food. That is only the beginning though, and I myself can enchant silk to have a wide variety of effects, and I am a total novice compared to master weavers back home. And who knows, maybe you'll find them useful in your own magic like we do for our own. Kryvax said towards Elder Wumnai, who had at some point during the explanation wrapped herself in the magically warm sheet with a content smile on her face. So warm. The elderly shaman simply said. I would assume that these magical weavings would cost a great deal, Elder Koqi pointed out. The more complex ones, yes, though minor ones can along with pure silk works tend to be pretty cheap since all Nerubians can produce silk ourselves, Kryvax explained. Atuk hummed once more to himself as he considered things. From practicality alone, these silk products could be very useful in nearly all aspects of his village's life, and the envy of the other clans once word reached them. All of which can be bought and paid for mostly through fishing, something they could easily do and then do more of once they had better tools. It could be a very good deal. This is all very impressive and I won't deny that if a deal can be made that it would be foolish not to take part of it, Atuk stated, who was about to say more before someone interrupted him. If you are serious about wheeling and dealing with us you are gonna need to learn how to actually talk to us beyond broken words and magically transferred intentions outside these walls, Elder Wumnai spoke up from her comfortable looking cocoon. And since you seem so intent on getting to know the surface I say you should stay here and actually learn it right. That earned more than a few shocked glances. You mean stay here? In the village? Kryvax asked. Where else are you gonna properly learn Kalu aka than right here? Also, figure keeping you here for a bit and seeing how you do among our people is the fastest way to see just how honest you Nerubians are in your peaceful intentions, Elder Wumnai said. Of course, assuming you both and the chieftain are alright with it of course. I do not mind, so long as I can spar with your warriors regularly to keep up my strength and Kryvax agrees to it. Massuk was quick to give his consent. Well, I wasn't expecting this so early, but so long as I inform my superior back home about my extended research expedition then it should be alright. I have a magical tool on hand to let me do just that as well, Kryvax nodded along. I would be happy to extend guest rights to you both for the time being, but if you plan to live and learn among us then you will be expected to contribute to the well-being of our community like all adult members of the Kaluake, Atuk warned them. Of course, that is something both our people agree on, Kryvax readily agreed. Then on behalf of all Kamagwa, I welcome you among our tribe and hope in time you come to see yourself a part of it, Atuk intoned. And so it was that Kamagwa had earned itself 2 new, unique members. Chapter 10. Well done, Pel. You're doing much better, Kryvax said kindly. The Tusker seamstress was quickly improving in her ability to properly weave Nerubian silk. Kryvax had already stayed in Kamagwa for over a week now, and he was really enjoying himself. He had been ceaselessly working toward his goal for so long that he had almost forgotten what it felt like to slow down. There were so many things he wanted to do in this fantastical world, but circumstances forced him to push all of those things aside. Kryvax wanted to see every inch of this world and experience all that it had to offer. He wanted to make friends, learn about new cultures, discover forgotten magic, and taste every kind of shellfish in the world. He still was not yet secure enough to allow himself to relax completely, but staying in a peaceful village like Kamagwa made him want to dream again instead of only plotting ways to stay alive. Kryvax reluctantly pushed those thoughts aside, while he had his own wants and ambitions buried deep within his heart, they would have to wait. He came to this village for a reason, after all. The negotiations with the chieftain had gone well, with Kryvax agreeing to trade silk and ores for a variety of shellfish. He had suspected that shellfish would prove delicious to the Nerubian palate, but he had not anticipated it being as good as it was. Kryvax and Massuk may or may not have embarrassed themselves a little when they tried their first lobster. Suffice to say, Kryvax was confident shellfish would prove a stable trading good between Kilakuk and Kamagwa. He intended to look into other goods that the Tusker could offer, such as surface world plants that could be used for alchemy, but trading silk for shellfish would suffice for now. Aside from trading for shellfish, the two parties had also reached a few other agreements. While they had not yet developed enough trust to begin sharing their magic with one another, the chieftain agreed that it was something they would be willing to consider. What Kryvax was most happy about was the agreement for them to mutually share stories and knowledge. After all, that was how Kryvax intended to find evidence of the existence of other continents. Thank you, Kryvax. You are a good teacher, Pel said with a smile. While Kryvax was not himself a weaver, like most Nerubians, he knew enough about the intricacies of working with Nerubian silk to teach the seamstress. Nerubian silk possessed many special properties, and training was needed if someone wanted to use it for crafting. Once she was done with her training, Pel would go on to teach the rest of the Tusker seamstresses. Kryvax spent the next few minutes finishing up his lesson with Pel before deciding to go find Massuk. Just as he was about to make his way to the part of the village set aside for warriors to practice, he was interrupted by a soft whistling sound near his feet. When he looked down, Kryvax saw a tiny Tusker child who was wrapped up in a snug little fur coat whistling at him and lifting his arms. Huffing in amusement, Kryvax bent down, lifted up the child, and placed him on his back. The people of Kamagwa had been cautious and fearful of the two Nerubians at first, but their friendly and peaceful nature quickly shone through. Karfu was a Tusker child whose mother had passed away recently and whose father was frequently out to sea. The kid was extremely quiet and barely talked, but he did spend most of his time wandering around Kamagwa and watching the various villagers work with curiosity. Once the villages had started to warm up to him, Karfu had taken to quietly riding on Kryvax's back while he went about his business. Kryvax couldn't help but indulge the kid. Tusker children were unfairly adorable with their oversized heads and tiny little fur coats. Without comment, Karfu quietly settled into a comfortable position while Kryvax made his way to find Massuk. The first thing Kryvax saw when he reached the training area was the predictable sight of Massuk sparring with Cognate. Turning to the side and laying down so that Karfu could get a better view of the spectacle, Kryvax decided to wait until they were finished before going to speak to his friend. While the spar looked to be evenly matched, Kryvax knew that was only because Cognate was holding back significantly. While Massuk was talented in combat, his mere 4 years of experience simply could not compete with the Tusker warrior. Though to his credit, Cognate was one of the most skilled warriors in Kamagwa and Massuk had handily defeated some of their younger warriors. Kryvax watched as the two warriors traded quick blows with incredible amounts of force. Massuk was skilled with his spear and was good at moving quickly and attacking from unexpected angles, but Cognate moved faster than any giant walrus person had a right to and seemed as stable as a mountain. Eventually, the fight ended with Massuk defeated and Cognate looking smug and none the worse for wear. Karfu started to clap his hands in excitement and let out little whistling noises. Kryvax knew his friend would try to get back to fighting almost immediately, so he decided to call out to him first before he could. Massuk. Kryvax stood back up carefully so as to not throw off Karfu as his friend made his way over to him. Kryvax, do you need help with something? Asked Massuk. Not really, buddy, said Kryvax. I just wanted to remind you about our meeting later today. Kryvax knew that his friend could be a little absent-minded when his attention was focused on combat. It was a good idea to occasionally remind him about important matters. What meeting? Kryvax sighed in exasperation and Karfu patted his back in what seemed to be comfort. The boy was quiet but had a talent for understanding what others were feeling. Our meeting with Vizier Haddix. I need to scry him later today after I'm done speaking with Elder Wumnai. Ah, yes. I will be there, said Massuk. Kryvax felt amused as his friend turned back to look at the warriors as soon as he was done speaking. All right, thanks. Have fun practicing. Nodding in acknowledgement, Massuk turned around and started to head back to the Tusker warriors, most of whom seemed to enjoy his company. Kryvax was glad to see his friend so easily getting along with the Tusker. With his message delivered, Kryvax started walking to Elder Wumnai's home with a sense of anticipation. The old shaman had agreed to answer questions about their culture and share some Tusker legends, and Kryvax was hopeful he might be able to use this opportunity to gain his first hints of the existence of other continents. Wumnai's home was located near the chieftains and was not particularly distinct from any of the other buildings in the village. The entrance did not have an actual door and was instead covered by a heavy sealskin, so Kryvax settled on calling for the elder instead of knocking. Elder Wumnai. I'm here for our meeting, Kryvax yelled into the building. Come inside, boy. Why are you standing outside my home and making all that noise? Well, all right then. Kryvax skittered into the elder's home with Karfu still securely settled on his back. The inside of the building was much like the chieftains, except for the various herbs and animal parts laying around that Kryvax assumed were used for the old Tusker's shamanism. Wumnai herself was seated on what looked to be a comfortable pile of seal hide pillows while carving symbols into what Kryvax assumed was a piece of whalebone. Feed the calf and sit down while I finish, said Wumnai, pointing to a pile of pillows and a nearby bowl filled with fish without looking at him. Seeing no reason to argue, Kryvax picked up a fish and handed it to Karfu, who immediately started to nibble on it. After finding a comfortable position, Kryvax lowered himself to the ground and curled his feet underneath his body. Once the shaman was done with whatever she was doing, Wumnai put away the bone and turned her attention to Kryvax and Karfu. You indulge that boy too much, said Wumnai after casting a translation spell with a wave of her hand. Kryvax had made a lot of progress in learning the Tusker language, but a week's work of effort was not enough for him to reach a level of mastery acceptable to Wumnai. Karfu is very well behaved, said Kryvax while patting the young Tusker on the head. Karfu ignored him and continued to eat his fish. He's not a bother, so I feel no reason to deny him if he just wants to ride on my back. He'll get fat and lazy if he doesn't use those stubby little legs of his, said Wumnai with a huff. Karfu directed a mulish glare in her direction, but the elder ignored him. You're here earlier than I expected. Are you that excited to learn about our people, boy? Learning new things is always exciting to me, elder. Just call me Wumnai. I'm not interested in hearing you end every sentence with elder. Of course, Wumnai, Kryvax said easily. Nerubian society had forced him to grow accustomed to a certain degree of formality, but if the elder preferred to be addressed casually then he wouldn't complain. If I'm remembering right, you said that you wanted to learn about our gods, correct? Asked Wumnai. That's correct. I specifically wanted to know how your gods compared to the Dracaries LOA. The difference is our gods don't demand our worship. We give it freely, Wumnai said derisively. Any spirit that requires you to worship them before they offer you anything are spirits that any shaman with sense would run away from. Teutka, Karkut, Isliruk, and Ochinoa do not need our worship nor do they interfere with mortal affairs, unlike the Dracaries LOA. We honor them because they guide and aid our people. From there, Wumnai went on to share more specific details about the Tusker gods. Teutka was a female Tusker shaman who became a powerful spirit after her death that continued to aid her people by guiding fishermen away from danger and to large catches. Karkut the Dark One was responsible for shepherding Tusker spirits to the afterlife, Isilruk was the spirit of war and weather, and Ochinoa was the goddess of the depths and wisdom. Ochinoa was the only one Kryvax knew for certain existed given that she appeared in the game as a Kraken wild god. After she was done speaking, Kryvax reciprocated by telling her some of the Nerubian legends about the old gods. More specifically how legends said how the Nerubians had become enlightened and turned away from the worship of beings who at best were casually cruel and destructive even to their own worshippers, treating them no better than tools to be used and discarded. Nerubians did not worship anything anymore. They believed that gods could not be trusted to care for the well-being of mortals and the old gods were considered to be mere stories at this point in time. Kryvax had actually never met a single Nerubian who believed that the old gods existed at all, but he had suspicions that the Nerubian leadership might know the truth. Whenever he attempted to discreetly research the matter he would find any information related to the old gods to be suspiciously vague. He probably would not have noticed if he did not already know the truth, but it was suspicious enough that Kryvax had put aside all attempts to research the void or the old gods. He didn't have much to tell her, but by the time he was done Wumnai seemed to be satisfied anyways, even if she found the legends themselves rightly disturbing. What else did you want to talk about? Wumnai asked when they were done talking about gods. You have a look in your many eyes like you're about to chomp down on a lobster. Kryvax did his best to rein in his anticipation. I wanted to hear your people's legends on the Sundering, said Kryvax. My people have many theories about what caused it, but those theories are mostly speculation. The Nerubians really had no idea what caused the Great Sundering. Many of their theories came close in that they believed that the elves were most likely to blame, but from their perspective, one day the land simply exploded and they had no idea why. Kryvax had been unable to verify whether the Nerubians had even been aware of the Burning Legion's first invasion. The Sundering? Sorry boy, but we don't know what happened either, Wumnai said with a frown. According to Ochinoa, there was some kind of war going on at the time, but she's not willing to talk about it. That's a shame, Kryvax said casually. My people would like to know what destroyed the rest of the continent. The old world was a land of many wonders, according to legend. It's a shame that these lands are all that is left of it. What are you talking about? Wumnai said incredulously. This land is not all that is left of the old world. There is still plenty of land across the sea. Bingo. What? Kryvax exclaimed in fake astonishment. How could you possibly know that? I've never been there myself, but I've been told that people from lands beyond the sea sometimes trade with the Moaki clan, Wumnai said with a frown. I'm surprised that people as supposedly advanced as yours do not know about the other lands. My people tend to keep to themselves, and have been isolated underground for thousands of years for the most part. If what you say is true, then I am not surprised we do not know of it, Kryvax explained to Wumnai. Still, I'm certain our people would be glad to know about this. And what will your people do with this information? Wumnai asked with open suspicion. Nothing bad, Kryvax said hurriedly. But I do think they might be interested in sending people to the other lands to learn more about them. Wumnai glared at him with suspicion while Kryvax did his best to look like an innocent spider person and Karfo did his best to open the shell of a crab with his tiny teeth. Eventually, the elder shaman just huffed, bah. Far be it from me to tell you how your people should act with those far from these lands, but if you embarrass yourself don't go getting our names involved. I wouldn't dream of it, Kryvax said with mock sincerity. Kryvax and Wumnai spent the rest of the meeting talking about the lands beyond the sea, sharing various legends, and comparing different parts of their cultures. For example, both of their species highly valued communal cooperation, but differed in how they treated interpersonal relationships, with Tusker strongly believing in strong family units while Nerubian families as a concept just didn't exist. Wumnai thought that kind of life must be incredibly lonely while Kryvax explained they still had relationships and friendships, but they weren't as expressive as Tusker ones. Kryvax also tried to figure out if Wumnai knew anything about any wars taking place on the lands across the sea, or if she knew anything about the Dark Portal, but Wumnai seemed to care little about things happening so far away. By the time they were ready to finish, Karfo was barely able to stay awake. Leave the calf here, said Wumnai as Kryvax got up to leave. Kryvax nodded in agreement and gently placed Karfo down on the pile of pillows before turning to leave. Just as he was about to walk out of Wumnai's home, a soft voice stopped him. Bye. Kryvax turned and gave a short wave to the tiny Tusker. Goodbye, Karfo. Sleep well. After Kryvax left the house and stepped outside, he was startled to realize that the sun was already starting to go down. I must have spent much longer talking to Wumnai than I thought. He didn't have much time before he needed to speak with Haddix, so Kryvax hurriedly collected his friend and dragged him off to the building that the Tusker used to house guests. Once they were both in their shared room, Kryvax retrieved the scrying crystal from his spatial bag, mounted it on a small platform, and quickly started casting the necessary spells. After a few minutes, violet glyphs began to appear before the crystal and the visage of Vizier Haddix appeared on its surface. Initiate Kryvax, I was starting to believe you had completely forgotten about me, that or died, Haddix said with mild irritation. I apologize for being late, Vizier, said Kryvax, lowering his head in contrition. I was speaking with the Tusker's eldest shaman and found myself losing track of time. Humph. Do not allow it to happen again, Haddix said sternly. Now, report to me everything that has happened since you left for the surface. Yes, Vizier. Kryvax spent the next half hour detailing their first contact with the Tusker, their subsequent meeting with the chieftain, and the agreement to trade silk for shellfish. Massuk remained mostly quiet, although he shared his own perspective at times. Once he was done, Haddix paused for a moment in consideration before speaking. If these shellfish are as delicious as you say and these people are willing to give them to us for something as worthless as a few common ores and some low-level silk, then I suppose this deal will be to our benefit, said Haddix offhandedly. There are some who would enjoy more options for luxury food. Kryvax knew that Haddix probably considered such luxuries to be frivolous, so he wasn't surprised by the faint dismissiveness he heard in the vizier's tone. If he wanted to impress the man, he would need to present something more materially beneficial. Is that all, initiate? Asked Haddix with disinterest. If so, then I have experiments that require my attention. Here we go, Kryvax thought nervously. No, Vizier. I have something else to report, Kryvax said hesitantly. Kryvax reported to Haddix what Wumnai had said about the existence of other continents. While the topic seemed to catch the Vizier's immediate attention, he at first seemed to believe the shaman was merely sharing a Tusker fairy tale. It was only after Kryvax informed him that the Tusker had personally met with people from other continents that the Vizier began to show extreme interest. Once Kryvax was done telling the Vizier everything he knew, Haddix remained silent for nearly a minute while he absorbed the information. One moment, initiate, said Haddix, speaking suddenly into the silence. Kryvax grew confused as the image of Haddix disappeared and the scrying crystal grew dark. Did he just hang up on me? Suddenly, both Kryvax and Massuk leapt back in surprise as a bright violet light materialized in the center of their room. Their surprise only increased when the light faded to reveal that Vizier Haddix had decided to teleport into their temporary home. Hello, initiate, said Haddix, focusing completely on Kryvax and ignoring Massuk. We need to talk. Chapter 11. Kryvax was rendered speechless as he stared dumbly at the Vizier. He had expected that Haddix would show an interest in news of people from a different continent, but he had not expected the Vizier to brazenly teleport into his temporary home. He had not been prepared for such an intense reaction from the normally aloof Haddix. Kryvax glanced worriedly at the doorway, half expecting Elder Wumnai to come running in and start berating the Vizier for entering the village uninvited. Understanding his concern, Massuk quickly moved closer to the entrance and positioned himself so that nobody could come in without pushing him aside. Cease your worrying, Haddix said dismissively, one arm waving through the air and trailing arcane energy. I have already placed privacy wards that will ensure we remain undisturbed. Now, repeat everything you have told me. Seeing no other option, Kryvax once again told the vizier everything that Wumnai had heard about the foreigners from lands across the sea. While he did, the vizier stared at him with an intense focus that made Kryvax feel distinctly uncomfortable. For as long as he has known the vizier, he has always given off a feeling of disinterest in nearly everything not related to his own studies, so his current focus seemed distinctly out of character. When Kryvax was done talking, the vizier continued to stare at him silently for a few moments before speaking. From now on, finding evidence to support or disprove these claims is your highest priority, said Haddix, more serious than Kryvax had ever seen him. This is more important than your shellfish or the Tusker's shamanism or your desire to make friends with the surface races. If you fail to find this evidence, then I will find it myself, and I doubt the Tusker will be as welcoming anymore when I am done. Do you understand? Yes, Vizier Haddix. I understand, said Kryvax. It was fortunate that this was already his highest priority because he could tell that the vizier would not accept any other answer. Good, said Haddix. After Kryvax signaled his acquiescence, the vizier relaxed significantly. He even decided to walk over to one of the baskets of shellfish sitting in the corner of the house and pick it up with a look of faint curiosity. Go ahead and ask your questions, initiate. Kryvax calmed down as the vizier seemed to relax. If Haddix was inviting him to ask, then he didn't see a need to hold back. Yes, vizier. Why did you decide to come here personally? Kryvax asked hesitantly. Why not simply tell me this through the scrying crystal? Humph. I suppose my reaction must seem disproportionate to you, said Haddix as he picked up one of the shrimp and examined it. You are young, and there are many things about this world you do not yet know and I cannot yet tell you. The vizier bit into shrimp and his expression turned into one of pleasant surprise before quickly fading back into its usual stoicism. I decided to come here for 3 reasons, Haddix continued. First, I wanted to be here in person as you retold me the shaman's words. Second, I wanted to impress upon you the seriousness of the situation. Kryvax watched as the vizier cracked open a lobster with one of his hands and started to pick apart its insides. And the third? Kryvax asked cautiously. I wanted to bring you this, said Haddix. The vizier idly pulled out a small black and gold figurine that was shaped like a spider from a small spatial bag tied to his robe with one of his back arms. Kryvax could easily feel the magic it radiated. This tool will allow you to telepathically control a few of the non-sapient skitters or flyers, while also allowing you to control larger groups of more common insects and arachnids if the need arises. Kryvax looked at the enchanted figurine in disbelief. He knew Nerubians had a natural ability to control and dominate non-sapient spiders, bugs, and the like, but unless you were a spider lord, that was usually on the small scale. He had heard of these things before, but he had never seen one in person. As far as he knew, only the higher castes would possess these magical artifacts, so Kryvax was immediately suspicious of Haddix's motivations for giving him one. Still, it wasn't as if he could say no, so Kryvax hesitantly took the figurine and stored it in his own spatial bag. There would be time to examine it later when there wasn't a vizier standing right in front of him. Thank you, vizier, Kryvax said while bowing low in an expression of gratitude. But if I may ask, why have you chosen to give this to me? That's simple. Because the value of your time has significantly grown in value and your safety has become more important to me, Haddix said matter-of-factly. The skitters and flyers will not only offer you additional protection, but they can also be used to transfer trading goods between Killikuk and this village. I want you to gather evidence, not waste time acting as a courier. That made sense to Kryvax, even if he was still suspicious of the vizier's intense interest. I understand, said Kryvax. While the Haddix was here and since he was already eating it, he might as well get the vizier's opinion on the shellfish. On the topic of the shellfish, do you believe they will be popular as a long-term trading good, vizier? Haddix paused as he was lifting a crawfish to his mandibles. They are adequate, initiate. I believe these shellfish will be popular amongst the city's leadership. I suspect the funding our division will receive will increase significantly as a result. Well done. Given how much it looks like you're enjoying them, I think they're a little more than adequate. If there is nothing else, then I will make my departure, said Haddix. I will arrange for the skitters and flyers to be sent to your location. Inform the Tusker before they arrive. It would be a waste if they were needlessly killed. Without waiting for a response, the vizier disappeared in a flash of violet light. Once the light faded and the room became quiet, Kryvax only had to spend a few moments thinking about their conversation before he reached an obvious conclusion. Vizier Haddix was hiding something. Kryvax had known the vizier for over a year and in all that time he had never seen Haddix show this level of interest in anything. He often wondered why the mage was assigned to the Surface World Research Division when he never revealed any actual interest in the surface. The more he thought about it, the more Kryvax realized how little he knew about the vizier who had supported him since he joined the circle. Kryvax, is the vizier always like that? Asked Massuk as he returned from guarding the entrance. No, he's not usually that intense, said Kryvax. Then you should be careful. Until you understand his motivations you should be wary of him, Massuk said with concern in his voice. I'll be careful, said Kryvax. But I think we should be fine. It's not like he asked me to do anything that I wasn't already planning on doing anyway. I will ask the warriors what they know about the lands beyond the sea when I speak to them tomorrow. Thanks, Massuk, said Kryvax with genuine gratitude. I appreciate your help, buddy. It's not a problem, said Massuk. He paused before continuing to speak with slight hesitation. The surface is much more interesting than I had expected. If these unknown lands exist, then I believe I would enjoy seeing them for myself. I'm glad you're enjoying yourself, Kryvax said fondly. Massuk had really begun to flourish during their stay in Kamagwa. Not only had his skills as a warrior improved by being exposed to new fighting styles, but he had also become slightly less reserved amongst the friendly Tusker and shown an increased curiosity in the world. The two Nerubians spent a few more minutes discussing their plans for the coming day, before deciding it was time to go to sleep. They both knew that tomorrow was likely to be an eventful day for Kryvax. It was still funny to see how confused Massuk got about the day-night cycle of the world, and how most creatures slept after the sun went down. Tomorrow he would need to have another conversation with Wumnai and the chieftain so he could attempt to negotiate for him to be introduced to the Moaki clan. Kryvax had intended to wait a little longer for him to earn some more trust, but Vizier Haddix had made it explicitly clear that waiting long without showing results was not an option. However, he was not too worried. Kryvax did not believe Wumnai would be particularly opposed to arranging a meeting as long as he did not cause any trouble for her people. Just as Kryvax started to skitter over to his nest of pillows and webs after having decided that tomorrow's problem could wait until the morning, he realized something important. Vizier Haddix had stolen all of their shellfish. Haddix shrugged off the discomfort inherent to long-distance teleportation with practiced ease as he reappeared in his laboratory. Placing the basket full of delicious aquatic arthropods somewhere safe, Haddix moved quickly to clean up his alchemical experiments. He had believed that he would have enough time to finish brewing a few experimental elixirs after his meeting with the initiate, but he now had more important things to do. Unfortunately, these elixirs were not stable enough for him to leave them unattended for long, so all of the expensive reagents that had gone into them would be wasted. How unfortunate! Still, compared to even the slight possibility that the rest of the old world had not been completely destroyed in the Great Sundering, even the most expensive of elixirs were a trifling matter. Once Haddix ensured that his laboratory would not explode in a violent magical reaction while he was away, he started making his way to his personal chambers as quickly as he reasonably could without drawing unwanted attention. After all, a vizier sprinting down the ziggurat's hallways would raise more than a few questions. Haddix paid no mind to the startled initiates who scrambled out of his way. They were unimportant. Once he was within the nondescript chamber in one of the ziggurat's many rooms, Haddix shut the door behind him and cast his most powerful anti-scrying wards over the room. Some might consider his actions to be overly paranoid given the measures he had already taken to protect against spying, but Haddix felt it appropriate given the circumstances. After he finished casting the wards, Haddix cast a deceptively complicated spell that caused a portion of the wall near a random bookcase containing basic tomes and scrolls to fade away. The illusion itself was fully solid until it was removed, something that very few were capable of, so it was the perfect place to hide things one wanted away from prying eyes. Haddix ignored all of the valuable magical artifacts hidden in this secret alcove and retrieved an unassuming scrying crystal. After placing the crystal in the center of the room and casting the spell to activate it, Haddix settled down to wait. He knew that the vizier he was attempting to contact was frequently busy, so it would take some time before he could establish his own scrying orb in a secret location. Thankfully, it seemed that the vizier was able to move somewhere private quicker than Haddix expected, because it was only 15 minutes after he cast the scrying spell that the visage of Seer Ixit appeared in the scrying crystal. Haddix? Why are you scrying me? Has something happened? Said Ixit with audible tension. Yes, something has happened, said Haddix, straight to the point. An initiate that I have been personally instructing has potentially discovered something that would be extremely important to the Order, and I intend to discover the truth of the matter as soon as possible. Your skills as a seer would aid me greatly in doing so. What is it, Haddix? Asked Ixit, his tension only increasing. Speak clearly. Very well. Haddix quickly told the seer everything that he knew about the possibility that other portions of the supercontinent of the old world had survived the Sundering. Once he was done speaking, Haddix could see the concern he felt reflected in Ixit's expression as the seer agreed to use his magic in an attempt to divine the truth. Using magic in an attempt to see the future or discover secrets was more often than not extremely unreliable. Not only were there very few people with the necessary talent, but there were simply too many complications inherent to such magic. The future itself was uncertain, and trying to discern the more likely possibilities from the infinite timeways was a skill that required a lifetime to hone. It did not help that even if a seer could accurately divine the future, the information they received was not always useful or only expressed in a cryptic manner. Every seer in Azjol-Nerub had received the same visions of a future in which a tide of death swept over their kingdom, but what were they supposed to do with that information? Was that tide of death the result of a plague? Was it the result of a civil war? The reawakening of the Vrykul? Preparations had been made for a number of possibilities, but without knowing specifically what they were preparing for, there was very little that they could do. Fortunately, Haddix hopes that Ixit would be able to give him more useful information. Not only was Ixit the greatest seer of his generation, but the information he was looking for was the kind of information seers excelled at finding. If the claims made by the Tusker shaman were true, then the future had likely changed significantly the moment Initiate Kryvax had brought the matter to Haddix's attention. If Azjol-Nerub were to discover the existence of lands beyond the sea, then the future consequences of that should be large enough for Ixit to uncover. Especially since the seer knew exactly what to look for. Haddix waited patiently as Ixit attempted to divine knowledge from the indeterminate future. From an outside perspective, watching the seer quietly mutter to himself for several minutes was rather uneventful. When the seer finished his divination and turned his attention back to Haddix, his expression was solemn. I foresee a period of great political upheaval and an era of change in our kingdom's future, said Ixit. Haddix and Ixit both remained silent for several moments as they allowed the implications of that to sink in. How could we have possibly missed this? Asked Haddix in disbelief. You know how insular and stagnant the leadership in the capital is, Ixit said wearily. The village of Tusker who have supposedly met with people from across the sea is in Dragonblight. It's not surprising that this would escape their notice. I know better than anyone how useless those self-important fools are, Haddix said derisively. I'm not asking how they missed this. I'm asking how we did. Ixit was silent for several moments before he responded. The Order's observation of the surface races has only ever been conducted with the intent of searching for the Old One's influence. If we didn't find anything, then I suspect we simply moved on without looking any deeper. Well, that was obviously a mistake, Haddix said bluntly. There is still some chance it's not true, said Ixit, sounding as if even he did not believe his own words. I doubt it. While seers were not always reliable, this was already enough to convince Haddix of the shaman's claims, even if he recognized it would not be enough to convince the kingdom's leadership. They would no doubt care little for the words of a primitive shaman from a lesser race, and they would likely also dismiss the findings of the seer. Azjol-Nerub took great pride in being the most advanced civilization in the world, but how could they continue to make such claims if they didn't even know what else existed in it? There would be many who would wish to dismiss the existence of lands across the sea and continue to believe that only their land was what was left after the Great Sundering. However, while Haddix did look down on the more primitive races, he was wise enough to recognize that primitive was not the same as stupid. The Tusker possessed the most significant maritime tradition of the known surface races. The idea that someone could have fooled them into believing in such a lie was far-fetched. There was also simply no perceivable motivation for somebody to tell such a story if it was not true. Haddix and Ixit spent the next hour discussing what they should do with this information. Eventually, they both decided that it would be best for them to acquire stronger evidence before they could bring this to the Order or the kingdom's leadership. Ixit agreed to send a few flyers to surveil the Tusker in Dragonblight. Once they were done, Haddix returned the scrying crystal to his secret alcove and allowed himself to take a moment to come to terms with the implications of what he had learned. All of his instincts were telling him that the lands across the sea existed. If they did, then that meant the prisons of the other Old Ones likely still existed as well and were potentially accessible to any mortal who finds them. If that were to be the case, then that would change everything. Chapter 12. Kryvax glared at the village of Murlocs situated on the smaller island south of the Isle of Spears as he stood safely behind Massuk and the band of Tusker composed of warriors from both Kamagwa and the nearby village of Azjol. Thankfully, they had been able to successfully ambush the group of patrolling Murlocs and hide without attracting attention. However, they did not have much time before the Murlocs discovered something was wrong, so they would need to act soon. The White Shark tribe's newest leader had recently been leading the Murlocs to attack Kamagwa's fishermen, and several Tusker had already been killed. Murlocs had always been one of the deadliest threats that Kamagwa and Azjol faced at sea, but that threat had grown enough recently that the Tusker had decided to launch an attack on the village that housed the tribe's chieftain. While Kryvax and Massuk were not necessarily required to participate, Kryvax found himself wanting to help despite the danger to himself. The Tusker had treated him well, and Massuk had even become acquainted with one of the fishermen who had been killed. As far as he could tell, the Murlocs had no other intentions other than killing fishermen and stealing their food and equipment. When Kryvax had asked Wumnai if diplomacy with the Murlocs was possible, the shaman merely looked at him strangely and told him that all the attempts that the Tusker had made in the past had failed due to the frogmen's constant hostility. Kryvax believed that if diplomacy were possible, then the peaceful Tusker would have found a way to negotiate an agreement with them a long time ago. Since peace was not an option, then Kryvax might as well help them fight. Besides, Kamagwa had agreed easily to arrange an introduction to the Moaki clan without asking for anything in return, aside from the continuation of their trading agreement, so Kryvax felt like he owed them one. Kryvax could feel his tension increasing as Cognate and Chieftain Atuk quietly gave instructions to the group of grim-faced Tusker warriors. Once the Tusker was sufficiently prepared, Cognate turned his attention to Kryvax and, with a determined expression, gave him a single nod, signaling that it was time to start the assault. Kryvax returned the nod and telepathically directed the two flyers that were by his side to fly over the village. Once they were there, Kryvax instructed them to drop the arcane silk bombs they were carrying, which resulted in an explosion of arcane energy that managed to injure several Murlocs and tangling up more in webbing. Kryvax had spell-woven much more magic into those bombs than the ones he used when sparring with Massuk. While the Murlocs were disoriented and screaming amongst themselves in their strange language, Chieftain Atuk released a bellowing war cry and led the Tusker warriors' charge on the village. While the chieftain was not Kamagwa's most powerful warrior, his leadership greatly increased the morale of the warriors present. Their speed increased dramatically as Elder Wumnai pounded her gnarled staff onto the ground and cast magic that increased the strength of the Tusker warriors. Once that was done, the elderly woman began to throw bolts of lightning from her hands that instantly killed any Murloc that they hit. Massuk stood back to wait for an opportune moment. He would be able to charge much faster than the Tusker, so it would be wise for him to wait as support. The charging Tuskers smashed into the confused Murlocs like an unstoppable wave of violence. The much heavier Tuskers pushed their way into the center of the village and began skewering Murlocs with their long spears or simply trampling them with their weight. While Murlocs were extremely dangerous and agile in the water, they were much less of a threat while on land. Kryvax was casting frost bolts in the direction of the Murloc spellcasters when he felt the Murloc chieftain exit his hut and step onto the battlefield with a gurgling war cry. The Murlocs who had been panicking and were moments away from fleeing into the ocean suddenly attacked the Tusker with a savage ferocity. The Murloc shamans also cast their own spells to increase the speed and strength of their own warriors, enhancing their own forces with magic while also blasting at the Tusker with water and earth spells. Every Tusker suddenly found themselves defending against 2 or 3 Murlocs who jumped at them with primitive weapons and razor-sharp teeth. The Murloc chieftain himself was a hulking creature who wielded a well-crafted harpoon that had obviously been stolen from a Tusker. Chieftain Atuk and Cognate immediately focused on trying to kill the Murloc chieftain, and Massuk charged at full speed and spear first into the largest group of Murlocs. From there, Kryvax lost himself in the tide of battle as he frantically cast frost bolts at any Murloc that he could. Several times, Murlocs turned their attention to him only to find themselves fixed to the ground by a well-timed frost nova and then quickly killed by Arfus, who had been assigned by the chieftain to protect him. Kryvax distantly noted that the flyer he had sent to distract the Murloc chieftain during his battle had been killed. Finally, just as he was starting to tire and his ice barrier was beginning to strain from absorbing stray hits, the Murlocs broke and began wildly running to the ocean. Kryvax turned his attention to the Murloc chieftain, only to see his corpse hanging from the end of Cognate's spear. Kryvax pushed down the bile at the back of his throat and made his way to Massuk. Once he verified that his friend was all right, Kryvax moved to assist the Tusker in tending to their wounded. Thankfully, Nerubian silk made for good battlefield bandages. A part of him had been expecting the Tusker to celebrate their victory, but he saw nothing but solemn expressions on the Tusker as they tore down the Murlocs' huts, recovered their stolen items, and collected their dead and wounded. As Kryvax made his way back to Kamigwa with the rest of the group, he couldn't bring himself to stop thinking about the corpses of the dead Murlocs and Tuskers. It didn't help that some of those Murlocs had been killed by him personally. The moment Kryvax realized where he had been reborn, he started to mentally prepare himself to witness scenes of violence, but watching a Murloc bite off pieces of a Tusker was not something he was ready for. Kryvax, are you all right? Asked Arfus with a concerned expression on his face. I am not well versed in your people's body language, but you seem uncomfortable. Massuk walked to his side, offering his silent support. I'm all right, Arfus, said Kryvax, attempting to reassure the Tusker warrior. I just was not fully prepared for that. Was this your first real battle? Arfus asked sympathetically. Yes, but I'll be fine. I'll just have to get used to things like this. I understand, Arfus said kindly. Some of the younger warriors have trouble adjusting after their first battle as well. You're doing very well for your first time. Thank you, Arfus. Just remember, while we should always strive for peace, sometimes there are no other options other than to fight, said Arfus. When those times come, we must push aside our reservations and fight with all of our might to protect what we hold dear. The world would be a better place if more people were as empathetic as you, Kryvax, but that is unfortunately not the world we live in. Kryvax took a moment to absorb those words before thanking the Tusker and turning his attention to his friend. How are you feeling, Massuk? I am well, Massuk said evenly. Warrior Nishalmes made considerable efforts to acclimate me to such violence before I was allowed to go to the surface. Kryvax didn't like the sound of that, but it was to be expected. Even though the warriors of Azjol-Nerub had not experienced war for millennia, they still made active efforts to be ready for anything and dealt with the occasional outbreak of unfriendly underground creatures. According to Massuk, the warriors had even increased their training in recent years, though he did not know the reason. Soon enough, their group made their way back to the village and the surviving Tusker warriors reunited with their worried families while the chieftain informed the families of the deceased about the fate of their loved ones. Thankfully, natural Tusker hardiness meant there was nothing among the wounded that was so serious that required Wumnai's magical attention at this time. Kryvax knew there was nothing for him to do here, so after telling Massuk where he was going, he decided to follow Wumnai as the old woman made her way to her home since she had not spoken at all after the battle was over and he was a little worried about her. Mana exhaustion was not an unknown thing among Narubians after all, and given her advanced age, it might mean that Wumnai was very tired out after helping in battle. As he made his way through the village, Kryvax made note of all the changes that had come to Kamigwa over the past month. Many of the villagers were now wearing clothing that was partially composed of flame weave silk, and some of the buildings had even used silk to reinforce their structures. Kryvax could also see many more metal tools than he remembered there being when he first arrived, and nearly every single boat near the docks contained nets and ropes made of Nerubian silk. Most importantly, those nets helped dramatically increase the amount of food that the fishermen could bring in. Until today, Kryvax had watched as the Tusker steadily grew happier as their standard of living increased due to their ability to trade with the Nerubians. The shellfish were well received by the leadership of Kilakuk, and Haddix had assigned most of his division's idle administrators to handle trade between Kamigwa and Kilakuk. There was even some attempt to expand upon the goods that were traded with the surface world in the form of useful herbs and other potential alchemical reagents from local flora and fauna. The skitterers that had been sent to Kryvax were now almost permanently running spatial bags to and from Kamigwa, and the surface world research division had more funding than ever before. It was a shame Kryvax's status as a baseline Nerubian and his relative inexperience limited the number of flyers and skitterers that he could reliably control, even with the artifact. He would feel much safer if he had a swarm of the creatures protecting him at all times. There had been an attempt to use flyers to transport goods, but after the first few spatial bags were lost to wandering proto-dragons, Kryvax decided it would be best if they stuck with the skitterers. Only time would tell how far this relationship would be able to grow. Kryvax entered Elder Wumnai's home without announcing himself, as he had learned that the shaman was able to sense his approach. Once he saw her, he could see that the elder had just finished drinking some manner of potion and seemed to be gathering what looked to be items for a ritual. It seems like you'll be able to watch one of our funeral ceremonies before you leave, said Wumnai after a moment of silence. Leave. The spirits have informed me that Green Island will be arriving tomorrow, said Wumnai. You have learned our language and earned our trust. Once Umaylik has finished his preparations, you will leave for Moaki Harbor. Arfis will accompany you to facilitate the introductions. Kryvax recognized Green Island as the name for the giant turtle that facilitated travel between Kamagwa and Moaki Harbor. He didn't know who Amalek was, but he assumed that they were the person who steered the turtle boat. Arfis being sent to accompany him was also no surprise. After the Tusker understood how significant establishing trade relations with Killikuk would be to their village, Arfis decided to engrave a spider in his tusks to commemorate their first meeting. For some reason that Kryvax did not understand, that seemed to be enough for the Tusker elders to favor sending him to deal with Nerubian-related affairs. The day after Haddix had ordered Kryvax to make finding evidence of the lands across the sea his priority, he had gone to Wumnai and the chieftain and requested their aid. While Wumnai was a bit suspicious and insistent on Kryvax learning their language, they both had ultimately agreed to arrange for introductions with the Moaki clan so that he could ask them about the foreigners who they traded with. Unfortunately, neither one of them knew exactly when Green Island would return, since it left not long before Kryvax and Massuk showed up. Apparently, it took representatives from the other Tusker villages home after a visit to Kamagwa, so he had been forced to wait in Kamagwa until the turtle arrived. Thankfully, despite his earlier intensity, Vizier Haddix seemed willing to wait and was much more patient than Kryvax expected. However, he had not forgotten the Vizier's threat to find the evidence himself without giving any regard to their relations with the Tusker, so Kryvax had been growing more and more anxious with each day that Green Island failed to arrive. But now, the turtle boat was finally about to arrive, and the time for Kryvax to depart from Kamagwa was fast approaching. It was a bittersweet feeling. He would miss giving rides to Karfu and relaxing with the peaceful and kind villagers, but he knew that it was time for him to move on. Thank you, Kryvax said in gratitude, bowing despite the shaman's distaste for formality. We appreciate the help you've given us, and both I and Massuk have enjoyed the time we've spent in Kamagwa. You say that as if you're never going to return, Wumnai said with a scoff. With trade between our people continuing to increase, I doubt this is the last we'll see of one another. Kryvax sincerely hoped that to be true. If it were not for the looming threat of the Lich King, he wouldn't mind continuing to spend time in Kamagwa. One day, I'll come back here, Kryvax vowed to himself. Come with me, said Wumnai as she began to walk out of the house. You fought side by side with our warriors. You should watch as their spirits are guided to their statues. Kryvax followed the shaman as she slowly walked through the village and made her way to the families of the deceased. He watched as Massuk and the surviving Tusker warriors helped the families gather some personal effects to place next to the large stone head statues of the deceased. The bodies themselves had already been taken elsewhere so that the families were not forced to see them. Tusker believed that it was not good for families to see the bodies of their loved ones if they were in poor condition. They instead preferred to visit them at their statues and remember them as they were. The walk to the statues was a short one as they were placed in a nearby quarry so that the villagers could more easily reach them. It also helped that the materials to build new statues were also within reach. The closer Kryvax got to the statues, the stranger things started to feel to his magical senses. The energy that was given off by the statues did not feel like anything Kryvax had ever felt before, and it gave him the impression of almost being alive. He could even feel one of the statues in particular scrutinize both him and Massuk as they drew closer. He dearly hoped that the Tusker ghosts living in the statues had a good impression of him. Thankfully, whichever spirits were responsible for guarding this place had either already been informed about him and Massuk, or they were able to sense the lack of hostility the living Tusker had towards them. Once everyone arrived at the quarry, Chieftain Atuk did not waste any time before starting the funeral proceedings. The first parts of the funeral were remarkably normal, in that the families were invited to say good things about the departed in front of everyone and then present the sentimental items that would be placed next to their statues. Kryvax was half expecting the objects to be favored weapons given that all three of the deceased were warriors, but Arfis informed him that their weapons would be left for their descendants. Until recently, the Tusker did not have enough metal for them to be able to justify losing perfectly good weapons and tools. Once each of the families was finished presenting their items and telling stories about their loved ones, Elder Wumnai stepped forward to oversee the next part of the ceremony. The bodies of the deceased who were covered with blankets made of animal hide so that the families would not see them were brought before the old shaman as she prepared her ritual tools. Kryvax watched with rapt fascination as Wumnai began to chant in a strange rhythmic language that he did not recognize. It sounded nothing at all like the Tusker language, and Kryvax felt himself grow curious about its origins. The only part of the chant that Kryvax could understand was the frequent calls to Karkut, the Tusker god of the dead. He couldn't help but feel distinctly uncomfortable as translucent figures began to rise from the corpses of the deceased and floated into their respective statues. Kryvax found himself wondering what, if anything, separated this from necromancy. Once the ritual was complete and the spirits were safely transported to their statues, it felt to Kryvax as if the entire quarry was gleefully welcoming the newly arrived Tusker. As the families went to speak with the statues of their loved ones and Kryvax and Massuk followed everyone else back to the village, Kryvax felt conflicted. Although attending a funeral was a morbid end to his stay in Kamagwa, he was grateful that he had been allowed to attend. Not only had the unusual ritual been strangely beautiful in its own way, but it had shown him that despite his meta-knowledge, he truly knew little about this world and its magic. Kryvax wished he was able to stay in Kamagwa longer and learn more about their magic and statues. I really hope that I'm able to keep my vow to return here one day. Chapter 13. Kryvax had gravely underestimated how boring a trip out to sea would be, especially one that lasted several weeks. When Green Island first arrived in Kamagwa, he had been filled with a sense of awe by the turtle's massive size and the wisdom held in its eyes. His farewells to the villagers had been met with expressions of gratitude, well wishes, and tearful goodbyes in the case of Karfu. While Kryvax had felt sentimental about his departure from Kamagwa, he had also felt excited and optimistic about beginning the next portion of his journey. Now, after a little over 2 weeks of having nothing to do besides continuing his studies in spatial magics, his excitement had completely dissipated. Kryvax was confident now that he was ready to attempt short-range teleportation, or blinking as it was called, but the back of a giant turtle in the middle of an Arctic sea was not the appropriate place to test such magic. Kryvax idly noted Arfis glancing at him worriedly as he released a forlorn sigh. At least we should be arriving at Moaki Harbor today, according to Omelik. During the trip, Kryvax had exhausted every question he could think of to ask Arfis about what they should expect when they arrived in Moaki Harbor. Arfis admitted that the Moaki would likely be similarly startled by the appearance of the Nerubians, just as he had been. His plan to avoid any unnecessary violence would be for Kryvax and Massuk to simply hide away in the cabin while he explained things to them. Arfis felt like this was absolutely necessary, because the Tusker of Dragonblight were notably more militaristic than their counterparts in the Howling Fjord. They were still a friendly people who were prone to seeking a peaceful resolution to their problems, but the increased risk of attacks from Wolver, Yeti, and Prides of Magnator had certainly affected their culture. There was a real risk that the Tusker would attack the two Nerubians if they were not warned about them beforehand. Kryvax, is everything all right? Asked Arfis, visibly concerned. Yes, I'm fine. I'm just not used to such long trips, said Kryvax. Do you know how much longer we have until we arrive? Well, according to Amelik, we could soon see Moaki Harbor appearing over the horizon at any moment, said Arfis reassuringly. You should enjoy the trip while you can, Kryvax. Being surrounded by the ocean is an amazing experience. I'm afraid I don't quite share your enthusiasm, Kryvax said wryly as he glanced at the water surrounding the turtle boat. My people are not as well suited for the water as your own. Attempting to swim with a Nerubian body was not an experience that Kryvax particularly enjoyed. Massuk seemed to enjoy swimming, but Kryvax suspected his friend saw it as a challenge to overcome. Kryvax tried to pass the time with Arfis by making small talk, but unfortunately, they had already exhausted all topics of conversation that they could think of over the trip. Kryvax was considering whether or not he should follow Massuk's example and weave a web that he could fall asleep on with a pair of flyers that he had brought, when his silent prayers were seemingly heard. We're nearly there. The broken pillars peek over the horizon. Shouted Omelik from his position at the top of the deck. Kryvax eagerly skittered to the front of the deck and directed his gaze to the direction Omelik was pointing. Sure enough, he could see the enormous shattered pillars of the Path of the Titans off in the distance. Kryvax woke up Massuk, who was not as excited about looking at giant broken pillars as he was. As Green Island grew closer and closer to the ancient structures, Kryvax felt a sense of awe as their true size became apparent. I really wish I could take a picture of this. I wonder if the gnomes have invented anything like cameras yet. Once they passed the Path of the Titans, it was only a short while before they could see the kites flying over Moaki Harbor in the distance. Alright you two, I think it's time for you to go below deck, said Arfis. I'll yell for you to come out after I'm done warning the Moaki and it's safe for you two to show yourselves. Kryvax and Massuk both nodded their agreement and made their way below deck with the two flyers, where they were keeping the trading supplies. Kamigwa and Iskal had both purchased large amounts of goods from Killacook that they intended to resell to the Tusker of Dragonblight at a markup. The Nerubians were unable to trade directly with Moaki Harbor or the nearby village of Indueli because the closest Nerubian city was Azjol-Nerub's capital city. Vizier Haddix had made some perfunctory attempts to convince the circle of viziers in the capital to allow for trade to take place from their city, but Kryvax could tell that his heart was not in it. The capital city was the center of isolationist sentiment in the kingdom and rarely allowed anyone to use their gate to the surface for any reason. Besides, as far as Vizier Haddix was concerned, if a trade route was established between the capital and Dragonblight's Tusker, then his division wouldn't be the ones profiting from it. Kryvax was not too concerned one way or another. He understood that sapient greed would eventually push Azjol-Nerub to open itself up once the benefits of doing so grew too large to ignore. If he was actually able to successfully establish a trading relationship with civilizations that could offer more than luxury food goods, then Azjol-Nerub's time as a completely isolated kingdom was destined to become history. Kryvax and Massuk waited patiently below deck as Green Island pulled into port. Soon he was able to hear the voices of unfamiliar Tusker men, so he assumed that the guards had arrived. The conversation between Arfis and the Moaki clan's guards went on long enough for Kryvax to begin growing nervous, but he eventually heard Arfis yelling for the two of them to come out onto the deck. Kryvax tentatively made his way up onto the deck, followed by Massuk, and was immediately met with the shocked yells of frightened Tusker warriors. As the leader of the Tusker attempted to calm down his men, Kryvax took a moment to look over the warriors. They seemed similar enough to warriors of Kamigwa, given that they all wielded spears and were covered in various pieces of leather armor, but there were some differences as well. The litany of scars that covered each of their bodies made it easy to tell that these warriors saw more frequent combat than the warriors of Kamigwa. Many of those scars were likely made by the Wolver given that they seemed to have been made by claws and fangs. Greetings, warriors of Moaki Harbor. Kryvax said as soon as the Tusker managed to calm talk enough for them to hear him. I am Kryvax, and my companion is Massuk. We have come to your village with peaceful intentions toward your people and hope for the same. We present this fresh catch to you as a gift and proof of our character. Kryvax finished up his speech by reaching into his spatial bag and pulling out an emperor salmon within a silk net to hold out to the group of Tusker. Since it worked the first time, he figured it only made sense to catch something the day they were expected to arrive to give to this new group. The Tusker looked between each other, likely dumbfounded that they were currently being addressed by a giant spider person. After a few awkward moments, one of the Tusker warriors stepped forward to address him. Kryvax assumed that they were the leader of the group. Welcome to Moaki Harbor, outsiders. I am Shakaka, said the Tusker warrior with an accent that Kryvax found strange. I confess, I had not quite believed the words of the warrior from Kamagwa, but if you offer no threat to the people of this village, then you are both welcome here and your gift of the sea's bounty is gladly accepted, he said as he took the net bag from Kryvax's hands. Thank you, Shakaka, said Kryvax. I am glad to see that the Kaluake of the Moaki clan are as kind and welcoming as those in Kamagwa and Isgal. I greatly enjoyed the time I spent in Kamagwa and look forward to being able to see your village as well. I have heard that it is quite beautiful. Kryvax did not hear anything of the kind, but his flattering words had the intended effect of causing the Tusker warriors to release most of their tension and puff up in pride. You heard correctly, outsider, said Shakaka. Come with me. I shall escort you all to the chieftain so that you can make your introductions. Before we go, there is one other matter, said Arfus, interrupting the warriors as they were about to escort them to the village. Kamagwa has sent many more items than usual that they wish to use to trade with the Moaki clan and in Dueli village. I would request that some of your warriors aid us in removing them from Green Island. Of course, Shakaka said indulgently. How many warriors do you need? 1. 2. I think it would be best if I showed you so that you could make your own judgment, said Arfus after a moment of hesitation. Shakaka raised a bushy eyebrow but said nothing as he accompanied Arfus onto the turtle boat, hesitating only slightly as he passed the 2 Nerubians, and followed him below deck. The Tusker warrior bellowed in surprise when he saw stacks upon stacks of silk and boxes filled with ores. What is all this? These are items that Kamagwa acquired through trading with the Nerubians, said Arfus, only a little smugly. The rolls of silk possess properties that make them perfect for weaving sturdy nets, ropes, and even clothes to keep you warm during the winter. The Nerubians are also able to produce large amounts of metal ore. Kamagwa is able to acquire more than enough of these for its needs, so our elders decided to send a portion to Moaki Harbor for trade. The next time Shakaka turned his gaze to Kryvax and Massuk, his expression was one that was filled with greed rather than apprehension. I see, said Shakaka, obviously struggling to remain calm. I will have all of my men help in bringing these items to the village. Kryvax and Massuk spent the next few minutes helping the Tusker unload all of the trading goods from Green Island. While they were doing this, Shakaka said some quiet words to one of the younger Tusker warriors which sent the boy running back to the village. Kryvax assumed he would be informing the village leadership about what was happening so that they would have time to prepare for their arrival. Once they were done, each of the warriors carried a box of valuable trading goods as Shakaka led them into the village from their wooden docks. Kryvax kept the 2 flyers close to him in order to avoid frightening any of the villagers. He had left behind the skitterers so that they could save space on Green Island and so that they could continue carrying trading goods. Haddix indicated he would be willing to send more if they were needed, but Kryvax felt like the flyers were enough for now. The shocked faces of the villagers as they gawked at the 2 Nerubians made Kryvax feel a small sense of nostalgia for the first moment he walked into Kamagwa. He couldn't help but send a friendly wave to a young Tusker calf who was staring at him with her mouth open. Kryvax chuckled as the young Tusker girl jerked in surprise and hid shyly behind who he assumed to be her mother. While Moaki Harbor seemed to be larger than Kamagwa, the village seemed to be less prosperous than Kamagwa was, even before they began to trade with Kilakuk. This did not particularly surprise Kryvax given that the climate of Dragon Blight was much harsher than that of the Howling Fjord. There was noticeable damage on more than a few of the buildings, likely from past attacks, that has been repaired over and over again. Kryvax even could see some Tusker working to fix a hole in the outer walls with wood and whalebone. The whole place had a more fortified look to it, which made sense given that unlike the Isle of Spears threats from the land could and apparently did happen regularly. Their group reached the chieftain's home fairly quickly since the building was very close to the harbor. Once they were there, Shakaka instructed the Nerubians and Arfus to wait outside while he spoke with the chieftain. After a few moments, the Tusker warrior reappeared and escorted Kryvax into the building. The first thing that Kryvax noted when they entered the building was that the Tusker chieftain was the largest Tusker that he had ever seen. The man was huge, well-muscled, possessed a large magnificent mustache, and had the Tusker symbol for chieftain proudly carved into his enormous tusks. The second thing that he noted was that the shamans of the Moaki clan seemed to wield spears rather than staves like the shamans of Kamagwa and Isgal. Kryvax assumed that there was a greater emphasis on these shamans being able to fight than there was on the Isle of Spears. Kryvax felt like he would have a difficult time telling the difference between a shaman and a warrior in this village if he had not learned how to interpret the symbols Tusker carved into their tusks. Well, that and the magic he could feel radiating from their bodies. Once everyone finished entering the building, the massive Tusker began to speak in a deep voice. Greetings, outsiders. I am Chieftain Kaoneni. These are elders Siuago, Duukni, and Tue. Please introduce yourselves. Well met, Chieftain Kaoneni, said Arfus. I am Arfus, warrior of Kamagwa. These are Kryvax and Massuk, 2 Nerubians who have proven themselves to be friends of Kamagwa and Isgal. They have expressed an interest in traveling to Moaki Harbor, and I joined them with the intention of both facilitating introductions and arranging for trade between our villages. Nerubians? Questioned Kaoneni. The chieftain turned his gaze to the elders, but they all shook their heads. I have never heard of your people, and it seems my elders have not either. Tell me about your people, Nerubians. Of course, chieftain, said Kryvax. He spent the next hour giving the chieftain and the elders an abridged introduction to Azjol-Nerub and its society, much like the one he had given Chieftain Atuk and Elder Wumnai. It took quite a while for him to finish because the chieftain and his elders interrupted periodically to ask pointed questions and Arfus also interrupted to tell them about all of the benefits the Isle of Spears had received from trading with the Nerubians. Kryvax suspected that the large amounts of goods that had been brought to the village had done much more to convince the chieftain of the benefits of cooperation. When he was done speaking, Kaonani seemed to be much more enthusiastic about their presence than Atuk had been. If you are able to help my people as much as Arfis claims, then you will always be welcome here, Narubians, said Chieftain Kaonani. Would your people be interested in trading for shellfish from us as well as Kamagwa? Yes, Chieftain, said Kryvax. Azjol-Nerub was massive in comparison to the Tusker villages and would be more than capable of taking any amount of shellfish that the Tusker would be able to produce. Unfortunately, this trade would need to take place using Kamagwa and Iskal as an intermediary. Oh? Why is that? Asked Kaonani, visibly displeased. Kryvax explained to the chieftain that Kilakuk was too far from his village for trade to be easy and that he would not be able to get permission to travel to the surface from the city nearest to his village. The chieftain did not like it but seemed to accept it once everything was fully explained to him. At least we still have something to trade even if we have to go through Kamagwa and Iskal, said Elder Tue. This Azjol-Nerub seems to only be interested in shellfish and herbs. I doubt Ndueli has anything you Narubians would be interested in. I wouldn't be so sure, said Elder Sihuago, turning a shrewd gaze to Kryvax's spatial pouch. At her words, all of the elders turned their attention to the spatial pouch, or more accurately, to the magic it was emanating. This magic feels similar to the magic of the Lothalor woodlands, said Elder Duekni. The Lothalor woodlands? Asked Kryvax. It had been a long time since he had played World of Warcraft, and he wasn't sure what the elders were talking about. Ndueli village is built along a lake that is the endpoint of a long river of magic similar to the magic coming from your bag, explained Elder Sihuago. This river of magic has altered the very life of the nearby woods. I suspect that the trees and animals of these woods could be useful to your people. She's talking about a ley line. If there is truly a ley line running under the Lothalor woodlands, then I'm sure there are plenty of things in there that the circle of viziers would be interested in. Although shellfish were spreading quickly in Kilakuk and were starting to disseminate into the rest of Azjol-Nerub, interest in the surface had still only moderately increased within the circle of viziers. This was because many of the viziers looked down on shellfish as a novelty and a luxury good that did little to tangibly benefit the kingdom, according to Vizier Hedix. If Ndueli were able to provide large amounts of magical regents, then interest in the surface would increase significantly within the circle of viziers, and hopefully the rest of the kingdom. That sounds like something my people would be extremely interested in, said Kryvax, barely holding back his excitement. I'm glad to hear that, said Chieftain Kaonani. But you can negotiate an agreement with Ndueli later. For now, I believe it best if we come to an agreement over the goods that were brought today, so that they can start helping my people. The Wolver have grown aggressive recently, well, more so than usual, and I want those ores delivered to our blacksmiths as quickly as possible. Before we start the negotiations, there is something I need to ask you, Chieftain Kaonani, said Kryvax. I was told by Elder Wumnai of Kamagwa that your people sometimes trade with people from lands from across the sea. Is that true? Yes, it is, said Chieftain Kaonani, growling slightly at the change in subject. Why do you ask? Just a topic I wish to speak about in more detail with you, after the trade talks of course, Kryvax said quickly. I understand your urgency. Very well, we will speak more on the topic later then, the chieftain said. Now as to the goods in question. Kryvax nodded his agreement and settled in for another long trade negotiation. Thankfully, Arfis would be the primary negotiator this time, as the goods technically belonged to Kamagwa and Iskal now. As the negotiations dragged on, Kryvax privately hoped that the Surface World Research Division would soon transition to using currency for all of their trading needs. Things would be much easier if they didn't need to figure out how many lobsters a piece of iron ore the size of an average Tusker fist was worth. Barter may be the oldest form of trading, but it could get annoying at times and was terribly inefficient. I believe that should cover everything, Arfis of Kamagwa said, sealing the deal with the ceremonial knot of trade, using a mix of knots from Moaki, Kamagwa, and Iskal. While it wasn't the fastest deal ever tied off, Chieftain Kaonani in the end was glad it was done within only a few hours and a mutually beneficial agreement was made. Moaki Harbor would give the villages from the Isle of Spears their surplus of various stored food, especially shellfish to trade with the Nerubians, as well as assurances of more of the same during lean times for the next year along with some of their stock of oil and skins. In the meantime, they got the ore and silk that was brought here to use as they saw fit, something that was quick to be done with a nod towards a nearby warrior who then left to let the rest of the village know just that. The ore would be sent straight to the blacksmiths to make into tools, weapons, and whatever else the village needed, while the silk would be sent to the womenfolk to weave into various useful shapes. The latter especially would be interesting since apparently the silk could be used for more than just making clothes, but also nets, ropes, and even insulating and reinforcing structures if done right, which might speed up repairs of their outer wall before the next attack. These Narubians certainly knew what their customers needed at least. Then the trade is made complete, he finished with a nod, followed by the nodding heads of the various gathered elders. Indeed, a great agreement all around, Arfis nodded before looking back to his companions. Now I believe these two had further questions. Indeed, they were asking about those outsiders who come and trade with us. Chieftain Kaonani asked, recalling the spider folk's question. Yes, for you see for the longest time my people were under the assumption that simply nothing existed beyond our shores, so the news that something does has caught our attention. The one known as Kryvax was quick to speak up, having looked quite bored but also full of energy during the whole period of trade talks, keeping himself quiet the whole time beyond some questions sent his way on the uses of the silk goods in question. Oh? Well, I suppose to be fair our people did for a long time too, Chieftain Kaonani. We only really learned about it as well several generations ago. A bit more than that, but yes, it was a bit of a surprise for us as well, Elder Deathwing spoke up. Apparently the local human communities throughout Dragonblight, and I hear also Grizzly Hills, descend from those from the east who shipwrecked themselves or even willingly came to live here. The Vragel's stunted offspring? They came from the east. The other quieter Nerubian who had the feel of a warrior about him, Massuk, finally spoke up and asked with curiosity. We do not know to what you refer, Elder Tuay admitted, confusion on the faces of all the Kaluake present, even Arthas. Well, you see, our records indicate that thousands upon thousands of years ago, before the Great Sundering even, that a local race of half-giants, the Vragel, who mainly make their home in the Howling Fjord region and have been sleeping in their keeps ever since, were suffering from a sickness that caused them to give birth to children who were much weaker and smaller than them, what would later be called humans. Their king, disgusted at their weakness, at the time ordered them all killed, but despite this it seems they have survived to the present day. If what you say is true, then our assumption of their continued presence in this land is not due to avoiding the Vragel purge here, but apparently hiding out someplace much further away before the Great Breaking and then growing in this new land after that in safety before returning to their homeland at some point. That is my initial hypothesis at least. Kryvax finished with a hum. There was silence all throughout the chieftain's house at those words as everyone spent several minutes processing what was just said. A race of sleeping half-giants? There were only stories of true giants, and the legends of them giving birth to the infamous Magnate Thor. These half-giants willingly slaying their own children just for being weak in their eyes? Monstrous to the extreme and something no Kaluake would do to their own children, even in the harshest of winters. Humans being small giants? Well, that one was less hard to believe since, despite on average being shorter than the average Kaluake, Chieftain Kaonani had personally seen a few examples of human strength and bravery in the face of what should be much deadlier beings. Returning to the main question, yes, the humans claim to come from the Far East and kingdoms there, Elder Sihuago broke them all out of their musings. We occasionally see traders from them during the warm seasons who wish to trade in furs, oils, whalebone, and other things with us when they travel here in their sailing ships. They are our regular source of metal tools and weapons, before you of course. Are they strong despite their size? Massuk asked, seemingly intently curious. They are no slouches to combat, those who train for it at least, Chieftain Kaonani. And if you live in the Dragonblight, then you need to know how to defend yourself. They must have retained their parents' martial prowess then, good to know, Massuk nodded. Did they say what their land is called and what it is like? Kryvax asked. A land of warmth that they call the Eastern Kingdoms apparently, Elder Tuay answered. Most interesting, Kryvax hummed further. Of course, we don't see them as much as the little green devils, Elder Sihuago spoke up, causing most present to sigh and palm their faces, earning the attention of the Nerubians. Green devils? Kryvax asked. Well, that is what we refer to them when they aren't around at least, Elder Deathwing admitted. They call themselves goblins and also hail from across the sea. Short, green, pointed ears and noses, and more greed in their whole bodies than common sense. They aren't the worst beings to talk to, but they can certainly grate on the nerves. Indeed, Chieftain Kaonani agreed. I've dealt with them each time they come to Moaki Harbor and even if their visits are infrequent, each time they arrive they can be very grating. They are very fond of making trade deals and the like, but rather uncaring of anything beyond that. I hear the clans in the tundra deal with it more often and worse too due to being a central gathering point for our people. They all have a death wish, Elder Tuay grumbled. On one of their expeditions, they ventured out into the Dragonblight and attempted to harvest the corpses of the great WIRMS. In another, they tried to brutally harvest the natural resources of an area before they were driven away, and their creations are always blowing up more often than not. They can use said machines to break through the ice during the colder months, but they just as often break down and become trapped in it as well, Elder Sihuago explained. The goblins do not come here very often due to their difficulties adjusting to the climate, but when they do, I would say on average more die here than return home every time they arrive, Chieftain Kaonani said grimly. Not that they seem to care much, with those few who manage to survive going home with smiles on their faces at the great profit being made. I would not recommend dealing with them if you don't want to be driven to your wits' end, but I'm sure they would pay much more than we ever could for your goods, Elder Deathwing admitted reluctantly. We will keep that in mind. Kryvax muttered to themselves. Do they fight well at least? Massuk asked hopefully. The few times I've seen it they mostly relied on their machines to fight for them. As prone to blow them up as their enemies, Chieftain Kaonani said. That's why we don't trade for any of their complex creations. Oh. Massuk actually sounded disappointed. We do have a few toys and gadgets from the gnomes though, Elder Sihuago spoke up. Their devices are more reliable and much less prone to explode randomly. Gnomes. Kryvax perked up. Oh yes, they are much newer to our lands, having only started coming here occasionally in the last few decades. They were part of a group with another race known as the dwarfs. Gnomes look like child-sized humans while the dwarfs are a little taller but also more stout and hairy, Elder Deathwing explained. Unlike the human or goblin traders, they don't come here to trade at all, but rather explore and research apparently. Said they are a part of a group known as the Explorers League and want to study ancient ruins. They are very interested in the Great Pillars and Ancient Road for example. Are they still here? Kryvax asked in some excitement. No, they've only been coming by once a year, traveling on the same ships the traders do and doing short scouting trips into Dragonblight before leaving with them again. They say they are gathering information for a proper expedition later. They should arrive again when the ice is still at its thinnest and leave before the cold traps them, Elder 2A explained. We can introduce you to them when they return if you like. If their regular schedule holds, they should arrive with some human traders within a month or so, and they are much friendlier than the humans and goblins that come by. We even traded for small things like the mentioned toys and gadgets, along with a few other things like tools, food, and maps, Chieftain Kaonani stated. Do you still have them? The maps? Kryvax asked in a great deal of excitement, practically looking like he was about to jump up from his seat. The Kaluake were taken back by his energy, but Chieftain Kaonani was quick to see another opportunity. Of course, and we'd be happy to trade them to you for a price. Maybe a few of the other items as well, he said with a smirk as he got up to collect the items in question. A few minutes later he had a large scroll in hand and unrolled it before the Nerubians, showing the Eastern Kingdoms. Amazing. Kryvax whispered in awe as he took the map in hand while his companion was less impressed. We have better maps, Massuk said simply. Do you know anything about these Eastern Kingdoms? Kryvax asked as he examined the map. Their history? Their people? Maybe any conflicts they are in the middle of? Don't want to get mixed up in anything nasty after all. Not much, but then again we didn't pry and they didn't share beyond what was needed to do business with each other, the chieftain admitted. Though the gnomes and dwarfs are friendly if nothing else. How do these dwarfs and gnomes fight though? Can't say much on the gnomes, and while I've never seen them fight, the dwarfs at least were well armed and armored when I saw them, Chieftain Kaonani mused. Good to hear, was Massuk's response. The gnomes do make this wonderful device though that the calves love and I admit is very distracting too, the chieftain admitted as he handed over an item from a small pile of various doodads traded with the gnomes. I fail to see how this would be entertaining, Massuk started to say, but quickly quieted as he held the device and it started to spin at his touch, causing his multiple eyes to widen and watch it closely as he turned it this way and that. Oh, this is quite nice. Glad you think so, and we'd be willing to part with them for the right amount of trade, the chieftain said, noticing how he now had them both hooked. Oh yes, as those little green devils would fondly say, this was going to be a very profitable day. Chapter 14. Kryvax glanced worriedly at the Lothalor woodlands treant that was currently staring at him silently. The creature was not completely permeated with arcane magic. If it were, then it would likely be growing crystals from its bark, but Kryvax could still sense the arcane emanating from it constantly. He did not know very much about treants and where they came from, but he doubted that every woodland on Azeroth would be able to produce them. The large amounts of treants were likely a result of the dense magic that permeated the area. While there were few things in the Lothalor woodlands that visually marked it as influenced by the ley line beneath it aside from the faint violet tint of its leaves, the entire area was like a beacon in the night to Kryvax's magical senses. He could only begin to imagine how overwhelmed he would be if he ever found himself in the Crystal Song Forest. Fortunately, there was little reason for him to go to such a place, given that Azjol-Nerub had already tried and failed to harvest anything worthwhile from there. The Crystal Song Forest was just too well guarded by mad spirits and treants, and the viziers already possessed more easily acquired alternatives to what they could gain from the forest. The lightly infused bark of the Lothalor woodlands was much more useful than the crystals that composed the Crystal Song trees. Not only that, but Vizier Haddix had also expressed an interest in the various flowers, fruits, and wildlife that could be found in the woodlands. While neither Kryvax nor Haddix knew for certain exactly how these arcane-inclined flora and fauna could be used, they both knew that the viziers of the Arcane Research Division would do everything in their power to find out. It was very rare for a society as insular and stagnant as Azjol-Nerub to be exposed to anything it had not already seen before, so this was a rare opportunity for them. Kryvax forcibly pulled his thoughts back to the present as he bent down to gather a fallen branch while watching for any sign of aggression from the treant as he did so. It was difficult to predict what he could harvest from the Lothalor woodlands without being attacked by its guardians, but they usually gave some sign of warning before becoming aggressive, thankfully. Kryvax picked up the branch without issue and carefully stored it inside his spatial bag. Once that was done, he decided to begin heading back to Undead village before his good luck ran out. Kryvax directed his flyers to follow him and watch for any hostile creatures as he began making his way back to the village. After they had come to an agreement with the village's leadership, Kryvax and Massuk spent most of their time in Undead while they waited for the merchant ship from the Eastern Kingdoms to arrive. According to Chieftain Kaonani and his elders, the ship should be arriving soon if they kept to their regular schedule. The Tusker of Dragonblight had seemingly encountered both goblins and merchant ships from the Eastern Kingdoms that occasionally traveled to Northrend for the purpose of trading and transporting members of the Explorers League. The Tusker had also been willing to trade away a map of the Eastern Kingdoms and a gnomish toy, both of which Kryvax had given to Haddix as quickly as possible, much to Massuk's disappointment in the latter case until he was given a spare. After being given further proof of the existence of the lands across the ocean, the vizier had given him orders to contact him when the foreigners arrived and began to contact him less frequently. Kryvax was curious about what Haddix was doing with the evidence, but there was no real way for him to know. However, he understood that the imminent discovery of the Eastern Kingdoms would have an immense impact on Azjol-Nerub's leadership, and the politics that the vizier was involved in must be complicated. In comparison, when the arcane regents that Undead village had harvested from the Lothalor woodlands were finally delivered to Kilakuk, he expected it to be lost in the noise. Kryvax's thoughts were interrupted when he stepped out of the Trilene and caught sight of Undead village and approached the gate that separated the woodlands from the village. Built around the same lake from which it derived its name, Undead village was the largest settlement of Tusker that Kryvax had seen so far. If not in population, then mostly in size, as the local Tusker took full advantage of the lake's nature as a font of magic and life to put up fish farms and buildings nearly all along its edges. "Good evening, Utok," said Kryvax, cheerfully greeting the Tusker responsible for guarding the gate. The treants were starting to look at me funny, so I figured I'd finish early for the day. Welcome back, Kryvax, said Utok. The Tusker quickly moved to open the gate. I still don't understand why you're the one that's going out into the woodlands instead of our people. We have a longer and more understanding relationship with the local tree spirits, after all. It was an unfortunate reality that the Tusker of Undead village did not have as much experience sensing arcane magic as Kryvax did. Although living on a ley line likely did give them an increased aptitude for the arcane and a minor ability to sense the magic, Kryvax was still far more proficient in detecting arcane magic than they were. When he had finished negotiating with their chieftain, it was decided that Kryvax would be the one to go out into the woodlands and collect samples of items that the Arcane Research Division might want. Once those samples reached Killikuk and were analyzed, only then would the Tusker venture out into the forest and harvest it themselves. The Lothalor woodlands were not without danger, after all, even beyond potentially angering its nature spirits, and all the Tusker who were capable of defending themselves were busy fighting off Wolver. The village could not afford to send these warriors to collect goods that might not even have any value. It made sense from a logistical point of view, but it was still a bit troublesome for Kryvax. His life would be much easier if Haddix would simply take a day to fill up a bag full of samples and then teleport it to Killikuk, but there was little hope of that happening anytime soon. Not only was he incredibly busy, but the vizier also did not believe in doing initiate's work as he called it. Kryvax tried to explain this to Utok. I understand that, said Utok. It just does not feel right for us to send guests to do such dangerous work, but I guess that's none of my business. You should go see your friend. I heard that he went out with the warriors to kill Wolver today. They should be back by now. Kryvax thanked the guard for the information and quickly started making his way toward Massuk. While he didn't approve of his friend constantly leaving to fight the Wolver in search of battle, he knew that doing so was Massuk's choice. Still, that didn't stop Kryvax from worrying about him. Moving through the village as quickly as he could without being impolite, he soon reached the northeast gateway, where Massuk could be seen speaking with one of the Tusker warriors. Hey, Massuk, said Kryvax, greeting his friend as he approached. I heard from Utok that you just came back. How did everything go? Were the Wolver a good challenge? Kryvax did not enjoy violence or combat like his friend did even if he understood the necessity of it, but he would still make the effort to show an interest in his friend's passions. After all, Massuk had been the only one to show an interest in his passion for the surface world, so it was only fair for him to return the favor, right? They did, said Massuk with genuine joy in his voice. The Wolver are ferocious warriors and despite their lack of intelligence, they possess a cunning that makes them a formidable enemy. I look forward to fighting them again tomorrow. Ha! I've never met someone with as much bloodlust as this one, said the large Tusker warrior that Massuk had been speaking to. Hold on to that passion, and you'll grow into a truly formidable warrior one day. Thank you, Edwek, said Massuk. I have learned much from you and your fellow warriors. Don't mention it, said Edwek. You've done a lot to help us fight off the Wolver. At the mention of his people's enemy, Edwek lost his jovial smile and his expression twisted into something fearsome. The damned beasts have been attacking us constantly lately. They always become more aggressive during this time of the year, but that doesn't make it any easier. I wish there was more we could do to help, Kryvax said sympathetically. He had gone out with Massuk once to fight the Wolver, and he understood why the Tusker hated them so much. The primitive Wolverine people were extremely aggressive and difficult to handle. They frequently attacked the path between Mauki Harbor and Undead village and often killed any Tusker unlucky enough to be caught out alone. You've already done more than most, said Edwek. I've heard that Chieftain Anagut managed to reach a deal with Chieftain Kaonani for metal weapons made from the ore that was brought on Green Island. Once our warriors are better equipped, we'll make the Wolver regret every last Tusker that they've killed. The warrior's last words were said with a tone of grim promise that made it obvious he meant every word. After a few more moments of making small talk with the warrior, Edwek said his farewells and went about his business. You should have joined us, Kryvax, said Massuk once they were alone. If we are going to continue exploring the surface, then you will need to continue honing your skills in combat. I know, said Kryvax. I just prefer to avoid violence when I can. But that doesn't mean I'm not continuing to grow stronger. Intent on proving his point to his friend, Kryvax began casting a spell that he had only practiced in private until now. In an instant, Kryvax disappeared from his location and reappeared a few feet from his previous location. Look. I finally learned how to cast Blink. Kryvax said proudly. Learning spatial magic had not been nearly as intuitive an experience as learning frost magic, but Kryvax eventually had gotten the hang of it. Massuk stared at him blankly for several moments before throwing a rock at Kryvax's chest. Ouch, said Kryvax, more in surprise than anything else. The rock had not actually been thrown hard enough to damage his carapace. What was that for? You need to train your reflexes, Massuk said smugly. Being able to teleport won't help if you get hit before you can finish casting your spell or after you finish it. That's not fair. You just caught me by surprise. I've gotten pretty good at casting that spell. Oh. This time Kryvax was ready for Massuk to throw the rock at him, and he blinked out of the way. Ha. See. Kryvax hurried to dodge the next rock that Massuk threw. While he had learned how to blink, casting the spell several times in quick succession was beyond his current abilities. The next several minutes were spent with Kryvax doing his best to dodge and blink away from the random items that Massuk threw at him in the name of training. Excuse me. Kryvax and Massuk's impromptu game was interrupted as a young Tusker approached the two Nerubians and called for their attention. Chieftain Anagut has called for the two of you. Kryvax had not spoken to the chieftain very often since they concluded their negotiations, so he was surprised that the man was calling for the two of them. Chieftain Anagut was an extremely busy man, after all. After signaling their understanding to the messenger, Kryvax and Massuk began making their way to the chieftain's home. Once they arrived, Kryvax was surprised to see the chieftain speaking to Arfus, given that the Kamagwan warrior usually spent most of his time in Mauki Harbor. Good evening, Chieftain Anagut, Kryvax said respectfully. I was told that you called for us. Ah, you're here. Good. Said the boisterous chieftain. I called because Arfus here has some news I thought you would like to hear as quickly as possible. I do, said Arfus as he turned his attention to the two Nerubians. The shamans in Mauki Harbor told me that the foreigners from across the sea have nearly arrived. I came to tell you as soon as I heard. Once Kryvax finished processing what Arfus had just said, he froze in shock and was only brought back to reality by the worried prodding of Massuk. He glanced at his friend in thanks before addressing Arfus. Let's get going. It would be best if we arrived in Mauki Harbor as quickly as possible so that we might have some time to prepare. After offering Chieftain Anagut a short but respectful farewell, their group of three exited Indueli village from its southeastern gate and started heading back towards Mauki Harbor. The three of them were interrupted by a small group of Wolver, but fortunately, Kryvax's flyers spotted them coming and the resulting fight was short and barely affected their journey. It took them some time to make the trip, but when they reached there, Kryvax could see that the merchant ship had still not arrived yet. As soon as they walked into Mauki Harbor, one of the elders immediately approached their group. You arrived quicker than I expected, said Elder Siuago. Come with me to the chieftain's home. We have made preparations for your introduction to the foreigners. Why do we need to go to the chieftain's home? Asked Kryvax, confused. Well, it would be best if the foreigners were warned about your appearance before they met you, said Elder Siuago after only a moment of hesitation. Much like our warriors were warned by Arfus when you first arrived on Green Island. I'm sure you have learned by now that your people's form can be unsettling to our people without warning. I do not know for certain how the foreigners will view your appearance, but I suspect their reactions will be similar to our own. Kryvax winced in embarrassment. That was not something that he should have forgotten. The Tusker had all reacted in shock once seeing them, but Kryvax had gotten used to it and the Tusker adjusted very quickly once they realized that the two Narubians were not hostile. Still, there was something he wanted to see before Elder Siuago escorted them to the chieftain's home. If it's not too much trouble, I'd like to take a look at their ship before I go with you. Elder Siuago looked at him strangely for a moment before shrugging. Very well. I suppose if you have never seen one of their wooden ships before then it could be an interesting sight. I'm not much of a fan of their ships myself. Rowboats and kayaks are easier to control and turtles are much more convenient. Soon enough, their group had made their way to the docks and Kryvax was staring at the incoming ship through a borrowed spyglass. Spotting the three-masted sailing ship in great detail, he was suddenly filled with conflicted emotions. He had already been aware that the merchant ship was scheduled to arrive at any moment, but it felt strange to be confronted with a moment that he had been working for his entire second life. Today would go down in history as the day that a citizen Azjol-Nerub contacted a citizen of the Eastern Kingdoms for the first time, and Kryvax could not help but feel the weight of that knowledge settle on his shoulders. After a few moments, Kryvax pushed down his tumultuous emotions and nodded to Elder Siuago. As he followed the elderly Tusker to the chieftain's home, he couldn't help but look back at the incoming ship and wonder about the people who were on board. Chapter 15. Trixie Tinkwrench huffed in annoyance as she checked the battery on her poultryizer. It was unfortunate that the battery required sensitive internal components that were highly sensitive to temperature. Already the cold of Northrend had rendered one of her favorite gadgets useless. There was nothing Trixie loved more than turning her enemies into chickens and watching them run around in panic, but it seemed that she would have to rely on her trusty shrink ray until she returned to the Eastern Kingdoms. She had hoped that the new components would stand up to the cold better than they did, but unfortunately, they did not. With a sigh, Trixie put away the useless gadget and began preparing herself to disembark from the ship. They had almost reached Mauki Harbor, and she was one of the few people who spoke the Tusker language, so she would need to be ready to greet the natives as soon as they arrived. Trixie moved over to the mirror and quickly tied her pink hair into two pigtails. Pink was not her natural hair color, but one of her little brother's gadgets had malfunctioned and changed her hair to the color it was now. She didn't mind the color and reversing it would be too much trouble, so she had just left it the way it was. Once that was done, Trixie put on her tinker goggles and quickly tested their functions so that she could be sure they wouldn't fail her when she needed them most. Taking a look in the mirror and deciding that she was ready, Trixie exited her cabin and made her way out onto the deck. The first thing she saw was Malzy Stonehallow standing at the bow of the ship and looking through a spyglass toward Mauki Harbor. Trixie weaved her way through the Lordaeron sailors who were rapidly preparing the ship to dock and made her way to the only other member of the Explorers League on the ship. How's everything looking, big man? Trixie asked the middle-aged dwarf man. Does it look safe to continue approaching the village? Lass. Everything looks fine, said Malzy as he put away the spyglass. The Tusker have a few of their warriors waiting to welcome us at their port, but that's nothing special. Chieftain Kaonani's there waiting for us as well. Trixie hummed before flicking a switch on her goggles and turning her gaze to the Tusker village. Her vision instantly zoomed in on the port as if she were looking through a spyglass. As Malzy said, there were several Tusker warriors patiently waiting by the port alongside their massive chieftain. One of the Tusker was waving a large green flag signaling that the ship had their permission to dock. Trixie didn't notice anything different about this from the previous times she had sailed to Mauki Harbor, so she switched her goggles back to their normal setting and turned her attention back to Malzy. So have you had any luck in convincing the merchants to stick around any longer? The more time I have to scout, the better. Trixie's role was to survey as much of Northron's land as possible in preparation for a larger expedition that would take place sometime in the future. The Bronzebeards were keen to explore the continent for lore about dwarven history and had instructed the Explorers League to plan an expedition, but such things took time. Logistics and funding for the expedition were currently being planned and argued over in Ironforge Senate, but the Explorers League thought it prudent to gather as much information about the continent as possible beforehand to make things easier. Given how quickly they managed to find evidence of ancient structures, it seemed that there was something worth studying in this frozen hellhole at least. Unfortunately, without that funding, she and Malzy were forced to travel with merchants who did not share her goals. The Lordaeron merchants occasionally sailed to Northrend in order to trade relatively cheap metal ores for exotic furs, whale oil, waterproof hides, ivory, and alchemical herbs with the Tusker and the native humans. It would likely be a very profitable venture if not for Northron's extremely hostile environment. Nay, not much luck there, said Malzy with a wince. The humans just want to trade and leave as quickly as possible. Not much appetite for adventure amongst them. I guess that's to be expected, said Trixie. Maybe if we're lucky, you'll find a gold vein. That'll have the continent completely covered in humans and we'd be able to come here whenever we want. Ha! You're not wrong, lass, but I doubt we'll get so lucky. Trixie and Malzy spent the next few minutes making plans so that they could scout as much as possible within the limited amount of time that they had. Their discussion was interrupted by the loud bellow of the ship's captain. Prepare to dock. Experienced human sailors got to work as they prepared to tie down the ship as they approached Moaki Harbor's port. Trixie did her best to keep out of the way of the big folk as they went about their business. She had learned the hard way soon after leaving Gnomeregan that humans did not often look down, especially while they were distracted. Soon enough, the ship was pulling into a dock and the human sailors were throwing ropes to the Tuskers so that they could tie them around the dock cleats. The whole process took nearly quite a while to complete, but the ship was eventually docked and the captain was approaching Trixie after leaving the ship's helm. Good evening, Explorer Tinkwrench, said Captain Stanton Prescott. Will you be handling the translation for the negotiations between the Walrusmen and the merchants? The man was hired by a noble family to captain their trade ship and was competent enough to learn the language of the natives, but Trixie could tell that the man preferred to interact with primitives as little as possible. Prescott was supposed to be the one responsible for handling the translation, but once he found out that Trixie and Malzy could speak Tusker, he was more than happy to pass on the duty to them. Trixie was the more diplomatic of the two, so the responsibility was effectively all hers. Yes, Captain Prescott, said Trixie, hiding her annoyance with the human. I will handle the translations. Very good, said Prescott, turning away and leaving without another word. Once the human was gone, Malzy muttered a dwarven insult under his breath that had Trixie struggling to hold back laughter. Once the gangway was lowered, Trixie did not hesitate to leave the ship alongside Malzy and the human merchant who was a young man named Oscar Smythe. The rest of the ship's crew would need to wait for them to finish greeting the Tusker chieftain before they could be given shore leave. Greetings, Chieftain Kaonani, Trixie said politely in the Tusker language as their group approached the chieftain and his warriors. I am happy to see you again. Thank you for allowing our ship to dock in your village's port. Greetings, Explorer Tinkwrench, said Chieftain Kaonani, struggling to pronounce her name. Much has happened since the last time you visited our shores, but I am glad to see you as well. Much has happened? Trixie was just about to ask the chieftain what he meant by that when she was interrupted by the human. Ask the walrus man if he has prepared the trading goods for the ores. Trixie huffed in annoyance but translated the merchant's words, although a tad more diplomatically. Her curiosity only grew when Chieftain Kaonani hesitated for a moment before speaking. I'm afraid we will need to renegotiate our current trade agreement in regards to your ores. Trixie couldn't help but widen her eyes in surprise. She knew that the Tusker dearly needed metal ores in order to make weapons that they could use to fight off tribes of Wolverine people and those giant four-legged marauders who regularly attacked their villages. What had changed since the last time that they were here? Predictably, the merchant puffed up in outrage the moment Trixie finished translating the chieftain's response. Renegotiate? Why should we have to renegotiate after traveling so far? Ridiculous. Trixie barely held back an exasperated sigh. Even if the chieftain did not speak much common, he would still be able to understand the human's body language and tone of voice. Nonetheless, she did her best to relay the human's question as diplomatically as possible. Our village has made a trade agreement that has opened up another source of metal ore for our people, Chieftain Kaonani said evenly. Trixie was impressed that she could only see a small amount of smugness in the chieftain's expression. Our new trading partners are able to offer us sufficient amounts of ore for our village more cheaply and regularly, so if you like to continue trading with our village, then we will need to renegotiate. Trixie and Malzy looked at each other with wide eyes. Who else could possibly supply the Tusker with large amounts of ore? Goblins? Chieftain Kaonani, if I may ask, who has your village started trading with? Trixie asked without translating for the human. She wanted to figure out what was going on before the merchant had the chance to say something stupid. As far as we are aware, there are no other merchants traveling to Northrend from the eastern kingdoms. That's because they are from Northrend, said the chieftain. Our new trading partner is a large kingdom by the name of Azjol-Nerub. Once Trixie finished processing the chieftain's words, she could barely hold back a gasp and had to resist the urge to jump up and down in excitement. She could tell that Malzy was similarly enthusiastic. As far as the Explorers League knew, the only intelligent life that inhabited Northrend were the Tusker, a few scattered villages of humans, some kind of bison people who the Tusker referred to as Tonka, and the ice trolls. There were also the Wolverine people, the giant marauders, and villages of Murlocs, but those could hardly be considered as intelligent life. There were also the occasional sightings of Naga, but that had yet to be proven. But if this Azjol-Nerub was a large kingdom, then where did they come from and why had Trixie never heard of them before? Just to be clear, chieftain, are the people of Azjol-Nerub of a race that you had never met before? Asked Trixie, giving voice to the biggest question on both her and Malzy's minds. Yes, they are. Chieftain Kaonani confirmed with a calm that Trixie currently envied. Their people are called Narubians, and according to them, they live in an underground kingdom that spans most of the continent. This time Trixie was unable to control herself as she let out an involuntary gasp and her eyes grew wider than they had ever been. She turned to Malzy and sure enough, he was in a similar state to her own. If what the chieftain said was true, and there truly was such a large underground kingdom on Northrend that was civilized enough to trade with outsiders, then the implications would be massive. Trixie was quiet for long enough that the human's patience wore out and he started making a fuss about being ignored. Once she finished explaining the situation to him, however, he quickly quieted down as he understood the significance of the situation. Trixie could practically see little gold coins dancing in the merchant's eyes as the human thought about the possible trading opportunities this previously unknown kingdom could offer. For Trixie and Malzy, this was the kind of thing that would get their names written down in the history books. Quick! Ask him to tell us what we need to do in order to speak with these Narubians. Trixie eagerly relayed the human's question. As it happens, the Narubians wish to speak with you as well, said the chieftain. Once they learned that our village traded with people from lands across the ocean, they became quite interested in meeting you. No sequence of words could have made Trixie more nervous than the ones that just came out of the chieftain's mouth. She had come to Northrend to scout out the lands for a future expedition, not to lead a diplomatic meeting with a powerful kingdom that she had never heard of before. She wanted to turn the responsibility over to Captain Prescott, but it only took a moment of thought to realize that would be a terrible idea. Not only was the man undiplomatic in the extreme, but it was unlikely that the man would agree anyways. If Prescott were some kind of ambitious noble, then he might take over the meeting so that he might gain as many benefits as possible, but the captain was a retired antisocial Navy sailor that barely cared about anything aside from his ship. She didn't even consider leaving the matter to Oscar. The only thing that the merchant cared about was money. I'm not trained for this. I never took any diplomacy courses at Gearshaft University. I only took engineering and combat classes. What if I do something wrong and I make them hate us? What if I get us all killed or imprisoned? Trixie turned a panicked expression to Malzy. It'll be all right, lass, Malzy said reassuringly. I ain't going to lie to you and say that this ain't a big deal, but I'll be there with you every step of the way. You're a clever one and you've got a natural talent for talking to people. I'm sure everything will be all right. Hearing the older dwarf's words reassured Trixie enough for her to take a deep breath and begin calming herself down. He's right. I'm Trixie Tinkwrench. I'm a badass who graduated top of my class in combat and I've been an explorer for nearly a decade. I can handle talking to people. After giving herself a little pep talk, Trixie turned her attention back to the chieftain. I can do this. I can do this. If the Narubians would like to meet with us, then we are more than willing, chieftain, Trixie said with a tone of confidence she didn't truly feel. I'm glad to hear that, said Chieftain Kaonani. Trixie didn't like the sudden glimmer of amusement that she could see in the large Tusker's eyes. There is just one thing that you should know before I take you to meet with them. The Narubians have an appearance that I suspect you will find to be greatly unsettling. Trixie could feel her growing resolve stutter at the chieftain's words. Oh? How so? Trixie asked hesitantly. The Narubians are a race of giant spider-like people. I can't do this. I can't do this. I see, said Trixie, mustering all of her courage for her impending meeting with a race of giant spider people who belonged to a kingdom that allegedly spanned more land than any civilization in the eastern kingdoms. Are they friendly? Chieftain Kaonani hummed in consideration as Malzy translated for the human. In any other situation, she would have been amused by how quickly his face paled. They are more friendly and diplomatic than some outsiders I've met, said the chieftain, glancing unsubtle at Oscar. The human had remained quiet once Trixie started to ask about the Narubians, but it was obvious that the chieftain had not forgotten his previous outburst. I understand, chieftain, said Trixie. I would like to meet with these Narubians. Chieftain Kaonani simply nodded and started leading them into the village. One of the Tusker elders went to tell the sailors that they could leave the ship and then followed after them a moment later. The walk to the chieftain's home, where the Narubians were presumably waiting for them, was not long enough. As the chieftain ushered the three of them inside, Trixie did her best to suppress her fight or flight instinct as she prepared to meet the giant spider people. It turns out that was probably for the best since she simply froze in terror when she laid eyes on the Narubians. If she hadn't prepared herself, Trixie was certain she would have already fired her shrink ray and tried her best to smash them with her wrench. The two Narubians were nightmarishly large creatures with the lower body of a spider and an upper body that was shaped similarly to a gnome's, if one ignored their terrifying faces. One of the Narubians was wearing a full set of armor that was well designed for their body and the other was wearing a set of robes that would not seem out of place in Dalaran. Trixie was used to living in a world where most things were bigger than her, but she couldn't help but feel like spider-like creatures should not be allowed to grow so large, and she had seen actual giant spiders. Trixie was suddenly the focus of 16 eyes as the creatures that she wished did not exist turned their attention to her. It's so small, said the large armored spider thing. The armored spider held up one of the toys that she had left for the Tusker children during her last visit. Greetings, tiny creature. Do you have any more of these amusing devices? Before she could even hope to formulate an answer, the robed one started speaking with an over-enthusiastic voice. Hello, said the robed nightmare in the Tusker language, opening and closing their giant terrifying mandibles as they spoke. Their accent was strange and their voice was too cheerful in Trixie's opinion. My name is Kryvax, and I'm happy to meet you. What's your name? Trixie tried her best to muster a response, but all that left her mouth was a terrified whine. Chapter 16. The first thing Kryvax did once Elder Sihuago escorted him and Massuk to the chieftain's home was to ask the elders for a private room he could use to contact Vizier Hedix. The shamans were all perplexed by his ability to communicate over such large distances, but he had a feeling that the elders were growing accustomed to being surprised since they pointed him to a room without much fuss. The vizier had ordered him to inform him once the foreigners arrived, so he would do so. Kryvax recognized that Hedix was taking this very seriously and was placing a great deal of importance on this matter. The vizier would not appreciate it if Kryvax had the chance to contact him and failed to do so. He asked Massuk if he would like to join him, but his friend was not particularly interested in speaking to the vizier if he did not have to. Once he was safely in one of the nearby rooms, Kryvax reached into his spatial pouch, pulled out the scrying crystal, and set it up in the center of the room. After Kryvax cast the appropriate spells, Hedix responded almost immediately. Initiate, said Vizier Hedix as his visage appeared in the scrying crystal. I assume you are contacting me about the wooden ship currently approaching the Tusker village. How does he know that? Kryvax wondered dumbfoundedly. Yes, Vizier, said Kryvax. The ship has nearly arrived and the Tusker will bring the people from the eastern kingdoms to meet with me. If I may ask, how did you know they were here? I asked an acquaintance to send a flyer to surveil the Tusker village, Hedix said dryly. Obviously, I could not leave such an important matter to chance. Just as I will not leave your upcoming meeting to chance, initiate. Kryvax did not like the sound of that. He also wondered how the vizier was able to find out what the flyer saw so quickly, but now was not the time to ask such questions. Do you intend to meet with the foreigners yourself, Vizier Hedix? Asked Kryvax, hoping that wasn't the case. The vizier was many things, but diplomatic was not one of them. No, initiate, I do not, Hedix said evenly. I recognize that you have a talent for communicating with the surface races. It would be foolish of me not to utilize that. Instead, I have something else in mind. Before Kryvax could formulate a response, a bright violet light began to shine next to the scrying crystal. For a moment, he was worried that the vizier had once again decided to teleport into a Tusker village without permission, but when the light dissipated, he saw something unexpected. A violet, see-through figure of the vizier was standing in the center of the room looking like a ghost or a hologram. Only you will be able to see and hear this projection, initiate, said the illusionary figure of the vizier. As long as the projection does not travel too far from the scrying crystal, I will be able to observe and oversee your meeting with the foreigners. Kryvax had no idea that the vizier was capable of doing something like this, nor was he truly expecting the vizier to participate in the meeting. The look on his face must have been one of extreme surprise because once the vizier looked at him, he huffed in amusement. I fail to see why you are so astonished, initiate Kryvax, Hedix said sardonically. Did you really believe I would allow an initiate who has not lived for even half a decade to be in charge of a meeting that could potentially impact our entire kingdom without even the slightest supervision? Well, when you say it like that, you make me feel like an idiot. Of course not, Vizier, Kryvax said unconvincingly. If I may ask, are you certain that the Tusker elders will be unable to sense your presence? Remind me to teach you how to lie properly once you return to the city, initiate, Hedix said derisively. As for the shamans, don't insult me. Those elders would need to study magic for another century before they could even hope to sense me if I did not want them to. Please stop speaking like a villain, Vizier Hedix. You're making me feel nervous about my future. As you say, Vizier, Kryvax said readily. Do you have any instructions or guidelines for this meeting that you would like to share with me? Yes, I do, said Hedix, his tone growing more solemn. After you first approached me with what you discovered, I decided to share the information with only a few select individuals while further evidence was gathered. It was only after you brought me the map of the Eastern Kingdoms and the toy made by the gnome that I approached Under King Kukarak, Queen Melras, and Vizier Silvos. I'm told that a few of my associates in the capital approached High King Anubarak and his council as well. Really? Asked Kryvax excitedly. Queen Melras was the highest-ranking queen in Kilakuk and Vizier Silvos was the Underking's most trusted advisor and the city's most influential administrator. How did they react? They didn't believe any of it, Hedix said bluntly. Both Underking Kukarak and Queen Melras cared little for the claims of a Tusker shaman, although Vizier Silvos seemed to keep a more open mind. It was only after I presented them with the physical items that you acquired from the Tusker that they began to consider the possibility. Kryvax hummed in consideration as he processed the information. It was not particularly surprising to him that the Nerubian leadership needed a lot of evidence for them to begin changing their worldview. Kryvax was about to ask the vizier how any of this related to his impending meeting with the people from the Eastern Kingdoms when a scary thought suddenly caught his mind. Vizier Hedix, you said that your acquaintance was surveilling Moaki Harbor with a flyer and informed you when the ship arrived, Kryvax said nervously. Did your acquaintance inform anybody else? I'm surprised that you caught that, initiate, said Hedix, faintly amused. He did. I expect that by now the information is slowly spreading throughout Azjol-Nerub's leadership. The wooden ship is unlike anything that the civilizations we know about are capable of. Soon enough, that ship will be the foremost topic of discussion for all of the kingdom's leadership. Once they move to gather information on the matter, I suspect you will become very famous. Kryvax suddenly felt as if his legs had turned to jelly. He had known that this was a possibility from the day that he had decided that establishing contact between Azjol-Nerub and the Eastern Kingdoms was one of the best ways that he had available to protect himself and his new people against the threat the Lich King. However, when confronted with the fact that he had attracted the attention of large portions of Azjol-Nerub's leadership and that he was likely about to be pulled into a maelstrom of politics, Kryvax couldn't help but feel nervous. I see, said Kryvax after he composed himself. There was no point lamenting his circumstances when he had willingly and knowingly set himself on this path. In that case, what goals should I have for this meeting, Vizier Haddix? Something like approval flashed through the vizier's eyes before quickly fading away. That is a good question, said Haddix consideringly. It depends greatly on how the discussion amongst the kingdom's leadership progresses. The leadership will understand that this is significant, but they will be greatly divided in how they wish to respond. If we wish to further our goal of initiating diplomatic contact with the Eastern Kingdoms and establishing a presence on their continent, then we will need to present our ideas to the leadership and shape the narrative to our favor. Vizier Haddix, I did not know that you had such goals as well, said Kryvax, confused. Vizier Haddix looked down at Kryvax assessingly for several moments before speaking. I do have such goals, said Haddix. One day I will explain to you why, but that day is not today. Although, if things progress as I expect them to, then that day might be sooner rather than later. Kryvax had no idea how to respond to such an ominous statement. As you say, Vizier, Kryvax said hesitantly. For now, put such things out of your mind, said Haddix. If our objective is to convince the kingdom to send a diplomatic envoy to the Eastern Kingdoms, then your goal should be to secure the assistance of these foreigners. Not only are they the only ones who know how to operate their wooden ship and navigate to their lands, but their testimony on the potential benefits of diplomacy would be invaluable. Greed will be our greatest ally in combating the isolationist tendencies inherent to the kingdom's various political factions. Kryvax felt like that was a good point, and he believed the same. The foreigners would know best what resources the Eastern Kingdoms would be willing to trade, and if the leadership saw that they were reasonable, then diplomacy would seem like a much more attractive idea. Privately, he thought that as long as the leadership fully understood the benefits of diplomacy, they would make the right decision. Kryvax trusted in the power of sapient greed. I understand, Vizier, said Kryvax. I will do my best to secure the assistance of these foreigners. Good, said Haddix, pleased. Our time for conversation is over. I can sense that the foreigners are approaching and that none of them are skilled with magic. I will watch over the meeting and direct you as necessary. Nobody aside from you will know that I am there. After nodding his understanding, Kryvax left behind the scrying crystal and made his way to the building's center room. I'm back, Kryvax announced as he entered the room. He could see Elder Asiago and Elder Tué quietly talking to each other while Arthas laid back on a pile of pillows in a corner. Are the foreigners on their way yet? They are, said Elder Asiago. The spirits have informed me that their group consists of a gnome, a dwarf, and a human. The gnome will probably be the one to speak for them and assist with translating for the human if things are the same as they were last time. Kryvax was just about to respond when he was interrupted by Vizier Haddix. Instruct the shaman to translate the conversation with magic, Vizier Haddix said imperiously. This meeting is too important to risk potential misunderstandings caused by a lack of proficiency in a common language. He had already asked the chieftain once why they did not use magic to translate between them and the merchants from the Eastern Kingdoms. According to him, the Tusker considered it a matter of respect for outsiders to learn and use their language while in their lands. Not only that, but the ability to create an area of translation like Wumnai did during their first meeting was not as simple as Wumnai made it look. If the elders of Moaki Harbor wanted to accomplish the same thing, they would need to work together to do so. It was for this reason that negotiations with the merchants from the Eastern Kingdom were generally done in a combination of the Tusker language and Common, which Elder Duakni had a passable proficiency in. Still, it wasn't as if he could say no to the vizier's orders. Elders, I understand that your people usually prefer not to use translation magic during your negotiations with the merchants from the Eastern Kingdoms, but could I ask you to make an exception this time? Kryvax asked respectfully. This is our first meeting with these people, and I would like to avoid as many potential misunderstandings as possible. The Tusker elders discussed quietly for a moment amongst themselves before answering. We will grant your request as this is primarily a meeting between you and them, said Elder Tué. However, you will need to wait for Elder Duakni to return before we are able to cast the magic. Thank you, elders. I am grateful. Your gratitude is appreciated, but unnecessary, said Elder Asiago. In comparison to what trading with your people has done for this village, this is a small matter. I recommend that you prepare yourself. They are about to arrive. Hearing the elder's warning, Kryvax moved to stand next to Massuk and turned his attention to the building's entrance. He didn't have to wait long, because the group of people from the Eastern Kingdoms walked into the building. The person at their front was a pink-haired female gnome with pigtails and engineering goggles strapped to her face. She wore a warm-looking coat over a practical set of leather armor that seemed like it had seen some use. Kryvax could also see what seemed to be a wrench strapped to her side along with some kind of strange device that was vaguely shaped like a gun. Behind her followed a middle-aged male dwarf who was also dressed in a practical manner and a young human man in heavy furs that could only be the merchant. Kryvax had long since grown used to being a Nerubian, but seeing a member of his former species after so long was an extremely strange experience. Following right behind them were Chieftain Kaonani and Elder Duankai. It's so small, muttered Vizier Haddix incredulously. It's so small, muttered Massuk disappointedly. However, he quickly got over the gnome's weak appearance and asked a question that had been on his mind. "Greetings, tiny creature, do you have any more of these amusing devices?" he asked as he held up the gnomish toy. Kryvax held back a snicker at the vizier and warrior unintentionally mimicking one another and moved to greet the gnome. She seemed to be very nervous, so he thought it would be best to act as friendly as possible to put her at ease. "Hello," Kryvax said kindly. "My name is Kryvax, and I'm happy to meet you. What's your name?" Kryvax began to grow concerned when the gnome's only response was a strange whining noise. What was wrong with her? She did speak the Tusker language, right? "Now that Elder Duunkai has arrived, we can use our magics to aid in translation," said Elder Siuago. Chieftain Kaonani raised one bushy brow but didn't comment. After a few moments of the three Tusker elders chanting in some strange language, a wave of magic washed over the building. Once Elder Siuago nodded to him to indicate that the magic had taken hold, Kryvax turned his attention to the female gnome and decided to try introducing himself again. "Greetings," Kryvax said in Nerubian, pulling back some of his enthusiasm and allowing the magic to translate for him. "My name is Kryvax and this is Massuk. What are your names?" I am Trixie Tinkrench of the Explorers League," said the pink-haired gnome, visibly struggling to compose herself. "These are Malzy Stonehallow, also of the Explorers League, and Oscar Smythe, a merchant under the employ of House Ashfort." "It's a pleasure to meet you all," Kryvax said politely. "Once I learned that the people of Moaki Harbor were trading with people from across the ocean, I knew that I had to meet you." "Oh? Why is that?" Trixie asked nervously. "Because my people were unaware of the existence of the Eastern Kingdoms until recently," Kryvax responded, not missing the momentary expressions of surprise and apprehension that passed over her face. "Once I learned about you, I realized the great opportunity for trade and sharing of knowledge that could be gained from cooperation between our people." As soon as Kryvax finished speaking, Oscar's expression changed from one of apprehension to one of a starving man who had just been escorted to a buffet. "Of course. That sounds great," said Oscar. "I'm certain that the Eastern Kingdoms and Azjol-Nerub have much to offer one another. House Ashfort would be more than glad to cooperate with you and your people." Kryvax was a bit taken aback, although not displeased, by the enthusiastic merchant. It would make it much easier to convince them to aid him if they were this eager for trade, but that was something that he felt should be discussed later. "I'm glad to hear that," said Kryvax. "However, we can talk more about trade later. If I've learned anything over the past few months, it's that such negotiations take a long time, and I think our efforts would be better spent learning more about each other for now." "Of course. Of course. Forgive my enthusiasm," said Oscar, dialing it back a little. "If you wouldn't mind, I would like to hear more about your people," said Kryvax. "Naturally, I will answer any questions you have about Azjol-Nerub as well." "That sounds all right," said Trixie, losing some of her nervousness. What followed was a long discussion about Ironforge, Gnome Regan, and Lordaeron, with Kryvax asking the occasional question under the direction of Vizier Haddix. Most of what he heard were things that Kryvax already knew, but he could see the projection of the Vizier looming over the foreigners and staring at them with an intense expression as he took in the information. A part of him wondered if these people were being irresponsible by sharing this information, but it was likely that all of this was considered common knowledge. Once they were done, Kryvax answered any questions that they had about Azjol-Nerub as promised. Although there were a few things that he held back under the order of Vizier Haddix. "Your people's kingdom truly spans half of Northrend?" Trixie asked with wide eyes. "Underneath it, yes. From Enkilla in the west to Nezanik in the north and my home city of Killacook in the east, our kingdom is quite large." "Humph. Your people sound smart then, lad," said the dwarf, Malzy. "Under the ground is the best place to live after all." "Malzy, you can't call him lad," said Trixie, admonishing her colleague. "You have no idea how old they are." "We are a bit over 4 years old," offered Massuk offhandedly. Kryvax imagined that if they were drinking anything when his friend said that then they would have spit-taked. Not only them, but the Tusker elders were also trading incredulous looks. The topic of their age had never actually come up in discussion before now. "How strange. The two of you are 4. Asked Trixie in disbelief. "How long is your lifespan? When do you become an adult? Are all 4-year-old Narubians like you?" Kryvax ignored the vizier's huff of amusement. "Narubian lifespans vary depending on their caste," said Kryvax. "The caste that I and Massuk belong to lives approximately as long as your average human, assuming the humans of your lands live as long as the humans here. Narubians mature more rapidly than most sapient races we have noticed, as we are both adults by our standards." "How long do your people live for?" "Gnomes and dwarves can both live up to 400 years, said Trixie, still slightly bewildered by the ages of the two Narubians. "I'm not certain how long the elves can live, but I know it's at least a few millennia." Vizier Haddix perked up at this information. "Instruct them to tell you more about these elves." "Elves?" asked Kryvax. "Yes, the High Elves of Kulthalas," Trixie elaborated. "They are widely considered by most to be the most powerful kingdom in the Eastern Kingdoms. They live for a very long time and possess extremely powerful magic. I don't really know much about them because they keep to themselves." Kryvax couldn't tell what the Haddix thought when he heard that, but after a moment of contemplation, the Vizier told him to move on. There was one topic in particular that Kryvax wanted to discuss, and he felt like now was as good a time as any. "If I may ask, are there any ongoing conflicts in the Eastern Kingdoms? Anything in particular that you feel like we should know?" asked Kryvax as calmly as he could. Even if the answer to this question did not tell him exactly when in the timeline he was, it would at least tell him if the creation of the Lich King was imminent. Trixie considered the question for a moment before she responded. Not that I'm aware of, said Trixie, ignorant of the immense feeling of relief her words invoked in Kryvax. There is always conflict with the trolls and gnolls, but nothing major to the best of my knowledge. Trixie looked to her two companions, seeking their opinion. Malzy shook his head, and Oscar did as well after a short pause. The human hesitated, said Haddix. Question him. Oscar, are you aware of any large conflicts? Asked Kryvax, silently praying that the answer would be no. Oscar hesitated for a moment before answering. They are merely rumors, but I have been told by some of my fellow merchants that there may be some kind of conflict happening in Stormwind, Oscar said reluctantly. Who is the current ruler of Stormwind? Asked Kryvax. Oscar seemed a bit confused by the question, but he answered anyway. King Lane Rin. Why do you ask? No particular reason. Merely curiosity. Kryvax could feel his earlier feeling of relief turn sour. There was no way for him to know for certain, but that conflict in Stormwind could very well be the first war. It was good to know that the second war had not yet started, as far as these merchants knew, but that did not mean that he could afford to relax. After all, there wasn't much he could do to actually stop Kil'jaeden from creating the Lich King, and the time between the first and second war was not as long as he would like. Kryvax thanked Oscar for the information and turned the conversation to lighter topics. They spoke briefly on a variety of topics, such as their respective histories, politics, House Ashford's history of trade with Northrend, and the Explorer League's upcoming expedition. There was even a moment where Trixie decided to show off her device, which was apparently a shrink ray, by using it on one of the lobsters that had been prepared for the Nerubians. It was a moment that Kryvax would cherish because it was the first time that he had ever seen Vizier Haddix so dumbstruck. Eventually, the foreigners grew sufficiently comfortable with their presence, and Haddix thought that it was time for Kryvax to request their assistance. He briefly described Azjol-Nerub's excessively isolationist nature, which explained to them why this was their first time learning of the kingdom, and then made his request. You would like to present us to your leaders and have us explain to them what they can gain from diplomacy? Asked Trixie, stunned. Yes, that is correct, said Kryvax. I believe that this would go a long way to convincing them. Kryvax watched as Trixie's expression alternated between concern and excitement. And you are certain that this is safe? If your people are so insular, then would they really be okay with an outsider entering their city? Yes, of course. You will definitely be safe, said Kryvax, lying through his mandibles. There was no absolute guarantee that they would be safe if they entered Azjol-Nerub, but then again, they were in danger from the moment that the kingdom noticed them. At this point, there was already absolutely no possibility that their ship would leave Moaki Harbor without Azjol-Nerub allowing them to do so, not that they knew that, of course. My mentor has already secured permission for you to enter the city and meet with our leaders if you are willing, said Kryvax, hoping for everyone's sake that they would be willing. At least this time he was not blatantly lying. Vizier Haddix had already secured permission for this from the Underking. Kryvax watched as the foreigners turned to discuss the matter quietly amongst themselves. He could already tell that he would be receiving a positive response from their expressions. Trixie and Malzy both seemed to be excited about the possibility of being permitted into Azjol-Nerub, and the merchant seemed enthralled with the promise of great wealth that trade would offer him. Sure enough, they seemed to reach a conclusion very quickly. We will need to discuss the matter with some of the people from the ship, said Trixie. But I expect that we will be able to accept your request. Excellent, said Haddix, truly pleased. I'm glad to hear that, said Kryvax, equally as pleased as the vizier. After you give me your full answer, I will need to contact my mentor to arrange for transportation. Vizier Haddix caught his implied question and responded to him as the meeting turned to other topics. I will be ready to open a portal to transport you all to the city in a few days, said Vizier Haddix. The vizier was silent for a moment as his attention turned elsewhere before he refocused on Kryvax. It is time for my participation in this meeting to come to an end, said Haddix. The Underking has summoned me and I must go to him now. I can see that you have this matter well in hand, Initiate. Well done. Continue to gather information and be prepared to report it to me the next time we meet. Kryvax nodded discreetly to Haddix, signaling his understanding. Good. Enjoy your last few days on the surface, Initiate. I suspect that these will be the most relaxing days you have for quite some time. With those last foreboding words delivered, the vizier's projection quickly faded away. Kryvax held back a sigh as he turned his attention back to the conversation. It seemed like they had finally reached the point where the foreigners were renegotiating their agreements with the Tusker. He agreed with the vizier that his coming days were likely to be more eventful than his current ones, but it might be worth it if whatever was to come did not involve listening to more trade agreements. As he listened to Oscar complain about the length of their trip and promote the reliability of their business partnership, Kryvax couldn't help but hope that he would not have to attend another meeting like this in the future. At least once the kingdom officially manages to establish diplomatic relations with the eastern kingdoms, I should be able to hand things like this over to someone else. Right? Oscar was feeling a number of conflicting emotions today in rapid succession that he dearly wished he wasn't. General discomfort and irritation of returning to unbelievably cold Northrend to trade with the primitive natives who barely understood the value of coin, excitement of the potential turn of profit they would get trading cheap ores for much more valuable exotic goods that would sell well back home, outrage at being told by these walrus people that they would have to renegotiate their standard deal with them, surprise at learning about their new trading partner, glee at the thought of trading with a proper kingdom and the opportunities it would open up in the market with him and his associates at the forefront of it, to terror to finding out these Nerubians were spider people of all things, and finally now, desperately trying to maintain his home traitor's face as he tried to maintain eye contact with said spider people. It was easier said than done considering it was hard to figure out which set of eyes he should be focusing on. Still, his pride as a traitor would not let him lose such a valuable opportunity standing right before him, so even as he sweated in his heavy furs despite the cold of the continent he kept up his practiced smile and opened up talks of trade with this Kryvax. He was very curious about what this Azjol-Nerub could potentially offer the Eastern Kingdoms after all, ideally making trading missions to this continent much more worthwhile than previous visits. So when the Narubians were done speaking with the Explorers League members and their discussions with the Walrus people were over, he took his chance and hoped for the best. He was not disappointed, and it did much to distract him from his fear. This silk is marvelous, he said in undisguised awe as he was shown several sheets of the material, something that apparently the Nerubians could produce relatively cheaply, so most of the costs involved would end up being in transporting it. Thank you, Kryvax said with what Oscar thought was a smile. Thankfully, the magics of the chieftain's hut allowed them to communicate freely so at least words were coming in clearly. It's pretty basic compared to what actually skilled weavers can do, but it has many uses even in its base form. I am aware since silk is a luxury material back home. Only Dalaran and Kulthalas can produce it in any reasonable amount, and even then only the richest can afford it, Oscar explained. I am slightly afraid that if it's as easy to produce as you say that you could crash the market for it back home. Oh, that would not be good I assume, Kryvax said nervously. We could limit the amount we can trade at a time to reduce overall cost but not totally devalue it if that helps. That would likely be best, but for now it is no problem since few traders come to Northrend as is for the moment, though I'm sure that will change once word spreads, Oscar said. Your ores won't fetch as high of a price due to Ironforge's high output rate, but the prices of certain ones remain consistent for the most part so long as you moderate that as well. Good to know, Kryvax nodded. There are likely many other things that my people can trade, but at this time this is the most I can offer personally. Of course, Oscar waved him off. This is plenty for the time being. Larger trade deals can be made later on as our relationship with your people grows. Sounds very good, though since we have no maritime tradition at this time we'll likely have to rely on your ships for transporting said goods. Kryvax pointed out. We'll need to find enough ships and sailors for such, but I'm sure that can be arranged in time as well, Oscar nodded as he idly tried to figure out the logistics of such a system. Good, Kryvax nodded. Now that we've gone over what my people can offer I suppose now it's your turn to do the same. That does leave the question of what you need, Oscar fired back with an honest smirk. Not much to be honest, but magical reagents or luxury goods such as new foods and the like would likely interest my people and get them more interested in the surface world. It's been working with the Tusker and Shellfish after all, Kryvax shrugged. I don't suppose you can offer tomes of knowledge, literature, philosophy, and arcane lore. Oscar came up slightly short but quickly recovered. While there are many tomes in the Eastern Kingdoms most are in the ownership of the Church of the Holy Light, noble houses, royal libraries, and similar institutions who would be slow to part with such things easily, even for large amounts of gold, Oscar explained. And the vast majority of anything related to arcane magic can only be found among the High Elves and the Mages of Dalaran. Would they be up for a trade? Azjol-Nerub has vast libraries full of knowledge accumulated over the course of thousands of years. I am sure they would find something among our collection worth swapping for, Kryvax asked curiously. Thousands of years. Are we dealing with elves in spider form? Oscar's mind screamed, but he kept his features schooled. Perhaps, but that is something you would need to ask them directly since I am simply a humble trader and sadly have no ties to such groups, Oscar admitted, knowing it was never good to build up your own image too high or else you wouldn't be able to live up to expectations. A shame, but understandable, since it's not like you knew about us at all, Kryvax shrugged. Hopefully we can meet with representatives of said groups at a later date, but for now we would be happy to trade simple things with you that you are willing to part with such as maps, books, and anything else you have on you currently that can help us learn more about your people. I believe I can arrange that, Oscar said, knowing that the captain has a small library in his cabin that he would need to beg and plead with to give up at least a decent amount of it with the promise of a larger cut of the silk profits. Excellent, then I hope this deal is most pleasing and that we can partake in more in the future, Kryvax said with a nod as they sealed their agreement with a handshake, which had Oscar shiver as the Nerubian's clawed hand was placed in his own. Good profit or not, this will take getting used to. That is quite the tale, and certainly changes a lot, Captain Stanton Prescott admitted after Oscar gave the full version of events in private with the man. After he and the League members had returned to the ship to report back on the meeting with the Nerubians, the former had returned to the village to continue speaking with their newest acquaintances while he remained behind to talk with the captain about how this changed their mission on behalf of House Ashford. As it stands, even after negotiations with the Tusker, we will be at a net loss for this whole journey, however, this news of a brand new and apparently quite wealthy and powerful kingdom stands to pay us back hundreds of times over if we play our cards right, Oscar explained. I will be going to the Nerubian city-state in a few days, and while there I hope to broker a larger trade deal with the city leadership, perhaps as payment for transporting a diplomatic delegation back to the Eastern Kingdoms. Which will not only net us quite a profit, but House Ashford has first grabs at any new trade routes made and the glory of helping establish diplomatic ties with a foreign kingdom, the captain summarized as he rubbed his beard chin. Which ought to seriously boost their reputation among the Lordaeron upper class. Exactly. This will be a massive coup, politically speaking, and House Ashford and the rest of us can ride the wave when it comes rather than be overtaken by it. Oscar couldn't help the slightly predatory grin that came to his face at the thought. Still sounds risky since these are giant spider people of all things, and from the sounds of it most of them are not the overly friendly sort, the captain pointed out as he took a drink of alcohol from the private stash he brought out during the report. Yes, but even the most isolationist kingdoms still want some things outside of their borders, for even the elves still trade with the human kingdoms despite not allowing us in theirs, Oscar pointed out. Elves don't eat people, as far as I know, the captain said. I've seen actual non-talking giant spiders wrap up and suck the juices out of men before. From all accounts, they have no interest in eating people, Captain. Oscar waved him off, but still couldn't get the image out of his head of the Nerubians happily crunching down on a crab shell and all. It's your neck that you're risking, so it's your choice in the end, the captain shrugged. Guess that means we'll be stuck here for a little bit while you work your magic. Gonna have to give the crew a bit of extended shore leave while you're gone, not that there is much to do here, and get them ready to most likely receive more, unique-looking passengers then. Of course, if you aren't back in a week I'm gonna assume the worst and sail off. Fair enough, but I assure you it won't come to that, Oscar said, and privately hoped. This is the risk you merchants all take for coin and glory, I suppose, the captain laughed while Oscar chuckled since he couldn't deny that fact. If all went well, then he would become one of the richest men in the Eastern Kingdoms in a few short years, an image that made any risk seem worth it. Chapter 17. Trixie had spent the past few days oscillating between terror and exhilaration about her impending diplomatic journey to the underground kingdom of the spider people. Terror because no matter how many times Kryvax reassured her, she knew that there was always a possibility that she would not leave Northrend alive, and exhilaration because she was about to see things no gnome had ever seen before. This was why she had chosen to join the Explorers League instead of becoming a tinker like the rest of her family, at least not as her main profession. A part of her wished that they could have gone immediately after they finished negotiations with the Tusker, but there were preparations that needed to be made first. However, today would be the day that she, Malzy, and Oscar would meet with the leaders of the spider people and plead their case for a peaceful and diplomatic future between them and the Eastern Kingdoms. Now she was just waiting in the middle of the Tusker village for Kryvax's mage mentor to teleport in and open a portal that they could use to travel to the Spider Kingdom. She did wish that he would hurry up though, unlike the spider people, her clothes didn't completely protect her from the cold. Are you ready for this, lass? Asked Malzy, looking just as nervous and excited as she felt. As ready as I'll ever be, big man, Trixie said as confidently as she could. How about you? How are you feeling about all of this? Not entirely sure how I should feel, Malzy admitted reluctantly. This ain't really something people can prepare for, is it? Still, if we make it out of here then we'll probably end up the most famous members of the league next to the Bronzebeard brothers and Mun and Magellas themselves. Trixie smiled at her friend's optimism. If she truly managed to become so famous, it would do a lot to help convince her family that she made the right decision in becoming an explorer. Who cares about fame? Scoffed Oscar. The man was shivering and pulling on his fur coat, but that didn't seem to dampen his spirits at all. If we succeed in forming a relationship with these spider people, we could all potentially become fabulously wealthy. What does fame matter in the face of that? I don't see how that would apply to me, Trixie said dubiously. I'm an explorer, not a merchant. That's simply because you lack vision, said Oscar bluntly. If we make it back to the Eastern Kingdoms, then the three of us will be the ones who have the most experience dealing with these creatures. That fact alone will see any number of merchant guilds eager to solicit your aid at the least. She thought about the merchant's words and decided that while they had merit, it didn't matter much to her. She wanted to be an explorer, not run off to work for a merchant guild. Trixie turned her attention to the spider person wearing black and red robes who was quietly speaking to his friend in his harsh chittering language. Two smaller spider-like creatures with a thin membrane between their legs were currently sitting on his back. According to him, the creatures were the same species as him, except they weren't sapient. Except when they were. These two particular flyers were only about as intelligent as one of the hounds that humans seemed to like so much, but there were apparently some that were as intelligent as a person. Trixie was doing her best not to think about it. Kryvax, how much longer until your mentor arrives? Trixie asked while speaking Tusker. He should be arriving any time now, answered Kryvax in the same language, turning his attention to her. I'm not certain why he has not arrived yet, but Vizier Haddix has always preferred to move at his own pace. Trixie hummed in acknowledgement, even if she was not fully satisfied by the answer. She didn't appreciate being made to wait out in the cold, but Kryvax was not the one who she should take her frustrations out on. He had been nothing but friendly and helpful these past few days and had done a lot to ease her worries. Trixie was just about to ask more about what they could expect from the Spider Kingdom when a bright violet light suddenly began to shine a few feet away from them. If she weren't wearing her goggles, then she would probably have been forced to turn her gaze away from the dazzling light, but as it was, she was able to watch as arcane glyphs formed on the ground and Vizier Haddix appeared in the center of the light. As Trixie strained her neck to look up at the spider person, she was once again befuddled by the variety of appearances of this race. Standing at what she estimated to be 10 to 12 feet tall, Vizier Haddix possessed 4 legs, 4 arms, and was wearing a set of extravagant teal robes and a headdress that would put even the wealthiest of mages to shame. He also seemed to exude a subtle air of danger that had the hairs on the back of her neck standing up. Trixie wasn't sure if it was just because she knew that he was a powerful mage, but her instincts told her that Vizier Haddix was not someone she wanted to get on the bad side of. The Vizier completely ignored everyone aside from Kryvax and began speaking to him in their language. Trixie had no idea what they were saying, but she could tell that Kryvax was acting much more respectfully while talking to the Vizier than he had ever acted with her or even the Tusker chieftain. After a few moments, their conversation seemed to finish and the Vizier immediately began to cast a spell without any further comment. Trixie watched in awe as a portal quickly opened up a few feet in front of the vizier, revealing several armored spider people waiting for them on the other side. She was no mage, but she was fairly certain that creating a portal was not a simple matter. It's time, said Kryvax. Vizier Haddix won't hold the portal open for long, so we'd better get moving. With that said, the two spider people quickly made their way through the portal. After sharing a nervous glance with Malzy, she decided to follow after them. The first thing Trixie noticed as she stepped through the portal was the relative warmth and complete lack of breeze. This was not particularly surprising given the fact that they were underground and there was a brazier in the corner of the room lit with a blue flame. The second thing she noticed was the intense focus that the armored guards were directing toward her. Trixie had the distinct feeling that if she had not been explicitly invited that she would have already been skewered by their spears. After a few moments, Malzy and Oscar stepped through the portal as well and were forced to hastily move out of the way as the vizier followed behind them. The portal closed shortly afterward, leaving them with no way back. A few harsh clicks of spider talk from the vizier sent the armored guards moving to take a formation around them. Follow us carefully, said Kryvax. Trixie hurried to do just that as the spider people started to make their way out of the building they had portaled into. According to Vizier Haddix, we need to start moving now if we wish to arrive there on time. Once they stepped out of the building, only the threat of the armored guards surrounding them prevented her from stopping and taking in her surroundings. Trixie was filled with a sense of awe as she looked at all the fantastical sights around her. She could tell that she was currently in a gigantic cavern that stretched farther than she could estimate and was filled with carefully constructed structures of an architectural style unlike any she had ever seen before. Gigantic webs of silk were carefully woven between different structures, serving as some kind of road for spider people to travel along, and groups of flyers freely flew throughout the cavern. There even seemed to be buildings suspended in the air purely by webs. Once she saw that Trixie couldn't help but try and calculate the approximate tensile strength of the spider people's silk. Unfortunately, she didn't have enough information to do so, and she was also busy trying her best to keep up with the rest of the group. Keeping up with big folk was hard enough when they only had 2 legs like she did. Thankfully, it seems like their destination was not far from wherever the portal brought them, because soon enough, they reached a massive ziggurat that was more ornately designed than the rest. It wasn't hard to guess that this was their destination. A few more harsh clicks to the guards from the vizier had their group entering without much fuss. Once they were inside, it was only a few more moments of frantically trying to keep up and ignoring the multitude of stairs directed toward them before they reached the room that had been set aside for their meeting. She could tell that this was the correct room because waiting inside was a massive creature that matched Kryvax's description of a spider lord. The 20-foot-tall creature possessed a bottom half that looked like a mixture between a beetle and a spider, a thick brown carapace, a large sharp horn, and scythe-like arms that were larger than Trixie's entire body. As their group made their way further into the room, she was also able to make out a pair of wings hiding behind its carapace. Of course, it's not enough to be a terrifying 20-foot-tall creature that could probably take on a dwarven steam tank, but they can also probably fly. Standing next to the Spider Lord was a similarly gigantic creature that Trixie assumed to be a queen. In terms of appearance, she wasn't actually all that different from the 2 spider people who she had spent the most time with, aside from her massive size and the giant bloated abdomen behind her that Trixie assumed to be filled with eggs. The queen was also wearing jewel-encrusted anklets around her many legs, a set of pure white silk robes, and a wide fanning headdress similar to what the viziers wore. Trixie also noticed how the queen was being constantly tended to by at least half a dozen of those smaller spider creatures which were sometimes people and sometimes animals that Kryvax called skitterers. She failed to hold back a shudder as she reduced the zooming function on her goggles. The queen's massive size only made it easier for Trixie to make out the details of her terrifying face. Standing behind and to the sides of the queen and the spider lord were 3 large statues with lower bodies and heads that resembled large cats, upper bodies that were similar to gnomes with 2 large sets of wings, and were each holding a large crystal in their clawed hands. Trixie assumed that they were larger versions of the magic crystals that she had seen Kryvax use to contact the vizier. The closest equivalent that her own people had was a gnome quarter, except a gnome quarter was unable to transmit visual images. Unfortunately for Trixie, they were also not powerful enough to establish communication between continents, otherwise she may have been able to ask for advice from someone who actually knew what they were doing. Aside from the Spider Lord, Queen, skitterers, and the 3 out-of-place winged cat statues, there was also a multitude of spider people spread throughout the room. Trixie could see several groups of viziers standing off to the sides of the room and speaking quietly to one another, and several spider people sticking to the walls with their webs or hanging from the ceiling. After their group reached the center of the room and the spider people that had escorted them slipped into the crowd, the Spider Lord silenced the crowd with a few words before gesturing toward one of the groups of viziers. Trixie watched with trepidation as the viziers spread themselves throughout the room and began casting magic. Their purpose became obvious as an arcane glyph manifested itself across the floor of the room and the Spider Lord spoke words that Trixie was startled to find she could suddenly understand. "Are you able to understand my words, outsiders?" asked the Spider Lord in a deep voice. "Oh. Yes we can, Your Grace," Trixie said in a rush, speaking up for the group. She held back a grimace at her jumbled words. She hardly knew how to properly refer to human aristocrats, let alone spider aristocrats. "Good," said the Spider Lord, seemingly uncaring of her ignorance. "I am under King Kukarak. With me is Queen Melras, and we are joined by the various leaders of the city of Kilakuk. This meeting will also be observed via scrying crystal by High King Anubarak and his council, as well as the leadership of Enkila and Nazanik. You are here to answer our questions about the land you refer to as the Eastern Kingdoms. Do you understand?" "Yes, under King Kukarak," Trixie said as politely as she could, struggling to pronounce the spider person's strange name. You will begin by introducing yourselves, said the Spider Lord, his tone brooking no argument. I am Trixie Tinkwrench of the Explorers League, said Trixie, only just now realizing that her words were being magically carried across the large room. They had previously decided that Trixie would speak for them when possible, so she quickly introduced her companions as well. With me are Malzy Stonehallow, also of the Explorers League, and Oscar Smythe, a merchant under the employ of House Ashfort. Your first contact with our people was several days ago when you met with an initiate of the Circle of Viziers by the name of Kryvax, correct? Yes, Underking, said Trixie. During this meeting, you shared details of your people and your lands with initiate Kryvax, correct? Yes, that is correct, Underking. Repeat those details for those who are listening, ordered Underking Kukarak. Trixie winced. This was probably going to take a while. Trixie spent the next few hours answering all the questions asked of her in regard to the Eastern Kingdoms while doing her best to make the continent sound like one the Spider people would want to cooperate with. For the most part, the Spider Lord asked her about the Eastern Kingdom's politics, governments, and potential threats while the Queen asked her about its races, especially the elves and the trolls. Trixie answered what she could while Malzy and Oscar contributed by answering about subjects that they knew better. Some of the muttered responses to their answers, the source of which she could never quite find, were very interesting. It seems that these Eastern Kingdoms are politically stable enough and face only minor threats. Nothing that should drag us into anything unpleasant at first glance. So the foolish elves didn't wipe themselves totally out after all. We will need to update their status from extinct to merely misplaced. It is unfortunate that these new lands also have trolls. The Dracari are an annoyance enough as it is. It's possible that their damned LOA knew about this the entire time. These other races sound fascinating. So much to study. Once they were done with those topics, one of the viziers stepped forward and asked them questions about magic. Unfortunately, she was able to answer very few of those questions, although the viziers did seem interested when she told them about Dalaran. After they finished answering questions about magic, the viziers switched to asking about the Eastern Kingdom's technology. Thankfully, Trixie was more than able to answer questions like that, and a demonstration of her shrink ray on an offered skitterer which she was assured wasn't sapient sent many of the viziers into a short frenzy that the Underking had to calm down himself. How in the world did such a small device reduce the mass and density of a living creature to such a degree without killing it? Does it function similarly to the reduce spell? Not only that, but this technology can be used by anyone. It's not unlike some of the low-level spell weaves. This goes far beyond the device that we studied earlier. Apparently, the small ones are the most technologically adept races on the continent. This opens up many possibilities. This will no doubt lead to the Technological Research Division getting a raise in funding. The vizier that Trixie recognized as Kryvax's mentor stepped forward to ask about the potential for trade, and Oscar stepped forward to give his best presentation on the subject. The merchant spoke at length about the value of the Spider people's silk and ores, and the various goods that the Eastern Kingdom could offer them in turn, focusing on foodstuffs, technology, and magical knowledge and supplies. To think these foreigners would be lacking in such basic resources. Pathetic. While it's doubtful that these lesser beings have much to offer that we can't produce ourselves, their knowledge and novelties might have some interest, at the very least. This Church of the Holy Light seems like an interesting research subject. I very much doubt they have anything we could not replicate ourselves. I wonder if they have any foods as delicious as shellfish. By the time they were done answering questions, Trixie could tell that the Underking was the only thing keeping the audience from breaking out into loud conversation. Does anybody have any more questions for the outsiders? Asked Underking Kukarak. The room was quiet for several more moments before the Spider Lord continued. Very well. The outsiders will be made to wait elsewhere while we discuss everything that we have heard. Thank you for your time, Underking Kukarak, said Trixie as diplomatically as she could. I hope the future of our people's relationship is one of cooperation. With that said, she and her companions turned to leave the room under the escort of the armored guards who had brought them there. Trixie had expected Kryvax and Massuk to join them given they were the only ones who could communicate with them without magic. Apparently, they thought so as well since the two spider people moved to follow them before Kryvax was stopped by his mentor. Trixie was barely able to hear what the vizier said to Kryvax as she passed by them. Not you, said the vizier. You need to be here for the rest of this meeting. Your warrior friend will go with them. Yes, vizier, said Kryvax. After saying a few words to his friend that Trixie could not make out, Massuk nodded and moved to follow their group. As they left the room, Trixie couldn't find it in herself to wonder about the little byplay, because she had more important things to think about. Trixie was not entirely certain what caused it specifically, but halfway through the meeting, her instincts started to tell her that she had seriously underestimated the xenophobia of the spider people. Trixie had a very real feeling that there was a chance that they would not be allowed to leave safely. Now, the only thing she could bring herself to focus on was praying to any god that was listening that the discussion that the spider people were about to have would result in a decision that would allow her to see her family again. Chapter 18. While the group of foreign beings were escorted out of the room, Vizier Haddix focused his attention on the mood of those around him. It became immediately obvious to him that arranging for the foreigners to be presented to the kingdom's leadership was the correct decision. While many of the voices he could hear seemed to favor isolating Azjol-Nerub from the eastern kingdoms, a large portion of the leadership was interested in the potential benefits that could be gained from the new lands. Haddix knew without a doubt that if the order had not gone to significant lengths to direct key members of the leadership toward a more outward-looking policy, then that portion would be substantially smaller. As it was, this was a favorable start and Haddix was confident that the kingdom would reach the conclusion that it was in its best interest to establish a presence in the eastern kingdoms. Haddix glanced toward one of the viziers from the Technological Research Division and gave him a nearly imperceptible nod once he caught their attention. It wouldn't do for Haddix to publicly push for his agenda given his connection to the initiate responsible for discovering the eastern kingdoms in the first place if he wanted to avoid attracting unwanted attention. And he very much did want to avoid that. Therefore, Haddix had convinced a vizier that was seemingly unrelated to himself to push his agenda for him. Vizier Crel visibly flinched when Haddix nodded at him, but he still obediently moved to carry out the nonverbal command. Under King Kukarak, said Vizier Crel, silencing the crowd as everyone turned their attention to him. I believe I speak for my colleagues in the Technological Research Division when I say that it is in the best interest of the Kingdom of Azjol-Nerub to establish a diplomatic presence in the Eastern Kingdoms and learn what we can from its natives. The Arcane Research Division supports this as well for the potential it has in expanding our magical knowledge base by introducing new factors and insights. Vizier Ciaz agreed, pleasantly surprising Haddix because she needed no prompting on his part to do so. Most likely due to her division anticipating the benefits of a relationship with the surface in regards to the new arcane-aligned reagents collected from the Lothalor woodlands and hoping for more. Haddix listened carefully to the surrounding responses. We stand to gain much knowledge from these new lands. I wonder if there are any reagents in the Eastern Kingdoms that could be used to create a superior healing potion. We should prioritize studying the technology of these gnomes. It would be wise for the kingdom to keep a close eye on these lands for potential threats. Similar voices echoed throughout the room, with most being positive or at least neutral with few outright dissenting against it. The response was more positive than Haddix had expected, although he could tell that there were many who held different opinions and were not speaking up. The natural curiosity of the viziers and the desire of the weavers for trading goods that would benefit their various crafts pushed against their insular nature. Ridiculous. All discussion in the room was immediately silenced by the deep voice of a spider lord coming from the Nazanik scrying crystal. Why should our kingdom associate itself with lesser creatures? What could they possibly have to offer us? Are our viziers so inept that they need to learn from foreigners? Are we so incompetent that we need the help of others to acquire the materials that this kingdom needs? Said Underking Anabesit derisively. Many who were previously quiet started to mutter in support of the Underking. If we allow those foreigners to return to the eastern kingdoms, then our lands will soon be crawling with outsiders whether we want it or not. We should kill these creatures and destroy their transport before it is too late. Haddix didn't bother holding back a scoff. It was obvious to everyone that Nazanik would benefit the least out of all the present cities from diplomatic ties with the eastern kingdoms, given the city's focus on producing warriors over viziers or weavers. The Spider Lord's objections more likely stemmed more from that fact rather than an actual ideological opposition. Haddix wasn't the only one who could pick up on this fact and the Underking would almost certainly face pushback. Sure enough, mocking laughter echoed from the Enkilla scrying crystal as soon as Underking Anabesit finished speaking. Are you truly so scared, Anabesit? Said Underking Neferset, his voice filled with mockery. Are your warriors so incapable of handling a few lesser creatures exploring our lands that you believe we should hide like newly born hatchlings? It's obvious to everyone that the kingdom would be better off learning more about these new lands rather than hiding like cowards. Neferset was no less self-interested than Anabesit given the relatively large focus his city put on creating capable viziers. Enkilla stood to benefit greatly from the new knowledge that they could potentially learn. Who are you calling a coward, Neferset? I doubt you would be so brave if you were speaking to me in person. I have better things to do than fight with a fool, said Underking Neferset with a scoff. We would be better off discussing the composition of the diplomatic party that we'll be sending to the eastern kingdoms. You act as if we have already made a decision, rebuked Underking Kukarak. I, for one, still have reservations on the matter. Haddix had done his best to direct Underking Kukarak to a more outward-looking policy, but his success was severely hampered by the Order's relatively light presence in Kilakuk. Kukarak was steadily warming up to the idea of increased interaction with outsiders due to the benefits that trading with the Tusker had brought to his city, but centuries of belief were difficult to overcome. I agree with Underking Nasferset, said Queen Melras as one of her skitterers delivered a lobster to her grasp. We have much to gain from studying these new races and the trading goods that the human expressed interest in are easily acquired. The kingdom produces plenty of ore and there is no shortage of low-grade silk that we could trade for valuable goods. After all, it's only the higher-grade magical silks that we would need to restrict from trading. The weavers were able to produce many high-grade silks with magical silks with fantastical properties that the kingdom would not want in the hands of outsiders. Haddix noted that many of the weavers he could see relaxed slightly at the words of Queen Melras. Many of them were extremely protective of their more powerful silks, and would naturally oppose trading them away to outsiders. The discussion continued on like that for a while, with several important leaders arguing for their positions on either side of the matter. Haddix was gratified to see that Vizier Crel succeeded in pushing the narrative toward establishing diplomatic contact by constantly mentioning the benefits of doing so whenever someone spoke against it. Vizier Silvos also spoke in favor on occasion, but he remained quiet for the most part. There is also the matter of the prophesied tide of death, said the aged voice of Elder Nadox, one of the most politically powerful viziers in Azjol-Nerub and trusted advisor to High King Anubarak. It would greatly increase the security of our kingdom if our people were able to spread to another continent. At the vizier's words, the discussion suddenly stopped and Haddix could feel himself want to chuckle with mirth. While Nadox was not a member of the order, his apprentice Seer Ixit was, and he had done everything he could to convince the elder that the kingdom needed to spread to the eastern kingdoms if it wanted to survive. It seems that Ixit's efforts have paid off, Haddix thought with amusement. Nobody wanted to speak against the elder, due both to the political power he wielded and their unease over the unknown calamity that many of the kingdom's seers could sense approaching. Hearing Elder Nadox tell them that their kingdom would be significantly safer if they expanded to another continent was a great source of discomfort for most of them. Just as the silence was beginning to grow awkward, a voice that nearly every leader in the kingdom would recognize carried across the room. "Enough," said High King Anubarak in a tone that brooked no argument. "The kingdom of Azjol-Nerub will send a diplomatic party to join the outsiders as they return to the eastern kingdoms. This team must be capable of establishing a permanent portal connection between the kingdom and these new lands if we decide it is in our best interests to do so. Matters of trade will be handled on a case-by-case basis. We will now move the discussion to the details and composition of this diplomatic party." With that, the discussion on whether or not the kingdom should interact with the eastern kingdoms was brought to an end. Although the various cities of the kingdom had a large amount of autonomy, none of them would dare to directly contradict the orders of the High King on such a serious matter. Haddix was unsurprised that the High King had chosen to step in. While the kingdom was extremely isolationist, it was obviously in their interest to have some amount of contact with these newly discovered lands, even if only to keep an eye on them. Though, the nature and the degree of that contact was still up for negotiation. It was likely that the High King wished for the diplomatic party to gather additional information about the eastern kingdoms so that he could make a more informed decision at a later date. There were many short-sighted fools who would prefer to simply kill all the outsiders, destroy their ship, and never worry about them again, but fortunately, Anubarak was a fairly competent ruler. The discussion was quiet for several more moments before the crowd slowly started to argue over who would be sent with the group. Each of the cities wanted to send its own people so that they could push their respective cities' agendas. Haddix spent a while listening and decided to step forward after Underking Anubesset shamelessly proposed to send one of his direct subordinates with the diplomatic party he previously spoke out against. The order had decided that it would be best if he was the one who traveled the eastern kingdoms so that he could begin scouting these new lands for the influence of the old ones. After all, his direct relationship with the initiate behind the discovery of the eastern kingdoms made it easy to justify his inclusion in the diplomatic party. "Leaders of the kingdom of Azjol-Nerub, I am Vizier Haddix of Killikuk's Surface Research Division," he said, attracting the attention of everybody listening to himself. Haddix gestured to Kryvax with one of his arms and watched him tense as the crowd turned their attention to him. "I am the mentor of the one who was directly responsible for discovering these new lands, Initiate Kryvax. I would like to put forward myself, Initiate Kryvax, and Neophyte Massuk to be sent as members of this diplomatic party due to our experience in dealing with races of the surface." I could understand, Vizier Haddix," said Under King Neferset, with an edge of skepticism. "I could even perhaps understand sending your initiate, as young as he may be. But why should we send a neophyte with this expedition? Because the two of them are practically inseparable and I don't want to deal with the brats whining if I try to split them apart." Not only had Initiate Kryvax shown himself to possess a useful talent for diplomacy with the surface, but Haddix was loath to leave the talented initiate in the hands of malice. As such, it was best to bring the initiate along to the eastern kingdoms instead of leaving him behind and allowing his potential to be squandered, or worse. "Neophyte Massuk has spent more time than most on the surface," said Vizier Haddix. "He has shown himself to be competent at communicating with the other races and will be a useful asset. He has also fought with and against the surface races, observing how they fight in great detail, something which I believe will be very important when studying these foreigners in their own lands." It was not the strongest of justifications on his part, but it was good enough that nobody cared to fight him over it. The discussion went on for quite some time and was made more difficult by the limited amount of space on the foreigners' wooden ship, but they were eventually able to agree on the composition of the diplomatic party. Enkilla would send a vizier who was both proficient in technologies and experienced in creating permanent portals. Azjol-Nerub would send weavers who were highly knowledgeable about the kingdom's material needs and could assist in any potential trade negotiations. Naz-Anik would provide the warriors that would both offer protection to the rest of the envoys and evaluate these new lands for potential threats. Killikuk would send Vizier Haddix to handle any necessary diplomatic negotiations, and he would be accompanied by Initiate Kryvax and Neophyte Massuk. At one point, the discussion devolved into a heated argument on the merits of sending a Spider Lord to act as head of the party's protection detail, with many pointing out that the outsider's ship was not large enough to comfortably transport one. Azjol-Nerub might not have its own maritime tradition, but the viziers were smart enough to understand that a Spider Lord would be forced to stay on the deck and would face severe difficulties during long sea travel. However, many thought sending a Spider Lord would be essential as both protection and a show of force to the surface races. Eventually, it was decided that a Spider Lord would be sent after some of the viziers from Enkilla proposed that the Spider Lord be fastened to the ship with adhesive waterproof silk and put to sleep with a potion to stave away boredom. There were a few more things that they needed to discuss after they reached an agreement on the diplomatic party's composition, but they eventually finished and the meeting was ended by High King Anubarak. After giving an order for the members of the diplomatic party to prepare for their journey to the eastern kingdoms, the scrying crystal for Azjol-Nerub went dark and the other two crystals soon followed. Haddix couldn't help but sigh in relief. The meeting had gone as expected and the results were as favorable as he could reasonably hope for. Turning his attention to Initiate Kryvax, Haddix could see that the initiate was still filled with tension, but he was slowly relaxing. "We're not done yet, Initiate," thought Haddix with no small amount of humor. "You're about to become the center of the crowd's attention for the second time today. As you have heard, the High King has decided to establish a diplomatic relationship with the Eastern Kingdoms," said Under King Kukarak to the city's leadership. "There is no doubt that this will bring great change to this kingdom, and you all will be responsible for guiding our people through this. I am sure you all have much to think about. If nobody has anything else to discuss, then you are all dismissed. I will send a messenger to inform the outsiders of our decision. In fact, there is something further that I would like to discuss, said Haddix, just as everyone was preparing to leave the room. I wish to take this opportunity to ask a favor of Queen Melras. Oh? What favor is it that you wish to ask me? Asked the Queen, her tone one of curiosity. Her bulbous abdomen swayed as she directed her attention away from the skitterers that were crawling along her body to deliver food to her mandibles and turned that attention to Haddix. I would ask that you initiate Kryvax to the Vizier caste before he is sent to the Eastern Kingdoms, Queen Melras. Haddix could see from the corner of his vision that initiate Kryvax had completely stopped moving after processing what was just said. The room was silent for only a short, surprised moment before one of the Viziers loudly objected to the proposal. That is a ridiculous proposition. That initiate is barely more than a hatchling. How could you believe him worthy of such an honor? None of the other Viziers started yelling, but it was obvious that they did not approve of the proposition. The warriors and weavers watched with interest but were otherwise uninvested in the matter. It's simple really, Haddix said coldly, turning his gaze to the noisy Vizier. Initiate Kryvax has contributed more to this kingdom in his short tenure as an initiate and my student by discovering the Eastern Kingdoms than many of those in this room will contribute in their entire lives. That was enough to cause many of the Viziers to break out into angry condemnations, but their opinions were irrelevant so Haddix simply ignored them and turned his attention back to the Queen. Queen Melras was the one who had the final say over who was and was not elevated to a higher caste in the city of Killikuk. The only reason that the circle of Viziers was usually able to control which of their members were elevated was because the Queen was incredibly difficult to actually meet with. Even if you did meet her, the situation usually did not allow for requests to be made of her, but Haddix felt that this situation was different. Not only was it true that the initiate in question had contributed greatly to the kingdom, but he was also about to be sent on an extremely important mission. Haddix was not foolish enough to miss this opportunity to increase the value of an initiate that was so closely tied to himself. Especially given the plans that he had for the young mage. How bold of you, said Queen Melras with a chuckle. Do you truly believe your initiate is worthy of me spending the effort to elevate him? I do, Vizier Haddix said without hesitation. And you, initiate? Asked Queen Melras after a short pause. Do you believe you are ready to become a Vizier? The question seemed to startle initiate Kryvax out of whatever daze he was in. Yes, Queen Melras. Said initiate Kryvax. I am ready to become a Vizier and serve the kingdom to the best of my ability. He's overdoing it a little, but it was still a good enough answer I suppose, thought Haddix. He could tell that Queen Melras seemed to think so as well. Very well, said Queen Melras, waving her hand dismissively. I suppose it is no great burden, and it's not every day that an initiate discovers a whole new continent. Bring him to me tomorrow. The process is not a quick one and I will need to begin soon if you do not wish to delay the expedition. With that said, the Queen moved to leave without further comment, her gaggle of skitter attendants hot on her heels or even under her bloated abdomen in an attempt to help lessen her load. If there is nothing else, then you are all dismissed, said Under King Kukarak. This time, nobody interrupted him and everyone started to make their way out of the room while discussing the implications of everything that had happened during the meeting. Initiate Kryvax moved to leave as well, likely to meet with the outsiders and his warrior friend before Haddix stopped him by placing an arm on the initiate's shoulder. Vizier Haddix? Is there something further that you need from me? Yes, there is, said Haddix, his amusement growing as he watched the young mage's expression grow increasingly nervous. The outsiders will have to wait. I have something important to show you. What is it, Vizier Haddix? Asked Initiate Kryvax, trying and failing to hide his apprehension. You'll see when we reach there, Haddix said simply as he turned and began walking towards the room's exit. Follow me. After a few hesitant moments, Haddix heard the skittering footsteps of the initiate and he allowed his mind to wander as he thought about the conversation he was about to have with the young one. When he first decided to arrange for Initiate Kryvax to be designated to his division, he did so because of the initiate's drive and talent. As he watched the young mage devote all of his free time and energy to learning magic, Haddix had even started to think it would be a good idea to induct the initiate into the order after a few decades due to his constant drive to learn and improve. However, none of his plans could have foreseen what Initiate Kryvax had accomplished over such a short time. When Haddix allowed him to travel to the surface with the intention of interacting with the surface races, he had thought nothing of importance would come of it. How wrong he was. Now things had changed, and it was in his best interests for Initiate Kryvax to learn about the order before they left for the Eastern Kingdoms. There was some amount of risk, given that Initiate Kryvax was now too well known to be disposed of discreetly if he reacted poorly. Unfortunately, there were many who were fanatically loyal to the kingdom and did not approve once they learned that there was a secret organization of viziers that held significant political power behind the scenes. He was also young, inexperienced in many things, and highly idealistic, all traits that usually were not usually a great fit for the order. Still, Haddix believed that he had a good understanding of Initiate Kryvax by now, and he knew how to pluck the right threads to get what he wanted. Chapter 19. Kryvax did his best to shake off the residual discomfort that came with being teleported. After the meeting, Vizier Haddix had ominously told him that he had something important to tell him and ordered Kryvax to follow him. The moment the two of them had reached a secure location without any witnesses, the Vizier had abruptly teleported them both to an unknown location and Kryvax had no idea what was happening. As soon as Kryvax managed to find his bearings, he quickly took a look at his surroundings, hoping he would be able to figure out where he was. He quickly realized that Vizier Haddix had taken him to an isolated cavern that was illuminated only by bioluminescent mushrooms that were growing on the cavern walls. No matter how hard he looked, Kryvax couldn't see any exits or entrances to the cavern, nor could he see any other Nerubians aside from the vizier who was patiently waiting for him to finish taking in his new environment. Kryvax looked down at the teleportation locus that was under his feet and tried his best to read the various arcane glyphs that formed it. Despite Vizier Haddix making it seem otherwise, long-distance teleportation was not an easy magic that any mage could use without difficulty. The locus, as far as Kryvax could tell, served to make it easier for authorized mages to teleport into the cavern while simultaneously denying the spatial magic of those who were unauthorized. Unfortunately, Kryvax was not knowledgeable enough about arcane glyphs to understand how the locus decided who was and was not authorized, so he decided to turn his attention back to the rest of his surroundings. The two of them were standing on a platform that was suspended in the air by long strands of silk attached to the walls and ceiling, and in front of them was a silk bridge that led to a truly massive ziggurat that reached from the base of the cavern to its roof. Kryvax was used to ziggurats being centers of activity as Nerubians constantly entered and exited them as they went about their business, so to see one so devoid of life was ominous and unsettling. Standing completely still on both sides of the bridge were a pair of obsidian destroyers, similar to the ones he had seen earlier in the day. While they might seem like mere statues, Kryvax knew that they would have killed him in an instant if he had come here without permission. The things gave him the creeps since Kryvax was well aware that they were Titan-forged Tolvir that the Nerubians enslaved millennia ago when they first moved into the lands that would become Northrend, turning them into killing machines under their control. I really hope Haddix didn't bring me here in order to get rid of me. This place gives me the creeps. Vizier Haddix, what is this place? Kryvax asked nervously, praying that his mentor was not about to break into some kind of villainous monologue. This place, Initiate, is the headquarters for the Order of Kal Tut, said Vizier Haddix, his voice more solemn than Kryvax had ever heard before. A secret organization of viziers to which I belong and one which I brought you here to learn about. What is the Order of Kal Tut, Vizier? Kryvax asked curiously, hoping that he wasn't about to be forcibly inducted into some kind of cult. Follow me, said Vizier Haddix as he turned and began making his way across the bridge into the ziggurat. I will explain everything to you soon enough. Kryvax couldn't help but ask another question as he hurried to follow the vizier. If this ziggurat belongs to the Order of Kal Tut, then where is everybody? I informed the Order of our arrival ahead of time. You are not yet authorized to know the identities of the Order's members, Vizier Haddix said matter-of-factly. Many of them are still here, of course, but you will not see them until later. That really doesn't ease my worries that I'm about to be inducted into a cult, Kryvax thought gloomily. The distance between the platform with the teleportation locus and the ziggurat was not very far, so it didn't take very long before they were walking through the entrance. A part of him was surprised to see that the ziggurat was not noticeably different from any of the other ziggurats he had entered before, aside from its emptiness. One would think that the headquarters of some kind of secret organization would be a bit more distinctive. That impression quickly changed once they exited the hallway and entered the ziggurat's first chamber. Kryvax could see that there were many hallways connected to the room that were each visibly indistinguishable from one another. The room itself was empty of any decorations or adornments aside from a few enchanted braziers placed in its corners, but in its center was an ornate plinth that supported a crucible that was filled with some kind of pitch-black liquid. Kryvax didn't understand why, but something about the liquid disquieted him even from across the room. That feeling only grew as he reluctantly followed Vizier Haddix when he walked straight to the center of the room. Once he got close enough that the crucible was within touching distance, Kryvax noticed that both the plinth and the crucible were covered in a dense array of arcane glyphs. After opening up his magical senses, Kryvax was astonished to discover the powerful wards that were connected to the objects. However, as powerful as these wards were, it was the pitch-black liquid that drew his full attention. Directing his magical senses to the liquid made Kryvax feel as if he was suddenly looking over a dark unending abyss while being utterly certain that something he could not see was looking back in turn. The longer he looked, the more he felt as if could hear the sound of whispering voices and see flickers of movement in the corner of his vision. Once he noticed feelings of doubt, despair, and panic growing inside of him, Kryvax hurriedly turned his attention away from the dark liquid. Vizier Haddix, what is this? Asked Kryvax, struggling to keep his internal panic out of his voice. This is something that I asked the Order to arrange for us, Vizier Haddix said calmly. It is a sort of tradition for those who first learn of the Order to witness a demonstration of what this liquid is capable of. Without further comment, Vizier Haddix reached into one of his spatial bags and pulled out a still living lobster, and then casually threw it into the crucible. Living creatures were much more difficult to spatially store than objects, but magically storing a non-sapient lobster with such a simple soul was well within the vizier's ability. Kryvax watched with trepidation as the liquid seemed to reach out to grab the lobster as it approached. The crucible was obviously not very deep given that the crustacean was not fully submerged, but that only made it easier for him to look on in horror as the shellfish slowly mutated. At first, parts of its previously red shell became varying shades of purple while others morphed into some kind of strange fleshy substance. After a while, small wandering eyes and tiny mouths filled with razor-sharp teeth could be seen growing randomly across its body. By the time the mutated lobster began to grow small twisting tentacles, it was obvious to Kryvax that he was looking at a crucible filled with some kind of liquid void. He was already aware that the void was nothing good for the vast majority of living creatures, but this was significantly more disturbing than he had expected. Kryvax tore his gaze from the grotesque display once the tiny mouths began to scream in incoherent anguish. Vizier Haddix must have thought that he had seen enough, or maybe it was just too dangerous to continue because he swiftly telekinetically lifted the mutated lobster out of the crucible and threw it onto the ground. For a moment, the thing seemed as if it were about to start running at them before the vizier began burning it with a stream of arcane fire until nothing but ash remained. What you just witnessed was the effect that concentrated void energies have on a living creature, said Vizier Haddix grimly as he ended the stream of fire. The void is a malevolent force that seeks to corrupt all living creatures unfortunate enough to enter its grasp. It is the duty of the Order of Kal Tut to prevent the malignant void from spreading its poisonous influence to Nerubian society by any means necessary. Kryvax gave himself a moment to recover from the very disturbing example of the void's corruptive powers, something he was aware of before but was quite another thing entirely to see in person. His mentor said nothing as he composed himself and asked the first question that came to mind. If that is the goal of the Order, then why is it so secret? Asked Kryvax, confused. Considering what he knew already and especially after watching a display like that, he felt like the void was something that everyone should know about. Who wouldn't support the suppression of something so obviously evil? You said that the Order of Kal Tut was a secret organization of viziers. Why don't you have any Queen or Spider Lord members in the Order? Good questions, initiate, Vizier Haddix said approvingly. Before I answer them, you must learn about the history of the Order's creation. The beginning of that story starts with a Nerubian by the name of Kal Tut, who was a vizier that lived during the times of the Second Nerubian Regal War. As he spoke, the vizier turned and started to make his way to one of the many seemingly identical hallways connected to the room. Once they entered the hallway, it became immediately obvious to Kryvax why this was where the vizier had chosen to lead him. All along the walls of the hallway was a colorful, intricately woven mural made from high-grade Nerubian silk that depicted what Kryvax assumed were historical scenes. The very first scene depicted by the mural was not an army of Nerubians doing battle with the Vragel as he had expected, but instead showed the Nerubians invading what he was sure was Uldur. Do you remember from your studies how the Second Nerubian Regal War began, and the events of the war that preceded it? Initiate. Asked Vizier Haddix. Yes, Vizier, it was the second major conflict Azjol-Nerub engaged in with the Vragels that began when we attempted to invade a place of forbidden knowledge and artifacts, said Kryvax, repeating what he had read from the Circle's historical records. Years after our loss during the First War, High King Anubzekith invaded the facility with the intention of acquiring secrets and relics that could aid our people against the Vragel. That is what the records say, but it is not the entire truth, said Vizier Haddix as he continued walking down the long hallway at a steady pace. Soon the scene changed to an image of what Kryvax recognized to be a portrayal of Titan-forged creatures slaughtering the Nerubians as they attempted to free an imprisoned Yogg-Saron. Even the simple image of the old god was disturbing to look upon. Most of what the records say is true, but the High King's motives are different from what you know, said Vizier Haddix solemnly as he gestured towards the mural. The facility was more than just a place of forbidden knowledge and artifacts. It was a prison, and the High King invaded that prison with the goal of releasing its only prisoner, one of the old gods. Old gods? The cruel and destructive beings that our people used to worship? I thought they were a myth. Kryvax said, feigning surprise as best he could as he followed behind the vizier. Unfortunately, they are all too real. In the past, worship of these beings pervaded every aspect of our society, and it was one of them who directed the High King to the prison, said Vizier Haddix. The murals gradually turned into scenes of the Vragel defeating the Nerubians during the Second War until they were pushed all the way to the city of Azjol-Nerub. The scenes depicted made it clear that the devastation that the Nerubians faced back then was far more significant than what was publicly recorded. The Vragel truly pushed them to the edge of calamity. Vizier Kal Tut was a trusted advisor to the High King, and he was forced to watch helplessly as Anubzekith was manipulated by the influence of the old god into making a series of irrational decisions that brought the kingdom to near ruin, said Vizier Haddix. Kryvax watched with interest as the mural began to show images of a vizier arguing with a spider lord, only to grow increasingly desperate as his advice went unheeded. Soon enough, Kryvax was looking at the somber depiction of the vizier looking miserable as he stood over the corpse of the spider lord. After losing the Second War, Anubzekith was overthrown and killed, an event which devastated Vizier Kal Tut. Not only was Kal Tut a trusted advisor to Anubzekith, but they were also lifelong friends, said Vizier Haddix, his tone uncharacteristically sympathetic. The two of them had been born together, raised together, and had a relationship not unlike the one you share with your warrior friend. Kryvax felt a sudden pang of sympathy for Vizier Kal Tut. Just imagining being helpless as the void twisted Massuk into a creature unlike himself made him feel a sense of overwhelming dread. While the kingdom's new leadership was content to blame Anubzekith for the failure of the war, Vizier Kal Tut was wise enough to see where the blame truly laid, said Vizier Haddix with unusual fervor. Vizier Kal Tut realized that it would be madness and folly if our people continued to follow the old god's will, and sought to put an end to it. It would be the work of many millennia, but he and those he taught would see it done. The mural went on to show a gathering of viziers working in the shadows, undermining the old god's influence among the Nerubians for thousands of years through countless methods while helping the kingdom rebuild, never showing themselves fully but always acting. Waiting for the perfect chance to fully overthrow their gods, they did their best to lead Azjol-Nerub into a more enlightened age where they alone decided their own destiny. Kal Tut eventually died, but those he taught continued his work long after his passing, said Vizier Haddix, his voice becoming increasingly passionate as he told the story. These enlightened few would build the foundation of the organization that would eventually be known as the Order of Kal Tut. Vizier Haddix, what are those? Asked Kryvax, pointing towards a creature on the mural that he did not recognize. They seemed to be some kind of insectoid creatures, yet distinctly different from the Nerubians. It was hard to tell for certain, but it looked as if the members of the order were hiding from them. It is not well known now, but prior to the sundering our kingdom was in contact with two other kingdoms similar to our own, said Vizier Haddix with distaste after he saw what Kryvax was pointing towards. Ahnkiraj and Mantives were kingdoms much like our own that also worshipped the old gods. Their influence made it much more difficult for the order to free our people, but fortunately, that changed with the Great Sundering. Kryvax remembered Ahn Kiraj and Mantives from his meta-knowledge, but he had not known that Azjol-Nerub had been in contact with them up until the Sundering. Soon the scenes on the mural changed to a vivid depiction of the Great Sundering, a calamity that shattered the earth and reshaped the world. Kryvax idly mused that the vizier had a great sense of dramatic timing. After Azjol-Nerub lost contact with its sister kingdoms, the Order continued its efforts to free our people from the old gods, said Vizier Hedix. Kryvax could tell that the story must be reaching its completion given that they had nearly reached the end of the hallway. In the immediate chaos of the years following the disaster, the Order struck hard and fast to remove the strongest supporters of the old gods and replace them with their own. It took several more millennia, but we were eventually able to destroy or seal away any sign of the old gods, and nearly completely remove all memory of them from our society. Kryvax could feel a growing sense of awe as they reached the end of the mural and stepped through the hallway into the next room, revealing a library significantly larger than the circle of viziers back home. Kryvax looked upon the rows upon rows of books and the few skitterers that were attending the library, and he couldn't help but wonder what kind of secrets were contained in such a place. The Order has been forced to heavily rewrite Azjol-Nerub's history in our endless battle to keep our people's fate out of the hands of malicious gods, said Vizier Hedix with a hint of regret, however his expression soon turned to one of pride. This library not only holds all of the knowledge that the Order has accumulated since its creation, but it also holds the full and uncensored version of the history of our people. Kryvax watched for several moments as the vizier seemed to lose himself to his thoughts while gazing at the library before he decided that he should say something to continue the conversation. That's amazing, Vizier Hedix, said Kryvax genuinely. It was good that the Order had made efforts to preserve the history that it was rewriting. It is, said Vizier Hedix, turning his attention back to Kryvax. Even after our success, the Order of Kal Tut has continued to work from the shadows to prevent the old gods from ever again gaining control of our people. You asked me why our order acts in secret and why we recruit only from the vizier caste. I will answer both now that you have an understanding of our history. Kryvax waited patiently as the vizier took a moment to gather his thoughts before answering the questions. Our decision to act in secret was, at first, a method through which the Order protected itself from the servants of the old gods, said Vizier Hedix. Once the vast majority of their influence was excised from Azjol-Nerub, we decided to keep our efforts secret due to the subtle and insidious nature of the void, as well as the speed at which it can spread its corruption. The Order believes that if the void was publicly known, then there would be many who seek it intentionally out of either curiosity or a lust for power. This would allow for void cults to more easily grow in our society without our knowledge. That made some amount of sense to Kryvax. He knew from his meta-knowledge that the cults of old gods could quickly spread out of control given the success of the Twilight's Hammer. He faintly remembered that there was a bishop or something of the Church of the Holy Light who had been able to hide his ties to the cult and secretly spread its influence throughout Stormwind. Not only would any aspiring cultists in Azjol-Nerub have difficulty learning how to wield the void, but they wouldn't even know that there was an organization dedicated to hunting them. Kryvax still had a few doubts about the necessity, but the Order's success spoke for itself. As for why the Order does not recruit outside of the vizier caste, Vizier Hedix continued. There are a few different reasons, and the first is one of tradition. The Order was formed by the students of Vizier Kal Tut, and that tradition of viziers recruiting either from their divisions or from their personal students has continued ever since. Kryvax did not miss the pointed look that Hedix threw his way, but the vizier continued without commenting on the obvious implication. The second reason is one of practicality. Over its long history, the Order has managed to form its own methods of protecting its members from the void's corruption that rely on the active use of arcane magic, something viziers are best suited to using due to our makeup. Complete protection against the void is impossible to the best of our knowledge, but as weak as these methods might be, any members of the Order who are not dedicated mages would be significantly more vulnerable to the void. Kryvax was not sure that he completely agreed with those justifications. While he understood the power that tradition could hold over an organization as old as the Order, he still felt that the benefit of recruiting the other castes would outweigh the risks. Vizier Hedix nodded in reluctant agreement when he said as much. In truth, I suspect that many of the Order's leadership are simply reluctant to share the political power they have gathered over the years, said Vizier Hedix grudgingly. There exists significant competition between the castes, and while what the Order does for our people is essential, no large organization is infallible. Kryvax allowed himself to think over that for a moment before he decided to ask the question that had been on his mind since he understood that the vizier intended to recruit him. Why me? Why now? Asked Kryvax uncertainly. Am I not too young and inexperienced to be recruited to an organization like this? Even if I'm going to become a vizier soon, I'm still not exactly a powerful mage. Why would the Order only seek to recruit powerful mages? Asked Vizier Hedix, his expression visibly confused. Many of our most important members are administrators. We choose to recruit after making an evaluation of the Order's needs and the risk that the new member poses to its secrecy. If we only chose to recruit powerful mages, then our options would be vastly more limited. Kryvax was glad that Narubians could not blush as he pushed down his embarrassment. He had unconsciously associated the Order with the Council of Tirisfal, and assumed that like them they were also composed exclusively of powerful mages. In retrospect, it made sense that they would need members from many different backgrounds if they wanted to accomplish their goals. Where do I fall on this evaluation? Asked Kryvax. At first, I had intended to wait a few decades as there was no particular need to induct you into the Order, said Vizier Hedix. However, circumstances have changed with the discovery of the Eastern Kingdoms. The Order needs to search these new lands for the prisons of the other old gods, as well as evaluate whatever influence the void might have over its inhabitants. Given that none of the other members of the expedition are members of the Order, your active assistance will significantly ease my efforts. How could I help? asked Kryvax. He couldn't see how he could do anything that the vizier wasn't able to do himself. If I wish to properly evaluate the Eastern Kingdoms, then much of my time will need to be spent away from the expedition. Simply assisting me in keeping my movements secret as well as remaining vigilant for the void will make it much easier for me to accomplish my goals. Connect with the locals as you have done with the Tusker to see if you cannot gather information from them that I can use while also working towards the betterment of our people. Anything that you can do to help the Order's overall mission while we are on foreign shores is why it is important that you do not remain ignorant. It is this need which has convinced me to bring you here today. And what about the risk that I pose to the Order's secrecy? Asked Kryvax, curious as to how the vizier had evaluated him on the other metric that the organization used to decide on recruitment. By that measurement, you rank poorly, said Vizier Haddix bluntly. You lack subtlety and you failed to properly withhold information during your negotiations with the Tusker. Still, the Order has many methods of keeping its secrets, and the risk you pose is manageable. With that said, Vizier Haddix said nothing more and simply waited patiently. After a few moments, Kryvax understood that the vizier was implicitly asking for his decision on whether or not he would join the Order. The answer seemed like a fairly obvious one, but he still took the time to think over the costs and benefits. The moment he had been teleported by his mentor to an isolated cavern that belonged to a secret organization, Kryvax had been fully prepared to say whatever he needed to say to make it out in one piece. The fact that the secret organization was one that worked to fight against the void simply made things easier for him. Vizier Haddix had done his best to paint the Order in as benevolent a light as possible, but Kryvax was not naive enough to believe that he would like the results if he declined to join the organization. The only reasonable thing to do was to agree to join and hope for the best. After all, if the Order turned out to be an organization he didn't want to be a part of, he could always figure out a way to leave once it was safer to do so. With that decided, Kryvax told the vizier his answer. You've made an excellent decision, initiate Kryvax, said Vizier Haddix, sounding immensely pleased with himself. Normally I would introduce you to some of the Order's members, but you have an important day tomorrow. I will teleport you back to Killikuk so that you may inform your friend about your imminent elevation in caste. I am told that the process is a long one. We will have plenty of time to speak later about the Order and your duties as a member. Without wasting any time, Vizier Haddix began casting the spell that would take them back to the city. As Kryvax disappeared from the ziggurat in a flash of violet light, he couldn't help but feel nervous for his future. I'm really starting to feel like I've gotten in over my head. Just want to explain my thought process for the Order. One of the manted paragons, Kilrook the Wind Reaver, has some dialogue where he reveals that Ahn Kiriji, Azjol-Nerub, and Mantives were in contact prior to the Sundering. Anubarak stated that he had believed the Enreiki to be legends. I wanted to write an explanation for how a civilization could go from fanatical old god worship at the time of the Sundering, to not even their leader knowing that they existed. That led to the Order of Kal Tut. Hope you liked it. Chapter 20. Kryvax was feeling distinctly uncomfortable as he followed behind Vizier Haddix as the two of them made their way through the hallways of the Queen's Ziggurat. Never before had he seen a place more intensely guarded, not even the Underking's residence. The entire building was covered entirely in warriors and Arachnathids who were watching his every move. There were also many skitterers throughout the building who were constantly carrying food, but Kryvax knew that they would not hesitate to turn into a devouring swarm if he was deemed to be a threat to any of the queens. Kryvax had informed Massuk about his upcoming elevation to the Vizier caste and his friend had been extremely happy for him. He'd tried to ask Vizier Haddix what Massuk would need to do to become a Spider Lord, but the requirements were nothing that could be easily accomplished in the short term, sadly. The Vizier had simply said that Massuk would either need to perform a great service for the kingdom or display such extreme martial skill and leadership ability that those in power would consider it a waste not to raise him up. Trixie, Malzy, and Oscar had not been happy once they learned that the friendliest Nerubian they had met so far would be busy up until the expedition was ready to leave, but they had no other options other than to accept it. Oscar, at least, was placated after he was handed over a spatial bag filled with a pittance to pay for the delegation's travel fee aboard their ship. The way the merchant's eyes nearly bugged out of his head was quite hilarious. You just simply didn't see such reactions in Nerubians. Kryvax just hoped that things wouldn't get too bad between his people and the foreigners while he was gone and that Massuk could smooth things over. Still, being elevated in caste was a boon that he had hoped for, but not truly expected so soon. Not only would his magical capabilities benefit significantly, but the increase in societal prestige alone would make things much easier for him. Thankfully, it didn't take very long for them to reach the room that Queen Melras would be using for his caste elevation. The first thing that stood out to Kryvax as he followed Haddix into the room was the gigantic Nerubian eggs that he could see around the edges of the room. He could tell that these eggs were much larger than the one he and his cluster mates had been born from and likely contained Nerubians destined for the higher castes. Kryvax was a bit confused about why they would use the same room where they stored eggs in for the caste elevation process, but he wasn't particularly concerned about it so he put it out of his mind. What was more concerning was the surprisingly large number of eggs that he could see throughout the large room. Kryvax didn't know exactly how many members of the leadership castes were usually produced by Killikuk, but something told him that this was more than what was normal. You're here early, said Queen Melras impassively as she inspected one of the eggs and pointed lazily to a certain portion of the room that held a circle of arcane glyphs spread across the floor. Good. We will begin the process as quickly as possible. Go take your place in the ritual circle, initiate. I'll see to you in a moment. Kryvax glanced at Vizier Haddix, but his mentor seemed to be unconcerned about the matter so he quickly did as the queen instructed. Surprisingly, as Kryvax looked down and examined the arcane glyphs of the ritual circle, he could tell that it was actually nothing particularly complicated. Its only real function was to allow liquid to flow into the circle while preventing it from leaving a predetermined perimeter. He was glad to see that there were also portions of the circle that would allow him to breathe despite being submerged in liquid, and concerningly portions that would prevent him from feeling pain. How exactly does she intend to use this for the elevation process? Kryvax felt like there was no particular harm in asking, so he decided to do just that. Queen Melras, what exactly is the process for a caste elevation, if I may ask? Kryvax asked politely. The process varies greatly depending upon to which caste the subject is being elevated, said Queen Melras offhandedly, not even turning to face him. For an elevation to the vizier caste, I will first begin by completely submerging you in alchemically modified amniotic fluid before using my magic to convert the outermost portion of the fluid into a substance similar to the one that composes our eggs called Shopakit. The thaumaturgic processes that I will perform after that point are both secret and far too complicated for you to understand. Kryvax found himself conflicted by the queen's description of the process. On one hand, he wasn't about to be strapped to a table and treated like the victim of a mad scientist. On the other, he was about to be put back into an egg so that the queen could completely reshape the body he had spent the past few years getting used to. Kryvax wasn't quite sure how to feel about that. I suppose I know now why they chose this room. It's definitely the most convenient place to store me. I hope they put me to sleep for this. Incubating was boring enough the first time. I can see that you have things well in hand, Queen Melras, said Vizier Haddix. I will depart and begin making my preparations for my journey to the Eastern Kingdoms. When might I expect the process to be concluded? I will send a messenger to inform you once it is done, said Queen Melras shortly. You may leave. Vizier Haddix bowed politely to the queen and made his exit without further comment. Kryvax waited patiently as the queen finished her business, trying his best to push away his nervousness. Finally, the queen seemed satisfied with her inspection and she turned her full attention to him as she made her way over to the ritual circle. Kryvax was extremely grateful that he had grown used to Nerubian features over the past few years because he would have made a fool of himself as soon as the queen began to loom over him otherwise. Not only was Queen Melras much larger than him, but her facial features were actually much closer to an actual spider than the facial features of a spider lord. Kryvax remained silent as the queen examined him and made minute alterations to the ritual circle. As far as he could tell, she was adjusting the volume of liquid that the circle could hold, most likely to account for his body mass. After a few moments, the queen seemed satisfied and she directed the skitterers who were crawling along her body to bring her one of the nearby eggs. What is she going to do with that? Kryvax wondered as the skitterers placed an egg that was actually larger than he was outside of the ritual circle. His confusion must have been obvious because Queen Melras seemed to take pity on him and answer his unvoiced question. This egg was non-viable, said Queen Melras dispassionately. While the experiment that created it proved to be a failure, it can still be useful. With surprising speed, Queen Melras tore open the surface of the egg with a swipe of her clawed hand. Kryvax cried out in surprise as a stream of amber-colored liquid poured out of the egg and streamed into the ritual circle. The liquid slowly climbed up an invisible barrier that surrounded the boundary of the circle. Kryvax was suddenly very glad that he could not feel the viscous texture of the liquid through his chitin, otherwise this would be much more disgusting than it already was. Queen Melras ignored him as she waited for the circle to finish being filled and instead turned her attention to removing whatever creature had failed to incubate in the egg. Whatever the thing was, it was far too malformed for Kryvax to have any hope of guessing its intended purpose. All he could tell was that it was extremely large for something that had not even been born yet and that it had far too many limbs. A shame, muttered Queen Melras. I suppose I'll just have to try again later. Soon enough, Kryvax was doing his best not to panic as the viscous amber-colored liquid started to rise above his head. He only started to calm down after it became obvious that the ritual circle was functioning correctly and he was still able to breathe. I will now begin introducing the alchemical solution, said Queen Melras. Kryvax was more than a little surprised to find that he could still hear her perfectly through the fluid. It has many effects, but one of them is to induce the urge to sleep in the subject. I suggest you do not fight it. While the circle will prevent you from feeling pain, the process is not one you wish to be awake for regardless. Kryvax believed her, so as he felt the urge to sleep grow as a strange silver liquid was gradually poured into the mix by a group of skitterers that had brought over a large basin, he did nothing to fight the urge. The last thing he heard before darkness overcame him was the queen's encouraging words. Yes, that's right. Go to sleep and allow me to remake you, said Queen Melras, sounding pleased. The next time you open your eyes, you will be reborn anew. Trixie Tinkwrench sighed in exasperation as, for the third time in a single day, she watched one of the sailors argue with Captain Prescott about the spider people. It turns out that the human sailors very much did not approve of being forced to sail with giant spider creatures and bring them back to their homes, no matter how much they were being paid to do so. And having seen the inside of the magic sack that Oscar was so protective of, they were being paid a lot. I'm not sure why these idiots are arguing. Do they really believe that we have a choice in the matter at this point? It was rapidly becoming apparent to her that diplomatic relations between the humans and the spider people were not going to be smooth sailing. The human sailors reacted much more negatively to the spider people than her, Malzy, or Oscar did, which wasn't particularly surprising given they had neither the greed of a merchant nor the curiosity of an explorer. It didn't help that most of the spider people that she had met besides Kryvax or Massuk were as arrogant and dangerous feeling as elves. Trixie warily eyed the massive spider lord that was currently being tied down to the deck of the ship with Nerubian silk. According to Massuk, the spider lord was some kind of big shot by the name of an Ubrican that reported directly to their high king. Apparently, they intended to drug the creature with magical elixirs that would put him to sleep throughout the months-long journey and then weave a cocoon around him. They stated that they were doing it because it would be easier for all involved than an attempt for the massive being to handle the journey the conventional way. She could sort of understand their perspective given that the massive creature would be barely able to move around on the deck, and there was a risk of him being thrown off during rough seas, or knocking off a sailor, or just plain old getting bored, but it still seemed really weird to her. It didn't make very much sense to Trixie, but she was starting to get the sense that the spider people thought much differently than any of the other civilized races that she had met. What kind of alien mind would agree to something like that? Trixie shook her head and did her best to put it out of her mind. She was going to make it back home and that was all that mattered. It didn't take very long for the sailor to stomp off once he realized that his complaints were not getting him anywhere with the captain. While Captain Prescott was no more tolerant of the spider people than his men, he was intelligent enough to understand that his options were limited and the benefits large for following through were significant. Will he be a problem? Trixie asked as she approached the captain. Not if he knows what's good for him, Captain Prescott said tersely. I've got to say, when you lot told me that you were headed off to the Spider Kingdom to set up some kind of trade deal, I wasn't expecting this kind of result. That's an understatement. The initial meeting between the crew and the spider people had been more tense than she would have liked. Fortunately, while there were quite a few spider people sent with the diplomatic delegation, they mostly seemed content to ignore the crew and stay amongst themselves below deck. At least House Ashford should be more than happy once we return, said Trixie, referring to the cargo hold that was completely filled with valuable trade goods, on top of the minor transportation fee. The spider people might be as arrogant and scary as elves, but they were also as rich as them too. There is that, Captain Prescott agreed reluctantly. Still, I'll be glad once we return to Lordaeron and this becomes somebody else's problem. That was something that Trixie could completely agree with. After a few moments of making meaningless small talk with the captain, Trixie excused herself and began making her way to the front of the ship to find Malzy. It wasn't very hard to find him given that he seemed to be spending his time watching one of the braver sailors teach one of the spider people how to properly tie the mooring lines. She was pretty sure that she had seen that same spider person learning many of the various duties of a sailor. Trixie could appreciate how eager the spider people seemed to be when it came to learning new skills. The other vizier that they were sending, who was not quite as scary as Vizier Haddix, thankfully had even offered Malzy obscene amounts of gold for him to teach the vizier how to speak the languages of the Eastern Kingdoms. Malzy had turned her down and had instead offered to teach her if she taught him how to speak their language in return. This didn't particularly surprise Trixie given that she knew Malzy had a love for learning new languages and that he was fluent in Common, Dwarvish, Gnomish, and had even learned some Thalassian from a half-elf. She could tell that the vizier had been quite surprised at how quickly Malzy was picking up the language, although the vizier was learning Common at a rapid rate as well. While Trixie had mixed feelings about how quickly the spider people were learning, it didn't stop her from being amused every time she heard the giant spider person try to speak Common with a distinctly Dwarvish accent. Hey there, big guy, said Trixie as she approached Malzy. How's everything going? It's going good, lass, said Malzy cheerfully. Nobody is dead and we're set to head on back home today. Plus, I heard something good from Vizier Krynus. According to her, that Kryvax fellow should be making his way here soon. Trixie perked up at the news. Kryvax had been one of the first spider people that she had met and he was much more friendly than the rest of his compatriots. It would be nice to have another spider person on the ship aside from Massuk who didn't blatantly look down on them, figuratively at least since most folk did so literally already. Are you sure? Asked Trixie eagerly. Has he already completed his elevation process? Kryvax had come to them a few hours after the meeting with the spider people leadership had ended in order to explain that he would be busy until shortly before they were scheduled to set sail for the Eastern Kingdoms. Apparently, he would be undergoing some kind of magical ritual that would be turning him into one of the viziers. Trixie was a bit dubious given that she had never heard of magic that could permanently change a creature's body to such a drastic degree, but she wasn't a mage, so what did she know? Well, that's what the vizier lady told me, said Malzy with some uncertainty. It makes sense though. That lad and his scary vizier mentor are the only two who we're still waiting for, after all. The spider folk seem like the punctual sort, so I'm sure they'll be showing up soon. Trixie hoped that was the case. She would feel much better after they finally set out to sea. The two of them spent the next few minutes going over their plans once they returned to the Eastern Kingdoms. They agreed that the first thing they needed to do was make their way to Ironforge's embassy in Capital City. Telling their people about everything that they had seen during their trip to Northrend would have to be their absolute first priority. Trixie didn't know how contact with the Spider Kingdom would impact the Eastern Kingdoms, but she knew enough to understand that the impact would be more than substantial. Just as Trixie was starting to worry that the spider people would not be as punctual as her colleague had expected, their conversation was interrupted by a bright violet light suddenly forming on the deck of the ship. Trixie startled and started reaching for her wrench before she realized that the light was the result of two viziers suddenly teleporting onto the ship. While she had a difficult time telling the spider people apart from one another, Trixie recognized one of the viziers as the intimidating mentor of Kryvax by his teal robes and his general aura of danger. If that one is Haddix, then the other one must be Kryvax. The other vizier was wearing red robes and was noticeably smaller than the other one. He seemed to be fiddling with his headdress and Trixie could tell from the awkwardness of his movements that he was not particularly graceful. He had a brown carapace, was wearing a set of dark red robes, and looked much the same as every other vizier that she had seen. Trixie was not the greatest at distinguishing Nerubian features. Just as Trixie was about to move forward to greet them, she noticed Massuk quickly coming up from below deck and heading straight for the two viziers. The shorter, red-robed vizier seemed to call out excitedly in their spider language as Massuk approached and attempted to move to greet him, only to stumble over his own 4 feet. Yeah, that's definitely Kryvax, Trixie thought with no small amount of amusement. She decided that she would stay out of the way and let the two of them talk. After all, there would be plenty of time for them to chat during the trip. After their last 2 passengers arrived, it didn't take long for Captain Prescott to call for them to set sail. The human sailors had the ship undocked faster than Trixie had ever seen before, likely more than eager to get away from Northrend and return home. As Trixie watched the sleeping Spider Lord as Moaki Harbor vanished over the horizon, she couldn't help but feel in her gut that the future of the Eastern Kingdoms would soon be changed irrevocably. After leaving Northron's shores, it would be a several-month journey back to the Eastern Kingdoms, a journey that the sea cutter had made many times before and that her crew was well used to doing at this time, only this time they were carrying some very unusual guests with them in the form of a group of giant spider people known as Nerubians. Naturally, this was something that put most of the sailors on edge. Thankfully for the most part both groups avoided and stayed out of each other's way, one due to unease and the other due to not deeming it worth it to interact with the lesser group in any way beyond a few individuals. Therefore issues only cropped up on occasion, and thankfully when they did it was up to the most diplomatic of the Nerubians to help mediate. Just, try not to eat a live seagull in front of the sailors, they find it disturbing when they see you doing that since they are used to eating their food after it's well dead, Kryvax, now in a vizier form, which he was still getting used to, not helped by the ship's constant rocking, explained to one of the warriors who had taken to hunting the seabirds in the ship's riggings to pass the time and to get a free meal. I fail to see the issue, the warrior defended themselves, idly whipping away some feathers from their mandibles. I know, it's odd, but for politeness sake while we are on their ship try to respect their wishes, Kryvax asked. Very well. I will be sure to kill the birds before eating them and doing so privately so as to not disturb our hosts too much, despite the fact they don't seem to mind gutting fish on deck, the warrior mumbled the last part as he walked off. I just know there's gonna be another complaint of that nature coming up again later, Kryvax sighed as he went to inform the captain about how he addressed the complaint. Feels like I've become an HR manager or something. Life aboard a seagoing ship was something many of the Nerubians had to adapt to in their own way as well since it was a very foreign concept to the spider folk who had never traveled beyond Northron's shores in thousands upon thousands of years, viewing the sea as a death trap at best, which even the humans transporting them could not deny for the most part. It was paradoxically easy and hard to find their sea legs as while their legs allowed them to stay upright easily while the ship moved, sticking to its various surfaces, it did not prevent several Nerubians from developing seasickness from the constant rocking of the vessel. Also, most of the Nerubians did not like sleeping within the hold of the ship like the human sailors did, finding the idea of sleeping so close to the water as madness, choosing instead to either sleep on the deck itself in spun cocoons like the slumbering Spider Lord, whom the sailors were very happy not to interact with, within the riggings of the ship itself. The latter reminded the Nerubians greatly of their great webbed roads in Azjol-Nerub, easily climbing up and down its ropes and even making nests between the masts. This caused concern among the riggers and the captain for the risk of interfering with their duties, but a surprising answer found itself thanks to the careful meditation of Kryvax and the members of the Explorers League. Namely, why not let the Nerubians handle it? Not totally of course, but rather teach them the basics on how to handle the rigging and let them do so under the guidance of the human crew. Not only were the Nerubians fast learners, but their natural climbing ability allowed them to freely move within the upper parts of the ship without danger. They could act more quickly than the human riggers to the captain's orders and surprisingly their webbing helped increase the efficiency of the ship's sails by channeling the wind itself. So did it become that the captain and sailors very begrudgingly ceded the riggings to the most part to the Nerubians, for so long as they pulled their weight they kept their complaints down to a minimum and the spider folk could make themselves as comfortable as they could for the long journey. That and few were brave enough to share their more private and rude thoughts into the faces of the spider folk directly. Not the worst passengers I've ever had, but I swear the crew is constantly muttering about mutiny behind my back at all hours, Captain Preston muttered to himself as he found himself in his captain's quarters with Oscar once more. They can learn to deal with it, the merchant scoffed as he happily wrote down in his logbook. Once we arrive home their share in everything will be enough for most to happily retire if they want. Some things even gold can't solve, the captain answered back. Then clearly there was not enough gold involved, Oscar pointed out. Between the transportation fee, which the Nerubians vastly overspent likely to make a point, and the trade goods in the hold, we could beggar some minor noble houses. This is not even mentioning the reward House Ashford will no doubt give us for carrying a diplomatic envoy and the benefits that will no doubt flow into their coffers from that alone if everyone plays their cards right. This is a massive investment opportunity and I don't want your men ruining that, Captain. Easier said than done, he muttered into this drink that he poured from himself. Make full use of Kryvax and Massuk then, they are very agreeable by their people's standards, said Oscar. Don't worry, I have, the captain agreed, finding both much easier to deal with than the rest of the Nerubian party. The former being nearly overly friendly while the latter was refreshingly blunt and to the point. The viziers are too stuck in their studies to care while the rest casually look down on us and only bother to chat when they want something. Well, if their claims of having a kingdom that is older than the High Elves are true then that arrogance is only natural, Oscar shrugged. Just think of it like dealing with them in spider shape. At this point that might be the most sane idea yet, the captain chuckled. Besides, I doubt any of them have the spine to really go against our guests, and our guests have been following the rules for the most part if nothing else. Nerubians very much value rules and order I've found, it's a very pleasant aspect of them. Here is hoping it stays that way until we get to port. The worst issue the Nerubians dealt with while at sea was one that was rarely won back home, and that was boredom. Or rather, a lack of tasks to do for the most part. The higher castes were either slumbering or working in private, so that left the weavers, flyers, and skitterers with a gulf of free time they weren't sure what to do with. The warriors made do, using their discipline to constantly guard their charges or maintain their bodies, but the rest found a surprising pastime when they were not doing duties for leaders or the ship itself. It was an activity that the newest vizier in the party had grown to enjoy during his diplomatic ventures, after all, something that had to be taught and how most Nerubians did not even have a word for yet, and what better place to do it than in the middle of the sea. Mainly, fishing. The stars are much starker on the open water. I never expected that, Massuk mused out loud as he, Kryvax, and several other Nerubians cast their silk lines into the water, trailing behind the ship during the middle of the night. Indeed, with no clouds in the sky and on a calm sea the celestial bodies were out in full force, something that awed the gathered Nerubians the same way it awed Kryvax and Massuk not so long ago. Indeed, pretty amazing, right? Kryvax nodded along. I think I got something. The group's only sapient skitterer spoke up in shock as its line was being pulled taut, nearly dragging the smaller Nerubian off the ship until it stuck itself to the deck. It's big. Hang on then. Everyone, grab hold, and pull. Kryvax ordered as he, Massuk, weavers, skitters, flyers, and even a few warriors grabbed onto the line and slowly pulled their catch in. Massuk made sure to end the creature swiftly with his spear. By morning the captain would awake and walk out on the deck to find a shark of all things hanging from the mainmast from a silk rope. The sailors gathered around it in awe and the Nerubians in what looked like smug pride at their catch, and reacted by simply sighing. Well, at least the cook will be happy, he muttered. Dash. From the sounds of it I do hope to visit both your home cities when time permits. They both sound rather amazing, Kryvax said as he and Massuk once more settled down for their usual friendly chats with Trixie and Malzy. It was a rather regular occurrence over the course of the trip given their tight quarters and good relationship compared to the rest of the crew. We'll be sure to give you a tour, so long as we give a proper warning first of course, Trixie laughed awkwardly. I would not mind sparring with a few of your warriors though, Massuk pointed out. Hehe, of course, lad, I'm sure more than a few will be happy to trade pointers, Malzy laughed. Good, the warrior nodded. Still, it might be a while before we can do so since it seems like we will be dealing with the human kingdoms first. Who knows how that will go since if the crew's reaction is anything to go by our appearance will not be taken in stride at first, Kryvax noted. Most likely not, no. Humans, can be a mixed bag at times, Trixie admitted with a frown. I can get being afraid of something if it's honestly dangerous, but it seems like some humans can be rather hateful for the dumbest of reasons. That is why you gotta step carefully around them until you get their measure, like feeling out the walls of a mine so you know it won't collapse on your head if you walk it wrong, Malzy nodded. Most humans aren't so bad though, just rather insulated since they rarely see a friendly non-human face most of the time. Usually they deal with gnolls, trolls, or some other nasty thing after all. Just gotta give them a chance. Here is hoping we make a good first impression then, Kryvax muttered to himself as he got a faraway look in his eyes. We might really need it. Your mind wanders again, Massuk said as he broke the silence that followed those words. Do not worry over what you cannot control, merely what you can. Yes, you're right again Massuk, thanks for the reminder, Kryvax said with a smile, or what passed as one for a Nerubian. You'll have us too, at least for a little while, so try not to worry too much, Trixie said with a thumbs up and Malzy with a nod. Gotta see this through to the end after all. Thank you, you two. It's good to know I have friends I can count on. Kryvax simply said. And so their journey across the sea went, not as one huge epic, but merely a number of small events that while holding no great significance would still remain a part of all involved in some shape, way, or form. Chapter 21. Nozdormu allowed a sigh to pass through his maw as he sensed Chronomu approaching his lair. While he was fond of all members of his flight, and Chronomu in particular did good work in her role as an investigator of temporal anomalies, she only ever approached him to speak of matters of importance. Forcing himself to wake up completely, Nozdormu rose from where he had laid down to sleep and prepared himself for the coming conversation. Ever since the significant change in the future of the timeline that took place several years ago, the Infinite Dragonflight had redoubled their efforts to corrupt the time stream. Things were beginning to return to normal now that they had realized that the Bronze Dragonflight remained powerful enough to stop them, but that did not change the fact that he had been given little chance to rest over the past few years. Shaking the sand from his scales, Nozdormu glanced at his lair filled with priceless artifacts that he had collected from throughout the time stream. All of the artifacts had already played their role in history, so collecting them would do no harm to the time stream. Even he needed a hobby, and collecting artifacts was something that amused him and helped ease the burden on his shoulders. With a quick application of his magic, Nozdormu transformed into his mortal guise. Where before stood a dragon, now stood a tall Koldori who possessed wise blue eyes, long brown hair, and was wearing a regal set of bronze-colored robes. Chronomu seemed to prefer her mortal form, and gnomes were far too small for him to comfortably speak to while wearing his true skin. Nozdormu did not have to wait very long before a female gnome that looked quite exhausted walked through the entrance to his lair. Master Nozdormu, said Chronomu, offering a respectful bow. The Infinite Dragonflight have been repelled from their attempts to disrupt Medevaya's opening of the Dark Portal and their attacks on the merchant ship traveling to Northrend have been defeated. Good, said Nozdormu tiredly. Hopefully they now realize that the significant shift in the future does not mean that our flight has weakened or that they can attack the time stream unopposed. I hope that is the case, Master Nozdormu, said Chronomu, sounding equally as exhausted. Things have been difficult these past few years and a bit of rest would be appreciated. Has there been any progress in discovering the source of the change in the timeline? Some, but not as much as I hoped for, said Nozdormu, doing his best to suppress his annoyance. While some members of his flight believed that he knew everything there was to know about what was and will be, Nozdormu knew that was far from the truth. He was excruciatingly aware that there were many extremely powerful entities throughout the cosmos that had the ability to either deceive him or hide things from his vision. The old gods in particular, as sealed as they were, often used their power to disrupt the timeways and hide certain events by making it difficult for him to discern the truth by making false paths seem more real than they should. There was also the Burning Legion, who possessed powerful fell magics and existed in the Twisting Nether, a realm through which time passed differently. Nozdormu knew more about the past and the future than any other being on Azeroth, but he was not a god. He was not Lord Amonthul. Perhaps things would be different after the power that he had imbued into the dragon soul was returned to him and he had fully regained the gift that Lord Amonthul had given him, but for now, he had many powerful rivals. However, Nozdormu was starting to believe that they were not responsible for the changes in the future as he had initially believed. He had come to this verdict after concluding that the changes to the future were simply too favorable to the fate of Azeroth. Of course, that wasn't to say that all of the changes were good, but they were certainly preferable to what existed before. While I have not been able to discover exactly what influenced one of the Nerubians to come into contact with members of the Eastern Kingdoms, I have concluded that neither the Old Gods nor the Burning Legion are likely to be the source, said Nozdormu solemnly. For the first few years after the change, he had worried that it was some form of a complicated plot by the Old Gods, but recent investigations had revealed that to be unlikely. Really? Chronomu exclaimed in surprise. Then what could have possibly caused it? I know not, said Nozdormu with a hint of worry. Perhaps I will be able to answer that question in the near future, but my paths for investigation have been exhausted for now. While much of the future had changed, the destruction of the dragon soul in the near future and the return of his full power were still fated to happen, even if the details of the event had changed. Nozdormu and Chronomu continued to speak more about the changes to the timeline and the increased activity of the infinite dragon flight, but it soon became obvious to him that her concerns had not been fully alleviated. What worries you so much, Chronomu? Asked Nozdormu, hoping that he could find a way to ease her worries. Nothing, Master Nozdormu. It's just that, you seem to be much less concerned about the changes in the timeline than the rest of our flight, Chronomu said hesitantly. Why is that? Nozdormu withheld a sigh as he considered how to answer her question. Truthfully, this was not the first time that something unexpected had occurred in the timeline, and he had long since learned to roll with the punches, to borrow a human term. However, there were many in the flight who believed him to be infallible, especially among the younger members, and thought that there was nothing that could escape his sight. He had tried his best to disabuse them of this notion, but it didn't help that he was vastly more powerful than the majority of his flight. Chronomu, time itself is, from a certain perspective, an illusion, said Nozdormu after he finished organizing his thoughts. The only true reality is the now, the present moment in which we live. Every past moment is a memory and every future moment is a hope or fear that has not yet manifested. The bronze dragonflight is responsible for protecting the timeways from corruption. It is not our responsibility to control the path through which it flows. I will continue to search for the source of these changes, but given that it does not seem to be a result of attempts to corrupt the timeways, I do not see a need to be overly concerned. Nozdormu waited several moments as Chronomu seemed to process his words. I understand, Master Nozdormu, said Chronomu after a few moments of silence. I will try my best not to worry too much about this matter. Good, said Nozdormu approvingly. Remember, Chronomu, time is a dot. Time is a tangled web. Try not to dwell on the loose ends, said Chronomu with no small amount of exasperation. Nozdormu couldn't help but smile as he saw some of the tension leave her shoulders. I must have heard you say that phrase thousands of times since I first heard it as a whelp, Master Nozdormu. I would not need to say it so much if you all listened the first time, Nozdormu said chidingly. From there, the conversation went on for a while longer before Chronomu excused herself and began making her way out of his lair, looking noticeably more relieved than when she first entered. Once she left, Nozdormu shed his mortal skin and returned to where he had been sleeping before, intent on resting while he still had the opportunity. After all, the future was starting to look busy for him, and he would prefer to get as much rest as he could before his coming confrontation with Lordaeron. Warcraft, I bring you news of Gul'dan, said Drak Earthsplitter as he approached Ogrim Doomhammer, leader of the Horde. The Warcraft of the Horde was an impressive figure, larger and more imposing than any other orc that Drak had seen. Doomhammer was currently sitting in the ruined dining hall of one of the destroyed human kingdom's nobles, enjoying a feast with many of the orc leaders that made up the Horde. Stormwind was a hard-won victory, and many orcs were eager to enjoy the spoils of war. What is it, Earthsplitter? Has that traitor finally awoken? Asked Ogrim eagerly. Drak knew that the Warcraft was eager for the warlock to awaken so that he could see the look in Gul'dan's eyes when he learned that the rest of his Shadow Council had been destroyed. Not yet, Warcraft, but the medicine woman says that he will awake soon, said Drak. Good. Bellowed Hirkin Skullsplinter, chieftain of the Bone Chewer clan and the only orc Drak had ever seen approach Ogrim's size. Finally that traitor can get what he deserves. I will enjoy watching him die. It will please me nearly as much as enjoying our victory over the humans. All the orcs who were not busy stuffing their mouths full of food, and many who were, broke into booming cheers at the chieftain's words. Earthsplitter. Tell the medicine woman to send for me the moment that Gul'dan is awake, Ogrim ordered as soon as the cheers subsided. Yes, Warcraft, Drak said obediently. Good. Come join our feast, said Ogrim. Loyal orcs like you should take the time to enjoy the spoils of war after a difficult victory. Thank you, Warcraft, but I wish to return to helping the grunts clear out the city of human survivors, said Drak, refusing politely. The humans are clever, and there are still many who are hiding from my mace. Ha! Fine then, said Ogrim dismissively. Enjoy your hunting, Earth Splitter. Thank you, Warcraft, said Drak as he bowed politely before leaving the way he came. Drak calmly made his way through the city, ignoring the sounds of humans being killed and orcs yelling in exhilaration, and started walking down a path that would lead him out of the city. It did not take very long for him to find himself alone and outside of Stormwind, especially since any orc who attempted to focus on him would immediately find their attention wandering elsewhere. Soon enough, Drak found himself secluded in the woods outside of the human city. After making certain that he was not being observed by any sapient minds, orc, human, or otherwise, Deathwing allowed himself to shed the skin of Drak Earthsplitter and take on his true form. Gone was the pitiful mortal form of a nondescript Blackrock orc warrior, and instead stood the towering form of Deathwing the Destroyer, leader of the Black Dragon Flight. A large part of him wished to release a bellowing roar after returning to his true form, but Deathwing pushed down the urge so as not to alert the Horde. Too much of his time had been spent wearing mortal guises as he manipulated the war between the humans and orcs to further the goals of his masters. Now was one of the rare few moments where Deathwing could spread his wings freely while he considered how he intended to move forward, and he was determined to make full use of it. Fortunately, things were going even better than Deathwing had expected. Not only had one of the more powerful mortal kingdoms been destroyed, but the Horde had begun to slip away from the control of the Burning Legion after they had culled the majority of their warlocks. All the better for his own masters to take control in the Burning Legion's stead. Deathwing chuffed out a short laugh as recalled how easy it was to prevent the rest of the mortal kingdoms from sending aid to Stormwind. All that he had needed to do was use the power that his masters had gifted him to bend the fragile mortal minds of a select few mortals while wearing his human guise. There had even been many who had been perfectly glad to ignore Stormwind's increasingly desperate pleas for aid, not needing to be manipulated at all. Unfortunately, the mortals of Stormwind had proven to be a formidable enemy and had weakened the Horde significantly despite their crushing defeat. After the Horde began marching north and the threat of them became increasingly obvious to the mortals, it would become impossible to stop them from uniting into a force that would overcome even the Horde's might. However, now that the orc shaman to whom he had sent visions had gone to the Redridge Mountains with his clan and had succeeded in acquiring the dragon soul, all of Deathwing's plans were beginning to fall into place. Alexstrasza would almost certainly move to investigate the destruction of the wards that protected the dragon soul and the lack of word from its former guardian, that whelp Oristraz. And by doing so, she would soon fly directly into Deathwing's trap. Once Alexstrasza was safely within his grasp and subject to his whims, there would be absolutely nothing that could stop him. Just as Deathwing was about to lie down in a comfortable position from which he could gleefully enjoy his success and plan for the future, he suddenly felt the presence of his masters pushing into his mind. Deathwing soon found himself seeing images of what seemed to be a mortal ship approaching what he recognized as the lands belonging to the human kingdom of Lordaeron. Yet, while there were indeed humans on this ship as expected, there were also creatures that he only barely remembered. Nerubians? Why were the humans willingly carrying servants of my masters to Lordaeron? Deathwing winced in pain as he was immediately assaulted by the unmitigated wrath of one of his masters, the old god known as Yogg-Saron. Traitors. Deathwing could barely contain his shock as he processed what his master had just told him. Traitors? The creatures that had been born from his master's very blood had turned against them? Deathwing would have never believed that such a thing was possible if not for the fact that one of his masters had been the one to tell him so. From the moment that he had given himself to the old gods in order to free himself from the burden that had been placed on him by the Titans, Deathwing had known that there was no going back to the way things had been before. The fact that these insects had betrayed his masters filled Deathwing with a mix of complicated feelings that he did not wish to examine at this time. Forcibly pushing those feelings away, Deathwing settled down to ponder what this development meant for his future plans. He had not done any research into how Azjol-Nerub had fared since the War of the Ancients, but their impending contact with the Eastern Kingdoms would doubtlessly change things dramatically, though in what way he was not sure. There was not much he could do about it for now given that he needed to stay close to the Horde until the orcs had finished learning how to wield the dragon soul and succeeded in capturing Alexstrasza, but after that, the creatures who had betrayed his masters and worked against their goals would need to be dealt with. Devon Everdon thanked the grim-faced quartermaster as he was given his rations for the day, which were mostly just a few biscuits and a bit of fish. Today was a day of clear weather, so Devon decided to eat his rations on the deck, away from the many sick and injured who were situated below. For a ship that was nearly completely filled with people, things were depressingly silent. Everywhere that Devon went, he could see tear-covered faces and gazes staring off into the abyss. The priests and priestesses of the church were doing their best to tend to injuries and lift spirits, but they themselves were little better off than those they wished to help. Devon apologized to one of the guards after accidentally bumping into them, but they paid him no mind at all. A few months ago he would have been expected to hear the guard yell something like "Watch it, knife ear," on a good day, but the human didn't even seem to have enough motivation to give him a dirty look, let alone insult him or worse. Not that he would still expect to be called a knife ear after everything that had happened. People had too much on their minds nowadays to concern themselves with a half-elf, like the fact that a green-skinned horde of monsters had destroyed their whole kingdom and driven those they hadn't killed into exile. Devon found himself a comfortable enough position on the deck to sit down and enjoy his meal as much as he could. Devon had served as a scout in Stormwind's military since he had been old enough to join. He had fought for his kingdom during both the Gnoll War and the Gurubashi War, but while both the Gnolls and Trolls had been significant threats to the kingdom, they both paled in comparison to the Horde. When they had first received reports of large green-skinned creatures raiding the countryside, they had believed that they were being attacked by some new tribe of trolls, like the forest trolls up north. Once they realized that the Horde was a new threat that had never been seen before, they rallied the full strength of their kingdom to face them, certain that their enemies would fall beneath the might of their kingdom. How wrong they were! Now they were running north in the hope that the kingdoms there, who were happy to ignore Stormwind's plight before, would finally offer their aid and stand against the Horde that would no doubt soon turn their eyes north. Devon could almost feel the cloud of despair that was smothering what remained of the people of Stormwind as they sailed north. Devon turned his gaze to a certain, heavily guarded portion of the deck. Anduin Lothar, despite being a legendary figure in the kingdom, was barely distinguishable from any of the other despairing souls sailing away from their ruined home. Both the Crown Prince and Medivae's apprentice, who seems to have inexplicably aged several decades since Devon had last seen him several months ago, were not doing much better. All three of them looked as if their worlds had been ripped away from under their feet. Crown Prince Varian was obviously doing his best to put on a brave face, but Devon could easily see that the boy had recently been crying. He couldn't exactly blame either of them. The champion had watched as the kingdom he had sworn to protect burned to the ground, and the Crown Prince had lost both of his parents in a very short amount of time. There were even rumors that the boy had been there to watch the traitorous orc wench murder his father. He himself had also lost many of those he held dear to the Horde, and it was only the experiences he had gained living among those who lived such short lives that allowed him to push forward. Half-elves did not live the millennia that pure-blooded high elves could, but they still had lifespans that measured in the centuries, of which he was already in his second. Just as Devon was preparing to head back to his quarters after finishing his rations, his instincts alerted him to strange movements in the corner of his vision. Turning a sharp gaze earned through centuries of being a military scout, Devon immediately picked out what had drawn his attention. Standing near the entrance that led below deck was a bald old man with clear blue eyes and a pudgy build. Devon felt like he recognized him from somewhere, but was unable to immediately remember where. This, however, was not what had drawn his attention. What was strange about this man was that he was subtly flashing hand signals that should only be known to members of his scouting party. Devon stared at the features of the old human in an attempt to see if he was a retired veteran, but he came up blank no matter how much he searched his memories. Not only was Devon incredibly good with faces, but he had also personally known every scout who had joined Stormwind's military for much longer than the old man had been alive. As soon as Devon stood up to see what the stranger wanted, he quickly moved to head below deck. Devon did not want to cause a disturbance by running after him, and it wasn't as if the human had anywhere to run, so he simply casually followed the old man down into the ship. It was not very difficult to follow the human, and Devon soon found himself standing in front of a door to a cabin in a section of the ship that was suspiciously devoid of refugees. Devon knocked politely on the door, assuming that whoever organized this subterfuge had intentionally brought him here wished to meet with him. It did not take long for the door to be opened, revealing both the old man who he had been following and a figure he well recognized. Standing behind a desk filled with documents was an old human woman with a head full of white hair and an appearance that would not stick out in a crowd among the usual crones of the kingdom. The only thing that could be said to be notable about her was the grotesque amount of rings that she wore on each of her fingers, a habit which Devon knew that the woman had possessed since she was young. With a sigh of exasperation, Devon did not hesitate to walk into the room and close the door behind him. "Pathonia Shah, to what do I owe the pleasure?" asked Devon, already finding himself tired of the conversation before it had even started. He had been subject to her near-constant invitations throughout the years, ever since she was a young up-and-coming knife for hire in the criminal underworld of Stormwind. This was long before the kingdom's leadership moved to organize its criminals into a guild that would secretly work in its service. Devon was honestly scared at the idea of how much the woman could get done if she had his lifespan, considering what she had already achieved in her own. "Everdon, this is not another attempt to recruit you," said Pathonia Shah, uncharacteristically straight to the point. "I brought you here because both I and your kingdom need your help." Devon was surprised. He had never known the founder and leader of the Stormwind Assassins Guild to miss an opportunity to attempt to recruit him, or clearly state her intentions without first playing mind games. "I suppose not even the Queen of Thieves and Killers can remain unaffected by what happened," Devon thought with a faint sorrow. "What is it?" asked Devon. If she was willing to get to the point, then he would at least hear her out. Only Devon's sharp eyes allowed him to see the flicker of surprise that flashed across the old woman's face. "I have an important mission which needs to be done, but for which I do not have an appropriate agent," said Pathonia entreatingly. Devon could see the tension in her frame as she expected the conversation to devolve into an argument, so he instead took a moment to consider her words. He had never approved of the kingdom's decision to use criminals to do its dirty work, but things were different now. Still, Devon could not allow his personal feelings on the matter to get in the way if his kingdom truly needed his help. If there was ever a time for the people of Stormwind to come together, then it was surely now. "Very well," said Devon. "I will hear you out, though I do not guarantee that I will agree to help you." Both Pathonia and the old man who had led him here let out a sigh of relief and lost much of the tension in their bodies. "Thank you, Everdon," said Pathonia, showing him a rare smile. "Before I explain the mission to you, I would first like to give you some information that you may or may not know about what happened in the days leading up to Stormwind's destruction." Devon listened patiently as Pathonia told him about everything that had been happening among Stormwind's leadership during the later days of the war. Much of what she told him were things that he had already known, but others he had not. Many people knew that the king had been betrayed and killed by the half-orc female that he had kept by his side, but this was the first time that Devon had heard anything about court conjurer Medivae. Though it did make sense why the leadership was not eager to share that information given everyone's already low morale. After she was done telling him about what had happened, Pathonia finally told him the details about the mysterious mission that she wished to send him on. You want me to investigate Lordaeron's nobles and find out why we were not sent aid? Devon blurted out in surprise. That is correct, said Pathonia solemnly. The kingdom sent constant pleas for aid for several years to anyone who would listen, but there was not a single kingdom that was willing to help us no matter what we said, not even our closest allies. That isn't something that can be easily explained by the normal power games that happen between kingdoms. You suspect that our diplomatic efforts were sabotaged? Asked Devon through gritted teeth, fury growing quickly within him until he was feeling a wrath greater than he had ever felt in his long life. If somebody had prevented Stormwind from receiving aid from the other kingdoms, then they held a massive amount of responsibility for the kingdom's destruction and all the lives that had been lost. I suspect foul play, though I couldn't tell you why or how, said Pathonia, her voice colder than he had ever heard before. Devon was not the only one who could benefit from a target for his anger. However, if there is one thing that I have learned, it is that the consequences of failing to distinguish friend from foe are often catastrophic. Devon winced at the venom he could hear in the old woman's tone, certain that she blamed Lothar for failing to foresee the betrayal of Medivh and Garona. The two of them had always had an antagonist relationship, and Devon was certain that things had not improved now that the champion was Stormwind's reagent ruler. Why not use one of your own agents? Or do this yourself? Devon asked curiously. My agents are either dead or not good enough, Pathonia said bluntly. Besides, Lothar does not trust the Assassin's Guild in the same way that King Lane did. He has already ordered for us to become more integrated into the kingdom's government. The Assassin's Guild will soon be reformed into SI7, a covert organization that answers directly to the throne. Most of my time will be spent grooming my grandson, Matthias, to take over my position. Devon was not particularly surprised to hear that. Many in Stormwind's leadership had long held the opinion that the Assassin's Guild should be dissolved and its members put under the thumb of its rulers. It was also no secret that Matthias, who had very pointedly been pushed into becoming friends with the Crown Prince, was being groomed to lead such an organization. You are one of the few people outside of my organization who possesses the skills necessary to accomplish this. Something that might be needed if the sabotage came from within and we need to hide our movements from their eyes, Pathonia continued. Devon could believe that to be true. He had picked up a multitude of useful skills over his long life, after all. Devon did not have to think very long before nodding his agreement, causing both of the humans to smile in relief. As he and Pathonia spent the next few hours speaking over the details of the mission and going over which of Lordaeron's nobles he should investigate first, Devon could feel a fiery resolve grow within him. He had spent his entire life serving his kingdom by finding its enemies, so this was not much different. If there was indeed somebody who was responsible for preventing his kingdom from receiving aid in its time of greatest need, then he would not rest until he found them. And when he did, they would regret making an enemy of Stormwind. Chapter 22. Kryvax let out a grunt of frustration as he struggled to successfully construct the mental shields that Vizier had exclaimed were standard learning for members of the Order of Kal Tut. He had learned during the meeting with Azjol-Nerub's leadership, and Haddix had confirmed, that the seers were aware of a tide of death approaching their kingdom. Kryvax knew that the tide of death referred to the Lich King, but the rest of Azjol-Nerub had no idea what it meant, other than danger in the kingdom's future. As a result, Vizier Haddix was insistent on Kryvax's continued study of magic, even while they were going on a diplomatic mission, not that he was complaining. Calm yourself, said Vizier Haddix from the other side of one of the cabins that Vizier Crinus had magically enlarged for them, his tone bored as he casually lounged in a silk hammock and read through some kind of spellbook. Arcane magic is fundamentally about order. Discipline your thoughts as you cast the spell. It is imperative that you are able to sense any influence the void might try to impose on your mind. Kryvax fully understood the Vizier's insistence that he learn to protect his thoughts and shared his concerns, but that did not make learning it any easier. If he were still in his old body, then there would be little chance that Kryvax would be able to cast such esoteric magic at such a young age. Thankfully, it was no exaggeration to say that the transformation to his magical potential had been nearly as drastic as the change in his appearance. Not only was any magic he cast significantly more powerful, but Kryvax found he could cast faster, think clearer, and display a greater degree of control as well. Vizier Kryvax. Focus, Haddix said chidingly. Kryvax winced at the rebuke and redirected his attention to casting the spell. This was important and deserved his full and undivided attention. His previous attempts had failed, but he felt like he had learned enough to succeed in casting the spell this time. Doing his best to keep his thoughts as disciplined and orderly as possible, Kryvax pulled on his magic as he imagined constructing a large Nerubian-style gate that would keep unwanted influence out of his mind. Kryvax was more than a little surprised when he actually felt the spell successfully click into place. Good, said Haddix approvingly. Remember that it is not enough to build walls, but you must also place a sentry that will alert you should an outside influence attempt to probe your mind. Riding high on his success, Kryvax pushed forward as he imagined his mental gate being patrolled by swarms of flyers and skitterers, only to wince at the pain that arrived after the spell backfired. Do you understand what you did wrong? Asked Vizier Haddix, turning away from his book so he could point a chastising expression in Kryvax's direction. No, Vizier, everything seemed to be going well before the spell suddenly failed, Kryvax grouched as he rubbed his aching head with all four of his hands. The backlash that came with a failed spell was no joke. You attempted to place too many sentries. At your current skill level, you would be better off starting with one. Wait until the backlash fades and then try again. Yes, Vizier. Just as Kryvax was about to settle down in a comfortable spot as he waited for his headache to pass, the sound of knocking drew his attention to the cabin door. I can sense that it is one of the human sailors, said Vizier Haddix with extreme disinterest. Go answer the door, Vizier Kryvax, before the human shows themselves in and attempts to speak to me. Yes, vizier, said Kryvax, doing his best to hide his exasperation. Much of his time since they had set sail from Northrend had been spent handling speaking on behalf of the Nerubian delegation to those they did not wish to speak to themselves, which was most of the crew. Kryvax approached the cabin door slowly, paying deliberate attention to his movements. Although he had mostly gotten used to his new body over the very long trip, he still felt the need to pay attention to his steps at times to compensate for his one less pair of legs. Kryvax let out a huff of annoyance as he was forced to bend down to look through the door as he opened it. While Vizier Krynus was a genius who specialized in spatial magic, even she was limited in how much she could increase the size of the cabins without investing significant resources. If that weren't the case, then a Nerubian would not have been wrapped in silk and put into a magical sleep. Yes? How can I help you? Kryvax asked the human sailor who did not look very comfortable to be speaking with him. Yeah, ugh. The captain sent me to let you guys know that we're about to reach Fairwater Port, said the sailor whose name Kryvax did not know. Despite his attempts over the course of the trip, most of the crew still actively avoided interacting with him as much as they did the other Nerubians if they could. A hurdle he was starting to realize might remain a problem once they actually reached the Eastern Kingdoms. Alright, thank you for letting us know, Kryvax said simply. It was obvious that the guy really didn't want to be there, so he wouldn't insist on continuing the conversation. The sailor simply nodded while showing an expression of relief before quickly leaving. Kryvax didn't bother to close the door since he and Haddix would be making their way up to the top deck now that they were finally about to reach the Eastern Kingdoms. The delegation had long since decided that there was no point in attempting to keep out of sight while the natives were forewarned about them like Kryvax had done the previous times he had met new groups of people. After all, Spider Lord Nerubian and his cocoon would be visible long before they stepped into town. By the time Kryvax had turned around, Vizier Haddix was already getting down from his hammock and making his way out of the cabin. Let us not waste time, said Haddix. I'd prefer to spend as little time on this wooden prison as possible. The journey had been a long one, and he knew for a fact that Vizier Haddix was not the only one who was feeling cooped up. Kryvax kept his head down as he waddled through the two small hallways and was unsurprised to discover that the rest of the delegation had beaten them there once they arrived on deck. Walking past Vizier Krynus, the pair of weavers, and many uncomfortable humans, Kryvax greeted Massuk as he approached the group of warriors. Hey, Massuk, said Kryvax as he looked down toward his friend, still not completely adjusted to his change in height. You feeling all right? He knew that his friend had been feeling particularly cooped up and had coped by spending much of his time learning from the warriors. Still, his options for sparring and training were limited given their lack of space. I am feeling better now that we are finally nearing our destination, Massuk grumbled with no small amount of frustration. How about you? How has your training been going? Well enough. I've nearly managed to learn the spell that Vizier Haddix has been trying to teach me, said Kryvax vaguely. He was obviously not able to tell Massuk about anything related to the order, but his friend did not seem to feel put out by his vague responses, thankfully. Land ahoy! Kryvax turned his gaze to the front of the ship at the captain's bellow to see Malzy and Trixie staring at something off in the distance. He had spent a lot of time with both the gnome and the dwarf while learning to speak common during the long trip. Kryvax was grateful for his newfound mental acuity, otherwise he would not have learned enough common during the trip to carry a conversation. Although he was still feeling a bit put out over how much quicker Haddix learned common than he did. Damned centuries-old wizards and their absurd intelligence. Hello, friends, said Kryvax in common as he approached the two explorers. Once he got closer he could see that Malzy was using some kind of spyglass and Trixie was fiddling with her goggles. How are things looking in town? Not well, lad, said Malzy, his tone grim as he stared off into the distance. The dock workers have seen you and the rest of the spider folk with their own spyglasses. Looks like they're panicking and guards are forming up around the docks. Kryvax winced at the news. While that was a potential possibility that they had considered, it was one that he had hoped to avoid. If the humans were panicking, then there was a possibility that they would refuse to allow them to port or even attack them outright. It was a small possibility given that the ship was still being visibly sailed by humans, but Kryvax did not trust these people to make rational decisions when a ship covered in unknown giant spider creatures was approaching their town. Will you be going ahead with Vizier Haddix? Asked Massuk, referring to the plan that they and the rest of the delegation had come up with when they discussed possible responses to a situation like this one. Vizier Haddix was the one who was nominally responsible for the actual diplomacy, although Kryvax suspected that his mentor had no interest in speaking to primitives and intended to leave as much of that work as possible to him. Yes, I suppose I will, Kryvax answered reluctantly. Haddix's response on what they should do if the humans reacted with hostility before they docked was simply for him, Kryvax, and a representative from the ship to teleport ahead and cow them with a round of good vizier/bad vizier. That is to say, Kryvax and the representative would be the ones who would actually be diplomatic while Haddix provided the threat of magical violence. After all, it had not escaped the notice of the viziers that the humans were even more cautious around them than the other members of the delegation who had not displayed any magical skill. It was confirmed by Trixie that most human mages lived in Dalaran and that the majority of the sailors had likely never even met someone who used magic before. They had considered many options of who they should bring along, but they eventually settled on Oscar given that he was directly employed by House Ashford and was well trusted by them. Nobody is going to get hurt, right? Trixie asked in concern. While she knew Kryvax well enough to assume that he would not hurt anyone, she didn't have as much confidence in Vizier Haddix. Of course not, said Kryvax with more confidence than he really felt. Logically, it should be fine given that Haddix was smart enough to understand that harming any of the humans would make their job much harder. Still, he knew that the vizier placed very little thought into the well-being of humans, so a part of him was still worried. Resigning himself to his upcoming confrontation with a group of armed and scared people, Kryvax went to gather Oscar, who was busy chattering with the captain. After explaining the situation to them, Oscar promptly agreed to follow him and the two of them began making their way over to Haddix and Crinus, who both seemed to be engrossed in some kind of conversation. Kryvax was only able to hear the tail end of what Vizier Crinus was saying once he got closer. Something very strange about the effect this land has on spatial magic. Could it be due to the ley lines? I am unsure. I have done a few calculations and the source of the disruptive emanations is likely coming from somewhere in the southern portion of the continent. Will it prevent us from creating a permanent portal if the leadership decides doing so is in the interests of the kingdom? It's too early to tell. Vizier Haddix, Vizier Crinus, I'm sorry for interrupting, but it seems that the humans in the town ahead have started to panic due to our presence, said Kryvax, knowing from experience that if he did not interrupt that they would simply ignore him and continue speaking as if he wasn't there. TCH. How inconvenient, said Haddix with a note of irritation. We will continue this conversation later, Vizier Crinus. I will teleport ahead alongside my student to make certain the humans do not do anything foolish while the ship is approaching. After we dock and an Ubrican has been awoken, I doubt that the humans will have enough bravery to threaten us. Seeing no reason to wait and not wanting to give the humans more time to prepare, Vizier Haddix placed a hand on the shoulders of both Kryvax and Oscar, turned his gaze to the docks, and began casting the short-range teleportation spell. Come on, Vizier Haddix. At least warn me first. Kryvax grumbled quietly to himself as he was suddenly teleported without warning onto the town of Fairwater's docks, right in front of a crowd of startled and panicking human guards and a few makeshift militia. Kryvax had not been able to get a good look at the town from the boat given the distance, but he was surprised to find that it was a bit larger than he had been expecting. Unfortunately, he was not given much time to catch his bearings or get a good look at the town in detail before some of the guards decided to immediately open fire on them with a few of their guns, causing Oscar to scream out in fright. Thankfully, Vizier Haddix had created an arcane barrier around their persons the moment they teleported in and the bullets bounced off harmlessly without leaving a scratch, much to the dismay of the human guards. Their weapons are a bit stronger than I had expected, muttered Vizier Haddix with some interest. Azjol-Nerub had of course learned about guns from Trixie, but it was not easy for them to conceptualize something they had never seen before. Seeing that Oscar was too frightened about being shot at to take control of the situation, Kryvax decided it would be better to get ahead of everything before the situation devolved even more than it had. Greetings. Kryvax yelled out in common as loud so that he could be heard over the clamor. Thankfully, that seemed to be enough to stun the panicking guards and militia, freezing their attempts for a follow-up attack for the moment from shock. I am Vizier Kryvax of Azjol-Nerub. I have been told that the ruler of this town is Lord Yuland Ashfort. I would like to speak with you about my people's presence on the sea cutter. After he started yelling out in common, the humans seemed to freeze in astonishment, but once he mentioned the name of the local lord, they all simultaneously turned their gaze to one particular person in the crowd. Even if that was not enough of a clue, Kryvax would have been able to tell that the middle-aged man who was currently mounted on a large warhorse and was wearing ornate armor was likely to be Lord Yuland Ashfort. Once he was called out, the noble did not hesitate to move forward to the edge of the arcane barrier and turn a steely gaze to Kryvax, not looking at all intimidated by the giant spider wizards in front of him. Who and what are you, creature? Said Lord Ashfort. Why have you come here? As I said, I am Vizier Kryvax of Azjol-Nerub, a kingdom native to Northrend. This is Vizier Haddix, said Kryvax as diplomatically as possible, gesturing toward Haddix. We are Narubians, and our people have sent us to establish diplomatic contact between our kingdom and those of the eastern kingdoms. Kryvax made sure to speak loudly enough for all the nearby humans to hear him, and they all immediately broke out into chatter at his words. Lord Ashfort seemed stunned at his words and took several moments to contemplate in silence for responding. What have you done to the crew of the ship that we sent to Northrend, Narubian? Are they well? Asked Lord Ashfort in a steely tone, turning a gaze to the merchant who was just starting to compose himself. If you have harmed them, then I swear on the light that your magic will not stop me from making you regret it. Vizier Haddix scoffed in disdain before responding to the human lord with a voice filled with derision. Mind your words, human, before I teach you how wrong you are. My magic is not something that your pitiful little militia nor your meager light is capable of overcoming. After hearing those words, Lord Ashfort turned a wary eye toward Haddix and many of the humans tensed and tightened their grips on their weapons. Damn it, Haddix. Just as Kryvax was about to try his best to smooth over the situation, Oscar finally recovered from his fright and stepped forward. Lord Ashfort. Please tell your men to stand down. There is truly no need for violence, Oscar said pleadingly. The Narubians have not treated us poorly. The crew is safe and they have come here with good intentions. Lord Ashfort looked at Oscar with an assessing gaze and was silent for several moments before turning his attention back to Kryvax. If what you say is true, then I would speak with my retainer in private to verify your claims. Of course, said Kryvax with a note of relief, agreeing immediately. It was a reasonable request, and they truly had nothing to hide, that Oscar knew about anyway. With a wave of his hand, Vizier Haddix opened up a small hole in the barrier that allowed Oscar to pass through before closing it again immediately afterward, not trusting the local humans not to have itchy trigger fingers. Kryvax watched as the merchant and the lord walked away from everyone else and began speaking to each other in hushed whispers. The two of them were speaking for quite some time and it seemed like their conversation was progressively devolving into an argument until Oscar opened up his spatial bag and showed its contents to Lord Ashfort. The human noble seemed stunned but quickly collected himself before restarting their conversation in a more subdued manner. Eventually, the two of them finished their conversation, and Lord Ashford walked back over to them. We will allow the sea cutter to dock, but your people must stay on the ship until we have finished verifying your story, Lord Ashford said reluctantly. Thank you, Lord Ashford, said Kryvax, bowing politely. Haddock simply scoffed before taking down the barrier, although Kryvax was not naive enough to believe that the vizier was not prepared for an attack. I look forward to building trust between our people and House Ashford. We shall see, Nerubian, said Lord Ashford with audible skepticism. We will continue this conversation in my keep after the ship has docked and the crew has been interviewed. You will remain under armed guard during this process. Vizier Haddox let out a huff of annoyance but didn't say anything to contradict the human's terms. While the vizier was more than a little arrogant, he was also intelligent enough to understand when it was best to compromise. We understand, Lord Ashford, said Kryvax politely. We will remain aboard the ship while you verify our claims. We look forward to continuing this conversation later so that we might reach a greater understanding. Good, said Lord Ashford sternly. I will hold you to that. Now if you would excuse me, I must return to my keep to speak with my advisors about these developments. Lord Ashford turned to one of the men who Kryvax assumed to be some kind of commander and instructed them to allow the ship to dock and interview every member of its crew. Once he was done with that, the human lord glanced at them one final time before making his way deeper into the town with Oscar quietly following behind him. That could have gone better, but I suppose it could have gone worse. Kryvax had already reached the conclusion that the humans would not react well to the Nerubians, but that level of hostility was difficult to handle. It would be much more difficult to form a friendly relationship between them and Azjol-Nerub than it was to form one with the Tusker. As the guards and militia moved to carry out the orders of Lord Ashford, while continuing to glance fearfully at the two viziers, Kryvax resigned himself to the fact that this was going to be a much more difficult task than he had hoped. Chapter 23. Lord Euland Ashford quietly seated in anger as he stalked through the hallways of his family's ancestral manor with his guard captain and the merchant boy following behind him. When one of his town guards came running into the dining hall yelling about the sea cutter sailing toward the town while being covered in strange creatures, Lord Ashford had not known what to think. He had promptly sent some guards to take his family somewhere safe and then gathered his men and formed a makeshift militia as quickly as possible, expecting to fight off some kind of invasion, but those expectations proved false. Instead, he found himself astounded when he learned that the merchant ship he'd sent to Northrend had brought these spider creatures willingly to his shores and that they were some kind of diplomatic delegation. It certainly didn't help things that the creatures were from some kind of kingdom of giant spider people, and that they looked like the kind of monsters he would expect to find eating a peasant. Forcing the monsters to stay on the ship was as much for their benefit as it was for his. There would almost certainly be an uncontrollable panic among the townspeople if those things were to go strolling through the streets. A part of him wanted to turn around immediately and pull the full story out of the Weasley little merchant, but he just knew that this story was one that his advisors would need to hear as well. Thankfully, it didn't take long for them to reach his council's meeting room, and Lord Ashford was pleased to see his advisors already waiting for him. Father Elric, a white-haired man in his older years of life, immediately ceased the conversation that he was having with House Ashford's seneschal, Warren Claridge. Lord Ashford stormed into the room without acknowledging the both of them and quickly made his way to take his seat at the end of the long table that sat in the middle of the room. As he sat down, he could see the merchant boy, Oscar, and guard captain, Gunnar, follow in behind him and stand behind one of the chairs around the long table, waiting patiently for him to give them permission to sit. Lord Ashford glared silently at the merchant for several moments, watching him squirm, before giving everyone permission to sit in their respective seats. Seeing no reason to delay the meeting while his docks were infested with monstrous spider people, Lord Ashford decided to start speaking immediately after everyone was seated. Explain to me now, in detail, what those creatures are and why you decided it would be a good idea to bring them to my lands without permission, said Lord Ashford, his voice steely as he directed his question to the merchant. Well, you see, it's a bit of a long story, Oscar said nervously, cringing back from his gaze. Under most circumstances, I would tell you to take a deep breath and take as much time as you need, but I'm afraid these are not most circumstances, said Father Elric, his voice kind yet firm. Please explain the situation as best as you are able so that we might make the best decisions we can for the people of Fairwater. Right, of course, said Oscar, calming down slightly. Well, I suppose it started when we arrived at Moaki Harbor and greeted the Tusker chieftain. What followed was an unbelievable tale that Lord Ashford would expect to hear from a bard with an overactive imagination. A giant underground kingdom that spanned half of Northrend? Wealth and resources that rivaled that of Kulthalas? Silk strong enough to lift buildings? A race of spider-like creatures with a variety of different shapes and sizes? Fully trained warriors that were only 4 years old? Any one of these things was enough for Lord Ashford to scoff in disbelief, if not for the fact that he had seen both the creatures and the spatial bag filled to the brim with gold and gems with his own eyes. First, there are rumors that Stormwind has been destroyed by an army of otherworldly creatures, and now a group of spider monsters have sailed into my port. What is the world coming to? This is quite concerning, said Father Elric. Especially if the news of Stormwind's destruction at the hands of unknown creatures proves to be true. These are already chaotic times for the Eastern Kingdoms, even without the introduction of these Nerubians. Stormwind has been destroyed? What happened? Oscar said in shock. I thought they were dealing with a rebellion at most. Bit more than that, and now we are dealing with this, said Guard Captain Gunnar gruffly. And if these creatures prove to be hostile, we ain't got anything that can deal with a mage strong enough to flat out stop a volley of bullets with a wave of his hands. Lord Ashford's expression darkened at the reminder. House Ashford had sent a request to Dalaran through Lordaeron's House of Lords for a mage to advise them on matters of magic, but they were apparently low priority for such things. Ever since the War of the Seven Thrones that resulted in the official dissolution of the Arethorian Empire and the complete destruction of House Ashford's lands, and the fort that was once their namesake, their house had been much diminished. They had tried many times throughout the years to rebuild their house to its former glory, but they had not had much luck. Lord Ashford dearly wished that he had someone by his side who could give him counsel, but the only mage who was affiliated with their house was his second son who was currently studying in Dalaran. If Oscar's claims in regards to the vast wealth of these people are accurate, then this could be a great boon for your house, my lord, said Warren, his expression thoughtful. Trading with the walrus people is one thing, said Guard Captain Gunnar, a hint of disgust in his tone. But I ain't really interested in watching these bug people skitter in and out of town. The light can be found in all creatures of this world, said Father Elric reproachingly. And these people have shown that they are willing to be diplomatic, which is better than the troll-like beings who brought ruin to Stormwind. It would behoove us to treat them with kindness until they prove themselves unworthy of our trust, despite their unfortunate appearances. If I may, Oscar said hesitantly, interrupting the discussion. I should make it clear that their diplomatic delegation has only come here with the intention of establishing diplomatic contact with the Eastern Kingdoms. Their kingdom is quite isolationist and I doubt that they would be willing to agree to any long-term trade agreement until after they meet with House Manethil. Then why should I entertain allowing them to travel freely through my lands? Asked Lord Ashford irritably. If he couldn't make some gold by playing nice with the monsters, then why would he risk the safety of his people by letting them off the ship? There are a few reasons, my lord, beyond the fact they are already paying us quite the sum in gold and goods just for bringing them here, said Oscar, sounding more confident now that he was now speaking on more familiar ground. Firstly, just because they are not willing to sign a trade agreement with us now, does not mean that will always remain the case. It may happen that the relationship between the Crown and Azjol-Nerub develops in a favorable direction, with your name attached due to that success, and if that is the case then both Fairwater and your house will be in an incredibly advantageous position to benefit. That was certainly true. House Ashford was in the best position to benefit from trade with a large kingdom from Northrend given that they already had experience sending ships there. The only other town that might benefit as much was Stratholm and they were located much further away. Secondly, Oscar continued. The Narubians intend to travel to capital city as quickly as possible, and have no desire to stay in the town for very long. That was a good point as well. The idea of sending the monsters on their way and making them somebody else's problem was an appealing idea. And finally, said the merchant, his tone becoming more hesitant. I should point out that I do not believe that you have much choice in the matter, my lord. The Nerubian delegation includes multiple powerful mages as well as a powerful being known as a Spider Lord. Having had the opportunity to get to know these people, I do not think they would react well if you attempted to stop them. Lord Ashford bristled at the idea that his lands were too weak to prevent the monsters from doing as they pleased, but he forced down his indignation and accepted the reality of the situation. He glanced at his guard captain, but the man just shook his head indicating that he also thought that they had poor odds. From there, the meeting mostly resolved around matters of logistics and how they could get the creatures out of their town as quickly as possible. They decided to send one of their fastest riders to capital city in order to warn the crown about the situation. At the insistence of Father Elric, they even decided to send an escort with them that would act to make certain that nothing unfortunate happened along the way. It'll also be wise to make certain that the things don't go running off into the countryside and start eating peasants, Lord Ashford thought cynically. I don't envy House Manethil right now. Things in capital city are about to reach a boiling point given that the creatures will arrive around the same time that the rulers of the other human kingdoms do. He was suddenly pulled out of his musings by the sound of someone knocking on the door to the meeting room. Enter, Lord Ashford called out immediately, worried that the monsters had done something that required his attention. As soon as he called out, the door opened and one of his guards walked through. My lord. The militia has been thrown into a panic by some kind of massive monster on the ship. Massive monster? He must be talking about the so-called Spider Lord. Lord Ashford had looked at the ship through a spyglass and seen some of the monsters infesting it, but he had not gotten a good look at the Spider Lord. According to Oscar, the thing was a confidant of the ruler of their kingdom and had been sleeping in a giant silk cocoon throughout the trip. Lord Ashford immediately got up, strode out of the room, and started making his way to the docks with his advisors following close behind him. If something tragic happened because the militia was panicking and they did something stupid, then the consequences for his people could be catastrophic. When he reached the docks, the first thing he saw was a bunch of panicked men yelling and pointing their weapons toward the docks. Calm down, you fools. Are you men? Or are you a bunch of cowardly children who lose your discipline the moment you see something that frightens you? Yelled Lord Ashford, his voice carrying over the crowd and causing the men to cease their hysteria. It took several more moments for Lord Ashford to finish calming down his men, but he eventually managed it and decided to turn his attention to the creature that had caused them to panic. He could immediately understand why the mere sight of the creature, and the thought that they might have to fight it, would strike fear into the heart of men. Upon the deck of the ship was a massive monster that stood at a height greater than 3 fully grown men and looked like some kind of disgusting combination of a beetle and a spider. It possessed a thick scarab-like carapace that was predominantly blue but held a gold color around its edges. Instead of having hands like the others of its kind, the Spider Lord seemed to only have 2 scythe-shaped arms as if to make clear that the monster's only purpose was the application of violence. It also had a single large horn protruding from its forehead that he was sure was more than capable of skewering a fully grown man, and its 4 eyes were calmly staring at him with a disturbing amount of intelligence. By the light, whispered Father Elric in awe. The rest of his advisors were not doing much better. Lord Ashford ruthlessly pushed down the shudder then wanted to flow through his body and wrenched his gaze away from the creature and turned it to the man he had left in charge, demanding a report on what had happened while he was gone. Apparently, after he had left, the ship had been safely docked and the monsters began freeing the Spider Lord from its cocoon. His men followed his instructions and escorted the ship's captain and all of the sailors off of the ship and then interrogated them about what happened while they were in Northrend. Their stories were consistent with what Oscar had told him and there was no evidence of any of the men being harmed. The 2 members of the Explorers League that had paid him to travel along with his ship had been a wealth of information, in particular. After he was finished receiving the report, Lord Ashford made his way over to the 2 spider mages that he had spoken to earlier while deliberately ignoring the gaze of the Spider Lord who turned to follow his movements. I have finished consulting with my advisors, said Lord Ashford, directing his statement to the one that Oscar had identified as the more friendly of the 2. Despite technically being in charge of the delegation's diplomacy, the one Oscar referred to as Vizier Haddix was apparently not particularly interested in talking to them. We will finish speaking on this matter at my manor. The rest of your people will continue to remain on the ship until we reach an agreement. The 2 of them immediately broke out into conversation, speaking some kind of strange chittering language. Lord Ashford was not able to read the expressions of the hideous creatures, but he was certain that he could sense an arrogant disdain radiating from the taller of the 2. The Spider Lord also joined the conversation with a voice that sent a wave of dread running down his spine. Fortunately, the other one was indeed as diplomatic as Oscar had claimed. Of course, Lord Ashford, said the monster that was named Kryvax. The 2 of us would be more than willing to discuss this matter with you so that we might reach an accord. Its common was strangely accented and a bit rough around the edges, but disturbingly good given the amount of time that it had been learning it at sea according to reports. After giving the creature a stoic nod, Lord Ashford turned and began leading his council and the 2 mages back to his manor, painfully aware of the gaze of the Spider Lord on his back the entire time. Kryvax was extremely glad that the ceilings of noble manors in Azeroth were apparently built high enough for him to fit inside, although just barely. He doubted that he would fit inside one of the houses that belonged to the normal townspeople, but it seemed that rich people loving large houses was a multiversal concept. Though he had been forced to bend down through a few doors. Vizier Haddix simply cast a short-ranged teleportation whenever he reached an inconvenient doorway. They started the meeting through a round of introductions, each of them stating their various positions. Vizier Haddix showed an expression of interest once the kind-looking older man was introduced as a priest of the Church of the Holy Light, but he otherwise seemed bored and indifferent to the humans. I have been told by Oscar that you wish to travel to Capital City in order to meet King Terenaz, correct? Asked Lord Ashford as soon as everyone was properly introduced. Yes, Lord Ashford, that is correct, said Kryvax. In his past life, Lord Ashford was the kind of man that Kryvax would have found intimidating, but it was hard to be afraid of a person when they were just so much smaller than you. That and the fact Kryvax could throw magic at people now. Good, then I will organize some of my men to escort you and your people to Capital City, Lord Ashford said decisively. If Kryvax still had eyelids, then he would have blinked in confusion. Well, that was easy. Maybe Oscar got through to them and they are feeling more friendly toward us, thought Kryvax, feeling hopeful. That way you can make due haste through my lands as quickly as possible, said Lord Ashford, crushing Kryvax's growing optimism. Oh. Vizier Haddix let out a derisive chuckle but otherwise did not comment. Kryvax had hoped to form some kind of friendly relationship with House Ashford given that their port was one of the most convenient for travel between the Northrend and the Eastern Kingdoms, but he doubted Lord Ashford was interested in such a thing at this time. Maybe later when the shock of their sudden arrival wore off he would be more open-minded. We understand, Lord Ashford, said Kryvax politely. We will leave for Capital City as quickly as circumstances allow. Thank you for allowing us passage through your lands. If I may, I would like to join your escort, said Father Elric amiably. I believe I could help smooth over any difficulties in your initial meeting with Capital City's authorities, and I would enjoy the opportunity to learn more about your people. Kryvax was a bit surprised by the priest's offer, but he did not have any problem with it. Vizier Haddix, should we take him up on his offer? Asked Kryvax while speaking Nerubian. Yes, Haddix said immediately. I would like the opportunity to study the magic that these humans refer to as the light. We accept your offer, said Kryvax, earning a smile from the priest. Excellent, said Father Elric warmly. I look forward to it. I am worried that the guards of Capital City are likely quite on edge given the current circumstances, so I am pleased that I will have the chance to smooth over any ruffled feathers. Current circumstances? Asked Kryvax, feeling a sense of foreboding. Oh, please excuse me. I forgot that you are new to these lands, said Father Elric, his tone apologetic. People are saying that Stormwind, a human kingdom far to the south, has been destroyed by an army of strange creatures and its remaining people fled here to Lordaeron not long ago. King Terenaz has called for a meeting with the other human kingdoms to figure out how to respond to such a threat. Oh? How convenient, said Vizier Haddix, speaking in Narubian. It significantly will streamline our efforts to have all of the human rulers in one city. Just be sure not to say that in common where the humans might hear you, Vizier, Kryvax hurriedly pointed out. They might take offense. Vizier Haddix scoffed but did not refute him. It did not need to be said that they were also strange creatures as well and the guards of Capital City would be tense given their state of heightened security due to having so many foreign rulers visiting. Vizier Haddix suddenly seemed much more interested in the meeting and began asking questions about Stormwind and what they knew about the creatures that had destroyed it. Kryvax tried his best to listen to the conversation, but it was hard when his attention was consumed with the news that he had just heard. Ever since Oscar had told him that King Lane was the current king of Stormwind, he had believed that he would arrive in the Eastern Kingdoms during the First War, but he now knew that the First War had just ended. Now, the Second War was about to begin, and the Lich King would be created shortly afterward. Chapter 24. Kryvax did his best to ignore the frightened stares of the residents of the human town of Brill as the Nerubian delegation and their armed and mounted escort made their way through the small human settlement. Father Elric had indeed saved them all a lot of trouble by moving ahead and warning the locals of their approach. They were still fearful, of course, but the word of a priest of the Church of the Holy Light held great sway over the citizens of Lordaeron. The priest had saved them a lot of time and trouble, and they were now expecting to reach Capital City by the end of the day. Kryvax was a bit surprised by how quickly the trip had gone, but perhaps it only felt that way given that he had been lost in his thoughts through most of it. Those thoughts mainly revolved around figuring out what the hell he was going to do about the upcoming Second War. Considering that the Alliance was already fated to win the war, there was always the option of just sitting back and allowing things to play out as they did in canon, but there were many problems with remaining uninvolved. That didn't even include the fact that the butterfly effect was likely to change things significantly due to their very presence, and he had no idea how it could change the results of the conflict. It was a relief to learn that he had a few years that he could use to prepare before the creation of the Lich King, but there were still many dangers that he needed to consider. Even if Kryvax was to ignore the morality of allowing so many people to die when he had the opportunity to make things better, there was also the fact that he wanted the Alliance to retain as much of their strength as possible to confront future crises. Not to mention the fact that Deathwing was currently active during this time period, and that his battle with the Aspects would result in him retreating to Deepholm until he returned in an explosion of power that reshaped the landscape of Azeroth. If Kryvax wanted to avoid the cataclysm, then Deathwing could not be allowed to survive the events of the Second War as he did in canon. But that's easier said than done. Try as he might, he could not come up with a plan that could guarantee the death of a being as insanely powerful as Deathwing. Despite having written down and doing his best to memorize everything he could remember about Warcraft lore the moment he realized where he was, there were many things about the lore that he simply never learned or could not remember. He remembered that Deathwing spent much of the Second War sowing chaos while disguised as a human noble, but he couldn't remember for the life of him what name Deathwing used as a human. Kryvax had a good overview of the events of the war, but there were many smaller details that he wished he knew. And even if he did know about the big events, what would be the best way to go about changing things for the better? Kryvax knew that he wanted to prevent Alexstrasza, aspect of the Red Dragon flight, from being captured and taken to Grim Battle, but how? He could potentially tell Crassus, who was a member of the Council of Six of Dalaran at this time and also secretly a Red Dragon, about the threat to his queen, but how would he justify his knowledge? He doubted that a mage as powerful as Crassus lacked the ability to track him down if he tried something as simple as sending an anonymous letter. Maybe I could revisit the idea of pretending to be a seer? Or maybe I could just tell someone the truth? Kryvax had chosen before not to pretend to be a seer because he felt like there was a high likelihood that it would backfire on him. He could easily imagine a scenario in which he was sent to train with Azjol-Nerub's actual seers and he ended up landing in hot water once he failed to replicate their abilities. After all, his knowledge of the future was static and would grow less and less accurate over time. But the idea of simply telling someone the truth, or even a modified version of it. The only person he trusted enough for something like that was Massuk. Kryvax knew his friend well enough that he was certain that Massuk would keep his secrets. Unfortunately, his friend was no more able than him to solve Azeroth's numerous problems. There was also still a risk of the knowledge being compromised even if Massuk didn't tell anyone. While mind magic was by no means common, it was not non-existent either. After joining the Order, Kryvax was learning how to protect his mind from both the void and mind magic, but Massuk did not have such luck. The members of the delegation who knew sensitive information either possessed an artifact that could shield their minds, or had the ability to do it themselves, but Massuk had neither. Still, it might be worth the effort to find a solution, even if only to get another perspective. Plus it would be nice if I could share this with somebody else. He considered whether or not he was willing to bring this matter up with Haddix, who was fully capable of protecting his own mind, and was surprised to find that the answer was not an immediate no, although it was not a yes either. Vizier Haddix was both arrogant and ruthless, but the more Kryvax got to know him, the more he believed that the Vizier was genuinely striving for the good of their people, and mainly only their people. His life would be much easier if he could share what he knew with Vizier Haddix, but he couldn't help but worry about his reaction. Kryvax pushed away these thoughts and decided to turn his attention back to the present. His thoughts were too chaotic right now, and from what he knew about the timeline he still had some time before he had to make any major decisions. Lord Ashford had been true to his word when he said that he would organize an escort to lead the delegation out of his lands as quickly as possible. It was not long before the Nerubian delegation, the two members of the Explorers League, Father Elric and a small group of mounted knights provided by House Ashford, could be seen leaving the town of Fairwater. While the trip had gone by quickly, it had also been depressingly quiet given that the humans were not interested in speaking to them, and the Nerubians in general not being one for small talk. It didn't help that Trixie had not taken it well when she learned that Stormwind had been destroyed and that the army of creatures responsible for it would likely soon turn their attention to Hosmodan. For all that she knew, Nomergan was already under siege and her family could be in danger while she had no way to help. Kryvax glanced down at Trixie, who was visibly depressed as she walked next to Malzy, before pulling his gaze back up. Surprisingly, the only people who seemed to actually be interested in making conversation over the past few days were, through a translator, Father Elric and Anubrican. Kryvax glanced at the extremely strange pair as Vizier Crinus translated Father Elric's words as he explained the philosophies of the Church of the Holy Light to an interested Spider Lord. A Nubrican would interject at times to ask pointed questions about the church's history and its relationship with the various human governments, all of which Father Elric was more than happy to answer. Have you finally pulled yourself out of your thoughts? Asked Massuk, who was walking by his side. Oh, yeah, said Kryvax, feeling embarrassed that he had mostly ignored his friend while thinking about the future. Sorry about that, Massuk. Good, said Massuk with a note of relief. This trip has been dull and these humans are proving far less interesting than the Tusker. Not a single one of them is willing to spar with me. Well, I'm not sure what I can do to help with that, said Kryvax with a hint of amusement. We won't be stopping again until we reach the city, and it's not as if I can spar with you while we're moving. Let's hope that there are some people in the city who are willing to offer you your daily dose of violence. Yes, let's hope, Massuk agreed immediately before turning to look at Trixie with a worried expression. The tiny one has not been willing to spar with me either. Apparently, Trixie and Massuk had sparred a few times while Kryvax had been undergoing the process of becoming a vizier. He was sad that he had missed the chance to see his friend running around with his spear after being shrunk down by Trixie's shrink ray. Yeah, she's just a bit sad because she's worried about her family, said Kryvax. I don't understand, said Massuk, uncomprehendingly. I have not even thought of the rest of our cluster mates since we were designated to our roles. Her relationship with her family is much closer to the relationship between the two of us, said Kryvax, explaining it the only way he knew how. I would be sad and upset if you were in danger, Massuk, especially if I couldn't do anything to help you. Massuk's expression became one of contemplation as he thought over what Kryvax had just said. We should attempt to raise her spirits, Massuk said decisively. Kryvax was a bit surprised at his friend's words, but he quickly agreed. Hello, Trixie, how are you feeling? Kryvax asked with concern after walking over to the gnome and her dwarf companion. Hello, tiny one, we are here to lift your spirits, said Massuk straightforwardly. Trixie glanced at the two of them but did not show any other outward reaction. Unless you can protect my family from the army of monsters that are heading their way, then I doubt there is much you can do to lift my spirits, said Trixie, her voice monotone. Kryvax winced at her words. He did remember that the Horde was not successful in their attempts to siege Gnomeregan and Ironforge, but they did still manage to conquer most of Hosmodan. What city does your family live in? Asked Kryvax considerately. In Gnomeregan, like most gnomes, why? Asked Trixie, tilting her head in confusion. How long do you think it took for the monsters to destroy Stormwind? Kryvax continued, trying to lead her to the correct conclusion. That merchant boy said he'd been hearing rumors of trouble down there for at least the past few years, Malzy offered quickly, likely seeing where he was going with his line of questioning. If it took years for the beasts to beat Stormwind, then they aren't going to have an easy time taking Ironforge or Gnomeregan. And it's also likely that Stormwind managed to weaken them significantly, said Kryvax consolingly. Do you really think that's true? Trixie asked Malzy with a hint of hope in her voice that was previously absent. Yeah, lass, I do, Malzy reassured her. Remember, I've got family in Ironforge too. I wouldn't give you false hope if I didn't believe it myself. Even if the beasts manage to take Hosmodan, they aren't stepping foot in Ironforge or Gnomeregan anytime soon. I'm sure our people are already hunkering down and getting ready for a fight. Trixie seemed to shudder before taking in a deep breath and releasing it slowly, doing her best to calm herself down. You guys are right, Trixie said firmly. Gnomeregan isn't going to go down without a fight. I'm sure my family will be alright until help arrives. That's the spirit, lass, said Malzy approvingly. No sense in worrying ourselves over much before we know more. Besides, said Kryvax, I'm sure the human kingdoms will come together and fight back these creatures given that the kingdom that was destroyed was one of their own. Trixie and Malzy glanced at each other with dubious expressions. I'm not so sure about that, Trixie said hesitantly. Unlike gnomes, humans aren't exactly the best at getting along with one another. I'm afraid she's right, Malzy agreed reluctantly. In my experience, there's nothing that a human hates more than other slightly different humans. Not that my people are all that better. Kryvax already knew that the human kingdoms would eventually come together to form the alliance, so he was not all that concerned about the matter. The four of them spent the next hour talking while walking down the path to Capital City about the various human kingdoms and their differences. Kryvax noted that the frequency of people traveling on the road being shooed away by either their escorts or Father Elric was steadily increasing as they drew closer to Lordaeron's capital. Unfortunately, Kryvax was pulled out of the conversation by the sound of someone calling loudly for him in Nerubian. Vizier Kryvax. He turned to look at Vizier Krynus who was gesturing for him to approach while walking beside a Nubrican and Father Elric. Kryvax quickly excused himself and made his way over to the Vizier who was looking thoroughly irritated. Yes, Vizier Krynus? How can I help you? Asked Kryvax as he approached. I am done translating for these two, Vizier Krynus said adamantly. Speaking about the light was perhaps interesting for the first day, but after 5 days I have long exhausted my interest in the topic. You will take over for me. Kryvax looked at the Vizier with exasperation before turning his gaze to a Nubrican and Father Elric, who were both watching him with expressions of amusement. Of course, Vizier Krynus, said Kryvax, resigned to his fate. While he was in the same caste as her, Vizier Krynus was much older and much more powerful than he was, so unless Vizier Haddix said otherwise he was expected to naturally defer to her orders, and his mentor didn't seem to care either way. Excellent, said Vizier Krynus, before hurriedly walking away in the direction of Vizier Haddix. Hey. So you're the hatchling that turned Azjol-Nerub upside down, a Nubrican said with interest as he stared down at Kryvax. Yes, I suppose that is me, Spider Lord, said Kryvax cautiously. He remembered Nerubian as a creepy raid boss from Warcraft, so he couldn't help but feel a little wary of him. It didn't help that this was their first time actually having an actual conversation, given that the Spider Lord had been asleep while on the ship and Kryvax had stayed away from him during their journey from Fairwater. There's no need for the formality, little vizier, said Nerubian, huffing in amusement. Just call me Nerubian. I'm not particularly interested in titles or things like that. Kryvax was staggered by the Spider Lord's lack of formality. Nerubian culture in general places a high value on certain conventions, such as referring to those above you by their proper titles, so he was more than a little surprised by Nerubian's relaxed attitude. It didn't fit at all what he had expected from him. Kryvax looked at the Spider Lord warily as he tried to think of an appropriate response. However, before he could, he was interrupted by Nerubian's chittering laugh as his mandibles rapidly clicked together. If you have a question for me, then ask, little vizier, said Nerubian once he finished laughing. Yes, Spider Lord, Kryvax said politely. It's just, I've never heard of a Nerubian as powerful as you being so casual. Finished Nerubian as Kryvax trailed off. Yes, Spide. Kryvax interrupted himself as the Spider Lord stared pointedly at him. Yes, Nerubian. The difference between me and every other member of the higher caste that you have met is that I have nothing to prove to anyone, Nerubian said bluntly. I have no cities. I hold no political positions. I simply go where my High King tells me to go and do what he tells me to do. Perhaps there are some who would continue to worry about the respect of others in my position, but I have never seen the point. I guess it makes sense when he lays it out like that. Besides, continued the Spider Lord, it's easier not to care about other people's opinions when you are perfectly aware that you can kill everyone around you at any time. Ah, that makes even more sense. But enough about me, hatchling, said Nerubian, turning his attention back to the human priest who seemed more than willing to wait patiently as they finished their conversation. Ask the human why he has been so willing to share information about the light. I could not imagine a vizier sharing as much about their magic as he has over the past few days. Kryvax didn't hesitate to dutifully relay the Spider Lord's question. The light is not something that should be hoarded and kept secret, as if I were some mage from Dalaran, said Father Elric, sounding mildly insulted. The light belongs to all creatures of this world, and the farther it is spread, the safer we all are under its benevolent protection. This light seems like it would be useful to our kingdom, although it would be a challenge to find those among our people suited to it, said Nerubian consideringly. Still, it might be worth the effort if it meant accessing an easy source of healing magic. Kryvax spent the next few minutes translating between the two of them before the conversation was suddenly interrupted by Nerubian. Looks like our little watcher is getting ready to leave, said Nerubian. Kryvax looked around in surprise but failed to see anyone watching them. In the sky, hatchling, said Nerubian while pointing one of his side-like arms to a specific portion of the sky. There is a human watching us from above while riding some manner of winged creature. They were clever enough to paint the creature's armor so that it blends naturally into the sky. Kryvax looked directly in the direction the Spider Lord was pointing but was only barely able to spot the griffin that was flying away from them. It had blue armor and many of its wings were white, so it was difficult to notice the creature unless he knew what he was looking at. How were you able to notice them? Kryvax asked in disbelief. Simple. I heard them, Nerubian said smugly. My hearing is sensitive enough to pick out a heartbeat from the other side of a ziggurat. They have been watching us for a while and are likely leaving to report to the human leadership now that we are close to the city. Kryvax was not sure how to respond to that, so he just asked the first question that came to mind. Can all Spider Lords hear that well? If they could, then Kryvax would need to be careful about what he said and where he said it once he returned to Azjol-Nerub. No. I am quite special, said Nerubian, sounding very self-satisfied. Kryvax waited for the strange Spider Lord to continue, but he seemed content to leave it there. After that, it didn't take long before they could see Capital City in the distance. The city itself sat on the north shore of Lordaeron Lake and seemed to be gleaming in silver and white. The first thing Kryvax thought was that the city felt peaceful, yet also powerful. The humans of these lands are much more advanced than the ones in our lands, said Nerubian as he assessed the city. Unfortunately, they did not have long to admire Lordaeron's capital city before they were approached by what looked to be nearly 50 mounted knights wearing full sets of blue and white armor. Many of the soldiers were fidgeting nervously and were gripping tightly onto their weapons, but each and every one of them held an expression of grim resolve that made it clear that they were willing to die for their kingdom if it became necessary. They have even more soldiers prepared nearby, said Nerubian approvingly. Smart. They would need them if they wished to face me. Father Elric quickly stepped forward to meet the man who seemed to be the leader of the soldiers and began to speak quietly with him. Lordaeron was obviously already aware of their coming given that a messenger had been sent ahead and a griffin rider had been watching them, but it was still helpful for Father Elric to help calm down their nerves. Kryvax glanced at Vizier Haddix, wondering if his mentor intended to take charge of the diplomacy now that they were about to speak to representatives of the most powerful human kingdom in the Eastern Kingdoms, but the vizier's expression remained as uninterested as ever. Kryvax then glanced at Nerubian, but immediately remembered that the Spider Lord could not speak common. Kryvax didn't even bother glancing at Vizier Krynus, walking forward while feeling a sense of resignation. Once he was done speaking to Father Elric, the leader of the soldiers directed his horse to step forward so he could address the Narubian delegation. The man wore a crimson cloak over a polished breastplate and had gold traceries in his armor and spoke with a commanding voice. I am Captain Falric, leader of the King's Guard of Lordaeron. When the messenger from House Ashford told me of your approach, I had not believed him. Who here speaks for your delegation? A moment of silence passed before Kryvax moved forward to speak for the group. I do, Captain Falric. I am Vizier Kryvax of Azjol-Nerub, said Kryvax. We have come to your city with hopes of speaking to King Manethil about forming a diplomatic relationship between our kingdoms. Then you've either come at the worst or the best time to do so, Captain Falric said grimly. For as it stands, representatives of all 7 human kingdoms are now being hosted in King Manethil's court, discussing how best to combat the growing danger that is known as the Horde down south that has already destroyed Stormwind. When word first reached us of your arrival, some assumed you to be affiliated with them until it was made clear you were, very different from the creatures that make up the Horde. He finished while looking over the Nerubian delegation's various members, all castes represented before him besides a queen. This is our people's first time setting foot on this continent, said Kryvax. We hold no desire to threaten the people of these lands. I will hold you to that, Nerubian, said Captain Falric, his voice full of steel. The representatives of the various kingdoms have been informed of your arrival and are prepared to meet you. I will warn you only once, any hostile actions against anyone in this city will be dealt with severely and swiftly. With that said, Captain Falric directed his men to surround their delegation, taking over the role of the knights from House Ashford. Once everyone was in position to separate the delegation from any onlookers, it wasn't long before the captain called for them to start moving and the Nerubians were taking their first steps through the gates of capital city. Chapter 25. King Terenaz Manethil II hummed in contemplation as he watched the large scrying mirror as it displayed images of the strange spider-like creatures currently being escorted through his city from above. The mirror was not as advanced as the scrying tools that Kulthalas used, having a limited range and requiring the continuous efforts of a mage for it to serve its function, but it was more than enough for the nobles and heads of state currently in his imperial chamber. When Capital City's guard captain first received news from a minor noble house of strange creatures sailing to the eastern kingdoms from Northrend, he had thought it to be absurd and didn't even bother bringing it to the attention of his superiors. It was only out of a sense of duty and professionalism that the guard captain felt compelled to send a griffin rider to verify the truth or the falsehood of the matter. After the scout returned with frantic reports of gigantic spider-like creatures making their way to Capital City, the guard captain hurriedly brought the matter to Falric, the young captain of Lordaeron's King's Guard, who then brought the matter to Terenaz. He had quickly ordered his court conjurers to scry the creatures with their magic and his spymaster to immediately begin gathering as much information as he could before the creatures arrived at Capital City. Fortunately, the original messenger sent by House Ashford had still not yet left the city and also had a wealth of information to share with them. Lord Ashford had been wise enough to gather information about the creatures from the crew of the ship that carried them to the eastern kingdoms, as well as the individuals who had traveled to their underground kingdom. After his spymaster finished compiling the information and presented it to Terenaz, it quickly became apparent to him that establishing peaceful diplomatic contact with this Azjol-Nerub would be one of the most important moments of his kingship. If the accounts were true, then Azjol-Nerub was easily a kingdom on par with Kulthalas, and the impact they would have on the eastern kingdoms had the potential to be enormous. Not to mention the fact that they could not afford to make such a powerful kingdom their enemy at a time when they were already facing an existential crisis in the form of the Horde. It was for these reasons and more that Terenaz did not hesitate to make his fellow rulers aware of the situation and share all the information that Lordaeron had gathered. The reactions had been passionate. Nobody reacted well after learning that another potential crisis was barreling toward them, and many of the initial proposals on how to deal with the creatures had been overly impulsive. Terenaz was eventually able to make them see that calm and peaceful diplomacy was in their best interests, but nobody was excited about the kingdom of terrifying spider people that threatened to throw the continent's situation into further chaos. Terenaz turned his gaze away from the mirror, evaluating the expressions and reactions of his fellow rulers who were currently seated along the room in seats that had been verified by a mage to be exactly the same size. Each of them had enough experience and training in politics to be able to hide their feelings from most observers, but Terenaz was an old and experienced king and was more than able to see through their masks. The first person he looked to was a tall, stoic man dressed in leathers and furs who looked as if he would rather be marching toward a battlefield than attending a diplomatic meeting. His old friend, King Thoras Trollbane of Stromgard, was especially easy to read given how well Terenaz knew the man. Many dismissed Thoras as a brute due to his gruff exterior and Stromgard's martial culture, but Terenaz knew well that his friend possessed a sharp mind. While his fellow king was outwardly expressionless, Terenaz could tell that Thoras was already considering how best to kill the monstrous 20-foot-tall spider beetle creature that was currently being displayed in the scrying mirror. Thoras was the kind of ruler who would hope to avoid war but believed it to be inevitable and would thus do everything he could to prepare for it. A fact that was consistently proven in his mind by Stromgard's constant skirmishes with the forest trolls and Alterac. Seated next to him was a tall, slender man with weathered skin and wearing a green naval uniform. This man would be recognizable to anybody as Lord Admiral Dalen Proudmoore, ruler of Kultiras. While Admiral Proudmoore was no less disturbed than the rest of them by the existence of the creatures, Terenaz could see that the man held much less tension in his shoulders than the rest of them. This did not surprise him. As far as Admiral Proudmoore was concerned, any problem that could be solved by the Kultiran navy and its tidesages was not a problem worth being troubled over. It was highly unlikely that an underground kingdom like Azjol-Nerub, similarly to the gnomes and dwarfs, possessed any naval power worth noting, and their decision to hire the sea cutter to travel to the eastern kingdoms supported that assumption. Unfortunately, the next ruler, a tall and cadaverously thin man with a long grey beard and a bald head covered by a gold-edged skullcap, was much harder to read. Archmage Antonidas, Grand Magus of the Kirin Tor and widely recognized to be one of the most powerful mages alive, was not a king, but he was no less influential than any of the other rulers in the room. Terenaz was well familiar with the man, but he still could not get a good read on what the old mage was thinking. Though given the interested hum the man let out when for a single terrifying moment one of the taller robe-wearing creatures turned its gaze upward and seemed to directly look back at them through the mirror, Terenaz would assume the man was feeling curious. Next, seated on the other side of the room, was a large, bearish man with thick features, a heavy black beard, and wearing black and grey armor. Gen Greymane, king of Gilneas, was not a particularly pleasant man, in Terenaz's opinion. He was stubborn, proud, strong-willed, arrogant, and was one of the rulers most resistant to forming an alliance to combat the Horde. Greymane's expression was the easiest to read of the gathered rulers, given his poorly concealed revulsion as he stared at the creatures. Terenaz had no doubt in his mind that Gilneas would want absolutely nothing to do with Azjol-Nerub, regardless of whether or not their supposedly peaceful intentions were genuine. The next king, a quiet, cultured-looking man with graying brown hair, was the only other ruler as opposed to forming an alliance as Greymane. I believe this is the first time that I've looked at him since this council began that he was not glaring hatefully at Thoraz, Terenaz mused. King Aiden Pernold was the ruler of Alterac, a weak landlocked kingdom that found itself in frequent conflict with Stromgarde. Pernold was doing his best to hide it, but Terenaz could tell that the man was extremely interested in the creatures, and would not hesitate to find a way to use them to his advantage as best he could. The final member of the recently dubbed Council of Seven Nations was a large, stout man, almost bald, who wore a full set of armor and possessed a thick beard and a strong, stern face. Anduin Lothar, Knight Champion and Regent Lord of the destroyed Kingdom of Stormwind, was a man who looked as if he had lost everything aside from his life. When he wasn't busy giving fiery speeches in an attempt to convince them of the Horde's threat and the need to unite against them, the man barely looked as if he was keeping himself together, and the young black-haired teenager currently sitting by his side did not look much better. Crown Prince Varianrin had spent the past few days since arriving in Capital City barely looking as if he was aware of where he was. When the boy wasn't staring off blankly into space, he was swinging between unfathomable sorrow as he struggled not to cry, unbridled wrath whenever they spoke of the orcs, or, more worryingly, poorly concealed resentment. Even if his current expression was one of curiosity as he watched the Nerubians through the scrying mirror. It did not take a genius to guess that the child blamed the other human kingdoms for failing to aid Stormwind in their time of greatest need. Terenaz had pledged Lordaeron's forces to the goal of pushing back the Horde and restoring young Rin to his kingdom's throne, but he knew that did little to ease the child's pain of seeing both his parents killed and his countrymen senselessly slaughtered. The future king's resentment was a troubling sign, and boded ill for the future of Stormwind's relationship with the other kingdoms. Terenaz decided to do something about the matter now, while it was still on his mind, and tapped a single finger to his wrist. Recognizing the nonverbal signal, his spymaster, Teferi Anweir, seamlessly appeared at his side as if he had stepped out of thin air. A few of the other rulers glanced at him but quickly turned their attention back to the scrying mirror after assessing that there was no threat. Terenaz rubbed his thumb against the enchanted ring which would prevent unwanted listeners from hearing their conversation and leaned over to speak with his spymaster. Not only did the ring prevent eavesdroppers, but it even prevented anyone from reading his lips, allowing Terenaz to have private conversations in public settings. Despite this, Terenaz could not quite overcome the instinct to whisper whenever he was giving sensitive instructions to his spymaster while others were around. Teferi, after the meeting, arrange for Arthas to meet the young Rin and do what you can to foster a friendship between the two of them. The two are already scheduled to meet later this week, Your Majesty, said Teferi, his tone not expressing any particular opinion on the matter. Is there a need for me to move it up? And for me to make efforts in ensuring a friendship? Yes, if the two of them have a good relationship, then that would do much to diminish the future risks caused by the boy's resentment, Terenaz said quietly. A small part of him felt guilty about manipulating a friendship between his son and a grief-stricken child for political purposes, but there was no such thing as a king who had ruled for as long as he had without being willing to make difficult decisions. Besides, both of the boys could benefit from having a friend in their lives, so it was beneficial and for the good of everybody. I shall entrust the matter to you, said Terenaz. Teferi was a competent man and would know how best to arrange it for the two boys to form a lasting friendship. Yes, Your Majesty, said Teferi, deferentially. Good. While we are speaking on the topic of the boy's resentment, has there been any progress in that investigation? Asked Terenaz, hoping that he would finally have some answers about the source of Lordaeron's enormous intelligence failure in regard to the Horde. Despite Teferi's unchanging expression, Terenaz could easily hear the annoyance and anger in his spymaster's tone when he responded. No, Your Majesty, there has not, said Teferi. We are reasonably certain that someone has been making active efforts over the past few years to spread rumors among the nobility that Stormwind was merely lying about their situation in an attempt to hide internal conflicts. However, we are no closer to finding the source of these rumors, and even Stormwind's most earnest supporters among the nobility give conflicting descriptions of who they heard them from. That was highly concerning to Terenaz and implied that there were dangerous forces in Lordaeron working against the kingdom's interests. Are there no indications at all of who might be responsible for this? Asked Terenaz. No, Your Majesty, said Teferi, grudgingly. We have noticed that one of Stormwind's own intelligence operatives is looking into the matter, but we do not expect them to achieve any more than we have, nor do we expect them to trust us enough to share what they do discover. Terenaz frowned, saddened by the news, for it was as understandable as it was, he could not help but feel disheartened. From what his spymaster reported back to him, it was only pure desperation that made the Stormwind refugees come to his kingdom, and if they had any other choice they would have gone elsewhere. There were few among them who trusted Lordaeron, or any outsiders, after being seemingly left out in the cold to die, and who only now cared since now the Horde was most likely pointed at them. The prince's mood was a feeling shared by a vast majority of his people, something that did not bode well for the future in general. Thank the light that Sir Lothar still believed in Lordaeron's honor and, despite everything, Stormwind's people still trusted their champion. Feeling that there was not much else to be said on the topic, Terranaz dismissed his spymaster and turned his attention back to the scrying mirror, and the conversation being had about the creatures from Northrend. And these creatures just happened to come before us just after the Horde destroyed Stormwind? Just as they are predicted to begin preparing to come north to invade the rest of us. King Greymane was, unsurprisingly, voicing his suspicions with a sneer. Do not let your fear and paranoia make connections that aren't there, Greymane. Sometimes coincidences do occur, and besides, there is no information to support even the idea that these Nerubians and the Horde were even aware of each other until recently. Archmage Antonidas, ever the bastion of logic and reason, was quick to point out, his tone that of a teacher correcting a student as he continued to study the beings within the scrying mirror. From the information made available to us, these Nerubians would be formidable enemies, said Thoraz, his tone assessing. We have a responsibility to our people to prepare for the worst-case scenarios. We also have a responsibility to our people to not ignore such significant opportunities. Trollbane, said King Pernold derisively, the name Trollbane leaving his mouth as if it were a curse. How much wealth and resources could we acquire if we managed to establish trading ties with a kingdom as rich as Kulthalas? Lordaeron, more than any other kingdom here, has grown rich from sharing such close borders with the High Elves after all, even while trade remains limited. You would trade with monsters? Said King Greymane, his voice filled with disgust. Who cares whether or not they are monsters, as long as they can make my kingdom rich, said King Pernold, waving a hand dismissively. I only barely believe that these so-called orcs are the mindless beasts that some claim they are, so you'll hardly convince me that these Nerubians are also unable to be reasoned with. As long as a creature has wants and is capable of reason, then a cultured man can find a way to benefit from them. I grow tired of your continued implications, King Pernold, said Lothar, practically growling out the words. The orcs are savage monsters who cannot be reasoned with, diplomacy with them is utterly impossible, and I will not sit here and listen to you imply that I am a liar. Says the man who trusted one of said orcs, did you not? King Pernold pointed out. Clearly you thought the same, and your error was just not being smart enough to figure out you were being played rather than the other way around. The champion's expression twisted into one of pain and anger as he slammed his armored hands onto the arm of his chair and rose from his seat, causing many in the room to jump in shock. And look what that has cost me! Roared Lothar, his voice filled with rage and sorrow. Will you see your kingdom burned and your people slaughtered in your foolish quest to avoid a war that is inevitable? Terranaz's heart clenched in sympathy as he watched young Varian struggle to control his expression and hold back tears. Just as the tension in the room was reaching its peak, a short, stout man with a snow-white beard and a friendly face calmed everyone down as soon as he started speaking. Please, everyone, there is no need for us to fight among ourselves when humanity is depending on our cooperation, said Alensis Fael, Archbishop of the Church of the Holy Light and likely the most revered human on Azeroth. While he was no king, he had been allowed to sit in on their discussions as a leader in his own right of one of the largest and most influential organizations in the Eastern Kingdoms. The Church had already done much to tend to the needs of the Stormwind refugees once they made landfall in Lordaeron, and had pledged their considerable resources to help humanity withstand the coming crisis. The room was quiet for a moment before King Pernold broke the silence. You are correct of course, Archbishop, King Pernold said deferentially. I apologize for my words, Sir Luther. These are stressful times and I'm afraid I said something inappropriate. Luther stared balefully at King Pernold for a few more seconds before retaking his seat. I'm not sure why you're all so worried, said Admiral Proudmoore, speaking into the awkward silence. If these Nerubians reveal themselves to be a threat, then Kultiras will ensure that they never again set foot outside of Northrend. They, after all, likely have no navy to speak of and Northrend is not exactly known for its timber. Let us not plan for anything until we at least meet our coming guests, Terranaz spoke up. If peaceful relations can be established with them then they might even be able to assist in helping us combat the Horde. Not that we've even established if Gilneas even wants part in this mad idea, King Greymane growled, causing King Pernold to nod to himself in agreement while the rest of the kings glared daggers at the only holdouts. They have nearly arrived, Archmage Antonidas noted calmly. Everyone turned their attention back to the scrying mirror to see that the Narubian delegation had reached the entrance to the royal palace. The creatures seemed to have paused, as while his palace was built more than large enough to accommodate the majority of the Nerubians, the largest one was a tad too large to fit through the entranceway. For some reason, they seemed to be arguing with the female gnome from the Explorers League as she pointed to some kind of device strapped to her side. While the palace was enormous by human standards, House Manethil had not exactly built their palace with the assumption that they would be hosting such massive creatures, after all. Something like this would normally be an annoying problem that would have likely resulted in them being forced to bring the meeting elsewhere, but that was not the case when one had the aid of the Dalaran's Grand Magus. Terranaz watched as the Archmage rose from his seat, gripped his ornate wooden staff, and cast a spell that's effect emanated from the Imperial Chamber to the entrance of the palace. Terranaz watched in wonder as space twisted and expanded until the entrance, and presumably the hallways, was large enough to accommodate the giant creature. It was something the Nerubians were quick to notice and, based on what little they could tell from their body language, looked quite surprised before they proceeded. None of the other rulers were mages, but they all knew enough about magic to be filled with awe at the Archmage's display of magical might. A very effective show of force, Archmage, said King Pernold after taking a moment to compose himself. I'm sure that will do much to dissuade the Nerubians from taking any hostile actions. For the first time, Terranaz agreed with the opportunistic man. The room quieted down as a servant moved to take the scrying mirror out of the imperial chambers, and the rulers waited for the Nerubians to arrive. It did not take very long before 4 of the creatures were walking into the imperial chamber. Terranaz assumed the rest were not essential for diplomacy and were made to wait in the hall outside, and the various rulers of the eastern kingdoms were taking their first look at the Nerubians in person. All 3 of the robed Nerubians, along with the one that was too large to enter the imperial chamber under normal circumstances, were much more terrifying up close. It was immediately apparent to everyone that the scrying mirror did not do them proper justice. Terranaz turned his attention to the tall, 4-armed, and 4-legged, robed Nerubians, who were apparently referred to as viziers according to the information provided by the messenger. They were the ones that were supposedly in charge of the delegation, so he would address them when he spoke. Fortunately, Archmage Antonidas had already used his magic to ensure that any words said in the imperial chambers would be translated to everyone else. "Welcome to Lordaeron," said Terranaz before introducing himself and then each of the important figures in the room with him, then moving to ask the question that was on everybody's mind. "We have been told that you come to us as representatives of a previously unknown kingdom of Northrend, referred to as Azjol-Nerub," said Terranaz, regally. "And that you seek to establish peaceful diplomatic ties with the kingdoms of this continent. Is that true?" After a moment of silence, the smallest of the so-called viziers stepped forward to speak. "That is indeed the case, King Manethil," the creature said politely. "I am Vizier Kryvax. With me are Vizier Haddix, Vizier Krynus, and Spider Lord Anubrican." The vizier gestured to each of the apparent leaders of the delegation as he introduced them. "We come with peaceful intentions and hopes that a diplomatic connection between our people will allow for us to learn more of one another," said Vizier Kryvax. "And that we might find areas of cooperation from which we could mutually benefit." "Why have we never heard of you before?" asked King Greymane, not bothering to hide his suspicion. "Seems like an awfully strange coincidence that you all arrive at the same time that we're facing an army of monsters from the south." "I assure you, King Greymane, this is indeed merely a coincidence," said Vizier Kryvax quickly. "Until recently, Azjol-Nerub was not aware that there were any lands outside of Northrend that survived the Great Sundering. After realizing this was not the case, a diplomatic delegation was organized that would be sent to learn more about the eastern kingdoms." King Greymane's expression was one of obvious skepticism, but he did not speak further. "Do you intend to establish a settlement on this continent?" asked King Trollbane, his eyes assessing as he stared at the vizier. "We currently have no such intentions, King Trollbane," said Vizier Haddix. "If that changes, then we will, of course, discuss the matter with the people of these lands first." "Are you hoping to establish some manner of a trade agreement?" asked King Pernold, cutting off Thoras from asking any follow-up questions. "According to House Ashford, your people's silk is of the highest quality and holds valuable magical properties. I'm sure we could reach some manner of understanding if you are willing to trade such materials." Vizier Kryvax seemed to hesitate before he next spoke. "The purpose of this delegation is for us to establish diplomatic contact and for our people to learn more about each other," said Vizier Kryvax. "Any future decisions beyond must first undergo the thorough consideration of our kingdom's leaders." Terranaz had spoken to enough elvish diplomats to know that the vizier's words did not paint a good picture of Azjol-Nerub's interest in establishing a trade deal. Looking at King Pernold's expression, he had also reached the same conclusion. "I'm sure that we have any number of materials that your leaders might be interested in," said King Pernold, attempting to persuade the foreign diplomats. "The eastern kingdoms are a big place, after all. There must be something here that your people would find valuable." "Azjol-Nerub does not want for material objects, human," spoke the massive creature that had been introduced as Anubrican. Its voice was deep, and Terranaz could hear the disturbing sounds of harsh buzzing and clicking sounds through the translation spell. "Anything this continent has to offer us will come in the form of knowledge, such as the opportunity to learn more of your so-called light." Archbishop Fail sat up in his seat and a gentle smile spread across his face. "Your people are not familiar with the light? And you are interested in learning more?" "Yes. It seems like a useful form of magic," said Anubrican, his tone one of interest. "Azjol-Nerub would benefit from access to magic so well suited to healing wounds." "The holy light is not a mere tool," Archbishop Fail said disapprovingly. "If you treat it in such a way, it will never answer your call. But the church is always willing to spread its knowledge to those who are willing to learn." Terranaz listened as the discussion continued on like that for some time, each of the rulers questioning the Nerubians about their intentions. As he was listening to Pernold once again try to convince the Nerubians to trade with his kingdom, Terranaz noticed Archmage Antonidas having a staring match with the one called Vizier Haddix. If he was remembering correctly, that was the same vizier that had seemed to notice their scrying. Vizier Krynus, meanwhile, was ignoring the conversation completely and was instead busy studying the Imperial Chamber's magically expanded entrance. Ironically, the displays served to reassure Terranaz, if the mages of these strange spider people were as arrogant and competitive as human mages, then could these Nerubians really be so different? "Does your interest in knowledge extend to more conventional magic?" Archmage Antonidas asked slyly. "Perhaps you would be interested in coming to Dalaran, where we could compare our understanding of the arcane." "I suppose we could take the time to inspect your city," said Vizier Haddix, haughtily. "It should be an amusing diversion if nothing else." "If I might interrupt, I do not believe this is a discussion that can be finished in a single day," said Terranaz, drawing everyone's attention to himself. "And it would be unkind to keep the rest of your delegation waiting out in the hall. I propose that we see to your accommodations, and then continue this discussion tomorrow. My major domo has prepared suitable arrangements for you all to stay in the palace." Terranaz had not liked the idea at first. Who would want such strange and potentially dangerous creatures near their family, but Captain Falric had quickly convinced him that this was the best course of action. Due to the ongoing Council of Seven Nations, the palace was likely the safest and most heavily guarded location in the eastern kingdoms outside of Kulthalas itself. Security was at its maximum, and every single inch of the palace was covered by powerful wards and hidden guards vigilantly watching everyone walking in and out of the building. Not to mention the fact that each of the kings had brought their kingdom's most powerful mages and warriors to accompany them. If the Nerubians were able to successfully commit hostile actions in such an environment, then there was little that they could do to stop them anyway. The Nerubian delegation and the various rulers quickly agreed to his proposal, everyone notably tired from the long and eventful day. House Manethel's major domo quickly moved to show the Nerubians to their accommodations, his mask of professionalism not breaking for a moment as he escorted the terrifying creatures. Most of the Nerubians would be given lodgings in the same hall as the rest of the foreign diplomats, but the Spider Lord would need to be given accommodations outside of the palace. Terranaz sighed in relief as he gave his farewells to the last of the important figures, and began making his way to his private chambers alongside his personal guards. Today was a long day, and Terranaz was reaching an age where savored the opportunity to rest whenever he could. Unfortunately, he had a feeling that such opportunities would grow more and more rare in the near future. Chapter 26. Kryvax unfurled the selectively edited map of Northrend that Azjol-Nerub had provided the delegation to present to people of the eastern kingdoms. Immediately, several scholars from the various kingdoms were taking in the map with hungry expressions, eager to learn more about the parts of Northrend that they had not been able to explore. Kryvax stepped back to allow them time to inspect the map and prepared himself to answer their questions. The past few weeks had been hectic for Kryvax, especially since he was effectively left as the one in charge of the delegation's day-to-day diplomacy. Nerubian spent most of his time recently doing his best to learn about a variety of subjects that could be important to Azjol-Nerub from a military perspective, such as guns, the Eastern Kingdom's history in relation to war, and the light. There was no shortage of curiosity and interest about the light from Haddix, Krynus, and Nerubian, although both of the viziers seemed content to leave the investigation into the new form of magic in the Spider Lord's hands while they handled their own priorities. Obviously, Kryvax fully expected Haddix to take a much greater personal interest in the light after he eventually learned the effect it had on the void. Vizier Krynus had immediately run off to consult with Lordaeron's mages in regard to the strange disturbances that were making it more difficult to cast spatial magic in the Eastern Kingdoms than in Northrend. Apparently, when the Dark Portal was first opened, every creature in the Eastern Kingdoms that was attuned to magic felt ripples coming from the portal, though nobody was really able to detect the source. It was only after Stormwind's refugees arrived in Lordaeron that everyone finally had a full picture of what was going on. One of the weavers sent by Enkilla was busy evaluating the various materials native to the Eastern Kingdoms that were not available on Northrend. While the leadership of Azjol-Nerub had not yet officially decided to establish a trade agreement with the governments of the Eastern Kingdoms, discussions were supposedly trending in that direction and they wanted to be prepared. The other weaver had been delegated to assist Trixie, Malzy, and a Lordaeronian scholar in the creation of a Nerubian to Common Dictionary. Massuk, predictably, was learning as much as he could about the Eastern Kingdom's fighting styles, and occasionally sparring with whoever was willing to fight him. Vizier Haddix had stuck around for a while but had soon snuck away to begin his investigations into the Void's influence in the Eastern Kingdoms. There was a limit to how much Haddix could do while they were under such heavy surveillance, but this was only his initial investigation. As a result, Kryvax was left as the guy that the various kingdoms went to first when they wanted something from the delegation. He had expressed his worries about being left unsupervised with such responsibilities to Haddix, but the older vizier had simply said, "Don't share secrets. Don't promise anything. Don't get us banished from the city. Don't bother me if it's not important." It didn't help that the things that Kryvax wasn't to do the most, such as negotiating trade deals or convincing the Nerubians to help fight the Horde, were not currently feasible due to issues on both sides. There was also the fact that the rulers of the human kingdoms were dedicating the majority of their attention to the Council of Seven Nations. Therefore, the various members of the delegation were putting most of their efforts into gathering more information about the Eastern Kingdoms. Of course, the governments of the Eastern Kingdoms were not foolish enough to simply hand out all of this information without receiving anything in return, which was why he was now sharing an edited map of Northrend. Kryvax turned his attention back to the present as he was pulled out of his thoughts by an excited voice. "Vizier Kryvax, is this truly accurate?" One of the scholars was pointing to a portion of Dragon Blight that had been circled in red to signify it as an area that was considered extremely dangerous. An accompanying document that explained the danger of each of these areas had been translated into Common and laid out next to the map. "Yes, that is one of the specific areas that dragons frequent to the best of our knowledge," Kryvax confirmed to the excitement of the scholars. The people of the Eastern Kingdoms had already known that dragons frequently traveled to Northrend due to many recorded sightings and the numerous dragon bones found in the area. However, it was not easy for them to actually confirm exactly where they traveled due to the extreme difficulty of exploring the frozen continent. Not only was Northrend much larger and more dangerous than what was depicted in the game, but there were also no convenient roads or paths that led people to where they wanted to go, above ground at least. It certainly didn't help that Wyrmrest Temple and the various dragon shrines were all warded against non-dragon visitors. "And these, Vizier Kryvax?" Kryvax held back a wince after he looked over to see the scholar pointing at the portions of the map that were circled in black. "Those are areas on the surface which Azjol-Nerub forbids outsiders from entering," Kryvax said reluctantly. "Anyone who enters these areas will be killed without warning." "But why? I thought your people's kingdom was entirely below ground." "We are, aside from certain portions of Enkilla," said Kryvax. "Azjol-Nerub will offer a more detailed explanation of these regions at a later time." The scholars looked to one another with unwilling expressions, but none of them chose to push the issue. The majority of those forbidden places were areas with large concentrations of sleeping Vrykul. There had been a vocal minority among Azjol-Nerub's leadership that had been opposed to sharing information about the Vrykles with the humans out of fear that the humans could intentionally seek to awaken them. The majority, however, was not very worried about this for a number of reasons. Aside from the fact that before they went to sleep, the majority of Vrykle had a policy of systematically killing humans, there was also the fact that actually awakening the Vrykle was not exactly a simple endeavor. After all, if the Vrykle were not awakened by the Great Sundering, then it was probably next to impossible to awaken them accidentally. The places where they slept, such as Jail or Brone, were all protected by powerful magical defenses. Still, there were a few Nerubians who were worried due to humanity's status as descendants of the Vrykle, so the leadership decided on a compromise. These areas would be further fortified by Azjol-Nerub so that none could enter. Only after this fortification was complete would Kryvax be allowed to share information about them. Azjol-Nerub had never considered the possibility of not telling them at all due to the fact that it was fairly well-known information in the kingdom, and because Kryvax and Massuk had already shared stories about the Vrykle with the Tusker. Kryvax was sure there would be an explosion in the number of humans traveling to Northrend to learn more about their ancestral history after the war. Kryvax spent the next hour sharing what information he was allowed with the excited scholars. They had started out visibly nervous to be standing in the same room as a giant spider mage who towered over them, but they gradually relaxed as the conversation went on. Unfortunately, the discussion was very suddenly interrupted by a servant hurriedly striding into the room. "Pardon my interruption, but I'm afraid there's a situation in the hallway outside of the kitchen that requires your attention, Vizier Kryvax." Kryvax released a put-upon sigh before turning to address the anxious servant. "And what exactly is the situation that requires my attention?" "It seems that a noble woman has fainted after seeing one of your countrymen eating a rat in the middle of the hallway," said the servant, sounding more than a little baffled. "I told them specifically not to do that." Kryvax quickly excused himself and started making his way to the hallway outside of the kitchen. One of the most frustrating parts of his job was mediating the frequent incidents caused by cultural differences. Especially when he'd specifically already told everyone in the delegation not to eat random wildlife in front of the humans. After the incident with the sailors of the Sea Cutter complaining about the Nerubians catching and eating birds in front of them, Kryvax made sure to talk to everyone about it. He really didn't want to end up dealing with the amount of trouble that would come if someone decided to eat an Archmage's favorite cat. Kryvax ignored the guards that were following behind him. He had already grown used to them following him everywhere he went in the palace. It didn't take him very long before he reached the correct hallway where he found himself looking at a group of disgusted servants watching a skitterer calmly chewing on a rat while a few guards hovered over a noble woman laying passed out on the ground. Kryvax quickly apologized to the servants for the disturbance before pulling the skitterer away to the room that had been designated for him and the other viziers. He was feeling pretty annoyed right now with the skitterer. It would be more understandable if this was one of the delegation's non-sapient ones, but this one was definitely sapient and should have known better. As soon as they were alone, Kryvax turned on the skitterer and immediately began interrogating them. "What were you thinking, Tizet?" asked Kryvax, his tone one of extreme frustration. "I told everyone specifically not to go around eating the local wildlife. Why would you do exactly what I told you not to do?" "I fail to see what I did wrong," said Swarm Leader Tizet. "I was removing vermin that was in close proximity to the food storage stockpile." "I already explained to you that doing it makes the humans uncomfortable," said Kryvax. "Why would you think that was acceptable?" Tizet shuffled nervously for a moment before responding. "I thought you were mistaken," Tizet said reluctantly. "I saw that the humans have small domesticated creatures that do the same task. They even reward and congratulate them when they bring them their catches. I was attempting to be a good guest." Kryvax's annoyance fizzled out after hearing that explanation, and he simply buried his face in one of his forepalms and let out a bone-weary sigh. "I understand that you had good intentions, but that is not how the humans think," explained Kryvax with as much patience as he could muster. Kryvax spent the next few minutes explaining to Tizet why humans felt differently when they saw a harmless pet catching and eating a rat compared to when they saw him doing the same thing. It didn't really seem like he understood, but he still reluctantly accepted that he couldn't eat the local wildlife, especially in front of the locals themselves, and Kryvax eventually sent him away. He was almost tempted to send Tizet to apologize to the noble woman, but he had a feeling that the woman would just end up fainting again. Seeing that he finally had some time to himself, Kryvax decided to go over to the web hammock that he'd spun in the corner of the room and lay down. He needed to take every opportunity he could to relax while there was not any crisis or any kind of important meeting that required his attention. Instead of relaxing, however, Kryvax couldn't help but turn his thoughts to his future plans as he sunk into the hammock. Up until this point, everything that Kryvax had done was in the pursuit of making it more likely that both he and Azjol-Nerub would survive the Lich King. Now that he had finally succeeded in his efforts to establish diplomatic contact between Azjol-Nerub and the Eastern Kingdoms, the likelihood of survival was already much higher. Even if the governments of the Eastern Kingdoms did not decide to send aid after hearing about the Lich King, their contact with the Church of the Holy Light was already a game-changer. Not to mention the fact that Azjol-Nerub would actually have somewhere they could flee to if the situation became dire enough. Now all that was left to do was to continue his efforts to save as many lives as possible and prepare for Azeroth's many future crises. Given that the alliance had not yet formed and the Horde still had not yet conquered Hazmodan, he still had a little time left before he needed to make a move to change the events of canon, although that time was quickly running out. Soon after the Horde succeeded in conquering Hazmodan, they would capture Alexstrasza with the dragon soul and forcibly use her as a broodmare so that they could supply their forces with dragons. These dragons would then be used to completely devastate the Lordaeron navy and allow the Horde to push all the way to Lordaeron, which was something Kryvax was determined to prevent. The easiest way of doing this would be to warn Crassus so that he could prevent Alexstrasza from being captured, but if Kryvax wanted to be able to warn him without revealing himself, then he would need to be smart about it. He would first need to actually find out where Crassus lived, most likely Dalaran as he was a member of the council at the moment, and he would also need to learn more about how to prevent a mage from just casting a spell on an anonymous letter and instantly figuring out who sent it. It was a good thing that Archmage Antonidas had sent them an invitation to speak before Dalaran's ruling body. He also wanted to find a way to protect Massuk from mind magic, so that he would actually have to option to share secrets with his friend if he so desired. Fortunately, Vizier Haddix had expressed an intention to speak with him later in the afternoon about the initial findings of his investigation. Reaching into his spatial pouch, Kryvax pulled out the introductory spellbook on transmutation that Haddix gave him, a long thread of silk covered in insects and a filled water skin, and began studying while also enjoying a snack. Having 4 arms was extremely convenient. While he might want to just take a nap, it was too important for the sake of his future that he used his free time to learn as many useful skills as possible, and transmutation was a very useful school of magic. Wake up, Vizier Kryvax. Kryvax was startled awake by an annoyed voice that pulled him out of the pleasant dream he was having about the giant Lordaeronian crabs he'd eaten a few days ago. He looked to see Vizier Haddix looking judgmentally down at him, the spellbook that was stuck to the side of the hammock, and the puddle of insect-filled water on the floor. Vizier Haddix, how has your investigation been going? Kryvax asked as calmly as he could while he pulled himself out of the hammock and began cleaning up the mess. In his experience, the best way to avoid an awkward situation was to pretend it never happened. Haddix stared at him with an exasperated expression for a few moments before he sighed and seemingly came to the conclusion that it would be best to move on. The investigation has gone well enough, said Vizier Haddix. I have not been able to find any evidence that the locals are aware of the existence of the void from any of the books that I have been able to gain access to. Kryvax didn't find this to be particularly surprising. As far he was aware, the first priest in the Eastern Kingdoms to study the void systematically was Natalie Celine, a priestess from Stormwind who went to study the orcs' dark magic after the kingdom's destruction to be able to better combat them. He vaguely remembered that there was also some mage in Dalaran studying shadow magic, which is what the lore used to call void magic, during this time period, but he couldn't recall the exact details. However, I have yet to examine what Dalaran has to offer, Haddix continued. Until I have done that, we cannot make any real conclusions. In addition, I find some of the reports about the magic of these orcs to be highly concerning. I intend to look further into this matter when I have the opportunity. Then I suppose it's a good thing that our tour of Dalaran is scheduled for next week, said Kryvax, holding back a yawn as he finished clearing up the mess. Does that mean you'll be handling the delegation's day-to-day affairs until then? He asked hopefully. Why would I do that, Vizier Kryvax? Haddix asked dubiously, immediately crushing his students' hopes. You are doing a well enough job on your own thus far, and it would be terribly rude of me to take away such a learning experience from you while also denying you your chance to make your mark on the world. So what you mean to say is, why wouldn't I leave the annoying task of dealing with the humans to you so I can do my own thing? Kryvax thought with a sigh. I understand, Vizier Haddix, said Kryvax in resignation. While you are here, I have a question in regard to magic. Has the Order developed any of its own methods in protecting itself from scrying and other forms of divination magic? Kryvax felt like it was pretty likely that an organization as secretive and as old as the Order of Kal Tut would have put significant efforts into protecting its secrets from magical information gathering. We have, Haddix confirmed easily before his tone turned inquisitive. Do you have a specific reason for asking? Your mental defenses are sufficient protection to guard yourself against casual attempts to discover your secrets, and I am fully capable of protecting you from more thorough efforts. It is very likely that I will continue to face much worse than casual attempts, especially since we are soon going to be visiting Dalaran, said Kryvax. If I am going to continue to be the face of this delegation, it is likely that there are many who will continue in their efforts to learn everything that I know. One of the problems that Kryvax had was that he simply did not know everything that was possible with arcane magic, but he could imagine many ways someone could learn something they shouldn't. How was he supposed to protect either Azjol-Nerub's or the Order's secrets in a world where a mage could simply walk into his room and cast a spell that looked into the past or something equally crazy? Their leader, Antonidas, is of considerable power, Haddix said reluctantly, humming aloud as he clicked his clawed fingers together. And even if he has no direct equals, those he views as peers are likely a potential threat you are in no condition to face directly. Having decided, Haddix reached into his spatial bag without any further hesitation and pulled out a completely blank book. It is fortunate that I considered matters of your continued education before we left Azjol-Nerub, said Haddix as he handed the book over to Kryvax. This spellbook contains much of what the Order has developed over the years. The portion dedicated to protecting oneself from divination magic should prove sufficient for your needs. I had intended to give this to you at a later time, but your arguments are sound. Kryvax perked up in excitement and immediately began flipping through the spellbook until he reached the section that Haddix had mentioned. While it had been blank before, it had suddenly become filled with writing as soon as he had touched it. Kryvax assumed that there was some kind of touch-based ward that would only allow it to be read by members of the Order, but he had no idea how it had actually determined that he was a member. Thank you, Vizier Haddix, said Kryvax gratefully. Is there any spell in here that would allow me to protect someone else from mind magic? Elder Malab's advanced ward of mental protection should be enough to guard the mind of your little warrior friend, said Haddix knowingly. Though I do not see why you would bother. I know you are not half-witted enough to share secrets that are not yours to share. That would be very unwise of you, after all. Of course not, said Kryvax quickly, responding to the vizier's implied threat. I just worry, is all. Humph. Very well, said Vizier Haddix, moving on from the matter. If there is nothing else, then I shall leave to evaluate Vizier Krynos' investigation into the spatial distortions emanating from the so-called Dark Portal. Given what I have seen so far, it is very likely that the High King will decide that it is in Azjol-Nerub's interest to establish a permanent portal link between this land and Northrend. That made sense to Kryvax. While the kingdom was not overly worried about the Horde, they did want to have a way to deal with them just in case they did eventually prove to become a threat. Not only that, but he knew that both Haddix and Krynos had been surprised and impressed by Antonidas' display. Couple that with Anubrican's interest in the light, and it was no surprise that there was growing interest in the eastern kingdoms. Of course, Vizier Haddix. I'll just go and start studying while I still have the chance. Humph. Try your best not to fall asleep again. As soon as the vizier left, closing the door behind him, Kryvax made his way back to his hammock and eagerly opened up his new spellbook, determined this time to do as Haddix said and not fall asleep. Kryvax did not know for certain how much time he had left before the invasion of Hosmodan, but he did know that if he wanted his plans to succeed, then he couldn't afford to waste a second. Ever since their arrival to the capital city, the Nerubian delegation has been encouraged not to leave the lodgings provided to them due to the simple fact that most of the native humans found their kind to be unsettling, like most on the surface did. That and the fact of news of Stormwind's destruction due to a monstrous army lead to the local ruler believing that the best way to avoid panic among his subjects assuming the worst was to keep them away from the peasantry as much as possible. Massuk cared little for all this. Sure, capital city was new and impressive, but honestly, after a quick look it wasn't very interesting in his mind. What stood out to him were its walls, its warriors, its weapons, and all manner of military-inclined things. He came to guard and learn, not to socialize. He was a warrior of Azjol-Nerub. He'd leave matters regarding the non-Nerubians to his friend, Kryvax. He had a knack for it after all. Instead, while not on duty, and with permission from his superiors, he did what he did when he was among the Tusker. He sought to spar and learn among the native warriors, to see how they fought in case they ever came into conflict, and learn how to improve his own fighting ability. And just maybe he would bond among the warriors here as he did back home, something that was surprising but pleasant all the same. Massuk liked bonding with those he could connect with, Kryvax being his friend ever since they were hatchlings. Thus he sought the warriors of these lands, these humans who covered themselves in metal exoskeletons not unlike how the greatest warriors and spider lords of Azjol-Nerub did. These Knights of the Realm as they called themselves. His attempts to partake in friendly spars with them were, not as successful as with the Tusker. They were flighty and nervous of him at the best of times, even after their king gave his permission to spar with him. The Tusker needed little convincing of his intentions after getting to know him, but it seems the humans of these lands were a bit more paranoid. Massuk supposed it wasn't that unlikely given recent events, these warriors were on edge for an actual battle against an invading force, but it was disappointing that so few wished to test themselves with him. Eventually, a few warily did, but even then it was clear their hearts and minds were not in it. Massuk was unsure if it was nervousness due to his being or the fact he was technically a part of a diplomatic delegation and they did not wish to bring dishonor on their king in case they did seriously harm him. Few spoke more than a few words to him to let him know. It was all very frustrating. Massuk was sure that if he was half as good at talking and making the non-Nerubians feel at ease as Kryvax that he could make them more willing to spar with him, but sadly he was not. All he could do was fight with the knights who were willing to do so, finding it not nearly as enjoyable as usual as they held themselves back. Then one day he got a true challenge. I had heard that one of the strange spider folk was sparring with the king's knights. Mind if I take part? A large armored human with a large facial mane approached the courtyard where Massuk and the local humans were used for sparring, earning a round of loud whispers from the gathered warriors. I welcome more warriors to train against, Massuk said honestly. I am Massuk, warrior of Azjol-Nerub. Well met. I am Sir Uther, knight of Lordaeron. The human bowed his head slightly to him, showing none of the unease and fear the other human knights had shown him so far. I was curious to see how your people fought and hoped a friendly contest would be to your liking. I am curious of the same, though sadly it seems your fellow warriors are oddly hesitant to throw themselves against me, Massuk noted with frustration. Are they now? Sir Uther said with a raised brow as he turned his head to regard the knights around him, most turning away at his gaze. I'm sure they merely do not wish to unintentionally harm an important guest of the king, despite knowing healing is on hand for anything but killing blows. I had reminded them of this, yes, Massuk nodded. I hope you are more willing to truly test me. I swear upon the light to meet you as a fellow warrior, within reason of course, Sir Uther quickly agreed. Now, shall we? Massuk merely nodded as he prepared himself and his spear within the sparring circle as Sir Uther walked up to do the same, bearing a large hammer as his primary weapon instead of the more common sword and shield the other knights choose to wield. An impressive-looking weapon made for heavy strikes, but lacking in defensive options like your fellows, Massuk noted curiously. Hee, yes, that is true. But so long as I don't let myself get hit too hard it is a fine trade-off, I find, Uther chuckled. I see your people seem fond of the spear. It gives us superior range against most foes and excellent for fighting in the tunnels, Massuk explained. Also, we can drive our weight behind it well when we rush forward, not unlike your mounted knights and their lances. Indeed, one can say you can hardly be a knight in these lands without knowing how to ride and fight while riding a horse, Uther nodded. But sometimes fighting afoot is needed or best. I am proud to say I can do both rather well with my weapon, I think. Then this fight should be very informative, Massuk said. Indeed, Uther answered back with a smile. Neither of them moved for several moments, waiting till one made the first move. Eventually, Massuk decided he might as well take it and see if Sir Uther's claims held true. Therefore he rushed forward on all 6 of his legs, moving faster in a burst of speed than the humans around him. He directed his spear carefully, aiming for the thickest parts of Sir Uther's armor so that when he hit it would at worst wound the human and not kill him directly. Massuk was confident that his speed and his spear's reach would win him the match swiftly, as it had with many knights thus far who were too slow to get their shields up in time. Sir Uther used a heavy weapon and had no shield. Massuk was confident he would not be able to swing his weapon in time to stop his charge. It would be another disappointingly easy win. Then his 4 sets of eyes widened in surprise as at the very last moment Sir Uther finally moved, lifting the haft of his hammer instead of its head to block and deflect his strike to graze over his shoulder instead of striking his chest true. He then leaned forward, raised his hammer, and thrust it at him like a spear with impressive speed right into his abdomen with equally impressive strength. The force of the strike combined with his forward momentum caused him to tumble to the ground hard, the knight before him quickly sidestepping him so as to not be caught in his wake. Massuk struggled to breathe as he tried to right himself, only to find Sir Uther's hammer directly above his head, showing that if this had been a real fight the knight could have easily smashed his head to bits like an overripe fruit if he chose to. Massuk had let overconfidence and the behavior of the other knights blind him, and he had suffered for it. That was quite impressive, Sir Uther said as he pulled his hammer back and planted its haft upon the ground. Felt like a cavalry charge almost hit me. If I had tried to block that full on no doubt you would have bowled me over. Thank the light that I've learned a trick or 2 over the years to fight against that kind of thing, Sir Uther laughed as he offered Massuk a hand. Massuk stared at the human's hand before he forced himself up on his 6 legs without assistance and bowed before the human. Well fought, Massuk said simply. You are clearly skilled and experienced, and if you sought my death you could have delivered it easily. You have my respect. Now, no need to go that far, Sir Uther said. You are clearly skilled yourself, and I am sure that we have a lot to teach one another, assuming you still want to learn of course. I would be honored to continue sparring with you Sir Uther, with the ultimate goal of surpassing you as the better warrior, Massuk stated clearly. Ha! I won't make it easy for you, Sir Uther laughed. Please don't, that would make it harder to improve, Massuk told him. And so it was that Massuk found a good sparring partner and maybe another friend. Kryvax would be proud, he assumed. They're so big, Prince Arthas Menethil, heir to the throne of Lordaeron, couldn't help but say out loud as he looked among the strong beings from one of the palace's many high balconies. They were called Nerubians apparently, and they were nothing less than if people and giant spiders were smushed together. Kinda reminds me of the giant spiders from Brightwood, Prince Varian Rin, heir to the throne of Stormwind, pointed out from his position crouched down next to his fellow prince as they peeked at the kingdom's latest and strangest guests. They were currently staring at the biggest one of the bunch, something called a Spider Lord, as he walked around with the Archbishop through the palace gardens, guards from both the church and the Narubian delegation following both at a respectful distance. The Archbishop is so brave standing next to that thing, it's almost as big as a house. Arthas couldn't help but note, not even his recently acquired steed Invincible could match the Spider Lord in size. I heard it's because they are interested in the light, not having it where they are from. That is kinda sad, honestly, Varian said, voice sounding a little melancholic. I guess, Arthas said. Makes sense though since Sir Uther told me Northrend is so cold cause the sun barely shines there. No sun, no light. The 2 princes, who had become fast friends despite the short time that Prince Varian had been in Lordaeron, continued to stare at the Spider Lord and Archbishop as they walked and talked, too far away for them to hear a thing but their imaginations still running wild despite that. You think they'll help? Varian asked Arthas hesitantly. With what? Arthas asked curiously before quickly deducing what his friend was asking. Oh, you mean fighting the Horde, right? Why wouldn't they? It's not their fight, others have made that clear, Varian said in a mix of anger and sadness as he recalled the continuing talks among the leaders of the 7 kingdoms. Not now maybe, but I'm sure they would see how the orcs are a big threat and how it's the right thing to do, Arthas encouraged him. Besides, only fair we get our own monsters to fight back the other ones. Maybe. Varian laughed weakly at the jest. Just think about it, orcs being crushed under the big ones, size? How does it grab things? Arthas asked curiously as he took in the Spider Lord's main appendages. Maybe it has the smaller ones do it for it, Varian couldn't help but chuckle at the idea, getting Arthas to laugh along too. Yet. Like little servants that Arthas cut himself off as he and Varian watched as a smaller Nerubian did indeed crawl up the larger one and looked as if it fed it something. Hey. This made the boys go silent for several moments. These guys are weird, Arthas finally said, causing Varian to burst into laughter so loud it caused the 2 princes to duck down on the balcony as Arthas joined him in his laughter. The 2 simply laughed at the absurdity of the whole thing, laughing until they were out of breath and their chests hurt. Eventually it died down as they got their breathing back under control. Arthas turned to his friend with a smile before dropping it as he noticed tears welling up in the corners of Varian's eyes. He simply stayed quiet as his friend sniffed and wiped the tears away. Arthas punched him in the shoulder lightly to get his attention a few moments later. Hey, we'll get your home back and avenge your parents, promise. We'll do it all by ourselves if we have to. Don't worry, I promise it'll work out, Arthas said as Varian merely nodded. Thanks, but it would be nice if we got our own monsters to help out, Varian said with a sad smirk. Yeah it would. I'm sure my father can make it happen, almost everyone agrees with him anyway, Arthas pointed out optimistically. Maybe. Varian sighed. I can always ask if they want any land? Lots of it to the east of Stormwind we never used. I'll ask Lord Lothar about it. Maybe, that is how knights get their land, and I heard these spider guys live underground so it doesn't matter what land is like, Arthas thought out loud. Kinda like dwarfs and gnomes and they live in snowy mountains no one likes. Who knows, we should get back to practicing, Varian said as he got up and gave Arthas a challenging look. You still have a long way to go to beat me after all. That's just cause you're older. You'll see, I'll be the best knight in the world soon. Arthas got up and followed him. Yeah, but I'll be the best knight and king first. Varian taunted as he ran off, a hot-blooded Arthas right behind him as they ran through the halls of the palace toward the royal training yard. Of course, unknown to both, a certain spy master watched from the shadows as they went on their way. Well they became friends faster than expected. The king should be pleased, Teferi Enwir said as he turned his head to look into the gardens below to see the Spider Lord and Archbishop were finishing their conversation about the latter taking the former to visit the cathedral sometime soon, based on the lip movements of his at least and something he would follow up on later, something that he will need to pass by the king so he can plan accordingly. Hopefully the faithful found the idea of giant spider people attending church less disturbing than the beings themselves. Ew, gross. A young girl said as she watched one of the smaller Nerubians crawl up one of the palace's outer walls and start licking some honey that had been applied there by some of the servant boys who were giggling at the display. See, I told you. I think there's some kind of pet or something, one of said boys said as he turned toward the girl. Ugliest pet ever. The other boy laughed as he picked up a small rock and threw it at the Nerubian, completely missing and not even drawing the creature's attention as it continued to eat the honey. So close. As if. The other boy said as he also picked up a rock and attempted to hit the creature, but also missed by a mile. Darn it. You both stink at throwing, the girl said, earning her glares from the boys. How about you try then? Yeah. Fine, but only cause you guys are terrible at it, she said as she picked up a small stone, took aim, and threw it. She hit the Nerubians dead on, startling it from its meal and causing it to circle around the wall in shock, causing all three of the children to laugh at it. So dumb. One of the boys yelled, but this was the wrong thing to do as the creature spotted them, hissed, and before their terrified eyes they watched as it jumped from the wall and took flight. Then it started towards them. Ah! Run! You didn't say they could fly. All three of the children ran as the flyer took after them, diving into the safety of inside the palace before the flyer stopped its pursuit with a huff. Hatchlings are so annoying, the flyer said as it returned to the wall to finish its meal. At least the nectar is nice. Last I heard they were locking Azjol-Nerub down and the best thing we can do is sit tight rather than try to show up, Malz explained to Trixie as they hung about the common area of the local branch of the Explorers League, a building that also served as an embassy to both Ironforge and Gnomeregan, a place full of dwarfs and gnomes filled with the same restless energy as them as news of home spread around. Last thing they want is to drop avalanches and blow up passes with our people moving through it when they want to save that for the Horde. But we could help. Trixie argued. Both King Bronzebeard and High Tinker Mechatork think it is best we support whatever the humans eventually decide to call their little get-together rather than an unorganized rush home with the greenskins practically on their doorstep, Malz explained. I can see the reasoning. Ugh. Trixie let out a noise of annoyance at the news. Trixie, don't be like that. Our people will be safe, Malz tried to assure her. The Horde destroyed Stormwind, Trixie was quick to remind him. And it took years to do it, and you and I both know Azjol-Nerub isn't an easy place for anyone to pass through easily on a good day, Malz fired back. And like I keep reminding you, both Ironforge and Gnomeregan are the most fortified cities on the continent. I don't care how big the Horde is, they'll choke on a mountain of bodies before they breach the gates of either. Trixie just sat there in silence for a minute before finally speaking up. I just hate feeling helpless, she said. Bad enough I feel it out here in the world where everything is so much bigger than me, but now I feel helpless for more than just myself. I don't blame you, lass. I feel the same thing about my family and people, Malz said as he rested a gentle hand on her shoulder. But mountains don't bend easy, so you got to trust those we love that they can handle it, just like how they are trusting us to help them out when the time comes. I hate it when you make sense, Trixie muttered. I'm a politician's son, convincing people to agree with me is normal, Malz simply said. Trixie snorted. More like being a smartass. They don't have to be mutually exclusive. That just made them both laugh before relaxing and speaking up again. So what do we do? Trixie asked curiously. Well, I did get a message from the King's Court asking if we'd be willing to be on hand to be Nerubian experts over the course of their visit here, Malz said. You are telling me just now? Trixie questioned before continuing. And we met and shared a boat ride with them, with Kryvax doing most of the work. What part of that makes us experts? I wanted to wait till we knew what was happening back home before telling you anything since I know your mind has been on it, Malz explained. And it's more than most humans can say, and humans thinking get the underground dwellers to talk with the other underground dwellers. They should get along since they obviously both like rocks. Wow. I don't know what to say to that, Trixie said in shock. It pays at least, and sure Kryvax could use the friendly faces if nothing else, Malz pointed out. I imagine it's going to take a while for the humans to warm up to them. Alright, fine, for Kryvax, Trixie said as she quickly downed a nearby flagon of beer nearly as tall as she was. Maybe we can convince his stuffy bosses to help out too. I suppose this is a time to ask for miracles if nothing else, Malz said with a snort. And that is what we know about the magical capabilities of the Horde thus far, Antonidas explained to the two Nerubians before him, Viziers Haddix and Crinus. These Nerubians were fascinating creatures, and it was apparent that those of their vizier caste was their version of court wizards and conjurers, valued for their magical ability along with their knowledge and good counsel. Though for the life of him, he still had no idea how to tell the difference between the male and female before him. As it was, after the initial introduction the viziers were quick to come to him as a fellow user of the arcane and learn what they could of magic, both his and the Horde's. Naturally, the two reciprocated by answering simple questions about their own people's magic, as well. At a certain point, they began speaking more deeply about the Horde. He was happy to share what he knew, up to a certain point, of course. There was much that was not appropriate for him to share. The information about Medivh and his madness was still being secured to only those who needed to know. This dark portal seems beyond these savage orcs, Vizier Crinus spoke up. It makes one wonder how they could create such an artifice to allow travel between worlds. The power requirements alone must be staggering. It is likely due to distance in our place underground that made us miss the pulse of magic it sent out when it opened up, Vizier Haddix spoke up. Though now that I think of it, according to the dates involved there was a fluctuation in the local ley lines around that same time period. I thought nothing of it at the time, but now. Dalaran most certainly detected it. I imagine there wasn't a mage that day that didn't, Antonidas said as he himself recalled how the Council of Six were all quite shocked as the pulse hit them in the middle of one of their meetings. I'm sure the elves did as well, but as is usual for them ignored it for it did not directly affect them. Short-sighted fools, Vizier Haddix snarled. Antonidas didn't readily agree, for he knew many wise and competent elves, Kale that's a prime example, but even his fellow counselor would admit that he and many elves that made Dalaran home were the outliers and not the norm of Kulthalas. I also see reports of the orcs making use of magic that you could not recognize. Vizier Crinus cut in. These necrolites and warlocks. Yet another thing to keep under wraps. The last thing we need is knowledge of the shadow and fell magic getting around, Antonidas silently thought. Indeed, foul and evil magics used to raise the dead and summon monsters, Antonidas confirmed. They could be combated with the arcane and the light, but both types of casters were highly dangerous according to the surviving conjurers who were fighting for Stormwind. Foul indeed. Vizier Crinus agreed easily, sharing a look with her fellow vizier but saying nothing. Curious, I wonder what that is about, he couldn't help but wonder. Is there a reason why this pulse of magic was not originally investigated by your order? Vizier Haddix asked curiously. Dalaran's influence was limited that far south, with most mages in the area being of a more independent bent and would have not have taken the Kirin presence well, Antonidas explained. And I will be first to admit we did not take the news of the Horde as seriously as we should have when the news did reach us. For that, I am truly regretful. Damn Medivh and everything you wrought, he internally cursed. The Mad Guardian had killed several powerful court conjurers and members of the Kirin, with only Kadger somehow surviving the ordeal with his Mad Master to tell them how far he had truly fallen. But now we have the chance to right that wrong and I intend to pledge Dalaran's support in combating the Horde and reclaiming Stormwind in due time, Antonidas said with conviction. Speaking of your city, we've heard that it's the most magically steeped place in the eastern kingdoms beyond the lands of the elves, Vizier Haddix spoke up. A place of learning for all mages. Indeed, Antonidas said with pride. In fact, should you wish to visit you would be quite welcome since it is a place where all races can come to live and learn under one roof. It is just across the lake as well, not even a day's travel on a good horse unless by boat and magic. If you wish to visit you need only ask, and we'd welcome any knowledge you were willing to share with us as well. The two viziers looked to each other silently once more before turning to the Grand Magus. Tell us more. Vizier Haddix hummed in interest. A Nubrican could say with confidence that when the High King had sent him with the diplomatic delegation to these unknown lands known as the Eastern Kingdoms all those months ago, though given his suspended animation it felt like a fraction of that time to him, that he wasn't expecting much to come out of it. Still, he went without complaint since that was his duty and maybe he would be pleasantly surprised by what a land apparently controlled mainly by the Vrykul stunted offspring might hold. And he was. When he first learned of the power known as simply the light by the human known as Father Elric and saw him use it he had been intrigued. It was a power unknown to the Nerubians as a whole, the viziers within the delegation quick to confirm it was completely devoid of the arcane energy that the Empire was most familiar with. As one of Azjol-Nerub's greatest spider lords, it was his duty to understand this new source of power, to see how it could be used against them and more importantly how they could use it themselves. While he might not be a vizier, and had not studied magic in depth, he still felt that he was more than capable of evaluating the light's value to the kingdom. Its most prevalent feature was perhaps the healing abilities it granted its wielders, something that while not impossible for users of the arcane, was notably advanced and difficult to achieve. Something that Father Elric apparently did with ease regularly to those who needed it. According to the Father, it was capable of a wide assortment of other abilities as well, though he was only capable of using its most basic abilities and those more in tune with the light were capable of much more. Archbishop Fail explained to him that the powers of the light allow its practitioners to heal wounds, mend broken bones, dispel mind control, cure the sick and even supposedly restore life to the recently dead, and as ridiculous as that sounded it bore investigation if even slightly true. However, even he admitted his kind were ill-suited to combat, with apparently the clerics of Northshire, priests who served the fallen kingdom of Stormwind against the Horde, being largely wiped out during the course of the conflict. A Nubrican was sure that with the right training, a user of the light could also be turned into a warrior on top of a healer, making them a deadly threat on any field of battle. So when Father Elric became one of their guides to Capital City he took full advantage of his presence to learn all he could of the light and the organization associated with it. The priest was happy to share everything that he knew, enjoying spreading the word of the light as he put it. It was clear that this Church of the Holy Light treated this light as if it was some kind of deity when that was not the case, as he learned over the days of speaking with the priest. The light was more a philosophy more than anything else, something that despite Anubrican's form he was very familiar with, regularly reading within Azjol-Nerub's vast library and collection of lore. It was one that required the user to be certain and convinced of their ideals, which in turn powered the use of this unique form of magic. That was why faith made it so strong, he figured, because what could be a stronger conviction than one's unquestioned belief in a higher power? Unlike arcane, one could be a total idiot, and so long as they believed strongly enough the light would manifest. Anubrican was honestly not sure how to feel about that part. Either way, this meant that theoretically anyone could use the light, with only the weak of heart and will being incapable of using it to its full potential. And the warriors under his command were never either, he made sure of it. He could imagine it well, a wall of warriors who simply refused to fall as they devoted everything they were to their people, the light healing their wounds and empowering their bodies, glorious. When they finally arrived in capital city, pleasantly surprised to see such an impressive settlement beyond the empire after seeing only the petty hovels of the humans thus far, and made their way to the palace that held the local ruler and ones visiting from other lands, including the human vizier who stretched space itself to allow Anubrican to pass through the smaller human halls, he met whom he wanted to the most. The leader of the Church of the Holy Light himself, the human known as Archbishop Alensis Fail. Father Elric spoke very glowingly of him, how he was the most powerful user of the light in the known world and how no one was closer to it than him. Anubrican believed it, since even when he wasn't consciously using his power, Fail constantly exuded an aura about him that made the air seem fresher, those around him feel better, and naturally, the light brighter. So when introductions were done and when the Archbishop was not taking part in the Council of Seven Nations, Anubrican took up his time and the man was glad to give it, to share the light with a people who had never heard of it before. Of course, as the leader of one of the largest organizations in the Eastern Kingdoms, Fail was a very busy man, so Anubrican did his best to work around his schedule. It allowed him to learn how the church functioned and how the empire could use that knowledge themselves when he brought it back home, after all. That, and he still enjoyed how the humans froze and whimpered in his mighty presence. He watched as Fail directed his followers within the massive cathedral where his organization was headquartered, directed the various acolytes, clerics, priests, bishops, and more that made it up, and most importantly, watched as he unleashed his powers. He watched as he healed the injured, sick, and just plain broken human refugees of Stormwind whom the church was working hard to care for. His very presence seemed to bring life to the scattered masses, lifting them up when they were at their lowest. He watched as humans who looked like corpses already were brought back to perfect health with a blaze of light, watching them break into tears of joy at their good fortune while the Archbishop merely accepted their thanks with a smile. It was then that Anubrican realized that the light was not just power, but a rallying cry to all those that would be near it. How by its very nature the light seemed to encourage and empower others affected by it. It gave them comfort, hope, courage, determination, and all things any general would give countless limbs for in times of war and conflict for his troops. It was a force multiplier of great power in the right hands, and a deadly weapon as well. But he also found there was something deeper with it as he talked more and more with Fail, the man happy and eager to explain just what the light was to him and many others. It was a driving force encouraging them to improve every day, to do good by their fellows wherever they could, to protect those in need, and seek justice against evil where they could find it, and why after seeing the damage the Horde had done why he supported a united front against the invaders and would see them driven from the world back from where they came from. And so the Spider Lord started seeing the light held a power more profound than he had previously realized. Something he was sure his High King would find very interesting. Chapter 27. Kryvax could feel his sense of excitement growing as he, a few other members of the delegation, and a small escort of knights left Lordaeron and began making their way to Dalaran. The past week had been stressful, and the chance to be free of his normal responsibilities and instead spend his time touring a true magical city was something that he was looking forward to. While the amount of cultural misunderstandings that were happening between the delegation and Lordaeron was steadily decreasing, Kryvax's job had not actually gotten much easier. High King Anubarak and the rest of Azjol-Nerub's leadership were increasingly debating the costs and benefits of establishing some manner of settlement in the Eastern Kingdoms, and where such a settlement should be built. As a result, Anubarak directed the delegation to subtly evaluate how the locals would react to such a thing. Needless to say, nobody was particularly enthusiastic about living near a powerful empire of xenophobic spider people that may or may not become a threat in the future. The fact that Narubians generally lived underground and that they would not be claiming land that the other kingdoms wanted made very little difference. It didn't help that pretty much all of the northern section of the continent was claimed by one kingdom or another, the only exception being the small bits of land that still belonged to the trolls. If Azjol-Nerub ever did decide to build a city in the eastern kingdoms, then it would be hard to do so without stepping on somebody's toes. In addition to that headache, the atmosphere in the palace was starting to grow increasingly uncomfortable as negotiations faltered between the human kingdoms. This was in spite of reports from the ambassadors from Ironforge and Gnomeregan that the Horde was making preparations to march north. Trixie had come to him more than once to talk about the threat the Horde posed to her people and ask if there was anything that they could do to help. Apparently, Gnomeregan's embassy had decided that she could be of more help to her people as an expert on the Narubians than as just one more warrior to fight off the Horde, much to her displeasure. Unfortunately, Kryvax doubted that Azjol-Nerub would be willing to get involved in the war until it became clear how it affected them. All of this meant that he was eager to get away from Lordaeron for a while and set his eyes on one of the most famous cities in Warcraft for the first time. Especially since it meant that he would get the chance to look into Crassus while he was there. Even if he allowed himself to enjoy his time in Dalaran, he couldn't allow himself to forget that there were certain goals that he needed to accomplish. Kryvax, how long will we be staying in Dalaran? Kryvax was pulled out of his thoughts by the voice of his friend asking him a question and he turned his attention back to the present. I'm not sure, Massuk, it depends on a few different factors, said Kryvax, turning to look at the warrior. It mostly depended on how long Vizier Haddix felt like staying in the city, which would be influenced by his investigation into the void. Why do you ask? I doubt that the trip will be very entertaining, Massuk explained. Visiting a magical city is much more interesting for you than it is for me. Aren't you looking forward to sparring with some of the mages there? Asked Kryvax, trying his best to excite his friend. I've already noticed a few differences between our magic and that of the people here. I'm sure that there will be differences in the way that we fight as well. From what you have told me of Dalaran, I doubt I will actually be able to find anyone willing to spar with me, Massuk said evenly. Most of the mages in Dalaran are scholars, and even those who are not will not be interested in fighting someone who isn't a mage. Unfortunately, that was very likely to be true from what Kryvax could tell. Do you think there's anything else in Dalaran that you might find interesting? Massuk took on a contemplative expression as he considered the question, eventually reaching an answer that Kryvax found surprising. I think I might like reading about their history, said Massuk, sounding unsure of himself. I still remember when you first told me about the Nerubian Reichel Wars and other stories about our people's history. Do you think that the history of these people might be as interesting as our own? I'm sure that it is, Kryvax said encouragingly. It would be nice if Massuk developed a hobby outside of just fighting with people. Once we're there, I'll ask if they have any history books about their wars. Thank you, said Massuk, his expression brightening. I think I would like that. The two of them made companionable conversation as their group traveled down the dirt road to Dalaran along the edge of Lordaeron Lake. Given that capital city and Dalaran were close enough that residents of one city could see the other, it didn't take them very long before they reached their destination. Dalaran was a city of large domed buildings and tall, majestic spires. Most of the buildings were painted violet, and Kryvax could easily tell that the city was nearly completely drenched in arcane energies. The city itself was much larger than Kryvax had expected, and reminded him that aside from their mages, Dalaran was home to a large population of non-magical residents as well. As they approached the city's gate, however, it became clear that traffic had been cleared out in anticipation of their arrival when they saw several mages waiting to welcome them. They were a small group of an older human man, a female elf, and a male gnome, the latter two of whom looked young and nervous. Welcome to Dalaran, said the heavy-set man dressed in elaborate, violet robes. I am Archmage Ansirem Runeweaver, and these are my apprentices. I will be your guide during your initial tour of Dalaran. Greetings, Archmage Runeweave. I am Vizier Kryvax, and these are Vizier Haddix and Vizier Krynus, said Kryvax, stepping forward to address the Archmage. He didn't bother to introduce Massuk or any of the other warriors who had come to serve as protection since none of them were expected to act in a diplomatic position. We've heard much about your city during our time in Capital City and look forward to seeing it for ourselves. Then I hope we meet your expectations, said Archmage Ansirem. I must confess, I was surprised when I failed to see Spider Lord Anubrican accompanying your group. Has something happened that prevented him from joining you? Anubrican chose to stay in Capital City to handle any diplomatic affairs that might emerge during our absence. He regrets that he could not come to visit your city, said Kryvax, lying only a little. Anubrican chose to stay in Capital City because he was far more interested in the light than he was in Dalaran. Kryvax had been a bit surprised by how enthusiastic the Spider Lord seemed to be about the light, but he was definitely happy about it. The light was the single most powerful weapon that Azjol-Nerub could gain against the threat of the Lich King, and it was nice to see things moving in a positive direction. Vizier Haddix had so far been content to leave investigation into the light to the Spider Lord, but Kryvax felt like that would change after the Vizier learned the effect that the light had on the void. I see, said the Archmage, his tone neutral. In that case, I will show you through the city and then to your accommodations. The Archmage quickly turned and began making his way into the city, his apprentices following behind him after a moment of hesitation. Their escorts of knights bid them farewell, explaining that their protection was now the responsibility of Dalaran, and left to being their journey back to Capital City. As soon as Kryvax stepped through the gate, he could feel himself passing through a ward that he hadn't previously sensed. He wasn't sure if the ward was only to alert the authorities that somebody had entered the city, or if it usually kept people out, but nobody in their group had any issues entering the city. The first thing that Kryvax noticed as he stepped onto the streets of Dalaran was the diversity of the residents walking through the streets, although many stopped to unabashedly stare as soon as they saw the Nerubians. As far as he knew, Capital City was already a fairly cosmopolitan city, but he could already tell that Dalaran was much more so. With a single glance, Kryvax could make out dwarves, gnomes, humans, elves, and even a couple of goblins. He had only seen a few elves in Capital City, and even fewer goblins. The city itself was much more beautiful than he had been expecting, and its citizens looked significantly healthier than those in Fairwater, or even Capital City. Welcome to Evokehurst Street, said Archmage Runeweaver, his tone filled with pride. The first street that everyone sees the first time they enter Dalaran. To our right is the city's residential areas, which include lodgings for those who are accepted into our city to learn magic. If you go further down in that direction, then you will eventually find yourself in the famous Magus Commerce Exchange, a place where you can find goods that cannot be found anywhere else in Azeroth. Kryvax was more than a little interested in discovering how true those claims were. From what he could tell, the mages of the Eastern Kingdom seemed noticeably more adept at enchanting than the circle of viziers, likely due to the influence of Kulthalas. It would make his life much easier if he could buy an enchanted quill so that he didn't need to struggle to write legible common while responding to diplomatic letters. To our left are many of the city's administrative buildings, as well as Eventide Plaza, where you can find many restaurants and the city's main bank, Archmage Runeweaver continued. If you go down further in that direction, then you will eventually reach the Violet Citadel, the city's main fortress and the meeting place of Dalaran's ruling body, the Council of Six. Even with his view being disrupted by the many buildings between him and the Violet Citadel, Kryvax could still easily see the Citadel's massive spire towering over the rest of the city. And finally, at the city's center, are its many places of learning, Archmage Runeweaver said reverentially. Teaching the next generation of mages is Dalaran's most important duty. I look forward to showing you one of our ongoing lectures at the end of our tour. But for now, I think that I will show you all to your prepared lodging in the residential area, and then we can go take a look around the Magus Commerce Exchange, if that's acceptable to you. Kryvax glanced at Haddix and Krynus, who were both quietly looking around the city with visible interest. That sounds good, Archmage Runeweaver, Kryvax said politely after seeing that neither of viziers had an objection. After that, they were quickly escorted through the streets under the curious eyes of the city's inhabitants to a few relatively secluded buildings in the residential area. The buildings were apparently built to house Dalaran's important guests, and were extensively warded to keep out those who didn't have permission to enter. Kryvax could tell by the lodging's magically expanded exterior that the city had done as much as they could to prepare for their arrival, but there were still a few things that needed to be done to make the building comfortable for Nerubians. Kryvax directed the few skitterers that had traveled with them to begin weaving sleeping webs in the corners of the room. Just as he was preparing to leave, Kryvax paused as he noticed a trio of floating dishes filled with various shellfish headed in their direction. This city is more impressive than I expected, said Vizier Krynus as she lifted one of the shrimp to her mandibles from the floating plate. Their wards leave much to be desired, but their enchantments are quite advanced. The humans learned magic from the elves, said Vizier Haddix, looking over the food that had been presented to him. From what our historical records tell us, it's not a surprise that elves focus their efforts on such frivolous nonsense. What is wrong with their wards, Vizier Krynus? Kryvax asked inquisitively. I wasn't able to detect anything wrong with them. Even without examining them in depth, I can sense many vulnerabilities in their wards, said Vizier Krynus, her tone derisive. If it were not for the strength of the ley line nexus that the city is built upon, then I would have no difficulty teleporting in and out of the city without permission. The nexus itself is one of the most powerful I've ever seen, said Vizier Haddix, begrudgingly impressed. Kryvax listened to the two viziers share their impressions of the city as he enjoyed his meal. By the time the three of them made their way outside, a small crowd of curious pedestrians had gathered to get a glimpse of the giant spider people being led through their city. Thankfully, the city's guards were doing a good job keeping the crowd at bay, so Kryvax decided to just ignore them. He had long since gotten used to the staring. I'm sorry about this, said Archmage Runeweaver. Word has gone around about you. There's not much we can do to stop a crowd from forming. If you've finished looking over your accommodations, then would you like to continue the tour? Of course, Archmage, I think we're all excited to get a look at your Magus Commerce Exchange, Kryvax said politely. After giving a stoic nod, the Archmage began leading them down the street and to their destination, sharing historical anecdotes of the city the entire time. Kryvax could tell that the man didn't exactly have his heart in doing something so beneath his station, but it made sense that the Council of Six would want to send an Archmage to watch over them. Archmage Runeweaver, I've noticed that the crowd seems to be much less hostile than the crowds in Capital City, said Kryvax, interrupting the man with a question that had been on his mind. Why is that? The citizens of Dalaran are more than accustomed to strange sights, explained the Archmage. That's just a natural consequence of living in a city with such a high proportion of mages. I couldn't tell you how many times we've had strange creatures running through the streets just because a student decided to cast a polymorph spell on an inanimate object. I see. It didn't take them very long to reach the Magus Commerce Exchange, and for them to split up and go into separate stores. Haddix and Krynus went into the agronomical apothecary to purchase magical reagents, while Kryvax and Massuk went into simply enchanting to quickly get a few enchanted quills from a very nervous-looking elf. They even had enough time to go into the bookstore and purchase a few books on war history for Massuk. Kryvax had a feeling that the price demanded by the elf salesman was not particularly fair, but it mattered little to him. He had more than enough gold after all. When the viziers finally made their way out of the store, Kryvax was surprised to see them both with identical expressions of satisfaction. Did you find what you were looking for, Vizier Haddix? Kryvax asked curiously. Dalaran's supply of rare magical reagents is surprisingly varied and comprehensive. Very impressive, said Vizier Haddix. There are a few materials that are common here that I would find exceedingly difficult to acquire in Azjol-Nerub and wider Northrend. Quite right, Vizier Krynus agreed. I believe that creating a permanent portal between Northrend and the Eastern Kingdoms will be much more feasible than I previously estimated. Kryvax had not expected the two viziers to be so enthusiastic about Dalaran, but he was glad to see it. If there is nothing else that you would like to purchase in the Magus Commerce Exchange, then I'd suggest we continue on to the Violet Citadel, said Archmage Runeweaver, interrupting their conversation. After all, your meeting with the Council of Six is scheduled for a few days from now. It would be best if you are familiar with the building beforehand. How much of the Citadel will we be allowed to see? Asked Kryvax as they started moving again. I will show you through the reception area, and the public portion of the Grand Library, said Archmage Runeweaver. I will also point out the portal that you will use to transport yourself to the Council of Six's meeting room, the Chamber of Air. The Violet Citadel was a truly impressive structure that grew more and more amazing as they approached. Kryvax had no doubt in his mind that such a massive spire could only have been raised by magic. The Citadel was a large building composed of many smaller spires surrounding a much larger one with some kind of circular structure surrounding its tip. Archmage Runeweaver quickly led them up the stairs and introduced them to the Citadel's secretary, a young human woman, and then brought them to the library. Kryvax had seen many truly impressive libraries in Azjol-Nerub, but none of them, aside from maybe the Order's secret library, compared to the Grand Library alone. Many young students could be seen walking through the library aisles as enchanted books flew through the air, conveniently sorting themselves in the many bookcases that stretched to the high ceiling. The fact that this was only the public portion of the library made Kryvax wonder what the entire Grand Library looked like, restricted knowledge and all. Many of the students stopped their studying to stare at the Nerubians, but a stern look from Archmage Runeweaver sent their attention back to their books. Let's go. Many of them have important examinations at the end of the week, and they cannot afford to be distracted, said the Archmage. After leading them to the portal that would take them to the Chamber of Air, there was only a single remaining stop on their tour. Now we go to our final and, in my humble opinion, most important, destination, said the Archmage, his tone one of excitement. Runeweaver Square, a portion of the city named after one of my ancestors where most of the city's classrooms are located in. We will be looking into one of the ongoing lessons. Kryvax and the rest of the group were quickly brought to the center of the city, where Runeweaver Square was located, and they all entered a classroom that was being taught by one Arcanist Malalis Flametrail, an older elf man. Their entry into the classroom obviously caused a commotion, but Archmage Runeweaver and Arcanist Flametrail were soon able to re-establish order and get the class back on topic. And it didn't take long before Kryvax realized that the topic being taught was magical warding. The elf stood at the front of the classroom, writing out some kind of arcane formula on a chalkboard that Kryvax didn't recognize but seemed lacking. Was this an introduction course? It didn't help that the elf simply wasn't a good teacher. He did a poor job of explaining some of the underlying concepts, seemed impatient whenever one of the students asked a question, and just generally seemed like he would prefer to be somewhere else. It made Kryvax wonder how Dalaran chose their instructors. Were they volunteers, or had Arcanist Flametrail been assigned to teach the class? They all watched the lesson for some time with Archmage Runeweaver quietly explaining Dalaran's educational system before Arcanist Flametrail was very suddenly interrupted. Humph. What absolute nonsense, Vizier Haddix said derisively while speaking common, loudly. Kryvax buried his face in all four of his hands as the room immediately grew silent enough that you could hear a pin drop. Oh? Does one of Dalaran's esteemed guests have something to say about our lesson? Arcanist Flametrail asked through gritted teeth after composing himself. I'd certainly love to hear what a giant spider from a frozen wasteland like Northrend could possibly have to say about my teaching. Your wards have more vulnerabilities than a hatchling's first web, Vizier Haddix said bluntly. If you dared to teach such garbage in Azjol-Nerub, I would make certain that you never taught magic again. If you feel so strongly about the matter, insect, then why don't you come to the front of the room and correct me? Arcanist Flametrail asked mockingly. I shall, elf, and I won't kill myself in the process of doing so, said Vizier Haddix, not hesitating to move to the front of the classroom. Kryvax watched with trepidation as Vizier Haddix began to humiliate the elf by pointing out a multitude of vulnerabilities in his warding formula, introducing ways to improve upon it, and even drawing out a rather complex warding diagram that had various students furiously taking notes. It didn't help that Haddix stopped every once in a while to berate the elf for his incompetence in front of his students. By the time he was done, Arcanist Flametrail was silently seething, unable to retort after being so thoroughly outclassed in the very subject he was supposed to be teaching. How dare you? What gives you the right to come into my classroom, take over my lesson and attempt to shame me in such a way? Arcanist Flametrail finally yelled, practically frothing in rage after having enough. In order, I was invited. You asked after I pointed out your failings and I didn't shame you, your own incompetence did, Haddix replied evenly. Enough. If you are so confident in your magical ability, then I'm sure you'll have no problem demonstrating it firsthand, said Arcanist Flametrail. Oh no, said Kryvax, guessing what was coming. He had a feeling that the elf was about to say something very unwise. Under the rules and regulations of Dalaran, I formally challenge you to a magical duel. The terms of which are that if I best you, you will bow and apologize to me for your poor manners, said Arcanist Flametrail. Very well, elf, if you are so eager for further humiliation, then I will not deny you, Vizier Haddix said haughtily. I shall not ask anything of you, as I doubt a mage as pathetic as yourself has anything I would want. Kryvax couldn't help but let out a long-suffering sigh. So much for diplomacy. Chapter 28. Kryvax closed the book on Dalaran's laws as soon as he finished reading the portions on magical duels and moved to return it to the bookshelf filled with recently purchased books that Haddix thought would be useful for his students' continued education. Call him paranoid, but while Haddix might be confident that he was more than capable of handling anything that came his way, Kryvax wanted to learn everything he could beforehand. Apparently, magical dueling was a tradition that had been brought to Dalaran from Kulthalas, unsurprisingly, and was a method that mages sometimes used to settle disagreements. It made sense to Kryvax, in a society that had access to potent magical healing and powerful arcane defenses, fighting to prove a person's magical competence or to resolve a feud would naturally be more common than on Earth. Especially given the fact that Azeroth was an extremely dangerous place, which naturally led to cultures and people that were generally more hostile, combative, and martial-focused than Earth. Of course, there was a bit of bureaucracy involved in scheduling a magical duel that had taken them 2 days to arrange. Both of the participants had to go in front of an official and give their consent by signing a contract stating the terms of the duel. There was also a hefty fee to pay for the facilities and all of the supporting personnel, which Flametrail had insisted on paying in full due to some kind of cultural expectations placed on the challenger, but the duel itself was a relatively straightforward matter. The duel would take place in a venue prepared for such occasions, a small stadium that would allow interested parties to watch. Both of the participants would be protected by the stadium's numerous defensive enchantments, and there would be mages and healers ready to intervene as soon as things looked to be going wrong, but there otherwise were few rules other than to non-lethally defeat your opponent in magical combat. There was a rule that prohibited the usage of magical items, which Kryvax had worried would extend to spellweaving, but an administrator had ensured him it didn't after learning what spellweaving was. The fact that spellweaving reserved a portion of the caster's mana and only imbued magic into silk temporarily put it into the same category as protection spells that were crafted beforehand. It was much closer to pre-casting a spell than permanently enchanting an item. As long as both participants were informed of the situation, then spellweaving didn't break any rules. When Arcanist Flametrail was made aware that Haddix would be spellweaving, he hadn't seemed to care, and Haddix was more than willing to take advantage of that arrogance. I still don't understand why that elf would be dumb enough to challenge you, said Kryvax, huffing in frustration. Didn't you make it abundantly clear that you outclass him, Vizier Haddix? The Vizier was hanging from one of the webs attached to the wall of their assigned lodgings while weaving a spell far more complex than Kryvax could understand into a long strand of silk. He wasn't even done with his spell weaving yet, but the silk already glowed with an unreasonable amount of arcane energy. There's a possibility this scenario was arranged by the city's leadership in order to test my abilities. If that is the case, then this is an acceptable outcome because it will allow me to show some of what we are capable of, but the most likely explanation is simply that people often make irrational decisions, said Haddix as he prepared himself for the coming duel. That is especially true when they are highly emotional. Besides, if our historical records on the elves remain accurate, making detrimental decisions due to their own arrogance is a feature inherent to their species. Kryvax very carefully did not react to that hypocritical statement as he watched Haddix continue his spell weaving. Humph. Don't think that I don't know what's going on in that odd little mind of yours, said Haddix, huffing in amusement. Arrogance is only arrogance when it is undeserved. Otherwise, it's simply having a good understanding of one's capabilities. The difference between me and that elf is that unlike him, my understanding of myself in comparison to others is accurate. I have no idea what you're talking about, Vizier Haddix, said Kryvax, trying his best to keep a straight face and sound as genuine as possible. I was not thinking anything derogatory about you at all. I see that those lessons I gave you in how to properly lie have had some effect, Haddix said dryly, turning his attention away from his weaving to glance at him. Perhaps if you continue practicing for a few decades, you might become a skilled enough liar to make me second-guess myself. Yes, Vizier Haddix, I have no idea why I thought you were arrogant. How odd of me. So you're certain that there's no possibility that you will lose? Kryvax asked curiously. While he had studied under Haddix for a significant amount of time by now, he did not actually know that much about his mentor. Kryvax knew that Haddix was more powerful than the average vizier, but he didn't know how powerful that was, nor had he actually seen a full-on battle between two fully mature mages. Ignoring the potential diplomatic headaches that this might cause him in the future, Kryvax was actually feeling a bit excited to watch the duel. What kind of person wouldn't want to watch a fight between two wizards? Certainty does not exist when it comes to a fight between two mages, Haddix said firmly. There's every possibility that I will lose, although that remains exceedingly unlikely. Kryvax was surprised by the vizier's answer. He had expected the vizier to say something like, "Don't insult me by asking ridiculous questions, Vizier Kryvax. That pathetic elf couldn't harm me if he lived for another millennium." That isn't the answer that I was expecting to hear, Kryvax said honestly, curious to hear the vizier's perspective. There are many among the circle of viziers who would have given you an answer more similar to the one I suspect you were expecting, said Vizier Haddix, his tone uncharacteristically solemn and his gaze far off. But that is merely because they lack experience in actual combat. There were many times throughout the years that I have seen members of the Order die to those under the sway of the Void, even when the enemy was weaker than them. In combat, anything is possible, and that is why it is wise to deal with your enemies quickly and quietly or avoid a fight whenever possible. Kryvax wasn't quite sure what to think about that. It certainly wasn't what he had been expecting from the vizier. If that is the case, then why did you antagonize that elf and accept his request to duel? Because, Kryvax, aside from the fact that his incompetence offended my sensibilities, there is very little that irritates me more than a teacher who fails to take their responsibilities seriously, especially one who teaches magic, Haddix hissed out, his tone filled with anger simply at the thought of it. If a mage agrees to teach the next generation, then there should be a minimal expectation that they do not sabotage their students through either incompetence or disinterest. Kryvax paused as he stared at his mentor, considering what the vizier had just said. For all of the time that he had known Haddix, he always considered him to be relatively uncaring about most matters of morality. Oh, he knew that Haddix wasn't some kind of monster that trampled over people for no reason, but he also knew that the vizier didn't have the slightest qualms about getting his hands dirty if he needed to. The fact that Haddix felt strongly about this topic was not something that Kryvax had expected. Even if he did care about the sanctity of the teacher-student relationship, Kryvax wouldn't have expected him to get so riled up about it. Although looking back, his mentor had always treated matters of his education seriously. From the moment that Kryvax had first come under the vizier's tutelage, he had never failed to answer his questions on magic with relative patience. If Kryvax wanted to learn something and Haddix was busy, then he was always provided with an appropriate spellbook, which were all fairly valuable, or Haddix would get back to him later. He also acted responsibly with the other members of the Surface World Research Division as far as Kryvax could tell. To him, that just seemed like common decency, but he could also remember hearing examples of viziers treating those under them with much less decency during his time in Killikuk. He was a bit curious about how strongly the vizier felt on this topic, and he could tell that Haddix was lost in his thoughts and wasn't paying him very much attention, so he decided to see if he could learn more. Well, I suppose I should be grateful that Arcanist Flame Trail is simply incompetent, said Kryvax, keeping his tone casual. I doubt I want to know what you would have done if he'd been sabotaging his students intentionally. Haddix's expression immediately grew menacing enough that Kryvax felt a shiver of dread go through his carapace. No, you do not. The vizier's tone was dark enough that Kryvax abandoned any intentions to probe Haddix further. Though he had gotten used to the vizier's dominating presence, he still wasn't brave enough to dip his mandibles into what looked like a personal subject. Seeing that Haddix was in no mood for further conversation, Kryvax decided that it would be a good idea to bury himself in his spellbooks until it was time for them to leave in a few hours. Elder Vizier Malab's advanced ward of mental protection was much more difficult to learn than Kryvax had initially hoped, so most of his recent efforts were dedicated to learning the Order's anti-divination magics. Soon enough, one of the delegation's warriors was knocking on the door and informing them that the venue had been prepared for the duel. The walk to the stadium was a quiet one, although Kryvax could feel his excitement growing as they made their way through the streets of Dalaran and grew closer to the stadium. When they reached their destination, a large building not too far from the Violet Citadel, the two of them were quickly ushered in separate directions by a few guards. Haddix was escorted to a preparation room and Kryvax found himself being taken to the seating arrangements prepared for him in Vizier Krynus, which was in fact just a section of the stadium stands that was filled with large cushions. It wasn't exactly easy to make a chair for a Nerubian after all, so Kryvax supposed this was the best that they could figure out. I guess they must be pretty comfortable at least because Vizier Krynus is looking pretty cozy. The female vizier looked more than a little pleased, laying down on a large cushion and reading through her notes. Krynus had taken it upon herself to learn more about Dalaran and their government over the past few days in preparation for their important meeting with the Council of Six. Kryvax had noticed a marked increase in respect for Dalaran from the viziers in comparison to the amount of respect they had for everyone else in the Eastern Kingdoms. Kryvax greeted the vizier and moved over to his own cushion nearby, folding his legs under himself and lowering his body as his warrior escorts, including Massuk, took defensible locations nearby while doing their best to remain unobtrusive. Kryvax had wanted to chat with Massuk while watching the fight, but the warrior in charge of his protective escort made it clear that he couldn't spare his friend while Vizier Haddix and Anubrican were away. It was fine for his friend to hang out with him while they had the overpowered vizier or spider lord by their side, but when that wasn't the case, Massuk needed to spend more time doing his guard duty and less time making conversation. It wasn't ideal, but Kryvax understood the necessity. There would be plenty more opportunities for them to chat when it was more appropriate to do so. Oh. I like this. The moment he sat down, Kryvax was immediately surprised to find that the cushions were enchanted. He wasn't exactly sure what spell it was enchanted with, but he could tell that it was supernaturally comfortable, warming, and contouring itself to his body just the perfect amount. It wasn't as good as a well-made cocoon blanket, but it was still really nice. God, I love magic. It almost makes it worth it to be reborn in a death world that's facing multiple future apocalypses. After taking a few minutes to enjoy the cushion, Kryvax decided to take a look around the stadium to see if he could see anyone else that he recognized. After all, he was certain that there were more than a few important people who would be interested in watching Vizier Haddix participate in a duel. There were many people in the stadium, mages and non-mages alike, most having likely come to see the newcomer take on the home team as it were, including several important-looking individuals who were wearing emblems of the Kirin Tor on their robes, but nobody that Kryvax recognized. Unfortunately, just because he was familiar with some of Dalaran's most important members due to his meta-knowledge, that didn't mean that he would recognize them after they became real people. Of course, the person that Kryvax most wanted to find was Crassus, but he had no idea what the Archmage actually looked like. Just as Kryvax was about to give up looking through the crowd and pull out some bugs to eat while waiting for the duel to begin, he was nearly thrown from his seat in shock by a voice speaking up next to him from seemingly thin air. Vizier Kryvax, how are you enjoying your arrangements? Archmage Runeweaver asked calmly, having approached Kryvax sometime while he was distracted. I apologize, but this is the best we could do on such short notice given your physiology. Archmage Runeweaver, I wasn't expecting to see you here, said Kryvax, widening his mandibles together in a gesture of surprise. After their initial tour, he hadn't seen very much of the Archmage given that someone as important as him obviously had more important things to do than babysit their delegation. Well, I do find myself feeling a bit guilty for failing to ease tensions between Vizier Haddix and Arcanist Flame Trail during their argument. You are members of a diplomatic delegation, after all. Though to be honest, I also find myself curious about the results of this bout, the Archmage admitted. We rarely get to host mages outside of Dalaran and Kulthalas after all. It would be interesting to see how our peoples compare in magical combat. I doubt there is anything that you could have done to interrupt the argument after it had already started, Archmage, Kryvax said genuinely, understanding his mentor well enough to know that he wouldn't have listened to the Archmage. As for the match, what do you think about Arcanist Flame-Trail's chances? Well, he did not earn his rank and position lightly, I can say with confidence, said the Archmage, creating a chair-shaped arcane structure with a wave of his hand and sitting down next to him, the previous seats having been removed due to the Nerubian's needs. While he is not an Archmage, he is still a member of the Kirin Tor and was made a teacher because of his experience and study of wards of nearly all kinds. I hear he even knows a thing or two about the defenses of Kulthalas itself, the most potent in the known world. That is most likely why he took Vizier Haddix's criticism over his skills and knowledge so personally. Do you know if he has any experience in combat? Asked Kryvax, curious about the mage who had challenged his mentor. I don't know, Runeweaver admitted easily. Kulthalas does not share information like that about their mages easily, for all that we are likely the kingdom with the best relations with them, but it is very likely that he has. The elves have been at war with the Zul'Amani, forest trolls, for most of their existence, much longer than the human kingdoms have stood. This means that many of their magisters have no lack of practice when it comes to combat and centuries if not millennia to hone their skill. It does not matter how much experience the little elf has, interrupted Vizier Crinus, not bothering to look up from her notes. The gap in ability between him and Vizier Haddix is simply too vast for him to overcome. As you say, Vizier Crinus, said Archmage Runeweaver, obviously not taking her words to heart. Given that he didn't have any experience with Haddix, it wasn't surprising that the Archmage was just writing her words off as arrogant blustering. Kryvax and Runeweaver made small talk about the upcoming duel for the next several minutes before he had the idea of asking the Archmage if he could point out important figures in the crowd. The man didn't see any particular problem with it, given that most of these figures would be meeting with their delegation in the future, and easily agreed. Unfortunately, while Runeweave pointed out many people in the crowd, Kryvax found that he didn't recognize any of their names. Just as he was beginning to lose hope of seeing any lore-important individuals, the Archmage spotted a particular elf on the far side of the stadium. I could have sworn Kel'Thuzad would have shown up. He must be busy with his experiments, muttered the Archmage before raising his eyebrows in surprise. Oh, I wasn't expecting to see Prince Kael'thas without his usual escort. Kryvax immediately turned to where the Archmage was gesturing and saw an elf man looking effortlessly handsome, as most elvish men did but this one especially so, dressed in an ornate, red robe, and leaning back comfortably in his seat. He seemed to be chatting amiably with a middle-aged human man sitting in the seat next to him, who Runeweaver identified as one Archmage Drendon, and looking exactly like a man that didn't have a care in the world. It was hard to believe from looking at him now that in a potential future this guy would go nuts on fell juice, and still would if Kryvax's actions didn't change things for the better. Kryvax was just about to ask Runeweaver to tell him more about Kael'thas when he was interrupted by the sudden activation of the enchantments on the stadium's walls. Kryvax watched in amazement as a massive arcane barrier slowly rose to separate the audience from the dueling arena. It didn't take long after that before Vizier Haddix and Arcanist Flametrail were both teleported into the barrier, causing chatter among the audience to immediately pick up. Then a magically amplified voice rang out across the stadium, its source unknown but its function not in doubt. In accordance with the rules and regulations of Dalaran in regards to the matter of duels of honor, let it be known that Arcanist Flametrail of Kulthalas and Dalaran has legally and fairly brought forward a challenge to Vizier Haddix of Azjol-Nerub, of which the latter has freely accepted. The stakes of this duel have been decided by the former and state that should Arcanist Flametrail prove victorious that Vizier Haddix must apologize for insults given. While Vizier Haddix has not given any terms for victory, the nameless announcer explained to the audience, causing the crowd to grow quiet. The announcer seemed to remain quiet for several moments, allowing everyone to absorb the information before their voice rang out across the stadium once again. This is a duel until one side surrenders or is unable to continue battling, with every effort to be made from both participants to refrain from intentional killing blows or the use of forbidden magics within this contest of skill. The usage of magical items is expressly forbidden. Do you accept these terms? The announcer asked the aforementioned participants. Upon the honor of my house, I accept these terms, Arcanist Flametrail readily agreed, his voice also magically amplified, most likely by the magics of the arena itself. I agree to these terms, said Vizier Haddix shortly, his voice cold and firm as he stared down at his opponent. Then, without further ado, let the duel commence. The announcer yelled out, signaling the start of the fight. The moment that the announcer finished speaking, Arcanist Flametrail didn't hesitate to immediately send a massive ball of fire flying across the arena. The pyroblast was far bigger than anything that Kryvax could have produced, and it was cast quicker than he had thought possible. However, Vizier Haddix seemed far less impressed than Kryvax felt, as he merely scoffed derisively and shattered the enormous fireball into 3 streams of flame that he sent flying back to his opponent from multiple different angles. The Vizier let out an appreciative hum as the flames dissipated harmlessly the moment they impacted a shimmering ward surrounding the elf, who cast a spell that caused multiple identical images of himself to appear throughout the arena. Clever, it seems that Flametrail has mixed multiple mirror images with his illusions. Something like that takes more than a little skill, muttered Runeweaver, sounding reluctantly impressed. What's the difference between a mirror image and an illusion? Asked Kryvax, beginning to feel a little worried as he watched all the magically created imitations begin casting a spell. An illusion is just that, an illusion created by a mage that is incapable of affecting the real world, the Archmage explained, not pulling his eyes away from the fight. A mirror image on the other hand, is a replication of a mage that possesses the genuine ability to cast magic, albeit in a reduced form and at a high cost in mana. Casting both at the same time makes it difficult for an enemy to discern which attacks are real and which are fake, and all this on top of trying to figure out which one is the real caster. As if to emphasize the Archmage's point, every single image finished casting the moment he was done speaking, resulting in a massive barrage of fireballs simultaneously flying toward Haddix from every possible direction. Kryvax could feel the intense heat from where he was sitting, even through the stadium's barrier. He was certain that if it were him in Vizier Haddix's position, then the only possible result would be him becoming a very crispy spider. He could feel his worry for his mentor grow. That worry proved unnecessary, however, as the massive barrage of fireballs passed through Haddix as if he wasn't even there, smashing into random parts of the arena instead. Most of them were indeed illusions, but several of them burst into explosions of fire that disrupted several of the Arcanist's illusions. It seems Flametrail isn't the only one who enjoys using illusions, said Runeweaver, sounding slightly surprised. That was masterfully done. Not even I managed to detect it until it was disrupted. And to cast an invisibility spell at the same time, that's not easily done. Sure enough, the image of Vizier Haddix flickered and dissipated, seeming to leave the images of Flame Trail standing in the arena alone. To his credit, Arcanist Flame Trail didn't hesitate to begin constructing a magical barrier around himself, but his efforts were immediately shown to be useless. Exclamations of surprise could be heard throughout the stadium as Vizier Haddix seemed to appear from under Flame Trail, the ground of the arena flowing around him as if it were mud as he ascended from below. The Vizier grabbed the surprised elf with all four of his hands and lifted him off the ground before pulling him toward his arachnid face, mandibles open wide. Kryvax had never seen a person lose all color in their face faster than Arcanist Flame Trail did. He was certain that it would be a long time before the elf lived down the shriek of fear he let out as he hastily teleported himself to the other side of the stadium. Haddix, on the other hand, seemed to be in much better spirits, if his mocking laughter was any indication. "How dare you!" shouted Flame Trail, his expression twisting from one of fear to deep anger. Vizier Haddix didn't bother to respond, other than by casting a quick spell before stomping on the ground with both of his forward feet, causing the stadium to shake as the earth cracked and spikes of earth rose to skewer all of the illusions and mirror images. "What a powerful display of geomancy! How is that possible?" exclaimed Runeweaver as he rose from his seat, his eyes growing wide. Arcane magic lent itself to easy manipulation of fire and ice for reasons that Kryvax didn't fully understand. Maybe arcane magic just lent itself to temperature regulation, but manipulating the earth was much harder and was generally something much more common among shamans. However, Azjol-Nerub was an underground kingdom and thus had a lot of motivation to develop their ability to manipulate the earth via arcane means. Archmage Runeweaver wasn't the only one who was surprised. Flame Trail also seemed to be stunned as he looked around at the multiple spikes of earth rising out of the ground. Haddix didn't seem interested in giving his opponent a chance to recover as he once again opened his mandibles wide, allowing a huge swarm of hissing locusts to emerge from his mouth and fly across the stadium in the elf's direction. Flame Trail yelled out what Kryvax assumed was a Thalassian swear word and frantically threw a stream of fire at the swarm, revealing it to have been an illusion and causing it to dissipate. The mage seemed to show an expression of relief, which instantly became panic as two intertwined orbs of arcane magic came flying through his flames and smashed into his body, knocking him off his feet and sending him tumbling across the ground. Kryvax was impressed to see that Flame Trail actually managed to cast a shielding spell while rolling across the ground that saved him from the next barrage of arcane magic that followed immediately afterward. "Oh, for a moment I believed that your people were actually able to summon swarms of man-eating insects at will," muttered the Archmage, sounding a mixture of relieved and tired as he sat back down. "No, but I do know some spider lords who like carrying them around on their person," Kryvax idly mentioned as he watched the very exciting fight. "Of course you do." From that point onward, Flame Trail focused almost completely on defense, leveraging his expertise in warding magic to survive an onslaught of spells coming from Vizier Haddix. This eventually resulted in the elf panting in exhaustion as he stood inside an impressive barrier of arcane energy. "Flame Trail's almost completely out of mana, but if that barrier is as powerful as it looks, I wouldn't count him out yet," said Runeweaver, leaning forward in his seat. "Why is that Archmage?" asked Kryvax. "Things seem pretty hopeless for him from my perspective." Just as Runeweaver was about to answer, Flame Trail brought both of his palms together and closed his eyes. Kryvax had no idea what the mage was doing at first, but he was soon able to understand when Flame Trail began to breathe in a strange pattern and a vortex of mana started swirling around the elf. "Flame Trail is using a technique called evocation," explained Runeweaver without prompting. "It allows for a mage to regenerate a large amount of mana in a very short amount of time. It's normally not something that is safe to use during combat, for obvious reasons, but this might be the perfect scenario. If he manages to regain all of his mana, then he'll be in a much better position to fight Vizier Haddix, who's likely running low on mana himself by now." Kryvax doubted that Flame Trail would be able to win, even if he did regain all his mana, but as soon as he saw Vizier Haddix pull out the spell weave he had been working on earlier, he knew that he wasn't going to be able to find out. The silk glowed brightly with arcane energy, and was woven into a shape similar to what most people would usually expect from a spider web. "If this is the extent of your capabilities, then I see no reason to continue this farce," said Haddix, throwing the silk into the air. Kryvax watched in amazement as the silk immediately expanded into a massive web-shaped dome that surrounded both him and Arcanist Flame Trail. Its effects were immediate as the vortex of mana that was previously circling around Flame Trail began to fly off on its own and into the web. Pieces of Flame Trail's barrier began to crack like glass and also began floating toward the web. "What is this?" shouted the panicking Flame Trail, immediately using some of the mana he had regained to throw a ball of fire at Haddix. The fireball barely reached a few feet before redirecting itself into the web, dissipating harmlessly the moment it made contact. "This is something of my own creation," said Haddix, sounding smug. "Simply put, any magic you cast while under its effects will find itself stuck in my web, so to speak." "Impossible." Flame Trail frantically threw spell after spell at Haddix and even tried running out of the magical web barrier, but every spell he cast was useless and he barely managed to get himself unstuck the first time he tried physically touching the web. It wasn't long before Flame Trail was once again completely exhausted, but this time without any barriers to protect him from the telekinetically thrown rock that smashed into his stomach, sending him doubling over in pain. "You cannot win. Concede while you are still conscious enough to do so," said Vizier Haddix, fully prepared to follow through on his threat. Arcanist Flame Trail snarled in rage and shot a furious expression toward Haddix, but after a few moments he seemed to collect himself and realize that he had no other options. "I concede." And thus the duel is decided. The victor, Vizier Haddix of Azjol-Nerub. declared the magical announcer the second after Flame Trail conceded, the arcane barrier around the arena lowering and magical letters projected into the air spelling out the winner's name for all to see. And despite one of their own losing, Kryvax watched as the stands exploded into cheers at the impressive display of magical combat, even the archmage next to him standing and giving a respectful applause. Told you, Vizier Krynus' smug voice sounded out as she also raised and followed the crowd's lead by giving her colleague a polite round of clapping as well. As for Haddix, he simply took everything in with a huff and made his way to the exit while his opponent picked himself up and did the same with as much grace as he could, likely off to see a healer about his many bruises. All the while Kryvax cheered for his teacher, a new level of respect welling up inside him. Chapter 29. And here is the room that you'll be waiting in until the Council of Six is ready to see you, said the friendly receptionist lady with a smile, gesturing to the open door that they had been led to. Kryvax followed the other viziers as they walked past the receptionist, a female gnome, and took a quick look around the waiting room. After seeing nothing of note aside from the enchanted cushions that had been prepared for them, he turned his attention back to the receptionist and asked her how long it would take for the council to be ready to see them. I shouldn't be very long, said the receptionist reassuringly. I'm sure the council is very eager to meet you, given Vizier Haddix's impressive performance during his duel. Once they are ready, I'll come and get you all and bring you to the portal that leads to the Chamber of Air. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the receptionist quietly left and Kryvax eagerly made his way over to one of the cushions and lowered himself down. It surprised him a little how well the mages of Dalaran were reacting to the duel between Haddix and Flame Trail, and how much it seemed to improve people's opinion of the delegation. That wasn't to say that everyone treated them poorly before and loved them now, but he had definitely noticed less polite smiles and more genuine interest. Kryvax supposed that it made sense that the mages of Dalaran would feel a sense of respect for magical power and knowledge. The enchantments of these cushions are surprisingly complex for something so frivolous, said Krynus, staring at her seat as she too made herself comfortable, causing Haddix to mutter something about elves. If this meeting goes well, then perhaps some of our own mages can learn these enchantments and apply them to our silk and weaves, said Kryvax enthusiastically, imagining the possibility of cocoons even more comfortable than what they had now. If Dalaran is truly that much better than our people at enchantment, then there's a lot we could gain from sending people here to learn. I don't particularly see why Azjol-Nerub would need floating silverware or obscenely comfortable cushions, Haddix said testily. Even if you don't have any interest in the enchantments themselves, I'm sure the circle could turn them into something useful, said Krynus. Kryvax had been surprised to see how the vizier's interest in Dalaran had grown over their stay in the city, and it made him feel hopeful that something productive would come from their coming meeting. After all, if she liked Dalaran and was impressed by it, then wasn't that a good sign that there were other viziers who would feel the same way? Do you believe that the results of the duel will have any effect on this upcoming meeting, Vizier Krynus? Asked Kryvax, interested in the vizier's perspective. It's possible that they will be more interested in sharing knowledge, after having seen Vizier Haddix's power firsthand, said Krynus, her expression thoughtful. But we already assumed that they would be interested in negotiating for a relationship similar to the one they have with the rest kingdoms of these lands. Dalaran was an ostensibly neutral nation that had negotiated agreements that would allow other nations to peacefully send their citizens here to learn magic. Given that the majority of the human kingdom's mages had studied in the city, and the Crown Prince of Kulthalas himself spent most of his time in Dalaran, the benefits were obvious. After seeing the city themselves, both Krynus and Haddix felt confident that the circle of viziers would agree to send people to learn in Dalaran. That was one of the reasons that caused Kryvax to believe that Dalaran was one of the best hopes for cooperation between Azjol-Nerub and the Eastern Kingdoms. Aside from that, the most important topics of discussion will be the creation of a portal and the exchange of magical reagents, Krynus continued after a moment of consideration. Do you think you will be able to create said portal? Even with the spatial disturbances caused by the dark portal? Asked Kryvax curiously, knowing that Krynus had already talked about the dark portal and its disturbances with Antonidas and many other mages. If you had asked me that before we arrived, then I would not have had a good answer for you, answered the vizier, sounding reluctant to admit her own inability. But now that I've studied the nexus of ley lines that this city was built upon and seen some of the reagents they have available, I'm confident that it should not be an issue. Where in Azjol-Nerub will the portal lead to? Asked Kryvax. Enkila, of course, said Krynus, looking at him as if he were stupid for asking. Where else would the portal connect to other than the most magically innovative and magically advanced city in Azjol-Nerub? Most magically advanced, perhaps. But most innovative? Enkila hasn't made any significant innovations in centuries, said Haddix scornfully. Oh? And what innovations have Kilakuk had to offer our kingdom over the past few centuries? I wouldn't remind you that it was one of our own that discovered the existence of the very continent you are standing on. That hardly counts as anything more than luck. Innovations require skill and creativity. If innovations require skill, then I suppose that explains why Enkila has not produced any. Kryvax ignored their argument as he waited for the receptionist to return. He had long since learned that viziers were able to start an argument over the most innocuous of topics and had become accustomed to tuning them out. Thankfully, it didn't take very long before there was a knock on the door and Kryvax was looking down at the tiny receptionist. The Council of Six is ready for you all if you'll just come with me. Soon enough, the three viziers were following behind the gnome as she led them up many flights of stairs as they ascended the violet citadel to eventually reach an innocuous-looking portal. Seeing no reason to delay, Kryvax offered a quick thanks to the receptionist and stepped into the portal. As soon as he shook off the momentary disorientation that always came with so quickly traveling to a new location, Kryvax took a look at his surroundings and immediately knew that he was in the right location. The chamber of air was a room without any visible walls, a grey stone floor with the symbol of the Kirin Tor etched into it, and a roof that looked like an open sky shifting rapidly as if time was sped up. The various members of the Council of Six sat in comfortable chairs around the location where they had been teleported into, lacking the usual magical disguises they generally wore when meeting others. At first, the members of the council had wanted to maintain their anonymity during the meeting, but Haddix had made it clear to Antonidas that he wasn't interested in negotiating with mysterious faceless figures. Welcome, representatives of Azjol-Nerub, although we have already met, I think it's best if my colleagues introduce themselves before we begin this meeting, said Antonidas, who was currently sitting directly to the front of them while offering them a gentle expression. The Grand Magus hadn't argued about the matter for very long, so Kryvax assumed that anonymity was not something he cared very much about right now. If I may, I would like to introduce myself first, said the same elvish man that Kryvax had seen yesterday during the duel. He exuded the same relaxed demeanor that Kryvax had seen yesterday, and he was once again struck by the fact that this was the man who would go on to become a villain. I am Kael'thas's son's traitor, Crown Prince of Kulthalas. I must say, I was very impressed by your performance yesterday, Vizier Haddix. Arcanist Flametrail was an experienced opponent, yet you defeated him quite handily. Your appreciation is noted, Elf, Haddix said dryly. Kryvax expected the prince to be annoyed by the lackluster reply, but he was surprised when Kael'thas's expression became one of amusement instead. I believe such topics can wait until after we've finished discussing matters of actual importance, said a middle-aged man with glassy eyes and a severe expression that made him look much more like a villain than Kael'thas. I am Archmage Kalthuzad. I look forward to working with your people and sharing knowledge that will benefit us all. Kryvax knew that it wasn't completely fair to judge a person based on their appearance or for things they have not yet done, but something about Kalthuzad made him feel like he was looking at a dangerous person who wouldn't mind dissecting him if he could get away with it. I suppose it's my turn now, said Archmage Runeweaver, who looked much the same as he did yesterday. I apologize for my deception, but the knowledge of who is a member of the Council of Six is not something that is typically shared. Obviously, this is a rather unique situation. Kryvax was a bit surprised to learn that he was a member of the Council. There was no way that he could have remembered such a minor character after all, but it made sense once he thought about it. It was in their interest to have one of their own be responsible for guiding them throughout the city and figuring them out in a less official capacity. I am Archmage Madera, said the only female among the Council of Six, nodding toward them stoically as she introduced herself. Your duel against Arcanist Flametrail was a masterful display of magical combat, and I look forward to working with you. Kryvax didn't know very much about her, other than the fact that she alone among those present would remain on the council far into the future, surviving a lot that her colleagues did not, except maybe Runeweaver since he vaguely recalled him being on the council in the future as well, but he wasn't sure. It was the last member that captured his complete attention, and both excited and worried him in equal measure since he now shared a room with a dragon, albeit one currently in a much smaller form. Sitting next to Madera was another elvish man, though one with a slight build, delicate features, and silvery hair streaked with red. Archmage Crasius, otherwise known as Corielstrass, future prime consort of the Alexstrasza, the Lifebinder, and aspect of the Red Dragonflight herself, was not a man who would blend easily into a crowd. He was also the method through which Kryvax intended to save Alexstrasza from being captured, so he couldn't help but stare a little. I am Archmage Crasius, said the elf who was secretly a dragon. I have heard much about you all from my friends in Capital City, Narubians. I look forward to learning more about your people. Kryvax was sure that he had heard about the Narubians from more than just a few friends in Capital City. After all, Wormrest Temple did reside on Northrend, and he was sure the dragons knew more about the Narubians than the people of the Eastern Kingdoms. Now that introductions have been made, let us move on to the first and most important topic of discussion, said Antonidas, his tone taking on a seriousness that it lacked before. The Magocracy of Dalaran would like to officially extend an invitation to the Kingdom of Azjol-Nerub to send some of its citizens to learn in our city. This is an arrangement that would benefit both of our people greatly, and would allow for the exchange of ideas and knowledge and foster a peaceful relationship between us. It would also grant you a significant amount of diplomatic legitimacy within the minds of the nations of these lands, said Kalthuzad, pointing out the pragmatic benefits. Most nobles prefer to keep their heirs close, but more than a few of them send their less important children here to learn. Archmage Kalthuzad's words are true, if distasteful, Crasius said reluctantly. The improvement of your reputation in Dalaran means the improvement of your reputation throughout the Eastern Kingdoms. Phrase it however you like, it doesn't change the fact that cooperation with Dalaran is entirely to their benefit, Kalthuzad responded while rolling his eyes. The exact details would need to be negotiated with the Circle of Viziers, but after seeing your city for myself, I'm sure they would be somewhat interested in your offer, said Vizier Crinus, willing to speak up for the delegation now that they were talking about a topic that actually interested her. However, if you truly wish for them to accept, there are a few ways that you could make the deal a little more enticing. There are many who would view such a deal unfavorably due to the increased risk of outsiders learning our more valuable magics. At the Vizier's words, Kryvax mentally settled in for a long negotiation. Very well then, said Antonidas, nodding as this was the result he was expecting all along. In that case, let's talk about the details. If you were to offer us guarantees that all of your techniques in enchanting would be shared with our students, without exception, then I'm sure the Circle of Viziers would look at your offer much more favorably, said Vizier Crinus, sounding for all the world as if the proposal she just gave was reasonable. Ha! How bold of you, Vizier Crinus, said Kael'thas, chuckling in amusement. Dalaran's expertise in enchanting comes from Kulthalas. Most of the city's greatest enchanters are Kuldori, who are given strict guidelines for what can be shared. Are you certain that you should be negotiating with Dalaran, and not us? Given that you, the heir to your people's kingdom, are a member of Dalaran's ruling council, I'm not sure that the distinction particularly matters in this case, Crinus said sardonically. It is entirely within your power to change those guidelines, presumably, and if only most of this city's decent enchanters are elves, then that leaves some that are not. Our mastery over enchanting is a skill that we have worked hard on to grow over thousands of years, so you must think us truly foolish if you believe that we would hand over such knowledge so easily, said Kael'thas, pulling his gaze away from Crinus and turning his attention to Haddix. Perhaps if you would be willing to share your knowledge of how to use geomancy with arcane magic, we could be persuaded to share a portion of what we know. Humph, not likely. While our mastery in geomancy is also something that we have grown over millennia, it is worth far more than learning how to make self-cleaning brooms, Haddix said firmly. If not your geomancy, then Azjol-Nerub could also offer us information about Northrend, said Crassus, acting to mediate between the two. I was very interested when I heard that your people shared information about the dragons with scholars in Capital City, or maybe you might be more interested in agreeing to supply Dalaran with your people's silk. The negotiations went on for quite some time, with each side doing its best to get the most favorable agreement that they could. As Kryvax watched the discussions, he was suddenly very glad that Vizier Crinus had grown an interest in Dalaran and had decided to take over the bulk of the negotiations, and that nobody was expecting him to match wits with the archmages. That would have been an abject disaster. Eventually, they settled on an agreement in which Azjol-Nerub would send students to learn magic in Dalaran, including some tutoring in Kuldori enchanting. In exchange, Azjol-Nerub would send a few of its mages to offer lessons in geomancy and warding, with the understanding that they wouldn't be sharing everything that they knew. Valuable magical reagents that could only be found in the Eastern Kingdoms would be traded for Nerubian silk and Northrend bases reagents, although they would need to arrange for experts to properly value these items before they could agree on proportions. Dalaran tried to argue for Azjol-Nerub to assist them in researching and exploring Northrend's surface in exchange for a reciprocal agreement for the Eastern Kingdoms, but Crinus successfully argued that such an agreement would be lopsided. After all, the Eastern Kingdoms were well explored and there were many nations they could negotiate an agreement with if Azjol-Nerub found something they wanted to research. The council eventually sweetened the deal when Antonidas himself offered to assist Crinus in the creation of the portal to Northrend and pay for the costs associated with the ritual. Finally, Kryvax muttered under his breath. I'm glad that's done with. Now that we've reached an agreement, all that's left is to discuss the logistics of the matter, said Antonidas. Damn it. What followed was a long discussion where they went over the logistical details of having Narubians stay in Dalaran to learn. Apparently, the nation that was sending their students would be expected to be the ones to fund their education. It made sense. The non-magical citizens of Dalaran would not exactly be happy if they were the ones being taxed to fund the education of foreigners. This wasn't a large issue for a nation like Azjol-Nerub, which almost had more resources than they knew what to do with. They also discussed where the Nerubians would be staying, given that they had much different body types and required significantly different living conditions compared to the other sapient races. Do you really believe it's necessary for your people to have their own enclave like the elves do? I don't disagree with you given the circumstances, but it would be quite the project, said Madara, her expression thoughtful as she considered the issue. Our current accommodations are not nearly large enough to comfortably house members of the Queen or Spider Lord castes, explained Haddix. Besides, I've watched more than enough humans quiver at the sight of me to know how much our appearances unsettle you all. I'm curious about your resistance to the idea of us living in our own area. Segregating you from the rest of the city is counterproductive to the goal of fostering connections between our people. I am not fond of Kulthala's enclave either, although I recognize that this is for the best. Said Crassus, sounding reluctant still. Archmage Madara is correct to say that this will be a significant endeavor, especially if your people prefer to live underground. It would be easier if we could hire workers from Ironforge, said Runeweaver, sounding grim as he reminded everyone of the situation down south. But given the circumstances, with our assistance, that shouldn't be much of an issue, said Kryvax, receiving a nod of agreement when he looked to his mentor. The Hormongar make the construction of tunnels a simple matter. Hormongar. Enormous worm-like creatures with crystalline spines along their flanks that we use to dig out tunnels. Ah. With such creatures, it would indeed be much easier to dig the tunnels necessary to house our new students, said Madara. Although we would have to be careful about digging your tunnels into the underbelly. Underbelly? Questioned Crinus, her expression one of befuddlement. The underbelly is an informal name for the city's sewer system, Kel'Thuzad explained evenly. It contains a growing slum, home to Dalaran's less fortunate citizens, and is infested with giant rats, magical runoff from countless experiments, creatures that spawn from said runoff, and goblins, who willingly choose to live there. Kryvax was surprised to hear that the underbelly was a real place. He remembered the area from the lore, but an underground sewer slum seemed like such a ridiculous thing to exist in real life. If your sewers are infested with unwanted residents, then why haven't you cleared them out? Haddix asked curiously. We have, repeatedly, but as long as the conditions that created the underbelly in the first place continue to exist, then it will simply continue to reform, explained Runeweaver, audibly frustrated with the situation. At this point, the underbelly is large enough that if we were to dismantle it, the consequences would be significant. It's simply easier to let it and those in it be, only occasionally sending exterminators down there when the vermin population grows too large and threatens to spill out onto the surface. That made both viziers cringe at the plain inefficiency of it all, something Kryvax agreed with but also knew not all societies were as structured as Azjol-Nerub. One other matter that we've failed to touch upon is potential membership into the Kirin Tor, said Antonidas, blatantly changing the subject. There is much information we cannot share with those who are not members of the Kirin Tor, but such benefits come with significant responsibilities. Those that become members are expected to keep secrets, and while we would not expect anyone to act against the interests of their home nation, members of the Kirin Tor are expected to support Dalaran. More specifically, Dalaran has pledged itself to assist the other nations in defeating the Horde, if they ever manage to actually stop arguing and form their little alliance, said Kel'Thuzad with a disapproving grunt. Any of your people who join the Kirin Tor would be expected to assist in that goal. Would any of your people be interested in such an arrangement? Asked Antonidas, staring directly at Haddix without any subtlety. The viziers glanced at each other with matching expressions of consideration before Crinus took the initiative to respond. That is something that the circle of viziers would need to discuss extensively, said Crinus. It would help if you were to fully explain the responsibilities that a member of the Kirin Tor would hold to your city. Of course, said Antonidas with an easygoing shrug. Aside from the ones already mentioned, a member of the Kirin Tor would be expected to defend the city when it is attacked, perform certain administrative duties, and teach a certain amount of advanced magical classes per month. Naturally, those teaching sessions can be deferred if the individual provides progress reports of certain magical research. Members of the Kirin Tor are expected to teach? Asked Kryvax, unable to stop himself from glancing at Crassus. They are, said Antonidas, glancing at Kryvax curiously. We have too few mages capable of teaching certain subjects, so such a system is a necessity. Why do you ask? Would you like to attend some of these lessons? I would, Archmage Antonidas, said Kryvax, jumping at the opportunity. My mentor is more than capable of teaching me what I need to know, but I would be a fool to turn down the opportunity to attend the lessons of such accomplished mages. More like I want to know when Crassus is teaching a lesson so that I can send a skitterer to stalk him and find out where he lives. Kryvax knew that Haddix wasn't the type of teacher to get jealous, and would only approve of him seeking to learn more on his own, so he wasn't concerned about his reaction. Very well, said Antonidas, sounding amused by the blatant flattery. I will arrange for you to be sent a schedule of the lessons, and be given permission to attend. After that, Antonidas turned his attention back to Crinus to continue his explanation of the duties of a member of the Kirin Tor. Once they were done, the vizier nodded her understanding and promised to bring the matter to the circle of viziers. Soon enough, they managed to finish discussing everything they could, and the negotiations were brought to an end. As he stepped back through the portal that would take him out of the Chamber of Air, Kryvax couldn't help but feel optimistic. Not only had the delegation managed to negotiate a favorable agreement with another government, but Kryvax had come across an opportunity to advance his personal goals. Today was a productive day. Chapter 30. Kryvax huffed in frustration as he read through the letters scattered across his desk that had been sent to him from Capital City. He would much prefer it if the rest of the world would stay still while he spent his time enjoying himself in a magical city, but it seems fate was not so kind. He could tell that events were slowly beginning to accelerate, and it wouldn't be long before things started to happen very quickly. There was some good news, such as the weavers finishing their analysis of the Eastern Kingdom's potential trade goods and discovering that Liferoot possessed potent and valuable alchemical properties, especially for healing potions, but most of the news was much less pleasant. What's bothering you, Kryvax? Asked Massuk, pulling his attention away from the history book he had been reading. Has something happened in Capital City? With Haddix off sneaking about with his investigations and Crinus off making her final preparations together with Antonidas to create the portal that would allow the first wave of Nerubians to enter Dalaran, Kryvax had been left alone in their shared room. Which meant that Massuk hadn't hesitated to make himself comfortable and keep him company. Nothing has happened in Capital City, said Kryvax. But the situation down south has gotten a lot worse. What's happening down south? Asked Massuk, closing his book after the conversation turned to a topic that interested him. It looks like the Horde has most likely begun their invasion of Hazmodan, said Kryvax, his expression grim. Trixie says that nobody is quite certain what's going on, but communication has become unreliable and the most recent messages don't leave room for optimism. Does that mean the humans are finally preparing for war? Massuk asked with excitement. No, they aren't, said Kryvax, growing frustrated as he finished reading through Trixie's letter. The human kingdoms are paying close attention to the invasion, but both Alterac and Gilneas are still holding out. While Kryvax already knew that the alliance wouldn't be formed until after the Horde conquered all of Hazmodan aside from Ironforge and Gnomeregan, it was still extremely frustrating when dealing with it in real life. The war could have been over so much sooner if the human nations had confronted the Horde while the dwarves and the gnomes still had most of their strength. The only thing that their hesitance would accomplish would be more unnecessary deaths. He could already tell that everyone would start scrambling after Hazmodan finally fell. Cowards, Massuk spat disdainfully. The Horde has already proven themselves to be a threat, why aren't the humans fighting them? I don't know for certain, but I assume it's a combination of greed and selfishness, Kryvax said as he put away the depressing letter and pulled out the next one. Alterac is weak and has a hostile relationship with Stromgarde. If they lose too many soldiers during the war, then they risk being conquered after it's over. I imagine they want to see how well Ironforge and Gnomeregan do against the Horde before they make any commitments, hoping that they can grind them down against their defenses. And Gilneas? Massuk asked after a moment of silent consideration. Why are they so unwilling to cooperate with the other humans? Kryvax took a moment to consider Massuk's question. If I remember correctly, the only reason given in the lore is that Greymane was just an arrogant fool who thought he didn't need help. I don't know, Kryvax said finally after failing to come up with an explanation. From what we've been told, Gilneas has a fairly powerful military and defensible geography, they don't really have the same worries as Alterac. I've read they are pretty isolationist, not unlike Azjol-Nerub. Maybe they think even if the Horde comes they can fight them off without help, although I don't really understand enough about their politics to really give a good guess. You should go back to capital city and convince them, said Massuk, his tone completely serious. Kryvax turned to face his friend, completely befuddled. What makes you think I could succeed in convincing them when Lordaeron's best diplomats have failed? Asked Kryvax, curious about his friend's reasoning. You're Kryvax. You can convince the surface races about anything, Massuk said confidently. Kryvax couldn't help but simply stare at Massuk for a few moments in dumbfounded silence. Oh, I get it. I'm glad you have so much confidence in me, buddy, but I don't think I'd be able to do anything that Lordaeron's diplomats couldn't, said Kryvax, after taking a moment to compose himself. The only reason I've been successful in getting people to do things is that the things I've been getting them to do were obviously in their own interest. Massuk huffed mulishly and muttered something under his breath, but didn't bother arguing with him. As Kryvax read through the next letter, he wished he was actually as capable of convincing people to do what he wanted as Massuk thought he was. It would certainly make dealing with this newest issue easier. It seems that the High King's order to discreetly evaluate how the kingdoms would react to the creation of a Nerubian settlement was starting to show results. Diplomats from both Alterac and Stormwind had approached Nerubian privately and expressed interest in perhaps ceding some of their lands for a certain price. Normally this was the kind of development that Kryvax would be more than happy to see, if it weren't for the fact that Alterac's deal was by far superior to Stormwind's. The problem was that the current ruler of Alterac was Aiden Pernold, a cowardly and opportunistic king who was only noteworthy in the lore for betraying the alliance to the Horde, believing it was the best way to save his own kingdom. Kryvax really didn't want to know what such a person could end up doing if he managed to secure an alliance with a nation as powerful as Azjol-Nerub. While Stormwind was offering more land than Alterac, they were also asking that Azjol-Nerub involve itself directly in the war, something Kryvax knew the High King would not find appealing. Alterac, on the other hand, was willing to cede a portion of its lands for a certain amount of treasure and diplomatic guarantees that Azjol-Nerub not attack Alterac, or allow Stromgarde to pass through their territory. Their mountains would make prime nest city locations, likely had resources that could be mined out easily by Nerubian's hands that Alterac would be the first to benefit from, and having a powerful empire sitting in front of the kingdom would seriously discourage Stromgarde's usual skirmishes with them if not outright stop them. It didn't help that Alterac was situated in a location that could very well become a crossroads for trade between the various kingdoms if properly exploited. Kryvax wished that he had a way to convince the leadership to go with Stormwind, but he knew that there was little he could do. Although he was the one responsible for leading the Nerubians to the eastern kingdoms, Kryvax was starting to feel more and more like he was caught up in a tide of events that he couldn't control. It really made him once again hope that everyone would just stop doing things and allow him to enjoy his time in Dalaran. As if to emphasize the foolishness of that hope, the sudden sound of someone knocking loudly on the door caused Kryvax to let out an exasperated sigh. Ever since the duel, there had been random mages trying to meet up with Haddix for one reason or another. Normally, Haddix just sent them running with a threatening display of his magic, but he wasn't here right now, so Kryvax would have to be the one to deal with it. With a short glance at Massuk, the two of them silently made their way to the door and opened it, revealing an elvish woman waiting on the other side. Kryvax stepped out into the courtyard outside their lodgings, forcing the woman back, and closed the door behind him as soon as Massuk stepped out. Kryvax didn't know who the woman was, but he couldn't allow anyone outside of the delegation to notice that Haddix wasn't where he was supposed to be. "Can I help you?" Kryvax asked the woman, who was sputtering in outrage after being pushed out of the way. The woman seemed to take a moment to compose herself before speaking. "Yes, I suppose you can. Are you Vizier Haddix?" "No, I am Vizier Kryvax, student of Vizier Haddix. He is very busy right now and has asked that nothing disturb him short of the Council of Six themselves," Kryvax said while making a show of looking the elf over. "And you are not one of them. I'll have you know I am Mervida Summerfall, apprentice to Magistrix Landra Dawnstrider, and I come on important business," said the elf, puffing herself up in anger at the slight. "Are you here as a representative of Kulthalas?" Kryvax asked tiredly, already knowing the answer. "Well, no. I hear repres. Then I'm afraid, apprentice, that Vizier Haddix is not very interested in speaking with you at this time," Kryvax said firmly, already turning away to head back inside. He had enough experience dealing with situations like this by now that he knew politeness would not get him very far. Unfortunately, Apprentice Summerfall was a little braver than most and didn't hesitate to grab onto his robe to stop him from leaving. Kryvax noticed Massuk bristle and reach for his weapon, but he quickly called his friend off with his friend with a gesture. "This is a matter of the utmost importance." Kryvax relented and listened to what the elf had to say, and was unsurprised to find that it was not actually a matter of the utmost importance. Apparently, Magistrix Dawnstrider had been so impressed by Haddix's magic that she was offering to pay the vizier if he taught her what she knew. However, after listening for a few moments, Kryvax knew that nothing that the Magistrix had to offer was worth Haddix's time. It was just about when the apprentice was starting to tell him about how much of an opportunity this was for them to receive the backing of someone as important as Magistrix Dawnstrider that Kryvax had enough. "As I said before, Vizier Haddix does not wish to be disturbed," said Kryvax, removing the elf's grip from his robes. "Please leave." "Excuse me. I won't be leaving until I speak." "You will leave, or you will be removed," said Massuk, gripping onto his spear and moving threateningly. Like most sane people, Apprentice Summerfall faltered when confronted with a giant, fully armored spider person, but seemed to be gathering her courage when their confrontation was interrupted by the opening of the door behind Kryvax. You heard him, elf. Leave, said Vizier Haddix, sounding extremely annoyed with the situation. Vizier Haddix, I presume? Asked the elf, completely ignoring the vizier's tone of voice. It was an impressive display of her lack of self-preservation. Well met, I am Merva. I will not repeat myself, said Haddix, the magic around him beginning to grow agitated in a display that promised violence if the elf didn't leave immediately. That seemed to be enough to get through to her because after a soft whimper of fear, she quickly made herself scarce. Leave us, neophyte Massuk, said Haddix, turning to retreat back into the room. Kryvax assumed that Haddix probably wanted to talk about the results of his investigation, so he quickly followed the vizier after giving a short goodbye to Massuk, closing the door behind him. It didn't take long for Kryvax to realize that the vizier was agitated by more than 2 persistent elves. Vizier Haddix, is everything all right? Asked Kryvax, growing increasingly concerned as he watched his mentor pace back and forth in the room. I have not yet found confirmation, but I'm starting to believe that the higher-ranking members of the Kirin Tor are well aware of the void, said Haddix, continuing to pace as he explained the situation. I've even begun to expect that one of their members, a mage by the name of Or, is actively practicing void magic in the city. Kryvax wasn't particularly surprised to hear that. He was already aware from the lore that the mages of Dalaran sometimes practice less reputable magic in secret, even if he didn't remember specific names. What are we going to do about it? Asked Kryvax, doing his best to feign surprise. Thankfully, Haddix was too agitated to notice. I don't know yet, admitted Haddix, ending his rapid pacing as he took on a thoughtful expression. It's obvious to me that the Order will need to establish a permanent presence in the Eastern Kingdoms. We'll also need to send some of our own people to join the Kirin Tor as quickly as possible so that we can continuously monitor the city for the Void's corruption. Then, wouldn't it be best if you joined them yourself? Asked Kryvax, suggesting the solution that seemed the most obvious to him. It made him uneasy to see his normally stoic mentor so agitated, so he was glad that the vizier was beginning to calm down. He must really hate the Void. No. My time and skills are too valuable for me to be wasted on something like that, Haddix said matter-of-factly. Besides, the Order was wise enough to include some of its own members within the initial group coming to Dalaran. After the portal is opened and I am provided assistance from my colleagues, it won't be long before I can finish my investigation, although there are still portions of the city that I won't be able to easily access. Really? Kryvax asked in surprise. Isn't Dalaran's warding much worse than ours? It shouldn't surprise him as much as it did that there were places in the city that Haddix couldn't access, but he had seen for himself some of the spells that the Order had developed to sneak around in the spellbook that Haddix had given him. They were very good at going places where they didn't belong and remaining unnoticed while they did so. That coupled with Haddix's personal strength had resulted in Kryvax beginning to believe that nothing could stop his mentor from going wherever he wanted. The wards protecting the Grand Library are connected directly to the city's leyline nexus, explained Haddix, hissing softly in frustration. Even if their wards are far inferior to our own, it's nearly impossible to bypass wards connected to such vast amounts of arcane energies, especially unnoticed. Kryvax silently watched his mentor for several moments as the vizier started muttering to himself, seemingly losing himself in his thoughts. There's no need for us to make any decisions right now, Vizier Haddix, said Kryvax when it became obvious Haddix wouldn't continue the conversation without prompting. We still have some time before the delegation needs to return to Capital City. Our presence will be needed to help the enclave establish itself in Dalaran. There aren't very many Nerubians who speak common after all. Kryvax wasn't looking forward to spending more time resolving cultural misunderstandings, but it certainly was convenient that their part of the delegation would be staying in the city for a while longer. It meant that Kryvax was confident that he would have enough time to handle his personal goals before he left. According to the schedule that Antonidas had given him, Crassus wouldn't be scheduled to teach a class for at least a few more weeks. Humph. You may be correct, Haddix admitted grudgingly. I should have enough time to conclude my investigation before we leave and present my findings to the Order. My instincts tell me that these people are hiding something important, so I'll be recommending that the Order makes investigating the Kirin Tor a priority. Oh, Vizier Haddix, you have no idea. Kryvax hoped that he would be there to see Haddix's reaction once he learned about the Burning Legion, a force that was just as much of a threat as the old gods. It would be nice when he wasn't the only one in the room quietly freaking out about the constant world-ending threats facing Azeroth. For now, we should begin making our way to Vizier Krynus, said Haddix, turning to face him for the first time since the conversation began. I've recently received word that they are prepared to open the portal. Our presence is necessary to translate for those who do not speak common. Of course, said Kryvax, nodding eagerly and already moving toward the door. Let's start making our way there now. Even if he knew it was going to cause him many headaches in the future, it would be nice to have more Nerubians in Dalaran and to start constructing their enclave. After living in Azjol-Nerub for so long, it was hard for him to get used to living back above ground. It didn't take long for the 2 viziers and their warrior escort to make their way through the streets of Dalaran and reach their destination, a heavily guarded building near the city's main guardhouse. Even if it weren't for the 2 guardsmen wearing complete sets of enchanted armor and standing by the entrance to the building, Kryvax would be able to tell that the building was important simply by the dense array of wards covering every inch of it. It wasn't a surprise to him that Dalaran was taking the security of the location so seriously, given this is where they would be opening up a portal to a powerful empire that they knew little about. The only reason why they would even consider such a thing is because they had absolute confidence in their ability to ensure their city's safety, and the guards and the wards were a part of that. Vizier Haddix didn't seem to share his interest in the building's security and smoothly walked past the guards without any hesitation, forcing Kryvax to quickly follow behind him. Obviously, there wasn't much need to show identification. As Kryvax followed Haddix through the twisting and heavily guarded hallways, it became obvious to him that this wasn't the Vizier's first time in the building. Soon enough, Kryvax followed his mentor through yet another nondescript hallway only to find himself in a massive chamber positively glowing with arcane energies. Vizier Krynus could be seen standing in the chamber's center speaking with Archmage Antonidas as the two of them gestured to the arcane glyphs spread out across the floor. Several teams of mages were busy looking over a complex series of wards that were constructed around what Kryvax assumed would be the actual portal site. Vizier Haddix. Good, you're here, called out Vizier Krynus from across the room as soon as she caught sight of them. Please tell this human that this portion of the ritual is completely unnecessary. His paranoia is going to make this portal far less efficient than it could be. Why would we need to go to such excessive lengths to diffuse the portal's ambient arcane energy? I understand things might be different where you come from, but this city has regulations about how much arcane energies can be legally permitted in such a small area, Antonidas said calmly. So you've said, but you've refused to explain the reason for the regulations, no matter how many times I've asked. Said Krynus, raising her voice in frustration. Then perhaps you should stop asking, said Antonidas, allowing a hint of annoyance to enter his voice. You do not need to understand all of our laws, you simply need to obey them. The ritual will work fine, despite these modifications. Kryvax watched from the side as Haddix examined the portion of the glyphs in question before glancing at Antonidas. Kryvax knew that he was probably the only one in the room who knew Haddix well enough to see the hint of suspicion in his eyes. This is not our city, Vizier Krynus, Haddix said finally after a long moment of silence. If Archmage Antonidas insists on this modification, then we will obey his wishes. Ugh. Very well, said Krynus, her anger seeming to deflate once she realized that her colleague would not be supporting her. We'll use the human's inefficient spell formula. From there everything seemed to move very quickly as the mages prepared for the opening of the portal. Kryvax watched as Antonidas personally verified the functionality of each set of wards before double-checking the arcane glyph for any flaws. Feeling curious about the portal's security system, Kryvax didn't hesitate to ask Haddix about it. There is no single security system for me to point out to you, Haddix explained patiently. Dalaran is using multiple layers of defense to protect the portal from being used unauthorized, and only a few of them can be seen from here. I'm sure many of their defense mechanisms are secrets known only to the upper echelons of their government. Well, what can you see from here? Kryvax asked curiously. Haddix seemed to ponder the question for a moment before pointing out a specific portion of the glyph. There. That portion of the spell determines where the portal opens up to. Do you notice anything different about it, Kryvax? Asked Haddix in the same tone of voice he used whenever he was teaching his student. Kryvax stared at the portion that Haddix pointed out for several moments before he realized what he was supposed to notice. It's not using the ley line as a power source, said Kryvax, amazed that they were able to connect different portions of the same spell to different sources of magic. Correct, it's likely that the source of magic that maintains that portion of the spell is kept in a secret, heavily guarded location. If it were ever destroyed, then anyone who attempted to use the portal would find themselves in an unpredictable location, assuming they survived. Haddix spent the next few minutes pointing out various security measures, including a ward that would allow a mage to scry a small area on the other side of the portal and a ward that would prevent anyone from passing through unless it was lowered. He would have kept going, but the Vizier ended his explanation when it looked like they were ready to begin opening the portal. You won't find anything, human, Krynus said smugly. When it comes to spatial magic, my work is impeccable. One can never be too sure, said Antonidas, turning his attention away from the glyph and focusing on one of his mages. Magus Sparklecrank, has the ley line's throughput remained steady? Yes, Archmage, said an elderly male gnome. And the levels of atmospheric arcane energy? Within acceptable parameters, Archmage. Very well then, said Antonidas as he approached the designated portal location. I will begin opening the portal. Everyone else, begin making preparations to welcome our guests. With that said, Antonidas gripped his staff tightly and didn't waste any time to begin casting the spell. Arcane magic immediately poured out of the man at levels that Kryvax had never seen before. He was certain even the most magically incapable person would be able to sense the Grand Magus's magic. It didn't take very long before the entire room was glowing brightly with violet light, and a large tear in the very fabric of space was ripping open in the center of the room. As soon as the portal finished forming, the chamber quickly became a hive of activity. Wards are functional. Attempts to scry the other side of the portal have been successful. One individual is attempting to use the portal. Individual matches the description of Warrior Kral Ral. Understood. Warrior Kral Ral is on the pre-approved list. Permitting entry. Kryvax watched in satisfaction as the first Nerubian stepped through a portal from Northrend to the Eastern Kingdoms. One by one, Nerubians were evaluated via scrying and permitted entry into Dalaran. Kryvax did his best to translate between the guards and the arriving Nerubians as they did their best to organize everyone. It would have been nice if someone had remembered to cast a translation spell on the room. Fortunately, it didn't take very long for them to reach the last Nerubian on the list and his very large partner. Two individuals are attempting to use the portal. Individuals match the description of Worm Handler Krutzok and a Hormongar. Understood. Worm Handler Krutzok and his Hormongar are on the pre-approved list. Permitting entry. While the Nerubian that stepped through the portal was not visibly different from any other baseline Nerubian, the creature that followed behind him was enough to command the attention of every mage in the room. Slithering its way through the portal was an absolutely massive worm-like creature with rows of chisel-like teeth, a flattened, muscular body, and crystalline spines along its flanks. The Hormongar was easily larger than a spider lord, and Antonidas was quickly forced to expand the size of the room with magic to accommodate the creature. Every single mage in the room had stopped what they were doing to watch in astonishment as the Hormongar finished passing through the portal. "Well then," said Antonidas, sounding uncharacteristically shocked. "I had thought that you were exaggerating the size of these creatures, but I can see now that you were not. Although I fail to see how such a massive creature will safely make its way through the building." Everyone who heard that took a moment to glance at each other awkwardly before staring pointedly at the Grand Magus. Antonidas merely let out an aggrieved sigh before pointing his staff toward the hallway and getting to work. Maybe a shrinking or polymorph spell would be easier. Kryvax couldn't help but think for a moment before quickly brushing it off. Still, if nothing else, the arrival of the Hormongar would help speed up construction of the Nerubian enclave, and become Azjol-Nerub's first settlement outside of Northrend. It was a good start and something to be proud of. It was his own efforts that had made this possible, and now all he needed to worry about were several other matters that he needed to deal with. "I'm starting to think that what they say is true, the only reward for work well done really is just more work." Kryvax had a gut feeling that things were soon about to become very busy. I'd considered doing a time skip to directly after the portal has already been opened and the enclave was under construction, but it didn't feel right. I worry sometimes about chapters that don't have really exciting things happening in them, but sometimes I just need to write a chapter that sets up for things to happen later. Chapter 31. "And here is the cavern that the enclave intends to use for storing food," said Kryvax, gesturing towards a massive cavern completely covered with insect-filled webs. While neither Lordaeron nor Dalaran had a shortage of delicious shellfish, it was nice to have access to the insects he'd grown used to over the past few years. Kryvax turned to look at the two individuals who Dalaran had sent to evaluate the enclave's ongoing construction. "I see," said the city's guard captain, a middle-aged human man. "This is really impressive. It's hard to imagine such large tunnels were dug out in just a month." "Quite," said his mage companion, an elvish woman responsible for evaluating the Nerubians' magical defenses. "The wards are very well constructed as well, and fall within the agreed-upon regulations." While Dalaran didn't mind giving the Nerubians their own portion of the city to live in, the High Elves already did. After all, there were obvious limits to what they could and could not do, which included the construction of certain wards. After all, the first priority of any government would always be its own safety. "Of course, Magistrix Autumnsinger," Kryvax said diplomatically. "Every part of the enclave's construction falls well within the regulations we agreed upon with the Council of Six." That wasn't even a lie, thankfully. Azjol-Nerub was not currently interested in invading Dalaran and was more than willing to honor the agreements it made, so long as doing so remained in their best interest. "I'm glad to hear that," said the elvish woman, turning to send an uncomfortable glance at Askidra as it passed them by. "Have there been any difficulties building the tunnels around the underbelly?" "No, we haven't had any problems with that," Kryvax said truthfully as he began walking down the cavern to continue their tour. "We sent a few of our warriors to properly map out the underbelly, and worm handler Krutzok has done a good job directing the Hormongar away from its tunnels. Our people have more than enough experience in such matters, so there's no need to worry." After the first time there was an accident caused by Dalaran's map of the underbelly not being completely accurate, something which was blamed on the slums residents' illegal tunneling and expansion, the delegation had decided to scout out the sewers tunnels themselves. Kryvax hadn't hesitated to take advantage of the situation by asking Massuk to learn as much as he could about the slums residents, and more specifically the local goblins. Kryvax was hoping to find someone willing to do some discreet work for the right price. Although he had been willing to act more patiently before while Azjol-Nerub solidified its diplomatic ties and he gradually increased his own magical ability, the signs that the Second War was close to entering full swing grew larger and larger by the day. Communication with Hosmodan was nearly non-existent by this point, and people were expecting to hear news of refugees fleeing north across the Thandal span at any moment. All of this meant that Kryvax would need to make preparations if he intended to interfere proactively in the war. The rest of the tour went fairly well, with Kryvax showing them every part of the tunnels, including the various sleeping quarters separated by caste, a cavern filled with half-constructed structures which would eventually serve as a site for magical experimentation, a cavern just for the Hormongar and other Nerubian beasts, and an exclusive area meant to hold the enclave's local queen and possibly a few experimental eggs. There were also some more mundane sections such as the main government building representing Azjol-Nerub and a guest area for those non-Nerubians who choose to stay overnight in the enclave. There were likely lots of little things he was missing too, but he didn't know the ins and outs of every single room in the enclave. That would be up to those living and working here. The tunnels running throughout the enclave were lined with arcane lights and glowing fungi for light, along with webs made of silk more solid and inflexible than what Kryvax was used to in Azjol-Nerub. This was mostly for the convenience of their non-Nerubian guests, who would have found it much more difficult to walk on the silk they usually used. Not to mention the need to make use of fewer non-vertical surfaces since non-Nerubians couldn't easily just climb a wall or ceiling to get around. Eventually, they reached the last part of their tour, which was a large cavern that would eventually house the enclave's ziggurat. However, there wasn't much to see yet, with only a few weavers and skitterers laying down the building's foundation. It didn't take very long after that before Kryvax was waving goodbye to the two inspectors, who were both more than eager to leave the subterranean enclave the moment their work was concluded. As soon as they were gone, Kryvax allowed himself to relax and let out a sigh of relief. He hadn't been wrong to assume that his days were going to grow busier after the opening of the portal to Enkila, but things had gone surprisingly well so far and Kryvax couldn't help but feel glad. Just as he was about to return to his room to reward himself by snacking on a particularly delicious breed of scorpion native to the Howling Fjord, Kryvax was suddenly interrupted by a nervous voice coming from behind him, Vizier Kryvax. Turning quickly at the sound of his name, Kryvax relaxed when he saw that it was just one of the initiates sent by the Circle to learn in Dalaran. Yes, Initiate Selmit. How can I help you? Asked Kryvax. I would like to request your assistance in finding the classroom for my scheduled lesson, said Initiate Selmit as he fidgeted nervously. Kryvax knew that most viziers would never deign to assist an initiate with something so small, but he had gained a certain reputation for being different. You've been in Dalaran for a while now, why are you still having trouble finding your classes? Kryvax asked patiently. I find it difficult to adjust to the surface, said Selmit after a moment of hesitant silence. The layout of their city makes no sense to me, and the sun and the sky can be overwhelming. That was a feeling common to many of the Nerubians who had no experience with the surface. Much of the delegation was the same at first even though they got over it fast, so Kryvax found it hard to blame the initiate. After all, he knew more than most that getting used to a new situation drastically different from what you were used to before was not easy. Of course, Initiate, said Kryvax in his best patient mentor voice, ignoring the fact that the initiate was likely biologically older than him and had probably been studying magic for longer than him as well. I was just about to start making my way to Runeweave Square anyway, so you're welcome to join me. That was a lie, but he should probably actually start making his way there given that Crash's lesson in advanced polymorphic transmutation was scheduled to start soon. Aside from the lesson being an excellent opportunity for him to stalk Crashus back to his lair, he was also quite interested in listening to the Archmage's lesson itself. Dragons possessed a natural talent for shape-shifting magic, so Kryvax wouldn't be surprised if Crashus knew more about the subject than anyone else in the city. With a relieved nod, Selmit skittered to his side and the two of them began making their way up into Dalaran, the surface entrance to the enclave being located near the edge of the city proper. As Kryvax led the initiate to Runeweave Square, he glanced at the surrounding pedestrians and felt a hint of wonder at how quickly the people of Dalaran were growing used to the giant spider people among them. Most still gave a short stare and shared some quiet whispers when they saw them, but it was growing less and less each day as they simply became a regular sight in the city. It didn't take very long before Kryvax was ushering the initiate into a classroom in which an elvish mage was giving an introductory lecture on enchanting. Many of the students turned to stare at them, but Kryvax ignored them as he waved Selmit goodbye and left to begin making his way to the portion of Runeweaver Square dedicated to more advanced lessons. Let's see. Advanced Elemental Abjuration, Foundational Construct Conjuration, Tangible Illusion Construction. Advanced Polymorphic Transmutation by Archmage Crashus Cinder Depth. Kryvax paused for a moment as he realized that this was the first time he ever read anything about Crashus having a surname. It wasn't something that he had ever thought about before, simply assuming that the people who wrote Warcraft's lore were too lazy to give last names to all of their characters, but it stood out to him now that it had been brought to his attention. Does Antonidas have a last name? Does Kel'Thuzad? I know Kael'Thas and Ansirem have last names, but does everyone else? Is this just some kind of weird mage thing? Kryvax forcibly pushed these thoughts away and stepped into the classroom. He could always look into it later when he had the time. While most of the previous classrooms he had seen in Dalaran reminded him of some of the lecture halls he'd seen during college, this one was much smaller in comparison, likely due to the smaller number of mages attending the advanced class. The students themselves seemed older and more mature than the ones he had seen in Arcanist Flametrail's class or any of the introductory classes he'd seen over the past month. Several of them were likely fully fledged mages who were simply looking to learn a new skill from an archmage. Under the assessing gazes of said mages, Kryvax found himself a convenient spot near the back of the classroom and folded his legs under himself as he sat down. It seemed that nobody had remembered to prepare a cushion for the classroom, and none of the chairs were built to accommodate a Nerubian. Fortunately, he didn't have to wait long before the dragon that he wanted to see came walking into the classroom and immediately began drawing out two different arcane glyphs on the board at the front of the class. Unlike runes, arcane glyphs generally served as a visual representation of a particular piece of spellcraft and did not possess any power on their own. Kryvax had studied enough transmutation to know that these particular glyphs represented two similar spells related to the polymorph spell, although he was having trouble understanding the differences between the two. Crashus very quickly finished drawing the two glyphs and turned to address the classroom, nodding an acknowledgement to Kryvax before beginning his lecture. One of the most difficult challenges mages have when delving into advanced polymorphic transmutations is understanding the difference between polymorphing themselves and polymorphing an external entity, began Crashus, his voice easily carrying throughout the room. All of you should understand the 4 regulations regarding polymorphic magic. Crashus paused for a moment before directing his gaze to a dwarvish man, one of the few that Kryvax had seen studying magic in Dalaran. Mage Timor, name these 4 regulations, said Crashus, causing everyone to turn their attention to the dwarf. Why yes, Archmage, said the dwarf, obviously nervous at being the center of attention. The 4 regulations are the following: do not turn a creature of lesser intelligence into a creature of higher intelligence, only use pre-approved creatures for polymorphs, do not polymorph inanimate objects, and never polymorph anything that is halfway through a portal. Correct, said Crashus, returning his focus back to the rest of the class, much to the dwarf's relief. Those of you who are more perceptive will note that 3 of these 4 regulations are a result of the natural differences between the minds of different creatures or entities, which naturally causes significant difficulties when attempting to transform one entity into another. I'm sure many of you are familiar with the infamous Murelf incident if you wish for an example of what might happen as a result of these difficulties. At Crashus's words, a collective shudder passed through the gathered mages. Kryvax wasn't sure what the infamous Murelf incident was, but he could guess by the name and immediately felt more cautious about experimenting with such magic. To be able to safely polymorph oneself necessitates the ability to account for such differences, said Crassus, ignoring the discomfort of the students. And a mage capable of doing so is naturally also able to ignore these regulations. With that said, Crassus didn't hesitate to give a demonstration by casting a spell on the piece of chalk in his hand, immediately transforming it into a large snake that began slithering its way up the Archmage's arm. Learning how to account for these differences will not be enough if you wish to change your form at will, but it is an important first step, said Crassus, turning the snake back into a piece of chalk with a wave of his hand, much to the amazement of the gathered mages. Today, I will teach you what you need to know to take this step if you have the drive to do so. He listened to the lecture with interest as the Archmage explained aspects of transmutation that Kryvax had never thought of before. He knew that the ability to mimic the dragon's natural shapeshift was still far from reach, but Kryvax couldn't help but wonder what it would be like if he could easily change his form. He was never the kind of person to dwell on things outside of his control, which was why he put so much effort into adjusting himself to his new body instead of wasting his time mourning his lost humanity. Even back when he had been Sam instead of Kryvax, he had always been more of a go-with-the-flow kind of guy. However, being confronted with the possibility that he might be able to change his form sometime in the future made him feel more than a little conflicted. He didn't mind being a giant spider person, he even found the fact that he had 4 arms to be extremely convenient. But, it would be nice to have the ability to shift into a human form every once in a while, at least just so that he could remember what it felt like. Although listening to this lecture, I get the feeling that I'm probably not going to be at that level anytime soon, Kryvax thought self-deprecatingly. He decided to push his troublesome thoughts away before he gave himself a case of species dysmorphia. Kryvax listened to the rest of the lecture with rapt attention, making careful notes of things that didn't understand for him to ask Haddix about later. Crassus proved himself to be an able and patient teacher, answering every question asked with clarity. He also gave plenty of warnings about the dangers of experimenting with transmutation magic without proper guidance and shared examples of things that had happened to mages who didn't heed those warnings. Kryvax had no idea why anyone would think that it was a good idea to turn themselves into a chair of all things. Sometimes it seemed like mages just had a tendency to make really ridiculous decisions. I really hope I don't end up like that, thought Kryvax as he tried to banish the image of a meat chair from his mind. The lesson went on for nearly 2 hours before the Archmage declared it over, causing the gathered mages to begin packing up their things and start making their way to the door. Kryvax was just about to follow their lead and begin making preparations for his dragon-stalking adventure when he was interrupted by the sound of said dragon calling his name. Vizier Kryvax, if you wouldn't mind sparing a moment of your time, there's a matter that I wish to discuss with you. Yes, Archmage? How can I help you? Kryvax asked nervously after approaching the dragon, surprised that he wanted to speak with him. Does he know something? Kryvax wondered, quickly examining his mental shields for any signs of intrusion. He knew that it was irrational, but he couldn't help but worry that Archmage somehow knew what he was planning. Thank you for staying behind, Vizier Kryvax, Crassus said kindly, offering him a polite smile. I just wanted to take the opportunity to ask again about your delegation's intentions to share more information about Northrend. Kryvax felt some of the tension leave his shoulders as he realized that the dragon just wanted to probe him again about what information they intended to share with the Eastern Kingdoms. He most likely wanted to know how much Azjol-Nerub knew about the dragons and Wormrest Temple. While I'm afraid that I can't personally share much about Northrend yet, I can tell you that Azjol-Nerub intends to share more information soon, Kryvax said truthfully. Oh? On what topic? Asked Crassus, the picture of polite curiosity. If Kryvax didn't know that this was a topic that the Archmage had a personal interest in, he would almost certainly have believed that he was only mildly curious. High King Anubarak has given our delegation permission to explain why we have forbidden entry to certain portions of Northrend's surface, said Kryvax, causing the tiny amount of tension that had entered the dragon's expression to dissipate. Azjol-Nerub had finally secured the Vragals' resting places enough that even the most conservative of Nerubians found there to be little threat in sharing information about them with the humans. I'm sure many of our scholars will be glad to hear that. Some of them have been very enthusiastic in their speculation, said Crassus, chuckling softly. When do you intend to share that information? We haven't really decided the best time to do so, but I imagine it will be sometime soon, said Kryvax. There's no particular reason to wait after all. That's certainly true. Do you have intentions of sharing before you leave Dalaran? If the information is important enough to require the approval of your High King before you can share it, then I imagine it must be quite interesting, said Crassus enthusiastically. I admit, I'm looking forward to seeing how the scholars react to what you wish to share. Kryvax knew that he probably was looking forward to it, especially since the dragon likely already knew that they intended to share information about the Vragal. I can bring the suggestion forward to the rest of the delegation, Archmage, but we haven't made a decision yet on the topic. I appreciate it, but there's no need to go out of your way to indulge me for such a small thing, said Crassus, shaking his head and smiling at him with good nature before quickly changing the subject. How did you enjoy my lessons? Did you have any problems understanding anything? At the Archmage's question, Kryvax's expression immediately lit up and he quickly retrieved his notebook from his spatial bag. Actually, yes there were. If you wouldn't mind answering a few questions, there are a few things that I could use some help understanding. Of course, said Crassus, smiling gently. I wouldn't mind at all. Kryvax didn't hesitate to question the Archmage about everything that confused him about transmutation. Crassus was just as patient answering his questions in a private setting as he was during the lecture, and Kryvax could feel his admiration for the dragon grow the longer he spoke with him. A part of him wanted to just come out and tell Crassus everything that he knew about Deathwing and the many threats that Azeroth would face in the future, but Kryvax knew that he wouldn't be able to bring himself to do so. Even if Kryvax considered himself to be a relatively kind and empathetic person, he knew that he was not a trusting one. It had taken him several years before he had even considered sharing his meta-knowledge with his closest friend, so there wasn't much chance of him spilling his guts to a relative stranger. Even as kind as Crassus seemed to be, Kryvax simply didn't know him well enough to extend that kind of trust if other options were available to him. But as long as Hazmodan had still not yet fallen and Alexstrasza was not in immediate danger, he still felt like he had enough time to share information with Crassus in a way that would hide his identity. Was it paranoia? Most likely, but considering how he was technically a part of a secret organization that had hidden in the shadows for thousands of years, that is probably a good quality to have. Are you sure that there's nothing else you need me to explain? Asked Crassus after Kryvax finished running through every question written down in his notebook. Yes, Archmage, Kryvax said gratefully. Thank you for your time. This has done a lot to help me understand some of the more difficult parts of the polymorph spell. And it was true. Although Kryvax had already had a bit of success in learning how to cast polymorph, the spell was incredibly nuanced and there was a lot about it that he still had to learn. I'm glad that I could be of assistance, said Crassus. Your people have done a lot to breathe a breath of fresh air into the city. For many reasons, Dalaran has a tendency to stagnate, so the introduction of new magic and ideas into the city is far more valuable than a few moments of my time. Kryvax thanked the man again for his time and began making his way out of the classroom while checking through his telepathic connection that the flyer he had brought with him to Runeweaver Square was still where he left it. Back during the conversation that he had with Haddix right before his first meeting with Trixie in Moaki Harbor, the vizier had mentioned that a flyer had been surveilling the village for signs of visitors from the Eastern Kingdom. At the time, Kryvax had wondered how the vizier had been able to find out what the flyer saw so quickly, but he had saved his questions until later. He didn't get a straight answer on the matter until after he officially joined the order and learned exactly what magic they had used. Kryvax didn't pause as he cast the spell, which would split a part of his mind to look through the perspective of the flyer hiding on top of one of the roofs in Runeweaver Square, waiting for Crassus to appear. Aside from being relatively small and hard to spot, the flyer was also being hidden from notice by a lesser version of the same spell that Haddix usually used to sneak around, an abjuration-based spell that caused people not to pay attention to things under its notice. Given that it was a spell cast by Kryvax, it would naturally not do much against a mage as powerful as Crassus if he was being vigilant, but it didn't need to. All it needed to do was make sure that none of the other pedestrians noticed the flyer as it followed the dragon back to his lair. Crassus had no reason to be particularly worried that someone would be following him, so as long as nobody was pointing and screaming at the flying spider bat, then it was unlikely that he would notice a thing. Kryvax calmly started walking back to the enclave as the flyer began stalking the dragon once he left the classroom. It would really make my life much easier if an Archmage's address was public information. Please just go home, Mr. Dragon. I really don't want to follow you all day as you do your chores. As Crassus failed to make his way to the residential area and instead started heading to the section of the city that held the Violet Citadel, Kryvax felt his hopes start to fall. The Archmage did indeed go to several locations that were obviously not his home, as Kryvax immediately isolated himself in his room the moment he reached the enclave. At least the magic is doing its job. A part of him had expected to immediately fail, resulting in him being confronted by an angry dragon wizard, but Crassus had not shown any signs of noticing that he was being followed. Of course, that didn't exactly guarantee that the dragon hadn't actually noticed, but Kryvax was choosing to be optimistic. The flyer continued to follow Crassus for the next 30 minutes until he eventually reached a nondescript house near the edge of the district. Feeling curious, Kryvax extended his magical senses through the flyer to inspect the building, only for him to feel as if his heart jumped out of his chest after noticing that Crassus immediately stopped moving once he did so. Fuck. Did I just reveal myself? I've never heard anything from Haddix about mages being able to notice another mage's magical senses. Kryvax felt himself stop breathing as he waited for an angry wizard to teleport right next to him and ask him why he was following him. After what felt like an eternity, but was more likely just a few tense moments, Crassus began moving again as if nothing was wrong and calmly entered the building. The moment the Archmage was out of sight, he quickly directed the flyer away from the building and instructed it to fly back to the enclave. Only then did Kryvax allow himself to start breathing again. Although his quest to find out where Crassus lived was seemingly successful, he wasn't completely sure how to feel. A part of him was convinced that the dragon had noticed something, but if so, then why didn't he do anything about it? After spending a few minutes thinking over the matter, Kryvax decided that he didn't know enough about Crassus to come up with an answer. I hope that it was just my imagination. Still, now that he knew where the Archmage lived, it wouldn't be particularly difficult to arrange for a letter to be sent anonymously to the location. Even if the wards made it impossible for someone like Kryvax to approach the building undetected, a little bit of gold to serve as motivation and a few clever uses of magic to hide his identity would be enough to make the arrangements. Feeling cautiously optimistic, Kryvax plucked a howling fjord scorpion from the frostweave in the corner of his room and rewarded himself for a job semi-well done. Just as he was finishing his meal and was about to begin planning out exactly what he intended to write in the letter, Kryvax was interrupted by a skitterer frantically running into his room and delivering a letter before immediately running back out. Not hesitating to push aside his previous plans, Kryvax opened the letter and began reading. Although the letter was short and the details it contained were sparse, its contents were enough to completely change many of his plans. After all, now that most of Hazmodan had been conquered by the Horde and what refugees that had successfully fled the region were saying about Ironforge and Gnome Regan being under siege, he didn't have very much time left to wait. It was now or never. As Anki Quirkwire and his flymates flew through the cold air of Dunmarok for another scouting run with his goggles on tight as his flight suit did its best to keep him warm, he could not help but feel dread at what he could see peeking over the horizon and making its way through the searing gorge and towards his home. Namely, campfires. Thousands upon thousands of campfires. He, like other pilots, had been patrolling the edges of Dunmarok, pushing the limits of how far their machines could reach with no other places besides home to refuel for months now on the order of the High Tinkerer. Ever since these otherworldly invaders called the Horde had destroyed Stormwind, both Ironforge and Gnomeregan were worried they would turn their attention north to fuel their lust for conquest. For a while the orcs, those green-skinned creatures that made humans seem small, seemed happy enough ravaging the former lands of Stormwind, but he and others noticed how they kept building and building up their forces. They made countless weapons in their equally countless forges, built hundreds and hundreds of siege weapons, and gathered more and more troops at Blackrock Mountain. All signs pointed towards the Horde preparing for further conflict. Some in Ironforge even believed that the Horde had allied with their cast-out cousins, the Dark Iron Clan, after hearing about how they had so easily taken territory that belonged to the dark-skinned dwarfs. Judging by the quality of the arms and armor of the Horde that Anki and other pilots could see through their spyglasses, they believed it. Day by day, Anki watched as the war machine pointed toward his home grew more and more terrible, the vastness of it all enough to make him feel hopeless. Then the horrible day came when that army started to move north as everyone had predicted, and all Anki and his flymates could do was report back how much closer the Horde got every day to Dunmarok. Soon they would be entering the first passes and tunnels into the snowy region, but they would be ready, he hoped. His were not a warlike people, the gnomes never having to face any large-scale conflict in all their history. They invented for betterment, progress, exploration, industry, and fun. Not for war. Anki was feeling glad now that the dwarfs saw fit to create the tools of war that might allow them to survive this coming calamity. He didn't know what he would do if they didn't have guns and bombs to even the scale against such a terrible foe. But not even the dwarfs of Ironforge, their closest friends, allies, and some even believed cousins, had seen large-scale fighting since the War of Three Hammers over 2 centuries ago, and that would be more comparable to a small skirmish compared to this. They were not like the humans, who seemed to exist in a near-constant state of war, and were out of their element against a seemingly unending hostile force who had already destroyed a whole kingdom that had won its last 2 wars against terrible threats, but fallen here. Already both rulers had sounded the evacuation of all dwarfs and gnomes in Hosmodan to the safety and fortifications of the cities, resulting in a situation where both Ironforge and Gnomeregan contained practically every living soul in the entire region. Rushed efforts were being done to upgrade and improve upon both capitals' already extensive defenses while both populations were being put through hurried militia training to fight alongside the proper military of both kingdoms if need be. The idea that things were so grim and the threat so large that everyone had to fight, it made Anki glad there were gnomes and dwarfs far to the north so that should the worst happen. He didn't even want to think about it. Still, the best he could do right now as the Horde drew steadily closer was to keep an eye on their movements and make sure that the dwarfs knew where to hit them to make them really hurt. After all, it wasn't as if the Horde had anything that could bring down true gnomish craftsmanship. Ironforge was talking about arming things like his baby with guns and bombs so they could do more, but the idea of his machine being used for such violence and not flying and exploration like she was made for made him sick to his stomach. There had been proposals like that before, of course. While his people did not like using their inventions for violence, they were not stupid or blind enough to not notice the possibilities, but there had simply never been any need before now. Still, war required sacrifices and if that was the worst thing that he would have to compromise on, then it would be a blessing. A quick look at his fuel gauge showed he was nearing the halfway point, so he signaled his flymates and they turned around to head home for maintenance and refueling, both for their machines and themselves. The next flight would take over the scouting and patrolling while they reported on what they found and got their rest. Unfortunately, one thing was undoubtedly certain. The Horde had come to Hosmodan. Just a little more. Brand Bronzebeard, youngest of the brothers Bronzebeard, said quietly as he looked through his spyglass at the approaching greenskin army that was making their way through the single pass they hadn't yet collapsed. Once word had come through of the Horde's advance into Dunmarok proper, he and his fellow mountaineers, along with the demolition teams, got to work right quick to make certain the Horde only had one way to go. They knew they couldn't stop the tide of greenskins, but they could slow them down and make sure they went where they wanted. With that in mind, they left this large pass suspiciously open. Oh, Bran was sure the Horde's leadership had noticed, but the bastards couldn't do anything about it unless they wanted to spend weeks digging through the collapsed passes and tunnels or brave a trek through the high mountains. So they sent their army through, and surprisingly nothing happened, so they just kept going. The ambush they were likely expecting did not come and they began to lower their guard. Bran didn't believe in fighting fair against already unfair odds, which was why he and his fellows set up a trap for the greenskins, one which relied on his knowledge of the mountains. There was no other dwarf in all of Hosmodan that knew these mountains' geography as well as he, and none knew their geology as well either. Bran watched the greenskins patiently as they slowly marched themselves to their deaths. Now, he signaled to the various demo teams throughout the area, firing a flare into the sky for everyone in the area to see. That got the Horde to stop short and get on guard, likely thinking it was the beginning of some kind of magical attack. Oh no, Bran had far worse in store for the monsters. He had a lot of friends from Stormwind to avenge after all. All around the Horde's advancing force, muted booms could be heard coming from every direction, causing many orcs to look around them in confusion trying to find the source of the noise. But then a new sound began booming throughout the pass, one that rumbled like thunder and came with all the force of a tsunami on land. Bran picked this spot specifically to force the Horde through since its mountain peaks were full of snow, snow which was easily dislodged by a few well-placed explosives. Rushing toward the Horde like an unrelenting wave, snow and stone tumbled down from the surrounding mountains, funneled specifically to crash down on the approaching army. They recognized the danger right away and many attempted to flee, but none could outrun the avalanche that Bran had meticulously planned. Bran and his forces watched from the safety of their carefully selected spots as the front part of the Horde's army simply vanished in mere moments as the greenskins were buried in snow until the pass was no longer a pass. By the time it was over, there was nothing left but a large hill of debris that would take the Horde no small amount of time and resources to even attempt to get past. Still, even Bran was shocked as he witnessed a few of the creatures dig themselves out of their tomb. Not many, and clearly very injured, but the fact that anything at all survived that avalanche was nothing short of amazing, and terrifying. Just how tough are these damn things? Bran couldn't help but growl as he saw what few survivors of the trap pulled themselves out of the snow. Even worse, this wasn't even the whole army, merely the frontmost part of it, and Bran was sure it was the expendable part since the Horde had been no doubt expecting an ambush. Now that they had shown them what they were capable of, Bran was certain that the Horde would be more careful going through Dun Marok. Of course, that wasn't all of his tricks, and the more successful they were at slowing the Horde down the more time his eldest brother and king had time to prepare his people and the gnomes. If the Horde wanted to make their way through Dun Marok to attack his home, then he would make them pay in blood for every step they took. After all, Bran thought as he picked up his rifle and looked down its scope, aiming directly at the healthiest-looking orc that had survived the trap and even now was looking for its weapon, no one knows these mountains better than me. Thus was the first official shot of the invasion of Hazmodan made that day, followed by many others as the dwarves of Ironforge drew first blood. For Hazmodan, Miraden Bronzebeard, middle child of the brothers Bronzebeard and Hythane of Ironforge, let out a furious war cry as he split an orc in twain with his rune axe in one hand while crushing the head of another with his hammer. He didn't allow himself to slow down for a single moment, with each strike of his weapons outright killing or at least mortally wounding every orc that attempted to get close to him. An orc raider, riding upon its giant wolf mount, attempted to ram him only for him to toss his hammer into the rider, knocking the orc off clean into the air and collapsing its chest. Miraden swiftly followed up ramming his axe into the wolf's skull, killing it instantly. With a raised hand his hammer flew back to him, returning to his grip easily and its head stained with blood and pieces of bone. That wasn't the end of it though as the creature that shouldn't even be able to breathe picked itself up, coughing blood all the while, and ran at him with his axe raised high. Miraden admired the determination if nothing else, even if he wished it wasn't pointed at his people. He blocked the orc's strike with his hammer and counter-struck with his own axe, bisecting the orc from his waist to his shoulder. Try getting up from that, Miraden growled as the two halves of the orc fell down dead. Several more orcs charged at him, in hopes of avenging their fallen comrade, but their efforts were useless. Not only was Miraden a highly accomplished warrior, but every single piece of gear that he was wearing was heavily enchanted and masterfully crafted. That meant that Miraden slaughtered the orcs easily as soon as they drew close enough to meet his axe. All around him the sounds of battle could be heard as he and his warriors did combat with a party of orc scouts. Doughty warriors fought and killed creatures nearly 3 times their size, all with skill and bravery while armed and armored with the best Ironforge had to offer. Miraden had been leading parties such as this for weeks now, for while they could not beat the Horde in numbers face to face they could ride out on their rams and slaughter their scouting parties and the smaller warbands that the Horde sent ahead to secure ground. At first, it was easy. Using their mounts and their home environment to their advantage, they usually managed to get the drop on the creature, take them out quickly, and then head off before any reinforcements could come. The goal was to blind the Horde as much as possible, while their own eyes in the sky kept constant watch on them. This made it easier to lead them into traps, dead ends, and slow them down more and more, delivering 1,000 cuts to a colossal beast until it bled out. Sadly, as the weeks dragged on and the Horde's main body kept on marching into Dun Marok their numbers and forces grew, and so did the challenge to fight them back. First, it was the ogres, lumbering brutes that were twice the size of the orcs themselves. Stupid as stones but just as strong and tough to kill as they looked. Miraden had seen many brave dwarf warriors be crushed under their bulk or tossed aside with ease, their bodies collapsing under the immense strength of the stupid creatures. They were dumb muscle, yes, but muscle all the same. Of course, they were nothing compared to the two-headed variants who could actually think. They had all the strength and toughness of their less intelligent cousins, but also the ability to use arcane magic, not unlike the mages up north. Although unlike them they used their magic brutally and savagely but no less effectively against his warriors. Thankfully they were rarer to see on the battlefield than the single-headed and non-magical kind. But the worst were not the ogres, oh no. There was something far worse among the Horde that showed their wicked nature more than anything else Miraden had ever seen. Death Knight. One of his warriors cried out in warning, and Miraden was quick to turn his head and see the approaching enemy reinforcements, more orc raiders being led by the being in question. An abomination of life and death riding upon an equally undead steed, the former Knights of Stormwind rode again as monsters in service of the Horde. He knew not what foul magics animated them, only that they took delight in slaughter and that they thrived in death. Miraden recalled seeing the literal life of dwarf warriors being sucked out of them before such creatures, seemingly refusing to fall no matter how much damage they suffered. And worst of all, the monsters raised the dead as mindless servants, both enemies and allies, to sick upon the living. Such creatures took far too many lives to take down, especially when every living dwarf was needed in this war, so there was only one thing to do at this time. Fall back! Fall back! He bellowed his order for all to hear. Disengage and fall back. It was sadly an order that he had to give more and more as the fighting kept on. He and his warriors killed and killed, but it didn't feel as if they were even making a dent in the Horde's numbers. It seemed no matter how many bands he personally saw defeated, the Horde's movement continued undaunted. So it was with an increasingly heavy heart as he helped cover his warrior's retreat before mounting his ram and beating feet to safety as fast they could. Thankfully, despite the speed and endurance of the Death Knight's undead steeds, they were still limited in how they could move like the live horses they once were, while Iron Forge's rams were made to move within their mountainous home. They quickly escaped their enemies and made for safety to regroup, Meriden counting his party to see how many they had lost. Less than he feared, more than he hoped. His was not the only warrior band striking at the Horde where they could, but their casualties were building quickly and soon it would not be safe for even probing attacks. They might be slowing down the Horde, but he wondered at times if they were only delaying the inevitable. No, he shook his head. I can't think like that. Let's get home, lads. We'll get them back next time. He encouraged his men. Though I wished I believed it more myself. Deep in the military ward of Ironforge, dwarfs and gnomes of all kinds were rushing around delivering reports, transporting messages, giving status updates, and everything else needed to help run an army as smoothly as possible. This was the first major conflict for the people of Ironforge in centuries, but they had been training and preparing since that time, even if the enemy they were facing was far from the one they were expecting. Within said ward the king of Ironforge himself, Magni Bronzebeard, stood next to his fellow ruler and close friend, Jalbin Mechatork, High Tinkerer of Gnome Regan. Both were listening to Angus Stonemer, captain of the Ironforge Guard, give them a personal update about the conflict with the Horde. It was not good news. They simply number too many, he repeated the fact that all knew but dreaded to hear. Our efforts have slowed them down considerably, but the Horde's soldiers are tough and determined. They will reach our gates soon, my lords, and we have no hope of matching them in open combat. All other major settlements and holdouts have fallen, their populations here, fled or worse. Then we make our stand, King Magni said grimly. We've done all that we can and now we must trust that our defenses will see us through this dark night. We've made all the preparations we could in such a short time, Jalbin finally spoke up. But Gnome Regan is not Ironforge. I fear we will prove to be a weak link to you, dear friend. Nonsense. Gnome Regan's gates are as tough as ours and your inventions will scare off the Horde, this I'm sure. Magni was quick to counter his friend's dire words. Still, should the worst happen? Jalbin started hesitantly, before his expression turned to one of firm resolve. I'll evacuate as many of my people as I can through the tunnels connecting us together. Then you'll close the gates behind them and collapse them. Only if you promise to offer my people the same, Magni said grimly. Knowing the Horde they will come at us first, thinking we are the toughest nut to crack, and breach our walls first. Only because your people have shown you are the better warriors, while all we've done Jalbin started, only to be interrupted by Magni. Is provide invaluable aerial reconnaissance, nearly all your city's engineers to help strengthen our defenses and build our weapons, lent me your clerks and workers to help run the logistics for my warriors, and a million other things, said Magni, listing out the gnome's many contributions. Your people are not weak Jalbin, your strengths are many and have been proven time and again. Ironforge is blessed to have an ally like Gnome Regan in these dark times. Jalbin could only smile at the kind words, even if the smile did not reach his eyes and he did not totally believe them. His thoughts turned to the steam armor that he had begun constructing as soon as he learned of the Horde, but he knew that it would not be ready nearly in time. His people had not been ready for war. Still, we still have time to do what work we can and make sure we are ready, Jalbin finally decided to say after a moment of silence. We'll double-check the stockpiles, but according to my calculations, we should have enough supplies to last us years if we manage it right. We can still mine, get water, and build things even during a prolonged siege, and we have the experimental mushroom farms working overtime to produce all the food we might need. So the only way we are losing this fight is if the Horde breaks in our front door, which we won't allow, Magni said with a cruel smirk. They'll drown in their own blood before they even make a dent, you'll see. While I am not one for such graphic descriptions, I hope so my friend, Jalbin nodded solemnly, hating the loss of life but also knowing it was the only way for them to survive. I must return to Gnome Regan soon to go over any final checks before the Horde reaches us. That and I'm sure Sicko is getting tired of being in charge while I'm over here, he finished with a laugh. To victory then, my friend, Magni said as he grabbed a nearby mug of ale. To peace, Jalbin said as he grabbed his own mug. Hopefully, they could share another drink when this was all over and they were still alive, hopefully. What an utter waste of time, Orgrim Doomhammer, Warcraft of the Horde, could not help but growl. While the invasion of Hosmodan was necessary for the Horde to get access to the resources it needed to invade the northern human kingdoms, it didn't mean that the whole experience wasn't a bloody slog the entire way. The dwarfs, and surprisingly even the gnomes, had resisted their advance with a determination that was very orc-like, worthy of respect for their courage and fortitude. They made the Horde fight for every inch they gained and were still making them earn it as all attempts at breaching Ironforge and Gnome Regan produced only failure and piles of orc corpses. It got so bad that Doomhammer had no choice but to put a stop to the assaults and simply instruct Keelrope Deadeye and his Bleeding Hollow clan to keep up the siege and keep them contained. They had what they needed anyhow, full control of Hosmodan's natural resources and access to the dwarven forges that they had conquered during the course of their invasion. The Bleeding Hollow would keep the short folk contained while the Blackrock would create more armaments and siege weapons for the Horde to better prepare them for their northern invasion. It was absolutely essential that they destroyed the humans as quickly as possible so that his people could have a new home away from their dying homeland. They had to strike before they could be destroyed. For that cause, there was nothing that he would not do and no line that he would not cross. He would even suffer Gul'dan's continued survival and that of his pet ogre so long as the traitorous warlock kept providing death knights. The abominations had proven their worth several times over during the course of the invasion and had done much to smash apart organized resistance to their advance. That would change once the war was over and the warlock's assistance was no longer so valuable, of course. Still, they had much to prepare for still, beyond arming his warriors and recovering the losses taken coming this far. It would be the height of foolishness to attempt to invade the north by land since the only means to do so was across a single bridge no doubt the humans would well fortify. So the only other choice they had to transport his warriors to their enemies would be to cross the sea, something orcs did not particularly have much experience with. Creating a fleet large enough to transport most of the horde that far would take time he would need to convince his warriors of this plan and ideally find more allies. Fortunately, he had options on that front, such as the creatures called goblins who had been reading out to the horde recently to do business with them, along with envoys from those in the north that had no love of humans, trolls of a different clan from the ones encountered during the war with Stormwind. Time was also his enemy for he knew the northern kingdoms at this time must have been preparing for their arrival, but there was no helping it. For now, they were victorious and that was worth celebrating. They would rest and prepare, and then the horde would conquer the north and destroy anything that could be a threat to their future. It is the only way, he thought as he gripped his family's weapon tightly. Chapter 32. Crasius, also known as Corielstrass, felt a slight unease as he listened to the Council of Six discuss the most recent news about how things were developing down south. According to all reports, the situation was dire, and Crasius could see the council members increasing their assessment of the horde's threat. Have we truly not had any success in our attempts to contact Ironforge or Gnome Reagan? Asked Ansirem, his voice filled with surprise. All of our attempts have been complete failures, Kel'Thuzad said bluntly. While the horde's magic is not particularly sophisticated, it has a certain strength to it. Perhaps if I knew more about the magic that they use, then I would have a better idea of how to overcome them. Kel'Thuzad spoke the last part while staring pointedly at Antonidas, who simply ignored him completely. Crasius knew that Kel'Thuzad held the Grand Magus responsible for not allowing him to study more dangerous magic firsthand. Privately, he was grateful that the mortals were smart enough to severely limit the study of such vile magic. He knew far more than they did how dangerous such studies could be, especially in regard to the corruptive powers of Fel and Void. Even the Nerubians don't seem to use void magic anymore, and they are literally descended from creatures formed from the old gods Icor, he thought in the privacy of his own mind. There had once been a time shortly after the Nerubians' disastrous defeat in their war against the Vrykul that some among his people had proposed attacking the creatures while they were at their weakest. After all, their race had been servants of the old gods at the time and was thus considered to be a threat to Azeroth. Ultimately, it was his beloved queen, Alexstrasza, who had opposed the destruction of an entire race of sapient beings, regardless of how dangerous they might be. Crasius had not agreed with his beloved's decision at the time, even if he had kept his thoughts to himself, but he now saw that his queen was far wiser than he. He was still surprised at how much the creatures had changed after not seeing them for a few millennia, and no matter how closely he studied them, he could find no trace of the old god's influence. It seemingly showed that even the old god's forces could grow common sense and abandon the malicious entities. Crasius couldn't help but chuckle to himself at the thought. Has there been any news from Capital City on any progress made by the Council of Seven Nations? Asked Antonidas, continuing to ignore Kel'Thuzad as the Archmage glared in his direction. The Grand Magus had a bad habit of bluntly changing subjects that he didn't want to discuss, or that knew would go nowhere. My contacts in Capital City tell me that there are signs that Gilneas and Alterac are loosening their opposition, said Crasius, choosing to speak up since he was the one who knew the most about what was happening in Lordaeron's capital. I've heard rumors that King Pernold was scared stiff over how quickly the Horde managed to conquer Hosmodan, and even King Greymane seems to be disturbed. Living as long as he did made it convenient to form relationships with all sorts of people who knew valuable information. Especially when he could share information with his fellow members of the Red Dragon Flight or their Dragon Sworn. After all, he wasn't the only dragon secretly living in mortal society. He himself had a Dragon Sworn, a half-elf named Garrick Autumnband, who lived in Capital City and served him faithfully. Good, Antonidas said with satisfaction. Perhaps the two of them will end their useless bickering and we can finally take the fight to the Horde. Have you had any luck in convincing your father, Prince Kael'thas? Asked Crasius. Given that his mortal form was an elf, it was most appropriate that he be the one to ask such a question. I have not, said Kael'thas, his expression growing frustrated, as it often did when discussing his father. Neither my father nor the Grand Magister are interested in joining this conflict, and do not view the Horde as a significant threat to Kulthalas. It was well known that Prince Kael'thas had many disagreements with his father and Silver Moon's Magisters about how unwilling his people were to cooperate with outsiders. The prince was much more interested in learning from and collaborating with foreign people to the point that he actually spent more time in Dalaran than Silver Moon. Crasius had known the prince for many centuries, and it made him feel optimistic that Kulthalas would have such an open-minded king in the future. Have they been made aware of Anduin Lothar's status as a direct descendant of the Arati bloodline? Asked Crasius, referring to the agreement made by Kulthalas to repay the debt they owed for the Arati Empire's assistance during the Troll Wars. He has, which is the only reason that my father is even considering sending aid, said Kael'thas. Although I doubt whatever force they send will be as substantial as it should be. I've been disappointed by my father and the convocation enough times to know better than to expect Kulthalas to mobilize its entire military for a threat they consider beneath them. Crasius didn't doubt that the prince's assumption was accurate. There was little chance that Kulthalas would be providing large amounts of military aid against the Horde unless they were personally threatened. A part of him wanted to look down on them for that kind of mentality, but he wasn't blind to the fact that many among the Dragonflights felt similarly. Perhaps there might be wisdom in his people remaining generally uninvolved in the affairs of mortals, but the longer he lived among them, the more difficult it became to find such wisdom. His own dragonflight was by far the most empathetic towards mortals, but even their good intentions had a tendency to be distinctly patronizing. The rest of the meeting was dull yet necessary as they discussed logistics and went over ideas of how Dalaran could best contribute to the defeat of the Horde. It wasn't until near the end of their scheduled meeting time that someone brought up mention of the people that had been on Crassus's mind since their arrival to the Eastern Kingdoms. And what of the Narubians? Kel'Thuzad said as the conversation began to lull. Is there anything we can offer to convince them to aid us against the Horde? The Chamber of Air was silent for a moment as the gathered archmages considered the question before Prince Kael'thas let out a derisive chuckle. I sincerely doubt it, said Kael'thas. The majority of their viziers remind me far too much of several magisters that I've spoken to over the years. It doesn't help that they are even more unlikely to view the Horde as a threat given their kingdom's geographical isolation. It was certainly a fair point to make, although not one that filled Crassus with much optimism. There was little chance that Azjol-Nerub would consider the Horde to be a significant threat to their kingdom, and they would probably even be right not to. The idea that the Horde could transport a significant force to Northrend, march who knows how far through endless snow, and successfully assault a powerful underground kingdom likely filled with all manner of horrifying creatures was laughable. However, just because the Horde was not likely to be a threat to their safety, did not necessarily mean they were not a threat to the Narubians' interests. The only problem was that Crassus didn't understand them enough to give an accurate guess as to what they actually wanted from the Eastern Kingdoms. Without that kind of information, it would be hard to convince the Narubians to enter a war that largely did not affect them. After taking a look around, Crassus could tell from his colleagues' frustrated expressions that they had likely reached the same conclusion. The council discussed a variety of methods they could use to persuade the Narubians, but none of them seemed particularly viable. The most feasible proposition was to leverage the relationship the Church of the Holy Light had with the Nerubian spider lord named Nerubian, but it was doubtful that would be enough to change the policy of an entire kingdom. If we are unable to convince Azjol-Nerub to fight the Horde, then we must turn our focus to the resources that we can gain from them, said Antonidas, causing the room to grow quiet as they considered what the Nerubians could offer short of sending their warriors. Perhaps they might provide material goods? They certainly seem to have more than enough offered Kel'Thuzad, stroking his beard with a thoughtful expression. Lordaeron's diplomats have already begun negotiations with the Nerubian delegation for the exchange of valuable goods, said Crassus, remembering what his contacts told him about the ongoing situation in Capital City. The negotiations are progressing slowly given how Azjol-Nerub seems to be nearly as averse to trading and interacting with outsiders as Kel'Thuzad, but they thankfully are progressing. If Lordaeron is already in negotiations with them, then the matter should be left to them, said Madara. Their silk could be useful for creating the appropriate armor for our mages and soldiers. The few samples of Nerubian silk that, more so than even the rare Koldori silk, they had managed to acquire proved to be highly durable, fairly resistant to bladed weapons, and possessed certain qualities that made it extremely well suited to enchanting and channeling arcane magic. It was similar to chainmail, in a way, but in cloth form. Because most metal armors were not conducive to effective spell casting, which was why the majority of mages were limited to robes and magical means for their defense. If they could equip their military with armor that used such material, then it would be a substantial boost to their combat effectiveness. I will raise the matter with their delegation when I see them in Capital City, declared Antonidas. Is there anything else relevant to the war that we could gain from them? After word about the Horde's successful conquest of Hazmodan reached the Nerubians, they declared their intention to return to Capital City as soon they finished situating their enclave. It made sense that they would want to be at the place where the most important political decisions were taking place during such a tumultuous period in history. The gathered archmages shared thoughtful expressions for several moments, but nobody voiced any further proposals. I have an idea, although I admit it is quite unorthodox, said Ansirem, speaking hesitantly after seeing that everyone else kept their silence. Please, friend, in times like these you should not be afraid of voicing your thoughts, said Kael'thas. We need all the ideas we can get. Perhaps I should give some context before I share my proposal, said Ansirem, pausing for several moments to gather his thoughts before continuing. Several days ago, I went to the Nerubian enclave to ask Vizier Krivax a few questions about his people that I was curious about. Humph. That's the friendly one, correct? Asked Madara. Vizier Krivax had very quickly been singled out as one of the easiest members of the Nerubian delegation to actually speak with. This meant many interested parties considered him to be the optimal person to approach if they had a proposal to make to the Nerubians, despite his obvious lack of authority when compared to his peers. Ironically, this meant that one of the most important members of the Nerubian delegation from the perspective of the Eastern Kingdom's diplomats was seemingly one of the least important from the perspective of Azjol-Nerub. It was certainly a rather strange situation that the young Nerubian had found himself in. It was like watching a whelp that had somehow managed to place itself in a situation where it spoke for an entire dragon flight. Correct, Vizier Krivax is the friendly one, continued Ansirem. I mainly approached him because of a comment he made during the duel between Arcanist Flametrail and Vizier Haddix that made me curious. He told me that some spider lords carry around swarms of man-eating insects on their person. While that does admittedly sound quite fascinating, I'm not sure what it has to do with the subject at hand, said Kel'Thuzad. When I asked him if he could tell me more about the relationship that the Nerubians have with non-sapient insects and arachnids, we had a long discussion during which he showed me a particular artifact, said Ansirem, continuing on as if Kel'Thuzad had not spoken. It was some kind of magical tool that allowed him to telepathically direct the non-sapient members of his species and lesser invertebrates. At the Archmage's words, the members of the council all suddenly seemed to be much more interested. Like the Nerubians' geomancy, that was a form of magic dissimilar to anything that they had in Dalaran and was thus inherently interesting to any mage with even a hint of curiosity. While that does admittedly sound even more fascinating, I'm still not sure what it has to do with the subject at hand, Kel'Thuzad drawled. According to Vizier Kryvax, while such artifacts are usually only found among the high castes of their society, they are not considered to be any great secret, nor are they very difficult to create, said Ansirem, throwing an annoyed glance in Kel'Thuzad's direction. My proposal is this. We offer to purchase these artifacts at a significant price, alongside the non-sapient creatures that they control to aid in our war effort. Crashes couldn't help but feel a bit dumbfounded at the Ansirem's proposal, and after taking a quick glance around the room he could tell his colleagues were similarly speechless. The idea of simply purchasing living beings from the Nerubians as they would purchase weapons was not something that had occurred to him. Would Azjol-Nerub really be willing to make such a deal? Crash's mind raced as he took a moment to consider the matter, and found himself surprised when he couldn't find an immediate reason why they wouldn't. From what he had seen of the Nerubians, there was no indication that they considered the Hormongar or the non-sapient members of their race as any more than tools or beasts of burden, not unlike how the other mortal races treated their own creatures. Not only that, but they were tools that were not particularly difficult to replace from their perspective. It wasn't actually that much different from purchasing a golem from Kulthalas, or horses from Stromgard. There was a possibility that the Nerubians might be unwilling to sell the controlling artifacts for fear of them being replicated, but the artifacts weren't particularly valuable without the creatures they were meant to control, which Azjol-Nerub would maintain a monopoly over. From their perspective, there really was not much risk at all, which made it much more likely that they would be willing to consider such an arrangement. Even a single Hormongar would have the potential to be a valuable military asset, said Prince Kael'thas, his expression thoughtful as he seriously considered the unexpected proposal. Aside from what damage it could do on its own, it would allow our soldiers to more easily assault entrenched enemy positions. Crashes had a brief mental image of one of the colossal worms burrowing a path into a Horde stronghold from below. Their flyers would also be useful for scouting during circumstances where scrying is not possible, said Madara, eyes alight with enthusiasm for the idea. It would be difficult to evaluate what kind of value their skitterers would provide without knowing how many they would be willing to sell, said Crashes consideringly. Against the Horde's large numbers, they would definitely need to be deployed en masse to have a sizable military impact. But the question is, what would we give them in exchange? From what I've seen of them so far, the Nerubians seem extremely self-sufficient. Dalaran does not lack for resources, Antonidas said confidently. I'm sure we will be able to reach an arrangement when I speak with them. Well done Archmage Runeweaver, your proposal is intriguing. The discussion revolved around that topic for several minutes before their scheduled meeting time came to an end. Until they actually spoke with the Narubian delegation and evaluated their reception to selling non-sapient creatures to be used in the war, there wasn't much more for them to talk about. Crashes left the meeting feeling a bit more optimistic than when it started and spent the entire walk to his home considering the risks and benefits. He wouldn't be surprised if the Nerubians had more hidden away in their underground kingdom than what they had already seen and heard from them so far. Maybe I can convince them later to allow a delegation from Dalaran to visit Azjol-Nerub proper in the future once the war is over. He mused. It would be wise to evaluate how their society had developed after freeing itself from the old god's influence. It was so rare to experience new and novel things at his age, so it might even be a pleasant experience. It's a shame we don't have anyone in our dragonflight living in Azjol-Nerub. I'll have to raise the matter with my beloved the next time I see her. It was these thoughts that distracted him enough that he almost didn't notice the presence waiting just outside the boundary of the wards surrounding his home. Crashes waved his hand and cast a quick scrying spell, and was surprised when it revealed the presence to be a young female goblin, looking around impatiently while standing outside of his home, obviously waiting for somebody to arrive. That's strange. The goblins don't usually leave the underbelly, and my address shouldn't be known outside of a few people. Crashes couldn't sense anyone else waiting around his home, and a single goblin was obviously not much of a threat, so he didn't hesitate to approach her. It was thanks to his heightened hearing that he could hear the goblin muttering to herself as he drew closer. How long's it gonna take for this mage to show up? I ain't getting paid enough to wait out in the cold. Ah, so she is waiting for me after all. Can I help you? Asked Crashes as soon he was close enough for the goblin to hear him, causing her to let out a startled yelp. Geez. Why is it you elves like sneaking up on people? Should wear a bell or something. Said the goblin, glaring at him mulishly. Oh, you have my apologies, Crashes drawled, raising a single eyebrow. How incredibly rude of me to sneak up on the suspicious individual waiting outside of my home, ms. The name's Mel Fickle Pinch, and there ain't nothing suspicious about it. I'm here on legit business. Got paid to deliver a missive and everything. Said the goblin indignantly, pulling out a sealed letter from a pouch secured around her waist and holding it out for him. Crashes looked down on the goblin with a dubious expression and directed his magical senses to the letter, completely unsurprised to discover that it was covered in magic. He looked again at the goblin, but couldn't find anything in her expression that would imply that the spells were dangerous, so he took a closer look. It was only after he found that he was unable to recognize a few of the spells that he began to take the matter more seriously. Where did you get this letter? Asked Crashes, staring at the goblin for any signs of falsehood. Who is paying you for this delivery? How should I know? The thing showed up in my room in the underbelly with a pile of gold and instructions on it with an address. I'm not one to turn down gold, you see, and it seemed like a simple enough job, till you started asking questions of course, she grumbled the last part. Plus, I ain't the kind of gal that's dumb enough to cheat somebody who can just show up in my room without me noticing, you hear. Crassus didn't hesitate to immediately look into the goblin's mind. Unfortunately, the goblin seemed to be telling the truth, at least as far as she knew. She wasn't even perturbed by the series of events, having apparently experienced similar things before in her dealings with the Steamweedle cartel. According to her surface thoughts, she seemed to believe that he was some kind of blood thistle dealer getting in contact with a client. Crassus took a quick second look at the spells attached to the letter and decided that they probably weren't dangerous. The portions that he didn't recognize seemed to be some kind of anti-divination magic to hide the sender's identity and not any kind of curse meant to cause him harm. "Thank you," said Crassus as he took the letter from the goblin. "Your delivery is complete. You may leave." "About time. My arm was starting to get stiff," grumbled the goblin. "You ever need something delivered, just ask for Mel Wink. You don't got to worry about me asking any questions or talking to any guards." After giving her pitch, the goblin quickly scampered off, likely not wanting to push her luck with a mage who she believed to be some kind of drug dealer. Crassus watched her for a moment before quickly making his way into his home, shutting the door behind him. As soon as he was alone, Crassus immediately cast a diagnostic spell on the letter, causing a three-dimensional arcane glyph representing the spells to form in the air in front of him. How clever. Aside from the anti-divination magic, the other two spells cast on the letter were recognizable to him. One was a spell that would recognize when the letter's intended recipient made physical contact, setting off a timer that would activate a secondary spell after 15 minutes. The second spell would create a small burst of fire that would immediately destroy the letter as soon as it activated. Under normal circumstances, a mage as skilled as Crassus would easily be able to cast a counterspell to remove both pieces of magic, but there was one problem. Both of the spells were connected to the anti-divination magic, which would need to be removed first if he wanted to cast the counterspell. Given that he had never seen such magic in his very long life, there was little chance he would be able to remove it in a mere 15 minutes. Realizing that he was on a time limit, Crassus decided to test the magic and quickly cast a divination spell that should tell him every person who had touched the letter within the last few months. He watched in fascination as his spell seemed to be immediately caught by the anti-divination ward before being absorbed and somehow used to actually strengthen the ward. How fascinating. I've never seen anything like it. It had been a very long time since Crassus had seen magic that he did not recognize at all, and it immediately made him suspect that the letter had been written by a Nerubian. After all, they were currently the greatest source of new and unknown magic around and were also the people whose motivations he understood the least, so it would make the most sense if it came from them. That, along with the fact that he had sensed someone watching him near his home shortly after his conversation with Vizier Krivax. It was unfortunate that he didn't have time to examine the magic in detail, but given how much effort went into sending him the letter anonymously, its contents were likely important enough that he shouldn't waste any more time. Crassus broke the letter seal, unfolded the parchment, and immediately stiffened in shock as he realized that the letter was addressed to Corielstrass. "There aren't many people who should know my true name. Was this letter sent by another dragon? A dragon-sworn agent? But then why the subterfuge?" As Crassus began reading through the contents of the letter, shock turned to confusion, and then to disbelief at the letter's outrageous claims. After the letter mentioned the dragon soul, a dark artifact the dragonflights had taken great lengths to keep hidden from the world, Crassus began taking the claims a little more seriously. Few should know that it even existed, and nobody besides the highest members of his flight should know that it had recently gone missing. It was only when he reached halfway through the letter that his disbelief vanished and turned into utter, all-consuming rage. As he read about what the orcs intended to do to his beloved, his face contorted into an expression of pure anger and a low growl started to form in his throat. Flickers of flame danced along his skin even as the room around him began to shake. Books flew off of shelves and crashed to the ground, vials of potions shattered into pieces, and the ground beneath his feet began to crumble and crack. His rage was so all-consuming that he actually struggled to retain his mortal disguise. In a fit of unbridled anger, Crassus let out a mighty roar and a wave of magic exploded outward from him, tearing apart the room and only ending when it reached the wards, preventing his outburst from alerting all of Dalaran. As the dust settled and the archmage stood panting, surrounded by the wreckage of what had once been a peaceful and beautiful living room, he used every drop of willpower to push down his immense anger. The very idea of the Horde using the dragon soul to do something so evil to the person he loved most in the world made him want to immediately shed his mortal guise and fly south so he could personally burn them all alive. The only thing stopping him from doing just that were the other claims being made in the letter. If Deathwing is truly alive and he's teaching the Horde how to use the dragon soul, then stopping him won't be a simple matter. If he was still alive, then Deathwing would be the only aspect still in possession of all the powers bestowed upon him by the Titans. As powerful as Crassus was, his strength would be utterly insignificant when compared to the fallen aspect of the Black Dragon flight. After calming down, Crassus quickly read through the rest of the letter, filing the information as things to be dealt with later. Right now, the only thing he cared about was protecting his beloved. However, the rest of the letter mostly detailed the relationship between the Horde and the Burning Legion, something that he already suspected, and about a specific orc by the name of Gul'dan. It was all immensely important, but not immediately time-sensitive from what he could tell, unlike the danger threatening his queen. He could worry about the consequences and implications of that information later. The moment that he finished reading, Crassus scanned the letter a second time so he could memorize its contents and immediately began making his way to the scrying mirror contained in his study. Once at his mirror, Crassus frantically cast a scrying spell that would hopefully show him Alexstrasza, and almost collapsed in relief when the spell succeeded, causing the mirror to show an image of her flying through the air accompanied by her other consorts. Unfortunately, without them having a scrying tool on their end, there was no way for him to open up a channel of communication, though they were likely aware they were being watched. After this is over, I'm going to invent a portable scrying tool that can be used while flying. I don't care how long it takes. After verifying that his beloved was currently safe, Crassus ended the scrying spell and moved to write a letter of his own that would be magically sent to the Grand Magus if he didn't return to Dalaran within a few days. If the Horde was in possession of the Dragon Soul, then the trip he was about to make would not be a safe one, and the Council would need to be made aware of the truth. Crassus still did not completely believe the contents of the letter that had been sent to him, but if there was even a small chance of it being accurate, then he needed to take action immediately. If it was all a lie, then whoever sent it was going to be deeply regretful for their actions when he found them. Regardless of whether the contents were true or false, whoever wrote the letter knew more than they should. Crassus would without a doubt do everything in his power to find them after the more important matters were dealt with, but what happens if he succeeds would depend on the veracity of their claims. He already has suspicions about who could have sent it, but either way, he would know soon enough whether the contents were true or false. Thankfully, as a member of the Council of Six, he had the right to cast unscheduled teleports in and out of the city whenever he wanted, something he was happy to abuse now. In a violet flash of magic, Crassus appeared many miles away in a forest in the southern portion of the Arati Highlands. Due to the spatial distortions being made by the dark portal, this was as close as he could reliably teleport with such little preparation. It would be enough, now that he was far from civilization. For the first time in a long time, the archmage known as Crassus shed his mortal guise, and Coriolstras took on his true form. With 2 beats of his heavy wings that scattered the surrounding leaves into the air, the red dragon lifted himself into the air and began flying to his queen's location as quickly as he could. I swear, if she is harmed, then I will not rest until I have killed every single person responsible. Chapter 33. Kryvax released an aggravated sigh as he waited for the representative from Alterac to arrive for their meeting. After the news had reached them about the Horde's conquest of Hosmodan, things started happening very quickly for everyone. The delegation had immediately decided to return to Capital City, only staying in Dalaran long enough to hand over control of the enclave to one of the arriving viziers. That hadn't left very much time for Kryvax to arrange for a letter to be anonymously sent to Crassus, but he had managed in the end. He'd even had enough time left over to discreetly hire a few members of the Steamweedle cartel to help him in finding something important. He didn't know if they would actually succeed, but if they did, then it would give Kryvax more options than he might have otherwise. Once they actually reached the city, he learned that the Council of 7 Nations was meeting daily, and from what he could tell, Kryvax expected them to announce the formation of the alliance very soon. Despite the fact that nothing had been made official yet, armies were being prepared across the various kingdoms for the Horde's arrival, blacksmiths were working night and day to make as many weapons as possible, and generals were working tirelessly to arrange for proper logistics. Truly, Capital City was a hive of constant activity, and every single person in the city knew that war was approaching, and they were simply waiting for the kingdom to officially issue a declaration. A part of him had expected that Azjol-Nerub's diplomatic ventures would be delayed since most of the Eastern Kingdom's diplomats would be too busy, but it seemed that he was mistaken. Nearly as soon as they had arrived in the city, Narubian had ordered Kryvax to join him in his ongoing negotiations with Alterac and taken him to a large building that had been requisitioned specifically for the Spider Lord, while the other viziers went to meet with Antonidas. Apparently, the Spider Lord had been meeting consistently with one of the kingdom's nobles about possibly ceding some of their lands along the border they shared with Stromgarde. On paper, such an arrangement had the potential to be of great benefit to both Alterac and Azjol-Nerub. Not only was the land itself not of great value to Alterac, but the chance to not only create a buffer between them and their enemy would be a significant boon to them. Not to mention the fact that they would have a friendly relationship with a powerful nation like Azjol-Nerub and that the Nerubian settlement would likely do much for their economy through trade. Of course, they understood that there was some risk of Azjol-Nerub gaining undue influence over them, but how was that any different than their current circumstances? Alterac was the weakest of the human kingdoms, which meant they were pretty much already subordinate to the whims of Lordaeron. And worse yet, from Alterac's perspective, Lordaeron was a close ally of Stromgarde. Under those circumstances, was it any wonder why the Alteraci were willing to take risks with a foreign power? Despite all of this, Kryvax didn't particularly like the way things were developing. Although this deal seemed to be in the interest of both Alterac and Azjol-Nerub, Kryvax had many worries. He wanted Azjol-Nerub to have a good relationship with the other nations, and this did not seem like a good way to accomplish that. In his opinion, having a settlement between Stromgarde and Alterac would place the Nerubians in a position where they risked being drawn into the Eastern Kingdom's internal conflicts. Kryvax didn't want to end up in a position where the Horde was defeated only for a new war to break out immediately afterward between alliance members. Not only that, but he also found himself biased against Alterac's ruler, King Pernold, due to his meta-knowledge. It was hard to be happy about Azjol-Nerub growing closer with a human nation when Kryvax knew that their king would have, and still might, betrayed everyone else in the alliance to the Horde. He would have much preferred that Azjol-Nerub had instead chosen to make a deal with Stormwind and built their settlement in some isolated area in the southern part of the continent, far away from the more densely populated north. On top of everything, there was also the fact that the negotiations between Azjol-Nerub and Alterac were being kept secret from the rest of the eastern kingdoms. Both parties wanted to get as close to a deal as possible before informing the other nations of their intentions. Apparently, Alterac requested that it be done this way, to avoid interference from Lordaeron or Stromgarde, and Azjol-Nerub saw no reason not to comply with the request. Kryvax didn't think it was good diplomacy for them to hide their negotiations, but there was not much that he could do about it. At the end of the day, Azjol-Nerub was an old and powerful kingdom that had never needed to care what other nations thought about them. Understanding that dwelling on the subject wouldn't accomplish anything, Kryvax pushed these thoughts away and glanced at Narubian. The Spider Lord looked to be perfectly content waiting for Alterax's representative and didn't seem to be the slightest bit impatient. In fact, Kryvax just realized that Anubrican had spent the past half an hour silently staring at one of his side-like arms. Anubrican, what are you doing? Asked Kryvax, suddenly dumbfounded. Humph. Oh, I'm attempting to use the light to heal an injury, said Anubrican, not turning his gaze away from his arm. Archbishop Fail has explained to me how to do so, theoretically, but I haven't had much success thus far. Kryvax focused on the Spider Lord's arm and noticed a slight crack in its carapace. How did you get injured? Asked Kryvax, failing to think of anything in Capital City that could actually hurt the massive Spider Lord. I ordered one of our warriors to strike me with his spear until I gained a wound to practice on. It took a number of hits before a crack formed. Kryvax stared at the Spider Lord for several moments in bewilderment. Anubrican ignored him, turning his complete attention back to his arm, and Kryvax was surprised to see a dim glow forming over the wound. He could tell that it was barely having any effect, but he couldn't help but be amazed to see the Spider Lord channeling the light at all. That's really impressive, Kryvax said genuinely. I'm surprised you've learned how to channel the light so quickly. Channeling the light is much different from attuning yourself to arcane magic, said Anubrican as the glow slowly faded. While there's some learning that must be done, the light is primarily driven by conviction. Something which I do not lack. The Archbishop has assured me that my ability to channel the light will grow with practice. Kryvax knew that he was probably right, but he still felt impressed by the Spider Lord's quick progress. If you only need conviction, then what do you think is holding you back? Kryvax asked curiously. Anubrican hummed consideringly for a few moments before answering. I'm not sure. The Archbishop told me that the light only responds to those who are morally righteous, but that seems nonsensical. How so? Kryvax knew from his meta-knowledge that the Spider Lord was correct and that there were people who could use the light to do immoral things, like the Scarlet Crusade for example. But, even they genuinely believed that they were doing the right thing. From my perspective, the concepts of morality and righteousness simply seem far too nebulous. Anubrican continued. Whose morality? Whose righteousness? Does the light judge what is and is not moral, or does the wielder? If it is the former, then where does its morality come from? And if it is the latter, then that means the light could be used to do things that the Archbishop would consider to be evil. Kryvax stayed silent, not knowing how to respond. He agreed with what Anubrican was saying, but it was surprising to him how thoughtful the Spider Lord was. That makes sense, Kryvax said finally. As long as someone has sufficient conviction in their ideal, then they would be able to use the light regardless of what those convictions are. Correct. And from what I've seen from these humans, their morality likely differs greatly from our own, said Anubrican. Kryvax could hear a small amount of enthusiasm creeping into the Anubrican's voice and knew that this was a topic that interested the Spider Lord. In what way? Kryvax prompted. Listening to Anubrican share his perspective on morality and the light was more interesting than he expected it to be. Not to mention that it would be useful to learn how likely it was for Azjol-Nerub to widely adopt usage of the light. It would help them a lot in overcoming the dangers that were coming, especially when it came time to fight the Lich King and his undead. For example, I believe that protecting our people is always morally correct, no matter what actions I need to take to do so, Anubrican said matter-of-factly. However, most of the bishops I've spoken to seem to believe that there are some things that should not be done, regardless of the circumstances. I disagree. Kryvax could imagine some of the horrible things the Spider Lord would be willing to do to protect Azjol-Nerub, and he knew most Nerubians felt the same way. If there was one thing that he had learned over the years, it was that Nerubians were a highly collectivist society, and were highly devoted to protecting their community to an almost fanatical degree. They truly embodied the belief that the good of the many outweighs the good of the few. Looking at it from that perspective, Kryvax could see how the light might be a good fit for them. Anubrican seemed content to continue speaking without any prompting. It is not yet public knowledge, but Archbishop Fail has begun making arrangements for the creation of a group of warriors capable of wielding the light in battle. I find it foolish of the humans that they have not already created such a group, but I am excited to see if these light-wielding warriors are as capable as I expect them to be. Kryvax immediately perked up at the Spider Lord's words. He must be referring to the first organization of paladins, the Knights of the Silver Hand. Really? Why hasn't the Archbishop made an announcement? Asked Kryvax. He wishes to do so after the human kingdoms finally officialize their alliance. He does not wish to be seen as a threat by the kingdoms, or be seen as if he is favoring one nation over another. That made sense to Kryvax. The last thing the Archbishop wanted to do during this chaotic time was to tell everyone that the Church of the Holy Light was building its own army, especially when it was headquartered in Lordaeron would mean the country would have their favor in the eyes of many. The Archbishop would likely announce his intention to create the first paladins immediately after the formation of the alliance and ask for each of the kingdoms to send their knights to be trained, to help maintain the Church's stance as a neutral organization and act as a uniting force. Do you think Azjol-Nerub will be able to do something similar? Kryvax asked curiously. Without a doubt, Anubrican said without any hesitation. Although there is little chance that light will see as much use in our kingdom as arcane magic, there is one characteristic in which the light is superior to other forms of magic. Its safety and accessibility. Kryvax considered it for a moment before deciding that Anubrican was probably correct. One of the things that he had noticed about Azeroth was that the various nations rarely explored the usage of other magics, despite knowing about them. Dalaran was aware of pretty much every kind of magic, but despite this, the only magic that they practiced in any institutionalized fashion was arcane magic. There were many reasons for this, but it mostly just boiled down to the magic either being too dangerous, them not knowing how to use it very well, or arcane being seen as the best kind of magic due to it being something that could be studied and learned more easily when compared to more esoteric kinds of magic. It was also likely that there was a lot of cultural influence from Kulthalas that helped the use of arcane magic become more widespread and accepted after the Trolls' Wars, as opposed to druidism or shamanism. There was also the fact that each variety of magic required different mentalities to use them, meaning that different cultures tended to gravitate to one magic or another. Azjol-Nerub was the same way. According to what he had been told by Haddix, the Nerubians were aware that death magic existed, but its usage was both rare and highly regulated due to the dangerous mental effects it had on those who used it. They were also aware of both shamanism and life magic, but any effort they put into studying these kinds of magics had always had minimal results. Light magic was different because it was incredibly easy to use and it wasn't nearly as dangerous as some of the other forms of magic, at least not directly. That was likely the reason why it was the second most popular form of magic among the human kingdoms, behind arcane magic, and even then it was mostly due to how well suited it was for healing. After all, the average perception of wizards was that they were powerful and mysterious people who lived in isolated towers and shot lightning from their hands, while priests could be visited whenever to offer physical and spiritual comfort. Kryvax was just about to ask the Spider Lord how long he felt it would take for Azjol-Nerub to widely adopt the light when the Spider Lord interrupted him. The representative from Alterac is about to arrive, said Nerubian, turning his gaze toward the large dining room's entrance, the room with the greatest amount of space for the Spider Lord's size and still receiving guests. Really? How do you know? Kryvax asked before he could stop himself. I've memorized the sound of his heartbeat. I should have known. Please stop being creepy, Nerubian. It didn't take long after that for the door to swing open and for Kryvax to stumble over his planned greeting when he didn't see anyone walk inside. He turned to look questioningly at Nerubian but received only an amused chuckle in return. Fortunately, his confusion was cleared up when the door closed on its own and a well-dressed middle-aged man faded into visibility. Oh dear, I apologize for my late arrival, said the man, putting away an enchanted ring that Kryvax assumed to be responsible for his previous invisibility. This building is quite heavily monitored. I must say, it was no small feat arriving unnoticed. Now that he could actually see the man, Kryvax didn't hesitate to greet him. It's not a problem, I'm glad that you arrived safely, Mr. Ah, pardon my poor manners. My name is Harlan Dalton, and I am the count who owns the land my king wishes to cede to you, said the man, offering a genial smile as he approached Kryvax and held out his hand. You must be Vizier Kryvax. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. Oh, this could be awkward. Kryvax didn't know much about medieval politics, but even his basic knowledge told him that most nobles lived off how much land they governed over and so rarely liked giving it up. It's a pleasure to meet you as well, Count Dalton, said Kryvax as he bent down to shake the man's hand. I must confess, I'm surprised that you are so willing to part with your lands. I imagine you would not be nearly as surprised if you knew what that land has cost me in my house, or what I stand to gain from ceding it, Count Dalton said sardonically. The man didn't hesitate to make himself comfortable in one of the nearby seats before he began elaborating. For one thing, that land itself is near useless to me, too rocky for peasant farming, no natural defenses to really make use of, no easy access to natural resources to harvest, and in general nothing to really work with without significant investment with little hope of seeing a return in a decent time frame. The region is also a popular location for skirmishes between my kingdom and Stromgarde, so what little is built there is regularly destroyed in the fighting. Kryvax was smart enough to guess that the land was probably not particularly valuable, but he was surprised that the Count would admit as much during a negotiation. While I'm grateful for your candor, Count Dalton, I can't help but find it surprising, Kryvax said with uncertainty. Count Dalton snorted before waving his hand in a dismissive gesture. I believe we are all intelligent people here. There's no need for me to waste time pretending that the land holds any great value to me, just like there's no need for you to pretend that you don't want it. I know you Nerubians are likely to make it much more productive once you dig deep enough and find the veins of resources we'd never reach unless we hired whole teams of dwarfs to dig it up for us. That's what you are paying for in the end. Kryvax was feeling a bit off balance from the noble's candor, but he was glad to hear it. He was much more used to people trying to gain every little benefit they could during negotiations, so this was a good sign that helped raise his opinion of the nobles of Alterac if more were like Count Dalton here. Besides, I doubt you could be worse neighbors than Stromgarde, and if they are foolish enough to attack you then you'll find we'll be your best friends, Count Dalton said with a cruel smirk. That and there are plenty of other deals we can make at a future date. Well, maybe a little less candor would be nice. I forgot that Alterac's people are a scary mix of greedy, canny, and ambitious. Plus they have a large chip on their shoulder against most of the other kingdoms. Kryvax ignored Nerubian's amused chuckles as he responded to the Count. If that is the case, then I imagine we'll be able to finish these negotiations rather quickly. Nerubian had already briefed him on the High King's stance on several topics that Alterac had raised, and he knew there were only a few things left to negotiate. The rest had already been settled over the past few weeks. Kryvax doubted he was actually brought here for his diplomatic talents. It was more likely that the Spider Lord had simply gotten tired of talking to humans who didn't interest him and decided to hand the rest over to him as soon as he returned to Capital City. Kryvax was sure that Nerubian would rather be talking with the Archbishop or practicing with the light more right now. According to what I've been told, Alterac wishes to negotiate for passage through the surface portions of our settlement, is that correct? Asked Kryvax, settling himself in a comfortable position as he prepared himself for the conversation ahead. As you know, Azjol-Nerub is reluctant to agree to that due to the risk that your people might use our land to instigate conflict with Stromgarde. We hold no such intentions. If your people begin trading with the nations of the Eastern Kingdoms, the settlement has the potential to become a crossroads for economic activity. Free access for our merchants is all that we ask. Kryvax and Count Dalton eased their way into an easy back and forth in which they discussed the finer points of the agreement. Most of their time was spent on the topics of merchant access and a request from Alterac that the Nerubians train some of their people in arcane magic. Apparently, Dalaran held a powerful monopoly on the training of mages, and the only other kingdoms that were capable of domestically training their own mages consistently were Lordaeron and Stormwind, not counting Kulthalas of course. Although it was only Lordaeron who was able to do so now, for obvious reasons. The rest of the kingdoms had to settle for sending their people to Dalaran to become mages, meaning that their loyalties were often more divided than the kingdoms would prefer, especially if they joined Kirin Tor and ended up becoming influenced by Dalaran's politics. Azjol-Nerub had very little problem with training some of Alterac's people into mages, so long as that training was carefully regulated. It was a perfect opportunity for them to spread their influence to their soon-to-be neighbor, and they intended to take full advantage of it. At some point, their conversation drifted to the Council of Seven Nations' ongoing negotiations, and Kryvax couldn't help but ask the Count about Alterac's stance on it. At this point, everything has already been decided. Nobody is foolish enough to ignore the threat the Horde poses after they conquered Hazmodan. King Pernold is merely doing his best to gain every advantage he can for our kingdom, as he should. Honestly, even Greymane knows that he can't hold out for much longer, and that man's the most stubborn king around. Their conversation went on for nearly an hour with Nerubian occasionally interjecting, and towards the end of it Kryvax was starting to feel slightly more optimistic about Azjol-Nerub's cooperation with Alterac. They had actually been so productive that Kryvax wasn't even upset when they were suddenly interrupted by someone knocking urgently on the door. After shouting out to let whoever it was known they could enter, one of the Nerubian guards stepped into the room and bowed deeply to Nerubian. Spider Lord, I've received word that the Council of the Seven Nations intends to hold a meeting within the next few hours. All of the rulers, along with Archbishop Fail, will be in attendance, and there are rumors being whispered throughout the city that they intend to make an announcement. Well, that sounds interesting, said Count Dalton, sounding pleased. Perhaps we should continue this conversation later. It's not every day that a man gets the chance to witness history happen in person after all. I agree, said Nerubian, already standing up and making his way to the exit. This is an event worth witnessing. We must send someone to ask the human mage to expand the space of the tiny palace. I wish to be in attendance. I'll be sure to make the request myself, said Kryvax, following closely behind. A part of him was extremely excited that he had the chance to watch an event as important for the history of Azeroth as the formation of the alliance of Lordaeron, but another part of him was dreading what was to come. Kryvax knew that it wouldn't be long after the alliance was formed that their armies would be marching south and the Second War would soon be in full swing. And now that he had changed events by warning Crassus about Deathwing, Kryvax for the first time had no idea what was going to happen next. In retrospect, I sorta wish that I had continued from a Crassus POV, or at least included it in the chapter. But, you live and you learn. At the time, I was a bit worried because I sometimes get feedback from people telling me they don't like it when POV is away from MC so much. Turoline stepped through the halls of Capital City's royal palace with an ease born of a great deal of experience. His feet directed him to where he needed to go without him even thinking about it while his mind was elsewhere. He had walked these halls many times with his father when he was younger, and even more frequently after he became a priest of the Church of the Holy Light for work-related purposes, such as now. He, like many priests of the Church, had been working tirelessly for weeks to care for the many refugees of Stormwind who had fled the Horde destruction of their home here in Lordaeron. As one of the most venerated priests of the Church and personal student of the Archbishop, he himself had been directing a vast majority of the Church's efforts while his master was taking part in the Council of Seven Nations. It was some of the hardest work and greatest test of his leadership ability that he'd ever faced, but one he took head-on with determination to see it through, as the people of Stormwind needed it. As it was, their efforts had finally solidified enough that he was not needed to constantly direct things, and other Church functionaries could handle the day-to-day operations so he could better assist his master here during the talks. Those refugees in need of healing and care were now healthy. Temporary shelter had been made to house the majority of them in, if not in luxury, then at least in comfort. All had enough to eat and drink, and the dangers of violence or outbreaks of disease due to the large influx of people to Capital City had for now been addressed and was being handled. Let it never be said that the Church lacked the people, resources, and drive to assist those in need of the light's embrace, a fact which he took pride in. But even then he wished he could do more, especially when he cared for the physical and emotional wounds of those in need. Still, the light gave him strength and he would ensure that strength was put towards others just as his master had taught him. That is why when on his way to the council chambers when he heard the sound of sobbing his feet automatically directed him towards it, his body acting on its own to come to the aid of others. The source of the sobbing made itself known quickly in the form of a young man, Prince Varian of Stormwind, who was curled up in an alcove not far from the council chambers. It was sadly a sight that Turoline had become all too familiar with in recent days, and so acted as he had done hundreds if not thousands of times before. "What ails you, my son?" Turoline said gently as he made himself known, causing the young prince to nearly jump in shock. "Forgive my intrusion, your highness, but you are in pain and as a servant of the light, I wish to help in whatever capacity I can. What causes you such grief?" Prince Varian seemed unwilling to speak, simply burying his head into his knees. "I know your people would be in dire straits if they knew you were in such a state and I did nothing to help you." Turoline tried a different tactic. "I am one of many who have been working hard to give them relief, and they all say how much they love their prince who protected them, spirited them away to safety, and even now visits their camps to give them food and kind words in these dark times. Surely they would want the same for you. That seemed to reach the prince as he raised his head and looked at Turalyon fully, his eyes red and tears staining his cheeks. They're coming. They're coming and it's gonna happen all over again. Prince Varian finally spoke up with great emotion in his voice. The Horde, they've taken Hosmodan and done who knows what to the dwarfs and gnomes there. They've burned down 2 more kingdoms and we still do nothing. Gilneas and Alterac are even threatening to leave the talks entirely. Can't they see that we need to work together? That if we do nothing everywhere will become just like Stormwind, only this time we won't have anywhere to run. Throughout all of this Prince Varian still cried, his voice cracking under the strain of grief and anger, so full of hopelessness. I promised my father and mother I would protect our people, and I'm failing them. He said slowly. I should have died that day, not father or mother. They would have made things better rather than sitting there uselessly. I can't do anything, and everything will be ruined because of it. Then he turned away from Turalyon's gaze in shame. They must hate me, my people should hate me, the light has abandoned us all, he finished in a broken tone. At those words, something in Turalyon broke. He raised from where he was kneeling next to the young prince, grabbed him gently on the shoulder, and spoke up. Come with me, he said as he guided the prince and started walking towards the council chambers. What? Why? The sudden order threw the prince off. To knock some sense into some foolish men, Turalyon said with determination as he led the prince forward, his earlier outburst of emotions and shock making him easy to move along. They soon reached the entrance to the council chambers, loud voices easily heard through the thick doors guarded by several knights. Halt! The council is in session and only one of the knights attempted to stop him as he got close. I am the personal assistant of the archbishop and guest of the Prince of Stormwind. You will allow me entry, Turalyon stated, not even giving the knight a chance to respond as he pushed past him and thrust the doors open with a slam, shocking those inside as he kept on moving. Ignoring the various shouts of what is the meaning of this, and who dares interrupt us. Turalyon simply slammed the doors closed behind him, guided the prince to sit in the empty seat next to Sir Lothar, and finally climbed up upon the table that the council was seated around. He ignored their shocked exclamations as he noted even his master, Alensis, staring up at him in shock and worry as he stood above them all. He slowly turned his head around the table, his gaze resting longer on the kings of Gilneas and Alterac, before finally speaking up. You are all fools! He yelled out, the light within him empowering his voice. He was furious, more so than he had ever been before in his life because these men, these supposedly wise and good rulers of the various realms of mankind, had made a child who had experienced some of the worst horrors this world could throw at him make him doubt his self-worth and the light's faith in him. The light was with them all, and he would prove it. You have sat here and quarreled endlessly for weeks, all the while the Horde advances upon us all. You argue over meaningless things, jockey for power, play political games, bring up old grievances and all manner of nonsense while an otherworldly force bent on our conquest and destruction inches ever closer. Stormwind has already been destroyed, its people scattered or worse, and you are wasting time politicking each other while we should be uniting to face this foe head-on. If you do not then every kingdom will be destroyed and every city burned as Stormwind has been, and your children orphaned like Prince Varian if they survive at all. Turalyon turned to said prince and Sir Lothar, his gaze one of pride. These two here have survived more than anyone has in generations. They protected their people even when all else was lost, and came to us for help. And still, they put themselves forward to assist in fighting back the Horde so that none of us have to face what they did. But we are failing them by not acting here and now while our foes grow ever closer. He turned back to the council. The dwarves and gnomes of Hosmodan are just another victim of our inaction, two peoples who have done no harm to anyone and have been kind neighbors to us all. The Horde took their land and even now prepares to do the same to us as well, but you are still not acting. Turalyon felt the light burn within him, watching as it visibly glowed from his body and caused the council members to flinch back slightly at the light, besides his own master who merely looked upon him with wide eyes. If humanity fails to unite as our ancestors once did against the trolls we will be remembered as a people that could have saved Azeroth but were too proud to put aside our political ambitions to do so. But if humanity does form an alliance we can change history and become the guardians of Azeroth against not just the Horde, but any threat that might threaten it. Lands and people exist beyond our shore of good folk who deserve protection the same way Stormwind did. Other worlds exist beyond our own that could hold all manner of good and ill things that we should prepare for. And who knows what else exists beyond our imagination. The light seemed to blaze from Turalyon then, but instead of blinding those present, it drew them in as he kept on speaking. So let us come together and prove to every speck of darkness and evil that exists in the universe that when they show themselves and seek nothing but death and destruction that the forces of good are there to oppose them. That heroes will rise to the occasion to beat them back. That while they seek conflict just for the sake of it we seek it to make peace and so that our children might live and grow in safety. Turalyon felt like a bonfire then, the words coming from somewhere he could not explain but knew must be said. Let us join together for the sake of all. Let us join together in the name of the light. Let us join together to become the alliance I know we can be. But most importantly, Turalyon burned like a star, and found its warm embrace. Let us join together to beat those bastards back. At the end of those words, a burst of light emanated from Turalyon and washed over the gathered rulers, causing the council chambers to explode into applause and shouts of agreement. Prince Varian showed none of the grief and doubt from earlier, simply smiling ear to ear as he cheered Turalyon on. Greymane and Pernold, the two staunchest opponents against the formation of an alliance due to their differing goals also clapped and cheered as if none of that mattered anymore. Even his master was on his feet, clapping and cheering at Turalyon while also showing more pride than he had even seen the archbishop show before. As the clapping and cheering died down King Manethil spoke up with a raised hand. Well said, Father Turalion, though if we are going to do anything else today we will need our table back, the man said with a smirk. Oh. Turalion had honestly forgotten about that sometime during his impassioned speech. At the realization, the light around him seemed to die down in an instant as he felt his face heat up. My apologies, Your Majesty, Turalion bowed respectfully as he quickly made his way off the table, King Trollbane giving him a strong pat on the back as he stepped off near the ruler. Well, after all that I suppose it's as good a time as any to ask this again, King Menethil spoke up. All those in favor of a military alliance of all the human kingdoms, say aye. Aye. King Trollbane said enthusiastically. Aye, King Pernold said with a nod and smile. Aye, King Greymane grunted. Aye, Lord Proudmoore said with a grin. Aye, Archbishop Alensis said with pride. Aye. Sir Lothar and Prince Varian said at once, the latter looking a touch embarrassed as he realized he did so with much vigor, but the old knight simply nodded with a smile at him and with a hand on his shoulder. Aye, Archmage Antonidas said with a pleased look in his eye as he stared around the table. And the ayes have it, King Menethil declared. Let it henceforth be known on this day the alliance of Lordaeron, as the hosts of this event, is thus forged. And with its forging that we work together to push back the Horde from whatever dark hole they crawled out from and whatever else might threaten our lands. Let it be so. Let it be so. All those present said at once. While many details would have to be gone over before an official public announcement could be made, what could not be denied was that this day history was made. The alliance of Lordaeron had been born. Well, I certainly wasn't expecting that today, Alensis couldn't help but chuckle as he and his student returned to the privacy of his office back at the cathedral. There was still much for the council to talk about, but for now, it was mostly things outside of what the church could offer. Alensis did emphasize that the upcoming war would push all men to their limits in terms of talent, courage, and resolve, but he was confident that the Holy Light would be with them. He gave them his blessing upon the newly formed alliance and pledged the Church of the Holy Light to the cause of the alliance in any way they could. He also promised to help raise funds for Stormwind's restoration once the crisis had been dealt with. I deeply apologize for my actions and any embarrassment I put on the Church, Your Holiness, Turalion deeply apologized to his master. Do you? He simply asked. There was silence for several moments. No, I truly don't, Turalion admitted. Good, Alensis praised his student. You did what you felt had to be done, what was right, and clearly the light agreed and helped you in your foolishly brave endeavor. I simply said what had to be said, Turalion tried to downplay his actions. You acted when you saw the suffering of another, moved without thinking to do the right thing, and the light rewarded you for your efforts by inspiring all that heard you the truth of your words, Alensis said with a proud smile. There will still be much work to do and feathers to unruffle once they are no longer affected by the light's grace, but I believe that it will be much easier now that they understand the stakes. You've done more to represent what the Church is about this day than I've done during my whole time as Archbishop. Your Holiness. I would never say. Turalion tried to disagree with his master. Well, maybe just a bit less now that I think about it more, Alensis corrected himself with a smirk. At those words Turalion's worry evaporated immediately, replaced with mirth as both men started laughing outright. Soon the laughter faded, replaced once more with duty and resolve. This war will be unlike anything mankind has faced since the Troll Wars, maybe even greater than that, Alensis reminded his student. The Church is ill-equipped to face such a challenge head-on, as our brothers of the Northshire Abbey unfortunately learned, may the light watch over them. Let the light guide their souls, Turalion returned. But the Church has other strengths, we've never been warriors but healers to all those in need. Yes, we are, but there are times when a healer must take up the sword to protect those same people in need. The light encourages us to grow and improve, and sometimes change entirely if the need is great. A warrior can still call upon the light to watch them in battle, so why can't that be so in truth? Alensis pondered aloud. You Holiness? Turalion asked curiously. I've had a number of illuminating conversations with a newly made friend who's shown great interest, and dare I say potential, in channeling the light. Mayhaps the light itself guided him and those with him here for a reason. I cannot say for certain, but I like to believe so, Alensis went on to explain before heading over to his desk and picking up a bound scroll. It has led to an extreme idea that might change the Church forever, but one I think will be needed. I plan to go over it with the Supreme Commander, though he knows it not yet, after the public announcement of the alliance is made. From there, who knows, but I believe the light will support us. What idea, Your Holiness? Turalion asked directly. One that I hope you will take part of, my apprentice. You and those like you who are driven to do what is true and right, Alensis explained. Turalion needed to hear no other words to convince him. You will have my support, he replied earnestly. At least hear about my idea before agreeing outright. Alensis said in faux shock. Must I fear for your coin purse when you walk through the market each day? Only if a pretty smile asks for it, Turalion replied with a smirk. Once more both men laughed, comfortable in each other's presence and that of the light. For it was for moments such as this that Turalion fought. Chapter 34. Kryvax skittered into King Terranaw's imperial chamber, with the Nubrican following closely behind him, intent on finding the other members of the Nerubian delegation before the meeting began. Fortunately, it seemed like Antonidas had already magically expanded the size of the room and the hallways, likely to accommodate not only the Spider Lord but also the large number of nobles in attendance. King Terranaws was already present and sat comfortably on his throne as he spoke quietly to a few of his advisors. Unlike last time when the balconies overlooking the throne room were empty, this time Kryvax could see many important figures watching the proceedings from above. He could even see an ambassador from Kulthalas, which was surprising considering the elves had not offered any input into the matter up until this point. They still haven't even sent anyone to meet us, Kryvax thought, feeling a bit bitter. Looking through the room, Kryvax could see rulers from each of the kingdoms speaking with their diplomats. Turning to look in the direction of the representatives from Stormwind, he noticed an old-looking mage, who Kryvax assumed could only be Kadger, speaking to Anju and Lothar. This was his first time seeing the mage, and Kryvax made certain to memorize his face. After all, Kadger was a man who would be extremely important to the future of Azeroth. The only ones who were absent seemed to be the Gilneans. It was most likely them who everyone was waiting on. A quick glance around the room showed that the other viziers were already present and were standing off in a portion of the room reserved for observing diplomats, speaking with Antonidas as they waited for the meeting to begin. They weren't exactly difficult to pick out of a crowd. With his fellow viziers spotted, Kryvax walked further into the room and began making his way to them. He idly noted that one of the Kultiran Tidesages was looking at him with a strange expression, but Kryvax had long gotten used to getting strange looks from non-Nerubians and they were hardly the only ones staring, so he paid it no mind. As he grew close, Kryvax realized that the viziers were protected by some kind of ward that made it impossible to understand the conversation that they were having with Antonidas. It was only when Kryvax passed through it that their words didn't sound like gibberish to him. Discuss this matter more at a later time. For now, I must prepare for the meeting ahead. Of course, Archmage, said Vizier Crinus, sounding more respectful than Kryvax remembered her being. We will bring your proposal to the High King. I'm certain he will find it as interesting as we do. Haddix seemed content to let Crinus speak for them both, but even he seemed more interested than Kryvax expected. Antonidas nodded solemnly to them both and left, presumably to go take his seat as Dalaran's representative. Greetings, I take it your meeting with the Archmage was more productive than expected, said Anubrican as soon as the Archmage had passed through the ward. It was actually quite fascinating, Spider Lord, said Vizier Crinus, nodding to both of them in greetings. Apparently, Dalaran wishes to purchase some of the artifacts we use to control our beasts. They wish to use them for their war with the Horde and are willing to pay a steep price for any creatures that could be useful to them. Indeed, Archmage Antonidas seemed quite pleased after we informed him about the arachnathids and the large variety of spiders we have at our disposal, said Haddix. Kryvax couldn't help but feel a little shocked after they explained the situation. This kind of development was something that he had not seen coming at all, and implied that the Nerubians might be getting involved in the war as some kind of weapons dealer. Those so-called weapons being deadly creatures that had been biologically manipulated by magic, of course. That is good news, said Anubrican, sounding incredibly pleased. It will allow us to test some of our beasts in a way that they haven't been in millennia. Perhaps if this information proves itself to be useful to the leadership, the High King may allow me to play with a few of the orcs myself. The last part was said in a wistful tone that made it clear how much the Spider Lord wished he could test himself against the orcs. What have they offered in exchange? Kryvax asked curiously. Dalaran has offered to trade large amounts of unique magical reagents, significantly beyond what the beasts are worth in terms of gold, said Crinus, a hint of greed in her voice. I have no doubt that the Circle of Viziers will push heavily for this deal. It will allow us to create many more enchanted items than we could have otherwise. Kryvax was glad that it was something practical. Enchanted weapons and armor required resources to create, and Azjol-Nerub would certainly need them in the future. And supplying the alliance with creatures to fight the Horde with would hopefully help them end the war sooner and with fewer casualties. As far as he could tell, it was a win-win for everyone. Kryvax wanted to ask for further details, but he suddenly found himself distracted when he noticed the Gilneans entering the Imperial Chamber. King Greymane looked as ornery as ever as he strode toward his seat, not looking the slightest bit contrite over making everyone wait. As soon as he sat down, King Terenaz didn't hesitate to begin the meeting. We are all here then? Terenaz asked, though of course he could see that was the case. Good. Time is of the essence, as every moment we fail to marshal our respective militaries, the Horde draws nearer. They have already taken Hosmodan and what information we've gained since shows they don't appear to be in any rush to stop their move north. The Council of the Seven Nations has negotiated tirelessly since the threat of the Horde became clear to us, and we have succeeded in reaching several agreements, though there are few things that remain to be agreed upon. At the king's words, each of the other monarchs nodded in agreement, making Kryvax feel a little bit curious about which points they had actually managed to agree on. Fortunately, Terenaz began answering that just a few moments later. In order to combat the threat of the Horde, our nations have agreed to form a unified force so that we might fight the Horde together, said Terenaz, causing several in the audience who hadn't known how far the negotiations had gone to break out into whispers. The human kingdoms had not been united since the breakup of the Arathorian Empire, so this was certainly a historic moment. We have also agreed that Dalen Proudamur, Lord Admiral of Kultiras, will serve as the Grand Admiral of our united naval forces. Kryvax turned his gaze toward the Kultirans, only to see that Admiral Proudmoore remained completely stoic. The selection made sense and was likely an easily made decision. Kultiras was the foremost naval power in the Eastern Kingdoms, and there was not a single person from the other kingdoms who even approached the amount of experience that Proudmoore had. Thank you, King Terenaz, said Proudmoore, his powerful voice carrying throughout the room as he nodded his head respectfully to the old king. I'm grateful for the trust that you and my fellow rulers have bestowed on me. If the Horde wishes to travel any farther north than Hosmodan, then they will need to either pass through Thandal Span or invade by sea. I swear to you all on my kingdom, my house, and my honor, that any primitive navy that the Horde attempts to muster will be sent to the bottom of the sea. At those words, many of the observers broke out into appreciative applause, likely fully confident that the Admiral would live up to his promises. If my letter to Crucius actually manages to prevent Alexstrasza from being captured, then he actually might. It was only because of the dragon's support that the Horde invasion fleet ever defeated and bypassed the Lord Admiral's forces in cannon after all. If the Horde did not have any dragons, then the Lordaeron navy completely and utterly outclassed them. We have also reached an agreement on matters of logistics, such as the amount of economic and military support each nation is willing to provide, King Terenaz said as soon as the applause began to die down. Kryvax noted that the king gave no specific details on how much each kingdom was actually contributing. He could guess that some of the less enthusiastic kingdoms, such as Gilneas and Alterac, were providing significantly less than they should be. The only matter we have left to agree upon before we can formalize our alliance is to choose who will have command over our unified army as its supreme commander. It is no boast to say that Lordaeron is the largest of the kingdoms, so I believe it is reasonable that we command the army. Many are the great knights under my banner who can lead us to victory, said Terenaz. With all due respect, King Terenaz, while I know for a fact that Lordaeron has capable generals, I believe that the best option to lead our forces is myself, King Trollbane said confidently, not hesitating to put himself forward as soon as the king finished speaking. Not only do I have the most combat experience of any ruler in the eastern kingdoms, but it is my lands that the Horde is likely to invade first. Let the people of Stromgarde lead humanity united once more. You are delusional if you believe any of my men will listen to you, Trollbane, said King Pernold, quick to interject. My own man, General Hath, is just as experienced as you and more used to fighting against impossible odds. What we need more than anything is a leader who is clever and has an abundance of wisdom, not a brute fist. The dig was not unsubtle at all, Trollbane glaring at the man for it. Kryvax watched as the various rulers broke out into arguments, though knowing what he knew about who they would eventually choose, he wondered how much of it was real and how much was political theater. Just as the arguments seemed to be reaching their peak, Archbishop Fail stood up from where he was sitting, immediately causing the room to grow quiet. While the Church of the Holy Light remains committed to supporting this alliance, regardless of who leads its armies, I would like to put forward my own recommendation for the position of Supreme Commander, Archbishop Fail said calmly, capturing the attention of everyone present. Even if he had no armies himself, everyone knew that the Archbishop was a hugely influential figure and his recommendation would be taken seriously. There is only one person here who has the most experience fighting against our current enemy, and who, more than any other, deserves the opportunity to lead our forces against them, said the Archbishop, turning his gaze to Anduin Lothar. If this was political theater, then the look on Lothar's face was enough to convince Kryvax that he had not been informed. Anduin Lothar has served faithfully as the champion of Stormwind for many years and is the last true descendant of the ancient Irati bloodline. He fought the Horde bravely for several years without aid and saved innumerable lives by organizing its evacuation when Stormwind could fight no longer. I could think of nobody else who is more fit to serve as our supreme commander. With that said, the Archbishop returned to his seat and Kryvax listened closely to conversations that broke out in the chambers. He knew that each of the kings wanted to be in charge, but they were dead set against seeing any other ruler in their place and commanding their forces. Not only was Lothar not a king, thus neutral in the power struggle of the northern kingdoms, but he also had a prestigious bloodline that made him noble enough that none of the rulers felt like they were being slighted. That, his experience, and the potential aid that Kulthalas might offer as a result of his bloodline made picking him the obvious choice. He would also be driven towards defeating the Horde and retaking Stormwind above all else. The conversation soon grew increasingly positive to the idea, and it wasn't long before King Terenaz was asking Lothar if he was willing to accept the charge. Lothar was obviously shocked, but it didn't take long before his expression settled into one of intense determination. I accept the charge, he replied, his voice heard clearly by everybody present. I will lead our forces against the Horde. And do my fellow monarchs agree with this decision? Asked Terenaz, sweeping his gaze through the chamber. None of the gathered rulers raised any objections, including Greymane and Pernold. Then there is nothing left that needs to be agreed upon, said King Terenaz, his expression growing dignified as he prepared to make the announcement that everyone present knew would go down in history. Then I, King Terenaz Manethil II, hereby declare the founding of the Alliance of Lordaeron. We shall stand together, united, as our ancestors did long ago, in the Arathorian Empire. And it is only fitting, then, that our commander hails from that ancient ruling stock. We, the kings of the Alliance, appoint Lord Anduin Lothar, champion of Stormwind, as our supreme commander. The chambers immediately burst into cheers and applause as the gathered nobles expressed their enthusiastic support for the Alliance and its supreme commander. There was hardly anyone left who was not worried about the Horde, so everyone was glad to see something finally being done. Finally, said Anubrican, his voice more gleeful than Kryvax had ever heard from a Spider Lord. I have been waiting for this since we learned about the Horde. I look forward to seeing whether or not these humans live up to the might of their Vragal ancestors. Had I heard you say such a thing before we came to the Eastern Kingdoms, I would have considered you ridiculous, Spider Lord, said Vizier Crinus, a complicated expression on her face as she watched the cheering humans. But I have found myself surprised again and again by what I have seen in Dalaran. Perhaps these humans will surprise me again. Haddix didn't offer his own opinion, but Kryvax knew his mentor well enough that he could tell that the Vizier's opinion of humans was also slowly evolving. Nothing close to liking them beyond maybe a few in Dalaran he considered peers, but Kryvax could notice that he had a certain amount of respect for them that didn't exist before. Supreme Commander Lothar, is there anything that you wish to say before we bring this meeting to a close and start preparing for war in truth? Asked Terenaz once the cheering began to die down. Azjol-Nerub was quiet for several moments as the most powerful people in the Eastern Kingdoms all turned their attention to him. Kryvax didn't know what was running through the man's mind, and he couldn't imagine what he must be feeling. My fellow men and women of the Alliance, I stand before you today as a man humbled by the weight of the duty and trust that has been placed upon my shoulders, said Azjol-Nerub, his deep voice ringing throughout the otherwise silent chamber. As you know, our lands and our lives are under threat from a vicious and barbaric enemy, the Horde. Lothar paused, his expression filled with emotion. They arrived in Stormwind several years ago and immediately began storming our lands, laying waste to our homes, and slaughtering our people, and every attempt at diplomacy was met with scorn and violence, Lothar continued, his voice beginning to fill with rage. It was only a few years later that we learned that these creatures came from another world, one which they destroyed with their vile magics. There can be no peace in our lands as long as the Horde continues to exist, otherwise, our world will see the same fate as their own. Kryvax could see that Lothar's words were beginning to make many of the gathered nobles uncomfortable. None of them wanted to believe that their lands could end up like Stormwind, or that the Horde could possibly be a threat to the entire world. Ever since they arrived, the Horde has pushed ever northward, but no longer. No longer will we cower in fear. No longer will we turn a blind eye to the suffering that these monsters are causing to this world. Lothar shouted, causing his audience to grow excited. Today I stand before you as Supreme Commander of the Alliance, and I pledge to you all that I will do everything in my power to defend our lands and destroy the Horde. Where before there was concern at the threat presented, now it seemed like Lothar's words were energizing those listening to them. Nobles from all the gathered human kingdoms seemed determined, eager, and maybe even excited to face the great evil of their time. I know that this will not be an easy task. The orcs are a formidable foe, and they will stop at nothing to see us crushed beneath their boots. But we are the Alliance. Just as the trolls could not hope to defeat the combined might of humanity, the Horde will fare no better. Our armies will not rest until we secure safety for our people, and victory for the Alliance. As the chamber broke out into rapturous cheers and applause, Kryvax couldn't but join them, ignoring his mentor's mild disapproval. He knew that this was a moment that he would likely remember for the rest of his life. Corielstrass flew as fast as he could as he closed in on his beloved's location. If the contents of the mysterious letter were correct, then they were rapidly approaching the point where the orcs would ambush her with the dragon's soul. The letter hadn't given him an exact location, but they were close enough to grim battle that Corielstrass could feel himself being consumed by worry and rage. Fortunately, it seemed that Alex Taza and his fellow consorts had stopped on one of the mountains that made up the highlands to rest. As he flew, Corielstrass kept his eyes peeled for any orcs wielding the dragon's soul or, Titans forbid, Deathwing himself. It wouldn't do if he managed to get himself captured due to a momentary lack of vigilance. Corielstrass didn't know what he would do if he ran in the aspect of the black dragon flight, but he hoped that if he did, he would be able to at least make his death loud enough to warn his queen. When he heard a dragon's roar echoing through the highlands, Corielstrass believed for a moment that his worst fear was coming true. However, once he calmed down he recognized the call as coming from Elora's, his beloved's second youngest consort. It didn't sound to be one of pain or anger, so it was likely that his fellow consort had simply noticed his approach and was greeting him. Corielstrass didn't hesitate to let out his own call in response, one filled with all the worry that had filled him from the moment that he had received the letter. Perhaps that was why his queen and his fellow consorts were waiting for him with worried expressions once he flew over the mountain separating them. However, Corielstrass didn't worry about any of that, because as soon as he saw that his beloved was safe and had not been captured by the orcs, he flew into her side and embraced her. Most other dragons would have likely been knocked over, but Alexstrassa's true form had always been much larger than his own. Corielstrass? Why are you here and not in Dalaran? What's wrong? Asked Alexstrassa, crooning with worry. Tyranastraz, Rostraz, and Eloras also displayed their concern as they surrounded the two of them. A part of him wanted to continue enjoying the moment, but Corielstrass knew that he couldn't. If there was any chance that Deathwing was truly nearby, then he couldn't afford to delay telling his queen for even a moment. My queen, I'm here because someone sent me an anonymous letter with information that I found, highly concerning, said Corielstrass. He quickly began explaining the sequence of events that had led him to leave Dalaran and chase after his queen, using his perfect memory to recite the contents of the letter word for word. When Corielstrass first started speaking, neither his fellow consorts nor his beloved seemed to believe him or take the matter too seriously. But when it became clear that the letter he had received contained information that nobody but them should know, their expressions began to grow solemn. After he finished explaining the situation entirely and what Deathwing and the orcs allegedly planned to do to Alexstrassa once they captured her with the dragon soul, the only thing stopping the gathered dragons from rampaging was the risk that Deathwing might be near. Do you have any idea who sent this letter? Asked Tyranastraz, the first among the consorts to calm down. I don't know for certain, but I believe that it most likely came from the Nerubians, Corielstrass said immediately. They are the only ones in Dalaran who would possess magic that I would not recognize, although I could not begin to guess how they might have learned about the dragon soul. The Nerubians live close to Wormrest Temple, but I would not expect them to know this much, said Alexstrassa, struggling to compose herself after hearing that Deathwing might still live. I regret now that we don't have anyone living in their kingdom. Have you considered that the letter might have been sent from a member of the Black Dragon Flight? Asked Eloras. It's possible that one of them might have managed to escape the old god's corruption. I have not, but it is something that I will consider later, Corielstrass replied. For now, I believe it is best if we deal with the matters at hand. We must verify whether or not the contents of the letter are accurate. How do you intend to do that? The dragon soul cannot be scryed, and I will not allow any of us to risk approaching Grim Battle if there's even a chance that we could be captured, Alexstrasza said firmly before continuing with sorrow. If what you say is true, then we've already lost Oristraz, and I will not have you waste your lives just to protect me. We'd all do it anyway, Corielstrasz couldn't help but think but did not say aloud. His beloved cared so much, it was her worst weakness as well as her greatest strength. Simple, even if we cannot scry the dragon soul, if I scry a general area and the dragon soul is inside of it, then its anti-scrying protections will be obvious, Corielstrasz said confidently. It was a well-known weakness of anti-scrying magic that it could not fully protect an object if the mage that was doing the scrying knew its location. That was why mages needed to go out of their way to make sure that the physical locations that powerful magical artifacts were hidden and remained secret. Most protections would make the object seem like a missing spot in any images produced by scrying. Even the most advanced protections, which made the object seem to blend into its surroundings, still left behind an effect on the scrying spell that could be noticed by an experienced mage. And if there was one thing that Corielstrasz had in abundance, it was experience. After explaining his reasoning, everyone agreed, and Corielstrasz quickly cast a scrying spell that would look into Grim Battle. Immediately, an image of orcs inhabiting the dwarven fortress materialized in the air in front of them. Corielstrasz ignored the orcs as he swiftly searched through Grim Battle, paying attention to his magic for any sign that it was being affected by an anti-scrying spell. Corielstrasz prayed to the Titans that the contents of the letter were just a sick lie and that he would not find anything of note inside the fortress. Fortunately, or unfortunately, it didn't take very long before it became clear to them that the letter had not been lying. Stop there, Corielstrasz, said Alexstrasza, her voice filled with growing alarm. That orc. There's something different about him. Corielstrasz focused his spell on the orc that his queen had pointed out, a smaller-looking one that was leisurely walking through the fortress. Corielstrasz couldn't see anything different about this orc in particular, but that only lasted until the orc suddenly stopped and turned to look up, directly at the scrying spell. Corielstrasz, end the spell now. Alexstrasza shouted in panic. That's no orc, that's Deathwing. Alexstrasza didn't get to finish as the orc suddenly raised his hands and the projected image was immediately filled with pitch-black darkness that filled Corielstrasz with dread. Several massive tentacles unfurled from the darkness and threw themselves at each of the dragons with a speed that didn't allow Corielstrasz to react. It was only after one of the tentacles had wrapped itself around one of his wings that he realized that it was covered in mouths filled with razor-sharp teeth. If his beloved hadn't destroyed the tentacles a moment later with her fiery breath, Corielstrasz was certain that he would have sustained an injury that would have made it difficult for him to fly. Is anyone injured? Asked Alexstrasza as soon as the corrupted scrying spell and the last tentacle were destroyed. I have a small injury on my leg, but I believe I should be fine, said Tyranastraz. Good, we can see to treating it later, but we must leave this place at once, Alexstrasza said urgently. That was not an orc, it was Deathwing. I would recognize him anywhere. We must leave before he arrives, he is far too powerful for me to defeat without the help of the other aspects. None of them argued, eager to get away from this place as quickly as possible. I'll teleport us away from here, said Corielstrasz, already beginning to cast the spell. I won't be able to take all 5 of us very far, but it should be enough that Deathwing will not be able to easily find us. As the Dragon Queen and her consorts disappeared in a flash of violet light, Corielstrasz was filled with a mix of complicated emotions. He was happy that he had saved his beloved from a terrible fate, but he was also filled with dread at the knowledge that Deathwing was still alive and had access to the dragon soul. As long as the corrupted aspect retained control over the only artifact that could guarantee his victory over the other aspects and every other dragon, how could they hope to defeat him? Deathwing seethed with silent rage as his spell was destroyed by the familiar magic of Alexstrasza. He didn't bother wasting his time chasing after the fleeing aspect, as he knew that she would be gone by the time he arrived. Right now, the only thing that concerned him was figuring out how the Red Dragonflight had discovered his plans. There was no reason for them to scry Grim Battle otherwise. Deathwing had just been walking through the fortress in his orc guise, eagerly imagining the moment when his plans could come to fruition and the orcs dragged the Dragon Queen into the prison that he had prepared for her. He had wanted to be in the fortress so that he could watch the moment she was chained with his own eyes. Everything was going exactly to plan when he suddenly felt himself being watched through a scrying spell and felt the presence of Alexstrasza on the other side. He had known that there was no possibility that the Dragon Queen had not recognized him, so he didn't hesitate to destroy the spell and send them back a gift. Deathwing dearly hoped that he had managed to at least kill one of her pathetic consorts, though any joy at the thought of that was suppressed with rage at what this all meant. You. What are you doing just standing around? The chieftain has ordered everyone tea. Deathwing silenced the pitiful orc that had walked up behind him by burying his fist in the creature's lungs at a speed faster than its mortal mind could process. It only took a second for Deathwing to summon his shadow flame, burning the creature out of existence in a single agonizing moment. Killing the orc allowed Deathwing to calm down enough that he could at least think, although he was still absolutely furious. If Alexstrasza knew that he was here, then any plans he might have of using her as a broodmare and forcing the Red Dragonflight under the Horde's control were completely and utterly ruined. The Horde would not have any red dragons to use to destroy the human kingdoms, and the Dragonflights would rally their resources to kill him once they were made aware of his return. Although, as long as he possessed the dragon soul, there was little they could do directly, for while he couldn't use it himself, his minions could. Though their ability to use it compared to him would be solely lacking, it could still be used to bring low in aspect should they be foolish enough to show themselves, and no other dragons could match him directly. Deathwing furiously pondered his options for several moments before reaching a conclusion. I suppose my plans are going to need to change, although if the Dragonflights have discovered me, then there's no longer any need to be subtle. There were a few resources that Deathwing had discarded in order not to draw suspicion from his former allies, including the creatures living under the very fortress he was currently standing in. He could bring in his wayward children to serve him more directly now as well, bring them out of the holes they had been hiding in since his defeat millennia ago. They should even thank him, bringing them out of hiding to strike back against the dragonflights who had hunted them down since his disappearance. Still, his flight was greatly diminished and his mates were too weak to survive giving him more children since his empowerment. Regardless of who he called in, there wouldn't be enough dragons for the Horde to use, unless maybe the Dragonmaw would have their dragons after all. Deathwing's mouth twisted into an evil smile as he considered his now opened options. However, before he could do all that, there were a few things that Deathwing needed to do first in Lordaeron before his human identity was discovered. Not only would it be a good chance for him to gather more information on the Humans' alliance, but Deathwing needed to find out how his carefully laid plans were ruined. Fortunately, his masters were all-knowing, and their whispers directed him to Capital City. And he had a guess as to why. Chapter 35. Anubarak shifted from a deep slumber to perfect clarity in an instant. The High King of Azjol-Nerub immediately began searching his surroundings to find what had alerted him, only to relax once he did. As the ruler of the most powerful nation in the world, Anubarak had many enchanted artifacts that served a variety of purposes, and one of them was alerting him that one of his advisors, Elder Nadox, was approaching his chamber. Anubarak telepathically directed the skitterers that were cleaning his carapace to leave his chambers as he waited for his advisor's arrival. The past few years had been some of the busiest of his time as High King, and there was no reason to believe that things would change anytime soon, so he was not surprised to be awoken ahead of schedule. It was an occurrence that Anubarak was growing more and more accustomed to in recent times. As the Elder made his way through the complex system of wards and guards that made up Naxxgalek, the largest ziggurat in Azjol-Nerub and the ancient home of its High Kings, Anubarak decided to use the moment to consider recent events. This was a time in which his kingdom was undergoing drastic changes more quickly than ever before, so it was worth taking a moment to gather his thoughts and consider all that had happened. It started innocently at first, with Anubarak receiving a report from the circle of viziers that Killikuk had begun trading with the surface races. While he had disapproved of such practices, it was not a serious enough matter for Anubarak to feel compelled to tell an underking what he should be doing in his own city. There was no possibility of the Tusker ever becoming a serious threat to Azjol-Nerub, so why would he be concerned if some strange initiate decided they wanted to trade with the surface races? Such things had happened before, and it was likely that the initiate would lose interest and the Tusker would simply forget about them in a few centuries. That was before the Tusker's shellfish became one of the most popular luxury foods among the higher castes. After that, Anubarak realized that it was becoming unlikely that trade between Killikuk and the Tusker was going to cease anytime soon. There were even signs that Enkilla was interested in replicating the success of Killikuk and had considered negotiating a similar agreement with the Tusker near their own city. At the time, Anubarak had considered trading with the surface races to be the most significant event to happen in Azjol-Nerub since the seers began delivering portents of vague and unspecified doom in the kingdom's future. He had believed that it would be the most important matter that he would have to deal with until their prophesied doom made itself known. Anubarak could only look back on his past self and envy his ignorance. It wasn't much longer after he first received reports of Killikuk trading with the surface races that Azjol-Nerub learned of a fact that would send a political shockwave throughout the kingdom and would undoubtedly change things forever. Their belief that the lands they occupied were the only ones to survive the sundering was incorrect. There was an entire continent across the sea that contained multiple kingdoms, including one made by the long-assumed extinct elves, and two previously unknown sapient species, the so-called gnomes and dwarves. Reactions to this news had been intense and varied, from extreme curiosity about the new lands to a desire to avoid anything to do with them. From there, matters began to develop at a speed that surpassed Anubarak's expectations. The viziers had very quickly sent proposals to send a diplomatic delegation to the new continent, and several of his advisors made suggestions that they establish a settlement there as well. Anubarak had agreed to the former with hopes that the delegation would gather additional information and started giving serious consideration to the latter. He was correct to believe that the delegation would send back information that would change how Azjol-Nerub intended to interact with the eastern kingdoms. In fact, it was beginning to feel like there wasn't a month that went by where Anubarak didn't learn something new that changed his kingdom's plans for the future. The delegation sent their first report shortly after they arrived in Capital City, which was the aptly named capital city of the Kingdom of Lordaeron. That report had been filled with information about guns, a new form of magic that had captured the attention of Anubarak's most loyal spider lord, and an army of otherworldly invaders called the Horde. Under normal circumstances, any one of these discoveries would instantly become the center of the High King's attention, but the times he lived in were anything but normal. Debates had emerged among his advisors on the best ways to move forward, and orders had been given to the delegation to learn as much as they could so that they could make informed decisions. The viziers in particular were extremely interested in gathering information and seemed to have become the main driving force pushing against Azjol-Nerub's insular nature. More than one vizier had come to Anubarak with urgent requests that the delegation send back knowledge about guns and the like so that they might attempt to replicate them. Research into both was ongoing, but the High King was not expecting any results for several more months. It wasn't long after that before a portion of the delegation traveled to Lordaeron, a city-state run by mages that seemed to serve as the center of magical learning for much of the eastern kingdoms. Then the delegation began making claims of advanced enchanting techniques that surpassed what Azjol-Nerub was capable of, and the rulers of Lordaeron sent an offer that would have Nerubians living and studying in their city. After considering the matter and analyzing the security risks posed by a portal between Lordaeron and Enkilla, Anubarak eventually decided that the benefits outweighed the costs. The portal was extremely well guarded from both sides, which was something that he had discovered after asking his advisors to evaluate what would happen if Azjol-Nerub tried to send their own soldiers through, either covertly or otherwise. In the worst-case scenario, they could always close it whenever they wished. It was around that same time that the kingdoms of Stormwind and Alterac sent offers to cede portions of their territory to Azjol-Nerub, for a price. Anubarak had immediately called for a meeting with his advisors and they debated the wisdom of accepting each, both, or neither of the offers that had been presented to them. It was easy to decide that neither was not an option, given that the seers were still giving warnings of calamity in Azjol-Nerub's future. Many of the more powerful seers had made claims that they could feel that the details of the tide of death threatening to sweep over their kingdom were beginning to change, but that didn't alter the fact that Azjol-Nerub would be well served by having a settlement in the eastern kingdoms to flee to should the worst happen. Anubarak had eventually settled on only accepting the offer from Alterac. The land that they were offering was simply more valuable, as it was situated in a position that would allow Azjol-Nerub to extend its influence throughout the northern portion of the continent. Not to mention Alterac was merely asking for them to prevent their rival from entering the proposed settlement's lands, thus making it impossible for Stromgarde to invade them. From what Anubarak could tell from the reports he'd received estimating Stromgarde's strength, it was a simple matter. Truly, as long as Azjol-Nerub was given enough time to establish a permanent portal and fortify their location, the only nation in the eastern kingdoms that could hope to threaten them would be Kulthalas. Stormwind, on the other hand, was offering them land that they did not even currently own and was asking for Azjol-Nerub's assistance in regaining it. It had not taken Anubarak long to dismiss their offer, but depending on how the next meeting with his advisors went, that might be a decision that he would need to revisit. Anubarak turned his focus back to the present as he felt Nadox pass through the last security checkpoint. Moments later, the elder was walking into his private chambers while wearing a pensive expression. "Your Majesty, I apologize for waking you, but I have news that I thought you should hear before the council meeting," said Elder Nadox, speaking as soon as he entered the chambers. "Your apologies are unnecessary. You would not wake me if it was not important," said Anubarak. "What news do you bring?" "There are a few things, Your Majesty," said Nadox, reaching into his spatial bag and retrieving a few documents. "The most recent report from the delegation to the Eastern Kingdoms has arrived. Please, take a look." Anubarak directed one of his beetles to take the documents from his advisor and bring them to him. It had been several weeks since the humans had formed the alliance of Lordaeron, and since then they had been learning more about the Horde's capabilities. The information contained in the report mostly concerned the Horde, and it didn't take long for Anubarak to pick out what had drawn his advisor's attention. "How credible are these reports of Death Knights?" asked Anubarak, addressing the heart of the matter. "Is this something that our own necromancers are capable of?" Anubarak knew that the circle of viziers studied death magic to a certain degree, but such research was highly regulated due to the adverse effects such magic had on the mentality of the practicing mages. "Not at the scale reported," Nadox admitted with some worry. "Each Death Knight seems to possess natural necromantic abilities, making them capable of raising dozens of corpses, controlling and maintaining them for long periods of time, while also being skilled in all manner of deadly magics. We are unfamiliar with such undead creatures, so it is difficult to determine what they are truly capable of. These Death Knights freely raise the corpses of their enemies, allies, beasts, and are extremely difficult to truly kill, making each one of them a considerable threat." Anubarak hummed thoughtfully as he considered the information presented to him. He personally did not consider the Horde to be a significant threat to Azjol-Nerub itself, but he could see how many among the kingdom's leadership would use this information to push for them to more directly involve themselves in the affairs of the eastern kingdoms. Some would see this as a sign that the Horde was related to the prophesied tide of death, especially considering these creatures were created through the use of death magic, although Anubarak had some doubts. It was impossible to know how literally the portents of seers should be taken, so it was important to examine all options when dealing with such things. Although the Death Knights could be a genuine threat if Azjol-Nerub was indeed forced to face them in great numbers, many of their most powerful weapons would become counterproductive against an enemy that could raise them into undeath and use them against their former masters. The next meeting of his council was scheduled to determine whether or not Azjol-Nerub would be selling their beasts to the eastern kingdoms to use as weapons of war. If they did decide to do so, then any proposal to more directly participate in the war would be emboldened. After all, if they began providing military aid, then they were one step closer to direct intervention. Anubarak was reluctant to agree to such proposals, but the benefits of doing so were beginning to look more and more attractive. "Do we know how the Horde managed to accomplish this?" asked Anubarak. His impression of the Horde was that they were a collective of unsophisticated creatures that were a danger only due to their numbers and natural strength. From where could they have gained such potent magic? "Unfortunately, no. We have intelligence reports of their warlocks and necrolites being used during the Horde's war against Stormwind, but they seem to be absent in more recent reports, replaced instead by the Death Knights," said Nadox, his mandibles clicking in irritation due to the lack of information. "The Alliance seems to believe that this discrepancy is due to a change in leadership, as according to reports the Horde used to be led by an orc named Blackhand, but has since been taken over by his former second-in-command, Orgrim Doomhammer. Has Blackhand been slain?" "Yes, Your Majesty," said Nadox, nodding grimly. "According to the Alliance, he was killed by Doomhammer shortly before Stormwind's second siege and conquest, though the details as to why beyond purging the Horde of dishonor are scarce. Though that did not answer the question about the orc's source of magical power, it did at least tell him that this Doomhammer was somehow responsible for the creation of the Death Knights. Still, there were too many questions about the orcs they were currently unable to answer." Anubarak found it frustrating how little they knew about the Horde, its internal workings, or the world that they came from. It made it difficult to properly evaluate what they might do and how much of a threat they were. This, coupled with seemingly ridiculous claims made by Stormwind that the Horde was responsible for destroying their own world, made gathering information about them increasingly vital. Very well, said Anubarak as he sent his beetle away. He would consider the matter further during the meeting with his council. This was something that could have waited until the meeting. What other news do you bring me, Elder Nadox? Elder Nadox seemed to hesitate for a moment before again reaching into his spatial bag and retrieving a new set of documents and handing it to one of the High King's beetles. I've received results from our investigation, Your Majesty. Anubarak could feel his attention focus as he processed his advisor's words and began reading through the results of his investigation. Results which left him feeling confused. Ever since the discovery of the Eastern Kingdoms, it had become clear to him that there was an excessively high degree of coordination among certain members of the vizier caste. Anubarak was born and bred to be a leader. He knew Azjol-Nerub better than anyone else, which meant that he knew without a doubt that the speed at which his kingdom had reached a consensus in regard to the Eastern Kingdoms was deeply unnatural. There were more than a few occasions in which underkings or viziers who spouted isolationist rhetoric spontaneously changed their minds. Queens who he knew to be politically agnostic were suddenly incredibly interested in learning everything they could about the Eastern Kingdoms. Nearly every report that he received included pragmatic reasons for which Azjol-Nerub should become more involved in outside affairs. Viziers who he knew to hate each other cooperated without conflict. Anubarak did not have proof of a conspiracy, but there were too many small details that pointed to the fact that there was a highly influential and secretive organization pushing for Azjol-Nerub to involve itself in the Eastern Kingdoms. After determining that the majority of this unseen influence was coming from the viziers, Anubarak had immediately made orders for his most loyal supporters to investigate. A part of him had expected to find that a secret organization of scheming viziers had begun spreading their influence in preparation to overthrow him and take control of the kingdom. But according to the results of his investigations done by both his own supporters and the one done by Elder Nadox, there was no evidence to support anything of the sort. Then, what do they want? What could drive so many viziers to cooperate with one another in pursuit of a singular goal? Anubarak didn't know, and that worried him. What should we do now, Your Majesty? Elder Nadox said with concern. The fact that he had independently reached the same conclusion that Anubarak had reached and come to him with his theories was one of the reasons that he trusted him. Anubarak considered the matter for several moments before responding. For now, we wait and observe. Whatever their goals, they feel strongly enough about them that they are knowingly taking actions that risk their anonymity. No organization with this much influence is so foolish. They understand the risks that they are taking by acting so blatantly, yet they still do so regardless. If there was anything that Anubarak had learned in his long life, it was patience. As long as the organization did not know that he was suspicious, he was certain that an opportunity would present itself. Elder Nadox nodded, silently accepting the decision of his High King. Anubarak and Nadox discussed the upcoming meeting for nearly an hour before the two of them began making their way to the council room. Given the present circumstances, it was important that Anubarak independently considered each proposal so that he could be sure the conclusions he was reaching were his own. Walking into the large chamber that was artfully decorated with various tapestries, and finely woven webs, the High King was pleased to see that his entire council was already present and waiting for the meeting to begin. Seer Dranix and Queen Nezarezret were in quiet conversation while Vizier Yathaman, Spider Lord Kal Rat, and Weaver Tutankash all stood quietly around the large desk filled with scattered documents in the center of the room. Anubarak walked past one of several obsidian destroyers that were placed in the room to protect the council and took his place at the head of the table. Several skitterers immediately brought all the relevant documents relating to the meeting before making themselves scarce. Once he was certain that everything was in order, Anubarak did not hesitate to begin the meeting. His time was precious and he had no intention of wasting it on pleasantries. We are here to discuss the details of Dalaran's proposal in which we agree to supply the alliance with our beasts for the purpose of using them to fight the Horde. In addition, we will discuss the contents of the most recent reports sent to us from our delegation to the Eastern Kingdoms. Begin. Your Majesty, I believe it is Azjol-Nerub's best interest to agree to Dalaran's proposal, Seer Dranix said immediately. The magical reagents that they are offering are worth far more than what we would be giving them, and this is an excellent opportunity for us to test their worth in combat after millennia of improper testing conditions. I do not necessarily disagree, Seer Dranix, but you must acknowledge that there are potential risks to such a decision, said Vizier Yathaman, playing his normal role as one of the council's more cautious voices. Although the artifacts we use to direct our beasts are not exceedingly advanced, the techniques we use to enchant them are rather unique. We do not know what the outsiders might learn from studying them. Whatever they might learn, it is far less than the knowledge we would gain in return, said Queen Nezarezret. I and my fellow queens have been preparing this kingdom for war since the seers made their prophecy, but there is little we can do without testing the products of our efforts. I agree, said Spider Lord Yalrat, one of Azjol-Nerub's oldest generals. We have been at peace for a very long time. We need to know if it has made us weak. We would also benefit greatly from the promised magical reagents, said Weaver Tutankash. Enchanted weapons are not cheap. A steady influx of reagents would help blunt the costs of our ongoing efforts to prepare the kingdom for the prophecy. Once again, his council was nearly in complete agreement, and Anubarak hated the hint of suspicion that fact invoked in him. Still, he found himself agreeing with their arguments, and had reached similar conclusions on his own. Queen Nezarezret, is it feasible to render the beasts infertile before we send them? Asked Anubarak. It was likely that the outsiders would be able to replicate the enchantments on the artifacts, so it was important that they maintain their control over their supply of the beasts themselves. Queen Nezarezret scoffed lightly before replying, that would be a simple matter. For the best really. The last thing we would want is for the primitives to lose control over a few of the beasts and allow them to breed out of control in their wilds. They would no doubt throw their ecosystems out of balance, and then we would lose access to reagents and test subjects, said Vizier Yathaman. Very well, then we will agree to Dalaran's proposal, said Anubarak. Will there be any problems with the Hormongar? As I understand it, controlling them requires significant amounts of training in addition to the use of nature magic. Although they are not common, there are a few practitioners of nature magic among the humans that I believe capable of learning our skills quickly, said Seer Drenix. The so-called Harvest Witches of Gilneas and the Thorn Speakers of Kultiras. Good. Then I will leave this matter in the hands of Queen Nezarezrit. She would know best about which of our beasts we should offer the outsiders, said Anubarak. Thank you, Your Majesty. I have been attempting to create a colossal spider similar in size to Maexna. Although I have not succeeded, I'm sure the Alliance will be pleased to receive some of my failed attempts, the Queen said enthusiastically. I can't wait to hear how they fare against the Horde. Maexna, one of Azjol-Nerub's most powerful weapons, was a massive spider larger than most spider lords. Anything creatures created in her image would be truly formidable. Anubarak merely nodded before moving on to the next topic of discussion. I assume that you have all already read the most recent reports coming from our delegation. Yes, Your Majesty, said Seer Drenix. And I must say, these Death Knights are highly concerning. If the reports about their capabilities are accurate, then the Horde may be responsible for the visions that have been plaguing our seers. How so, Seer Drenix? There is no indication that the Horde is powerful enough to threaten Azjol-Nerub. Have your visions suddenly become clear enough that you can perceive that the coming tide of death refers to the undead? Spider Lord Yalrat said skeptically. Was there not a time when the seers were telling us the coming calamity was a plague? Where was this certainty before? We have had this argument before, and I see no need to have it again, Spider Lord, Seer Drenix said with exasperation. But even if the Horde is not responsible for the visions, is it not wise to learn more about these Death Knights? Should we not seek to discover how the Horde managed to perform a feat of necromancy beyond what we are capable of? I believe we should send someone to discover the source of the Horde's magic. Who do you propose we send to do that? We hardly have any people in the Eastern Kingdoms, and those who are there are either students or diplomats, said Weaver Tuttencash. I'm sure the Alliance would be more than willing to allow a specialized capture team through the portal if we explained our intentions, said Seer Drenix, waving one of his hands in a dismissive gesture. And if not, we could always send Vizier Haddix. Vizier Haddix was a name that Anubarak had become well acquainted with in recent times, and was a vizier who was frequently on his mind, mostly because nothing about Haddix made any sense. According to reports, Vizier Haddix was born in Azjol-Nerub's capital city and was promptly taken in by one of the most influential viziers in the city at the time, Elder Yelrin, because of his genius. Ever since he was a hatchling, Haddix had shown a prodigious talent for arcane magic and was seen as a rising star within the circle of viziers. That all changed one day when his mentor was discovered dead and Haddix claimed to have killed him in self-defense. The records of what happened afterward were suspiciously vague, but an investigation was done. Elder Yelrin was determined to have been practicing dangerous magics, and Haddix had been exonerated. From there, Vizier Haddix traveled from city to city, staying for only a few decades at a time, and despite being one of the most powerful mages in the kingdom, he barely had any political influence. Anubarak found the vizier to be very suspicious. It didn't help that the initiate who was said to be responsible for discovering the Eastern Kingdoms was his apprentice. Vizier Haddix is an important member of our diplomatic delegation, said Vizier Yuthaman. His time is better spent ensuring our deal with Alterac does not fall apart. We've received reports that they have seemingly become more reluctant to move forward with the deal recently for no apparent reason. Now is not the time to send one of our diplomats away from capital city. Of course, he would need to be sent after the negotiations with Alterac have been completed, Seer Drenix agreed. But changes to our diplomatic team need to be made eventually. Do we intend to leave powerful individuals such as Anubrican and Vizier Haddix in capital city indefinitely when their talents could be used elsewhere? According to the reports, Vizier Krivax seems to be one of our more effective diplomats. Perhaps he could handle the diplomacy while we send Haddix and Anubrican to investigate the Death Knights. Vizier Krivax is practically a hatchling. If we intend to supply the Eastern Kingdoms with beasts for their war, then perhaps we should reconsider the offer from Stormwind? They might consider ceding some of their lands for powerful enough beasts. The council meeting continued for several hours before reaching its conclusion. Anubarak agreed that they should seek to learn more about the Horde and their magic, and that it was worth reopening negotiations with Stormwind to see what they had to offer. The High King felt like it was only a matter of time before Azjol-Nerub would be intervening directly in the war. Once it was done, Anubarak bid his advisors farewell and left to continue his duties as High King. One of the viziers from the Technological Research Division wanted to present a proposal on beginning the construction of ships capable of traveling the sea. They had even sought advice from the Tuskers on how to properly construct such a ship. It was a good idea. Portals were highly vulnerable to sabotage and had many limitations, so it would be in Azjol-Nerub's interest to develop a way to travel to the Eastern Kingdoms by sea. As Anubarak walked through the hallways of Naxgalik, he couldn't help but feel that his kingdom was changing far too quickly for him to adjust. Still, as High King, his duty was to do so and lead his kingdom to the best of his ability no matter what happened, and he would do till the bitter end if need be. Chapter 36. Are you certain that Azjol-Nerub can provide this many arachnathids, Krivax? Asked Archmage Runeweaver, his voice echoing slightly from the other side of the scrying crystal. After a bit of evaluation, Dalaran eventually decided that the arachnathids would likely be the most useful variant of beast to throw against the Horde. This was for a variety of reasons, including their production rate, general size and strength, and also their ability to dig shallow burrows for ambushes. There was also the fact that Dalaran's mages generally found it easier to control a single arachnathid rather than a swarm of skitterers. It should not be a problem, Ansirem, this is easily within the kingdom's production capacity, Kryvax said confidently. The two of them had been in consistent communication ever since Azjol-Nerub and Dalaran had reached an agreement for the sale of beasts for the war. At some point, the Archmage had insisted that they drop the formalities and call each other by their first names, something Kryvax was glad for. As it is, the only problem is the Hormongar. The artifacts you offered to purchase them are sufficient, but High King is not willing to approve the deal until you've shown that the Alliance is capable of properly controlling them. The last thing that Azjol-Nerub needed from a diplomatic perspective was for one of their giant worms to go rampaging through a city just because the people they sold it to were unable to control it. Kryvax knew that if something like that happened, the aristocrats of the Eastern Kingdoms wouldn't hesitate to lay the blame at Azjol-Nerub's feet to save their own skin. Archmage Runeweaver frowned before speaking with a tone that was clearly frustrated. Unfortunately, there are very few people here who use life magic. We have made attempts to recruit from the Thorn Speakers, and we've even sent an Arcanist to speak to the witches of Gilneas, but our efforts have not had as much success as we hoped. What seems to be the problem? Kryvax asked curiously. He knew very little about either the Thorn Speakers or the witches as they were both rather obscure parts of Warcraft lore. At least Kryvax believed they were. He had stopped paying attention to Warcraft sometime before Kul Tiras was an available zone in the game, so it was possible that was why he had never heard of the Thorn Speakers. Well, to tell the truth, neither of those groups has a close relationship with their respective kingdoms, said Runeweaver. The Thorn Speakers generally keep to themselves, but there are many superstitious legends about them in Kul'Riran society. Runeweaver paused hesitantly before he continued speaking. Kul'Riran is a land of strange magics. The locals have rightfully learned to be cautious of things they do not understand. Kryvax took a moment to absorb the Archmage's words. It made him feel worried whenever he heard about something that wasn't included in his meta-knowledge, such as the strange magics of Kul'Riran. But that was something that he was just going to have to get used to. He had already completely thrown the canon plot off the rails, so he needed to learn how to roll with the punches. What about the witches? Kryvax asked after a moment of silence. That story is a regretful one, said Runeweaver, his tone filled with melancholy. Although the witches of old once used their magic to increase the agrarian yields of their local villages, they were driven nearly to extinction by the persecution of peasants with the rise of organized religion such as the Church of Holy Light, and the arcane magics introduced by the High Elves. Old traditions were quickly supplanted, trading it for fear and misunderstanding as fewer people dabbled in it. It came to a boiling point a few centuries ago. There was a panic that spread through the Eastern Kingdoms after a coven of witches in Drustvar, a region in Kul Tiras, destroyed a village for some kind of ritual. Nowadays you are very unlikely to see any witches outside of Gilneas. Kryvax could easily imagine the consequences of an event like that. I see, then how does Dalaran intend to resolve this issue? Asked Kryvax. If you wish to control the Hormongar, then you will need someone capable of using nature magic in addition to one of our controlling artifacts. We haven't had much luck in Gilneas, but we have found a few nature mages in Kul Tiras who are willing to come out of isolation and help, said Runeweaver before letting out an amused chuckle. Although I would advise against calling them that to their face. They prefer to be referred to as either Thorn Speakers or practitioners of the old ways. Kryvax thought about them as druids in his head, but he wouldn't have any problem calling them whatever they wanted. Azeroth was in for some difficult times in the future, and having these kinds of fringe organizations grow more involved in their societies could only be a good thing. Kryvax discussed the logistical details of the deal with Ansirem for nearly an hour before they both began sharing information. Ansirem, I've recently heard rumors from our enclave in Dalaran that Archmage Crassus hasn't been seen in the city for several weeks. Has something happened? Asked Kryvax. It was difficult to know for certain if his anonymous letter had done its job, so he was hoping he could get some information out of Archmage Runeweaver. Everything is fine. Archmage Crassus has simply left Dalaran to take care of a few personal matters. When are you expecting him to return? Asked Kryvax, hoping that Crassus hadn't managed to get himself captured and that the Council of Six was simply covering up his disappearance. It would not be a good sign if one of Dalaran's leaders appeared to up and vanish from the city not long before the Horde invaded. According to the message he sent just yesterday, the Archmage will return to the city in just a few weeks. Kryvax let out a sigh of relief now that he had probable confirmation that Crassus wasn't currently chained up in grim battle. There was some chance that the messages were faked by Deathwing, but the Mad Dragon would likely prefer to sow panic by making it seem like the Archmage just disappeared into the night. Have the Knights of the Silver Hand truly completed their training so quickly? This seems a bit rushed, Ansirem asked dubiously. Not long after the formation of the Alliance, a few days at most, Archbishop Fael and Supreme Commander Lothar announced that the Church of the Holy Light would be creating a new branch of the Church, an order of warriors trained in wielding the light. The Archbishop had then quickly started training the first members of the so-called Knights of the Silver Hand, Turolion, Uther, Tyrion Fordring, Sedendithrothan, and Gavinrad the Dire. Kryvax knew that these 5 men would become the first paladins of Azeroth, and legends in their own rights, but Archmage Runeweaver did not know that. Yes, they have. I would not worry too much about it, Ansirem, said Kryvax. According to Nerubian, they are all highly skilled warriors who are more than prepared for the war. I'm glad to hear that, said Runeweaver, sounding relieved. Although if Admiral Proudamur's boasts are to be believed, there may be hope that their skills might not be required. Proudamur had not been shy about declaring that the Horde would never be able to defeat the Alliance's navy and set foot on the northern portion of the continent. Their only other option was to try and cross the bridge connecting the northern and southern portions of the continent, Thandal Span. Given the efforts that Stromgarde had put in to fortify said bridge, attempting to cross it would be suicide. Although many believed the Admiral's claims, Kryvax wasn't sure how to feel about his odds. In canon, he'd primarily failed to hold back the Horde's navy due to their enslaved dragons, but that was likely no longer a factor. That wouldn't stop the initial battle, however, as the Horde had relied on their superior numbers to land enough troops in Hillsbrad foothills. But on the other hand, Kryvax was certain that Deathwing would make efforts to make up for their loss, though how he intended to do that was uncertain. If he wasn't able to find a replacement, Kryvax could easily imagine Deathwing taking the field himself. If that happened, then the Alliance fleet wouldn't last long before being burnt to ash. Although, if he did that, then he would probably end up facing the combined power of the other aspects as well as every archmage in the Eastern Kingdoms. Not even Deathwing was confident enough to go up against such odds alone. The two of them speculated some more about the Horde's chances against the Alliance navy before moving on to other topics. One of them included Azjol-Nerub's decision to send a few of their elite soldiers to capture some of the Horde's Death Knights for study. After a Narubian heard the news, he insisted on accompanying them on their mission and left capital city to meet the elite soldiers in Lordaeron. Massuk had wanted to join as well, but he was still too young to be considered an elite soldier, to his extreme disappointment. After they finished discussing that, Ansirem brought up a topic that was recently giving Kryvax a bit of a headache. I've heard that there have been some tensions in capital city between your delegation and the nobles. Yeah, that. Relations between the Nerubians and the nobles had been steadily improving until it felt like things took a turn for the worse about a week ago. The strangest thing about it was that Kryvax couldn't pinpoint a single source or reason that was the cause of the tension. It felt like overnight nobles, who were previously either supportive or ambivalent to their presence, now looked at them with suspicion or spread rumors of them having malign intentions. It had gotten so bad that their deal with Alterac was being delayed because Count Dalton's son had suddenly gone to his father and declared his opposition to the deal. Azjol-Nerub's leadership believed that the shift was a result of one of the human kingdoms spreading rumors, but Kryvax knew that there was likely a different explanation. It hadn't taken very long before Haddock somehow reached the conclusion that the Void was increasing its presence in capital city and had run off to investigate. The vizier was not happy when he discovered that someone was using the Void to turn people against Azjol-Nerub. Unfortunately, even if Deathwing was using his Void magic to sow distrust toward Narubians in the minds of the aristocracy, there wasn't much he could do about it given couldn't remember the name of Deathwing's human form. Kryvax was keeping his many eyes peeled for a suspicious human noble that was running around and causing problems, but he hadn't had any luck yet. Still, doesn't he have better things to do? It's not like a few rumors and a couple of distrustful nobles are going to tear apart the alliance. What is his plan? It made him feel worried to know that Deathwing was probably sneaking around the city, and a part of him worried that the changes he had made would end up being for the worse. The only thing that Kryvax could do was hope that this was a temporary problem. Deathwing would need to leave eventually to assist the Horde, and it would likely become difficult for him to stay in capital city in the long term. If everything had gone to plan, then Crassus and Alexstrasza were likely rallying the other aspects in their flights to confront Deathwing. He wouldn't be able to stay here once the city was secretly crawling with dragons. He's probably just here to gather information or something, and the spiteful bastard decided to take a pot shot at us while he's here, Kryvax thought hopefully. It was the only thing that made sense to him given the information he had available to him. There have been some tensions, yes, but I don't believe it's anything to worry about, Kryvax said with more confidence than he felt. The Archmage hummed doubtfully but didn't comment any further on the matter. After that, there was not much left for them to discuss, and they both said their farewells before ending their meeting. Kryvax was sure that he would be speaking to the Archmage again soon given that he was the one handling most of the day-to-day diplomacy for the delegation. And now that the war was escalating and Azjol-Nerub had begun supplying the alliance with arachnathids and other war beasts, there was a lot for the delegation to do. Kryvax put away the scrying crystal and turned his attention back to the numerous diplomatic letters that he needed to sort through. As he began his work, Kryvax couldn't help but wish that he could do more than he currently was. Unfortunately, there was no easy way for him to drastically increase his strength in a short amount, and his meta-knowledge grew less useful every day as Azeroth's history shifted further from what he remembered. Sure, there was still a lot that he could do and more information that he could share, but Kryvax couldn't think of much he could do in the immediate future. For now, he would just have to wait to see where the chips landed after he sent his letter to Crassus. The first signs of change would be obvious once it came time for the Horde and the Alliance to have their fateful, first naval battle. Kryvax didn't know specifically when it would happen, but all signs pointed to it happening soon. Eventually, he was certain that he would see an opportunity for him to be more proactive. In the meantime, I'll just continue studying my magic while doing my best to become a good diplomat. If I manage to do a good enough job, the leadership might trust me enough so that I'm not being babysat by haddocks or a Narubian. Azjol-Nerub wasn't exactly overflowing with capable diplomats, so there was a chance Kryvax could accumulate a decent amount of political power in his current position. As he was musing on his current situation and plans for the future, Kryvax suddenly paused as his attention was grabbed by the contents of a particular letter, one that he had received from Stormwind. This holds promise. Situated next to a bay in the wetlands north of Hosmodan was a large horde encampment filled with orcs and ogres eager for battle. Ships could be seen being docked in the bay, primarily captained by goblins, while several others were currently under construction. Inside a large tent in the center of this encampment, Orgrim Doomhammer growled in anger as he listened to the goblin share his latest reports of the Horde's naval might, and how it compared to the Alliance. Not only did the Horde not have much experience with constructing ships, sailing, and fighting at sea, but they were newcomers to this world, who simply had not had enough time to construct a naval fleet. As a result, Orgrim had been forced to use the wealth they had plundered from Stormwind to purchase shipbuilding services, maps, information, and mercenaries from the tiny green creatures that called themselves goblins. Listen, Mr. Warcraft, Things really aren't looking all that good for you right now, said the annoying little creature, a goblin by the name of Gitsik Smugbit, a representative of the Steamweedle cartel. Things were looking better when you were promising dragons that could burn up the human ships, but without that, your ships are going to get sunk to the bottom of the ocean. Sure, you'll be able to get past the alliance at first, on account of there being so many of you, but that's not going to fix your long-term problems, understand? As it is, you're going to need to put out a lot of gold to hire captains willing to send themselves and their ships into an obvious suicide job, big guy. Although he had instructed some of his men to learn how to construct ships and sail, Orgrim knew something like that would take years to accomplish. Therefore most of their fleet currently came from Steamweedle mercenary captains and their ships. Orgrim held back the urge to smash the little creature's head with his hammer as it told him things he didn't want to hear. The Horde had enough enemies, and from what he could tell, the Steamweedle cartel was not a group he wished to casually antagonize. Is your cartel truly incapable of providing the ships we need to overcome the humans? Orgrim asked impatiently. We still have more than enough gold from our conquering of Stormwind, and there will be plenty more after we destroy the rest of the human kingdoms. Look, buddy. I love gold as much as any self-respecting goblin, but I also love living to enjoy that gold more, said Gitsik, his tone irreverent as he explained the situation to Orgrim. Trade Prince Steamweedle is willing to provide you guys with anything you need to win this war, but nothing we give is going to let you win against a navy as powerful as the one you're up against. It was a different story before, but it's looking like you're out of luck, Mr. Warcraft. Orgrim let out a stream of curses the second that the goblin left. Damn that fool, Azjol-Nerub. I should have never trusted that he would be able to keep his worthless promises. When Azjol-Nerub the Whacked had come to him with tales that he had received visions of a powerful artifact that could be turned against the humans and requested permission to go find it, Orgrim had allowed him to do so. Azjol-Nerub was a chieftain and Orgrim had believed that the man had the best interests of the Horde in mind. Also, there was a part of him that hoped that Azjol-Nerub's visions were a sign that the elements were forgiving his people for turning away from them in favor of Gul'dan's evil magic. Ever since their old world, Draenor, had been ruined by the warlocks, none of their shamans had received a single vision. Those hopes grew after Azjol-Nerub returned with an artifact of such strength that raw unfettered power practically emanated from it in waves. Azjol-Nerub promised to use the artifact, which he called the Demon Soul, to enslave the flying fire-breathing lizards of this world to use against the humans, and Orgrim had centered all of his plans around this promise. However, instead of dragons, the only thing coming from grim battle were hideous mutated dwarves that had suddenly risen from beneath the fortress. The only reason they hadn't needlessly lost orc lives was because that freakish ogre Cho'Gall managed to control the creatures like he controlled the Twilight's Hammer clan. Now, promises had been left unfulfilled and Orgrim was left looking like a fool as the Horde had no way to defeat the human navy. Orgrim stewed in his anger for several minutes before he was interrupted by a grunt entering his tent and giving an Orcish salute, tapping his fist twice against his chest. Warcraft, Cho'Gall of the Twilight's Hammer clan has requested an audience. Think of the monster, and he will come. Orgrim didn't like Cho'Gall, the ogre was as insane as the clan that he led and several times as dangerous. Although the members of the Twilight's Hammer were pitiful creatures twisted by dark and dangerous magic that Orgrim did not understand, very few of them could be considered an actual threat. Cho'Gall on the other hand was a powerful two-headed ogre, a creature of both great physical and magical strength that was significantly more intelligent than his single-headed kin. But Orgrim couldn't exactly afford to ignore him. The Horde needed the strength of the Twilight's Hammer, especially now that the ogre had increased the number of monsters under his command. Let him in. The grunt quickly nodded before retreating in the direction that he came. A few moments later, the massive form of Cho'Gall was making its way into the tent. Like the rest of his kin, the ogre wore little other than a loincloth and a little armor over his stomach. Speak, Cho'Gall, Orgrim said impatiently. He didn't want to waste any more time speaking to the ogre than necessary. Warcraft, I have heard that the Horde is having difficulty finding a way to overcome the human ships, said Cho'Gall, his more intelligent head speaking while his other, single-eyed head hummed and made strange noises. I have come to offer you my services. I see you're following in your master's footsteps, ogre, Orgrim said derisively. Just like Gul'dan, you come to me with promises of using your foul magics to solve all of my problems. Before the more intelligent head could respond, the stupid one decided to speak first. Gul'dan is not my master. No, no. My master is the old ones. Dark ones. Whispers in the nights. Humph. Pathetic fool. Are you dissatisfied with the death knights provided by Gul'dan, Warcraft? Do you have a reason to doubt my promises? Orgrim almost wished that he could say yes, so he could have an excuse to slaughter Gul'dan, Cho'Gall, and the last few remaining members of the Shadow Council. He would never forget the role they played in ruining his people, nor would he forgive. But for now, he needed them. Orgrim swallowed his anger before responding to the ogre. Go on then, Cho'Gall. Tell me what new monstrosities you wish to give me. My plan is quite simple, Warcraft. You were correct to believe that we need dragons to defeat the human ships. Given that Azjol-Nerub has failed to capture live ones that we can use, I propose we simply raise their corpses into undeath as we do for our death knights. Orgrim paused as he considered the ogre's words. Undead dragons would certainly solve most of his problems, but the problems with that were obvious. Where do you expect me to find dragon corpses, you fool? If finding them were so easy, then I would have already thought of this myself. Shouted Orgrim, angry that the ogre was wasting his time. There is one dragon corpse waiting where Azjol-Nerub left it, but I understand your concerns. Fortunately, my gods know where to find these corpses, Warcraft. Allow me to prove it to you, said Cho'Gall, his expression twisting into an insane smile before he reached into the bag strapped to his side and pulled out a strange book. Orgrim took a moment to study the book before his expression turned into one of anger and revulsion. This is a book that I created myself, Warcraft. I call it the Twilight Canticle, said Cho'Gall, both of his heads showing a sick amount of pride as he displayed a book made of flesh. And where did you get the flesh to make that foul book, ogre? Asked Orgrim, his voice filled with disgust. From the Pale. They were more than eager to donate their flesh for the cause, Cho'Gall said calmly as if his life was not currently in danger. Orgrim paused and took a closer look at the so-called Twilight Canticle, realizing that the skin was a paler color than that of a typical orc. It matched what he would expect from a member of the Twilight's Hammer clan, who were typically paler than a normal orc, leading to most members of the Horde to refer to them as the Pale. Why are you showing me this? I have no interest in your hobbies or those of your insane followers. The Twilight Canticle is the culmination of my efforts to attune myself to the gods of this world, and through it, they share with me their wisdom, Cho'Gall explained patiently. The ogre turned the book to its last page. It is through this that reveals to me the way forward, and shows me the location of dead dragons. As Orgrim examined the last page of the disgusting book, a crude but still usable map, he felt a distinct suspicion that someone or something was using his horde for its own ends. He had already started to grow slightly suspicious after hearing about Zulahed's visions, although part of him wished to believe their source was pure, but now he was nearly certain that he was being manipulated. This was the second time that one of his people had come to him with a way to overcome the humans with knowledge gifted to them from an unverifiable source. He would be a fool not to see what was happening. It was so obvious that Orgrim wondered why the source of this information even bothered hiding. It was times like this that made him seriously consider finishing his purge of the dishonor and darkness that infested Horde. He was beginning to believe that his half-measures were more trouble than they were worth and he should solely rely on the strength of the Horde itself and nothing else to see them to victory, but he still needed their strength. For now. The second they took Capital City though, he would certainly revisit the thought. How many dragons can we reanimate? Asked Orgrim with a sense of resignation. Despite how suspicious this all was, he knew that he had few options. The Death Knights are reanimated using the souls of dead warlocks. How many of those do we have left? None, Warcraft. We have used them all to create what Death Knights we already have, said Cho'Gall, his voice losing some of its insanity now that he was talking about logistics instead of his vile book. Any dragons that we reanimate will lack consciousness, and their movements will be sloppy and slow in comparison to their living counterparts. They will need to be actively guided if they are to be of any use. Orgrim grunted thoughtfully as he considered what he had heard. Even with such limitations, these undead dragons would still be a force to be reckoned with and would be able to remain out of reach for most of the human forces. It would take the entire focus and most of the power of a single Death Knight to raise and maintain control of one undead dragon, therefore we are limited only by their own number, Cho'Gall continued to explain. Of course, this also means that they will not be able to use their abilities to raise undead to fight alongside your warriors. Orgrim didn't miss the fact that this would mean the undead dragons would be under the control of the Death Knights themselves. Although they claimed to be loyal to the Horde above all else, Orgrim could never forget that they were the creations of Gul'dan and former warlocks of the Shadow Council, those he personally killed even. He would have to take measures to defend the Horde should they turn against him. How many of these dragons can we have ready by the time we need to set sail? Orgrim asked seriously. His Horde could not afford to wait long before they began running out of food and supplies. Not to mention that if they waited too long the humans would be prepared for their arrival and make any invasion a much riskier endeavor. Controlling such powerful undead beasts is well beyond what the Death Knights have had to do so far. It will require training to learn how to do so effectively, said Cho'Gall. The most skilled, such as Terran Gorfiend, will likely be able to learn quickly. The rest will learn over the course of the invasion. We can likely have 2 or 3 prepared in the time you have given. 2 or 3, that much would have likely been enough if the dragons were alive, but if they were as slow and sloppy as Cho'Gall claimed, then there was a high risk they would be torn apart by cannon fire. Just as Orgrim was about to ask if there was anything that could be done to speed up the Death Knight's training, the ogre interrupted him. Of course, I understand that 2 or 3 dragons may not be enough. However, my masters offer other gifts as well, said Cho'Gall, turning to a different page in his book. As Orgrim read through the page's contents, a small part of him couldn't help but be glad that these dark forces were currently working in his favor, for now at least. If the contents of this book were accurate, then the Alliance had no idea about the dangers hiding in their midst. Just want to explain to the lore nerds why I think undead dragons are the most reasonable solution that Deathwing would come up with. Despite the fact that dragons fly to Dragonblight to die, obviously, not all of them are gonna make it there. Plus there would be random dragon bones everywhere from before the Sundering. It is a pleasure to have you here, Lady Windrunner. Lothar greeted the elf in front of him with a smile and a polite handshake. Call me Alyria. Lady Windrunner is my mother, the dubbed Alyria said with a smile. Thank you for having me and those who Kulthalas was helpful enough to let aid you. Lothar didn't miss the grimace on the face of the otherwise beautiful elf and couldn't deny feeling the same way. It was not a secret that despite the impassioned calls of aid made by King Menethil and himself requesting that the High Elves honor their ancient debt to the Arati bloodline, that Kulthalas was still reluctant at best to send any aid to assist the alliance of Lordaeron against the Horde. They were so sure of their own safety that they saw no point in sending anyone to fight, and the fact that Lothar got Alyria and her followers at all was nothing short of a miracle of the light itself, and not much of one in the end. Is there truly no chance that Kulthalas will send no more aid? Turalion, who was nearby at the command table with them, asked. I'll be honest, the only reason why we are here at all is because King Sun's traitor wishes to wipe away a debt to the Arati bloodline through your supreme commander for as little of a cost as possible. The idea of owing a human anything is a stain on his and most elves' pride, Alleria said with a sneer and pain in her eyes. Lothar could tell that she likely had personal reasons for feeling so strongly on the matter. Not all of us feel the same way, however, so I volunteered myself and gathered those that agreed with me that the Horde is a threat we shouldn't let spiral out of control. If I hadn't, you would have received even less than what I came here with. Fewer than a few hundred elf rangers and a handful of destroyers? Lothar didn't want to imagine less than that. He could only sigh and nod. We will make do, and thank you again for coming in our time of need. I promise we will make up for what we lack in numbers through our superior skill, Alleria promised him. Let us pray it is enough, for the Horde certainly has the numbers that such skill we be needed, Lothar said before turning to Turalion. Go with Far's traitor Alleria to help integrate her forces among the defenses. Yes, Supreme Commander, his lieutenant was quick to follow his order, guiding Alleria out from the command tent and quickly striking up a conversation. He hoped they got along well. This conflict needed as little internal infighting as possible after all. It was a problem that he faced every day as the Alliance was still struggling with building up defenses and gathering their combined forces here in Hillsbrad foothills. How are the preparations, Uther? Lothar returned to speak with his other lieutenant at the command table after receiving several reports from a courier. Slow, was Uther's disappointed but unsurprised reply. The man had been working ceaselessly alongside him and Turalion to make their preparations go as swiftly as possible, but there was a limit to how quickly such matters could go. Damnation, Lothar sighed as he placed both his hands on the table and glared at the map before him. Lordaeron's military is moving the fastest, but much of their forces are focused on fortifying the roads to capital city as best they are able. The other kingdoms are mostly doing the same, and are therefore slow to send most of their soldiers here to prepare for the Horde's arrival. They believe that your prediction that the Horde will strike at Lordaeron's capital first to be overconfident. Lordaeron is the largest and most powerful human kingdom here in the north, Lothar repeated out loud for what felt like the 100th time. The orcs always seek out the largest threat and strike at it with all their might. That is why I'm sure they will come this way. The alliance is new and many parties still don't fully trust each other. There was always going to be resistance, Uther pointed out. I suppose I hoped that their sense of self-preservation would overpower their pride and paranoia, Lothar grumbled. It's also possible that they are simply that confident in Lord Proudmoore's abilities, Uther reminded him. The Horde's fleet was last measured to be several hundred ships at least. There is no telling how many there will be once they actually set sail, Lothar reminded him of the same intelligence report they have all read. Even if Admiral Proudmoore sinks half the fleet, that still means there will be near uncountable amounts of enemy forces reaching our shore that we must prepare for. And if he does not, then we will meet them the moment they set foot on our lands. The light is on our side, Uther said with confidence and glowed a bit as well at the declaration. Ever since he and the others, the newly formed paladins of the Knights of the Silver Hand, had completed their training with the Archbishop, each one of them had been filled with a sense of certainty that made Lothar envious. To be so certain of something and work hard to make it a reality. But Lothar had once been confident in his ability to defend Stormwind, yet his confidence had proven to be unwarranted and he had failed to protect those he was charged to defend. Still, the last thing soldiers needed to hear was their leader feeling doubt. Of course, but the light won't do everything for us, Lothar countered. Ha! That it won't, Uther agreed with a smile. Did I miss a joke? Spoke up a familiar voice as it entered the command tent. Lothar quickly turned and smiled to see his friend, Kadger, recently returned from his trip to Dalaran via his ability to teleport. A most convenient magical ability. The mage looked more like Lothar's age than the young man he truly was. His premature aging was a result of their battle with Medivh, the mage's insane former master and the man responsible for opening the dark portal. Thankfully, he acted much more like his genuine age than the age he appeared. He certainly dressed no differently with his purple robes and staff, which made sense since he was a member of the Kirin Tor and the Alliance's direct connection to Dalaran at this time. Yes, unless you've brought good news, Lothar answered. In that case I suppose I must miss out on the fun, Kadger answered, sounding quite smug. Truly? What further aid could Dalaran give that they are not already providing? Lothar asked curiously. Dalaran, next to Lordaeron, was the most active in supporting the alliance but had a very small standing army compared to the larger kingdoms and could not send many bodies. The fact that most of those bodies did much to make up for it, but few were truly combat capable and their leaders had to stay behind to guard Dalaran itself. Apparently they completed a trade deal with Azjol-Nerub, Kadger began to explain. One that will help offset our numerical disadvantage against the Horde to a certain degree. Lothar did not know much about the Nerubians of Azjol-Nerub personally, the only thing he had to compare them with were the peaceful giant spiders of the Brightwood back home, his attention totally upon what could be done to combat the Horde alone. Like the elves, the Nerubians made it clear they had no desire to take part in the conflict against the Horde. Unlike them, Lothar could at least understand the logistic nightmare it would be to even try to transport their armies from Northrend to here even if they did. How so? Uther asked curiously. While the Nerubians as a whole are still not joining us against the Horde, they have agreed to become our war suppliers, Kadger explained. We need bodies, not weapons, Lothar explained in turn, feeling slightly disappointed. The alliance did not lack for steel. Which is exactly what they are providing. Kadger explained. For you see, the Nerubians make use of a number of war beasts is the best term I suppose. They breed and make use of a number of strong and vicious creatures, all controllable via arcane means not unlike how a mage controls an elemental or a golem. However, they can make their creatures much quicker and cheaper than either of those options. I have a list of them here. Kadger then handed Lothar a piece of parchment that he soon lay on the table. As he and Uther read it over, they both couldn't help but raise their eyebrows a bit. This was both impressive and horrifying at the same time. Well, if nothing else, we can use these beasts to help preserve the lives of our soldiers and ideally cause great damage against the Horde itself, Uther pointed out. These giant scorpion-like creatures of theirs alone could be of great use on the battlefield and striking from unexpected angles. Indeed, Lothar admitted. There is also another bit of potentially good news, Kadger spoke up once more. But I will leave that to the guest that I picked up and brought along from Dalaran. You may enter. At those words, the command tent opened up again, and Lothar and Uther watched as one of the gigantic Nerubian spider lords bent down and carefully walked through. Lothar had not forgotten how tall these Nerubians were, especially these spider lords who were utterly massive and had a terrifying appearance. Greetings, Supreme Commander Lothar and Sir Uther, the Nerubian spoke respectfully. Honored to see you again, Anubrican, Uther answered back with familiarity in his voice. Lothar vaguely recalled Turline and Uther, along with the other paladins, speaking of the spider lord that had joined them in their training. From what he had last heard, he was still doing so in an effort to steadily increase his understanding of the light. As am I, but I am here on business first and foremost. I am here on behalf of Azjol-Nerub. In partnership with Dalaran and the Kirin Tor, Kadger spoke up. To offer the services of a small number of elite Nerubian warriors to aid you against the Horde, Anubrican finished. So long, of course, you allow them to complete their primary mission during the course of the war. Primary mission? Lothar asked with some suspicion. The High King is very interested and concerned about the Horde's Death Knights, and intends to offer aid so that Azjol-Nerub and Dalaran might capture and study as many of them as possible, Anubrican explained. Lothar nodded, understanding the reasoning of wanting to learn more about those abominations and how to counter them. His best bet so far would be to send Uther and the other paladins against them, but they were few to their still few but greater foes. We intend to capture and transport them to the Violet Hold in Dalaran so that we might learn more about them and their magic, Anubrican explained. It goes without saying that the fewer the Horde have on the battlefield, the fewer soldiers you will lose. On that, Lothar could only agree. If I am to allow this, it must be with the understanding that while they may carry out their mission when possible, they are to follow my and mine's orders, follow the chain of command, and not do anything that endangers the Alliance's war effort in the process, Lothar made clear. Naturally, Anubrican quickly acquiesced. They understand that by taking part in this mission that they are going to war, that you are to be their leader until such time they are recalled, and that they are to follow you as they would follow a spider lord into battle. Azjol-Nerub wishes to make it clear that our objectives align and that we are able to cooperate. They will make fine strike teams against vulnerable enemy locations. Lothar would be the judge of that, but he could not afford to say no to more support no matter where it came from or its objectives, especially when by all accounts it truly did align with them. Very well, Lothar agreed. I will need to meet these troops before anything else. As you say, Anubrican nodded. I am also here to assist in the transfer of war beasts to your control. If there is any other business that directly requires Nerubian contact, please inform me. I shall. Thank you for your aid, Lothar said sincerely. You are welcome, human, and let us hope that more of it is not required, the Spider Lord said as he turned and left, leaving the three men alone to discuss among themselves. Can we trust them? Lothar asked Uther and Kadger honestly. They are more straightforward than the elves at least, Uther noted. I've even befriended Anubrican and another warrior of theirs, and both seem to be stand-up men. Anubrican alone has the drive to learn as much of the light as possible that could challenge some bishops, and the Archbishop himself considers him a friend. Dalaran trusts their capabilities, tested it even, so I have no reason to distrust them, Kadger shrugs. They certainly have their own agenda, but nothing that is against the interests of the Alliance if nothing else. That will have to do, then, Lothar admitted as he turned back to the command table. There is still much to do still after all. Are Gilneas and Alterac still dragging their feet? Do you have to ask? Uther asked with a raised brow. Lothar just sighed. Let us hope even after all these steps back we are still ahead by the time the Horde arrives. Because by then there would be no second chances. Chapter 37. Are you certain this is a good idea, Kryvax? I don't see the problem, Massuk. We were able to verify that the letter genuinely came from Stormwind's leaders. The magic contained in the letter's emblem was impossible to fake. That does not mean that this is not a trap. This all seems incredibly suspicious. Weren't you the one who was complaining that Capital City suddenly became too boring after the soldiers went off to war and that you had nobody to spar with? I thought that you'd be glad for the chance to fight off potential assassins. Your argument is compelling. Kryvax snorted in amusement and turned his attention back to the nondescript building that the two of them were approaching. He could feel that the building had several protective wards that would alert the occupants when someone was approaching, but the wards felt as if they had been put up fairly recently. It gave Kryvax a sense that this location had been prepared just for this meeting and had not been actively used for a significant period of time. It took quite a bit of effort for Kryvax and Massuk to discreetly arrive at the meeting location specified in the letter that he had received from Stormwind, but he eventually managed to do so. After receiving a letter that was requesting that he meet privately with a few of Stormwind's representatives to discuss an important matter that affected both them and Azjol-Nerub, Kryvax had been extremely curious about what they wanted to talk about. Of course, he didn't hesitate to present the letter to Haddix, but the vizier was too busy with his own affairs to really pay it much mind. He simply instructed Kryvax to bring along someone for protection and reminded him to use his magical emergency device if he needed to call for help. Unfortunately, trying to secretly make your way to a clandestine meeting as a giant spider person was not a simple matter, but it was nothing that sufficient amounts of magic couldn't solve. It helped a bit that the designated meeting location was in a poorer part of the city. Most of the residents went out of their way not to concern themselves with what other people were doing, which meant that the magic hiding their presence was significantly easier to maintain. What now? Asked Massuk, bringing Kryvax's attention back to the matter at hand. I suppose we just knock on the door, Kryvax said hesitantly. It wasn't like the letter had included any secret passcodes for them to use once they reached their destination. Kryvax walked through the ward and moved to do just that, only to be interrupted when the door opened up slightly before he could knock, allowing a wary half-elf man to peek through and glance between him and Massuk. Good morning, said Kryvax, keeping his tone friendly. I believe that we are expected. Given how distinctive the two of them were, Kryvax didn't feel any need to verify their identities. The man only hesitated for a moment before opening the door fully and gesturing them both inside. Kryvax moved to go inside, but Massuk insisted on entering first, staring suspiciously at the half-elf the entire time and nodding to Kryvax after he saw nothing out of place. After Kryvax ducked down through the doorway and skittered inside, the half-elf closed and locked the door before turning to face them. Good morning, Vizier Kryvax. My name is Devin Everdon, said the half-elf as he began to walk off deeper into the building. Kryvax moved to follow him after only a moment. I apologize for the rush, but we have a limited amount of time before our absence is noted by certain parties. Kryvax and Massuk followed the man without comment as they were led to a room that looked as if it was the office of some noble. There were only two people in the room, one who Kryvax found unfamiliar and one who he recognized in an instant. The former was an old woman with a severe expression who was wearing several large gaudy rings on her fingers, and the latter was the crown prince of Stormwind himself, Varian Rin. The 15-year-old boy was obviously doing his best to appear serious and regal while sitting behind a desk and was admittedly doing a better job than Kryvax would have expected, likely as a result of his training and upbringing. The only glimpses that Kryvax had previously had of the kid were when he was looking miserable, but Varian did a good job of cleaning himself up. Welcome, Vizier Kryvax. Thank you for agreeing to meet with me, said Varian as they entered the room. Devin Everdon moved to stand behind his prince while Kryvax made their way to the cushions that had been prepared for him and Massuk stood to the side. Kryvax was glad for the consideration, it always made him feel awkward to loom over people that were so much smaller than him. As you likely well know, I am Varian Rin, Crown Prince of Stormwind. With me are Pathonia Shaw and Devin Everdon, two members of Stormwind's intelligence service, SI-7. Kryvax glanced at the old woman in surprise once he heard her name. The only Shaw that he was familiar with was Matthias Shaw, who had been the leader of SI-7 and spymaster of Stormwind for most of the canon timeline. Is this woman his grandmother? Devin Everdon was someone who was completely unfamiliar to him, so Kryvax assumed him to just be some kind of nameless spy. It's a pleasure to meet you, Prince Rin, said Kryvax, bowing slightly. I confess, I'm very curious as to why you've called for this meeting. Especially when the only participants are two intelligence agents and you seem to be without a guard. Just because you haven't seen a guard, does not mean that one doesn't exist, said Pathonia Shaw, her lips curling up into a smirk. I promise you, Narubian, our crown prince is more protected than he seems. Kryvax hummed in consideration before glancing at Massuk, who nodded in affirmation. The people of this world were capable of a supernatural degree of stealth if they trained for it or used enchanted items, and Massuk had always been a tad more observant of his surroundings than Kryvax. She speaks the truth. I noticed a few of their guards as we were passing through the hallways, said Massuk. Humph. You have good eyes, lad. Although it's probably cheating when you have 8 of them. To answer your question, Vizier, I asked you here to discuss a matter that affects both Stormwind and Azjol-Nerub, said Prince Rin, continuing the conversation as if Pathonia and Massuk hadn't spoken. Specifically, I wish to make you aware of a threat to both of our kingdoms. And what threat is that, Your Highness? Asked Kryvax. He had a suspicion about what Prince Rin was referring to, but he wanted to hear it from him first. I'm referring to the forces responsible for manipulating the nobles of Lordaeron into not sending aid to my kingdom in its hour of greatest need, said Prince Rin, a thread of anger and hatred slipping into his tone. The same force which I have reason to believe is attempting to turn public opinion against Azjol-Nerub. Kryvax was suddenly very glad that the humans had no way to understand Nerubian facial expressions, even if he'd already had suspicions, the prince's words still surprised him. How did they manage to catch on to Deathwing? I don't remember anything like that happening in the canon lore. That's a strong claim, do you have any evidence for this? Kryvax asked in an attempt to acquire more information. He needed to figure out how much they knew. The prince nodded before turning to Pathonia Shaw. After Stormwind's destruction, we immediately grew suspicious as to why none of the other kingdoms had sent us aid, despite our repeated pleas for assistance, Shaw explained before gesturing to the half-elf standing beside her. Devin Everdon had skills uniquely suited for finding the truth of this matter, so I assigned him to the investigation. At first, our results were inconclusive. How so? Asked Kryvax, suddenly very curious. I began my investigation by approaching the Lordaeron nobles with the closest ties to Stormwind, such as House Blackmore, Renee, and Whitehall, said Everdon. Without exception, they all claimed that they had simply considered Stormwind's dire situation to be unfounded rumors and that they did not consider looking any further into it. Did you consider that they might have been manipulated by magic? Asked Kryvax, voicing the obvious conclusion that they would have reached. We did, said Everdon. It looked like such an obvious case of magical manipulation, that we were actually surprised by the arrogance of it all. It seemed as if they were not even interested in hiding their activities. However, when we decided to look into it further, it became clear that their arrogance was well warranted. At that, the half-elf's expression twisted into one of tired frustration before he continued, no matter what tests we ran, we were utterly incapable of detecting any traces of magic having influenced these individuals. No matter how hard we tried, we failed to gather any evidence of foul play. Kryvax was a bit surprised at that, but not completely. Deathwing was probably one of the most potent sources of void magic on Azeroth aside from the old gods themselves and the creatures that had been created by them directly, the Enraki. Kryvax didn't know how skilled Deathwing was at actually using the old god's power, but he'd had plenty of time to train given how old he was. After joining the Order of Kal Tut and studying the spellbooks that they had given him, Kryvax had learned how insidious the void could be. The fact that Deathwing could manipulate the minds of Lordaeron's nobles without leaving any traces was surprising, but not overly so. Then what has changed? Asked Kryvax. I don't think you would have called for this meeting if you didn't have any evidence to present. After our attempts to detect the magic affecting the nobles failed, I turned my efforts to more conventional methods, said Everdon. I began looking for signs of bribery, coercion, blackmail, and other more mundane means of persuasion. I figured that even if there was some kind of magic involved, it probably wasn't possible for them to mind control every noble in Lordaeron or there wouldn't be a need for subtlety in the first place. Kryvax hummed noncommittally. Deathwing was extremely powerful, but after some consideration, it did seem unlikely that the old dragon could just mind control every noble in the eastern kingdoms who happened to get in his way, right? If he could, then why wouldn't he just use the void to mind whammy the governments of the alliance and have the Horde roll over them without any difficulty? The most obvious explanation was that his power either had a limit or he was unwilling to risk being discovered by the other dragon flights. Given that there was still no sign of him doing so despite the letter that Kryvax had sent to Crassus, it seemed more likely to be the former than the latter. Kryvax couldn't really know for certain. Warcraft lore was filled with contradictions, so it was difficult to guess how those contradictions would fix themselves when translated into the real world. I did manage to find some evidence of bribes that were coming from somewhere in Alterac, but not enough for me to narrow down the potential suspects. The trail had simply gotten too cold, until recently, Everdon continued, his mouth turning up into a satisfied smile. After they began making efforts to turn public opinion against Azjol-Nerub, I was able to gather enough evidence to narrow down our potential suspects to the House of Ravenhold and the House of Prester. Prester, where have I heard that before? Kryvax searched his mind in an attempt to remember where he had heard that name before. He had a strong feeling that it was incredibly important. Interestingly, House Prester is a relatively minor family with holdings in one of the most mountainous and obscure regions of Lordaeron, yet they spent gold well beyond their means, said Pathonia Shah. Not only that, but despite Lord Prester being such a minor noble, he was able to marry his daughter, Katrana Prester, into one of Stormwind's most powerful noble families. Katrana Prester. That's the human name of Deathwing's daughter, Onyxia. While the name of Deathwing's human form was relatively obscure Warcraft lore, most fans of the franchise would recognize the name of Onyxia's human form. This meant that there was a good chance that Deathwing's human form was a noble from the Prester family, just like his daughter. What is the name of the current head of House Prester? Asked Kryvax. Lord Deval Prester, Prince Varian immediately answered. Why do you ask? I wanted to know if I recognized the name, Kryvax answered truthfully before changing the subject. Have you brought this evidence? I would like to see what you have managed to uncover. If these noble houses are indeed working against Azjol-Nerub, then that is something that I would like to know. Vizier Haddix and Anubrican would both want to know about this as well. Massuk nodded in agreement. Of course, said Pathonia Shah, retrieving a stack of neatly organized documents from the desk and presenting them to him. What followed was a long explanation given by Everdon of what they had uncovered, with Shah offering her own contributions from time to time. Apparently, there were numerous instances in which House Prester had either bribed members of Lordaeron's nobility or instances in which Deval Prester had been seen interacting with nobles who changed their minds on some important matter shortly after meeting with him. One particular example of evidence was testimony from one of Lord Whitehall's maids, claiming that the noble suddenly became skeptical of Stormwind's pleas immediately after meeting with Prester. A more recent example was a similar incident that occurred between Prester and Count Dalton. Aside from that, there were also signs that House Prester held a long-term business relationship with House Ravenhold, who had long been rumored to hold connections to organized crime in Alterac. SI7 had even managed to identify Lord Prester's closest servant, a goblin of all things, that went by the name of Kryll to be the one responsible for managing Prester's shady affairs. Kryvax looked through the gathered information and couldn't help but feel conflicted. He really didn't want to antagonize Deathwing, he'd much prefer leaving him to be dealt with by someone more qualified, but this was too good of an opportunity to ignore. After sending his anonymous letter to Crassus, he had already appended the sequence of events that would have led to Deathwing's defeat at the hands of the other aspects. That being the case, it would probably be better for Kryvax to do anything he could to ensure that the aspects found Deathwing and had the opportunity to defeat him. That wasn't something that he could do by staying uninvolved. We are aware that Azjol-Nerub is in negotiations with Alterac, said Prince Rin. We hope that you reconsider that in light of this information, as well as consider the offer that we made to you. That is not something that I can decide on my own, Kryvax responded before changing the subject. How do you all expect Azjol-Nerub to help handle this matter? Also, why have you chosen not to present this to Lordaeron's House of Lords? Because we do not know how far this corruption has spread, said Prince Rin, slightly frustrated. And given that many of the parties that have been compromised are members of the House of Lords, we would need much more convincing evidence than what we currently have. As for what Azjol-Nerub has to offer, I was hoping you could answer that, Vizier Kryvax. You are far more familiar with your kingdom's capabilities than I am. After a moment of consideration, Kryvax decided that this was probably too important for him to decide on his own. Thank you for bringing this to our attention, Prince Rin. Although I can't commit to anything right now, I intend to share this information with my superior as quickly as possible. I think that it's likely that you will receive a favorable response. That was probably an understatement. Kryvax immediately thought of Haddix and the Order of Kal Tut. They would not be pleased once they learned that a human noble from Alterac was using the Void to brainwash people against Azjol-Nerub. I suppose things in Capital City aren't going to get any quieter anytime soon. Deval Prester, also known as Deathwing, listened to the mad goblin who he had taken on as a servant with annoyed exasperation from the comfort of House Prester's ancestral home. All goblins were mad, but this one was more so than most. The only reason that he put up with the creature was that Kryll was undeniably competent in his role. Then Ravenhold and his cutthroats have agreed to our terms? My plans for Kultiras cannot continue without the aid of their assassins and saboteurs, Kryll, said Lord Prester, interrupting the goblin. Of course, O Prince of Duplicity. Everything is going exactly according to your plans, Great One. Good, said Lord Prester, nodding in satisfaction. After his plans to capture Alexstrasza had failed, he had chosen to return to Capital City for a few different reasons, one of which was that there was simply little for him to do with the Horde that he couldn't do from afar. Being in Capital City allowed him the opportunity to search the minds of the human nobles for sensitive information that could be used against the Alliance. Not only that, but being exposed meant that he could afford to take actions that were much less subtle than he had been taking previously. One of those was leveraging the nascent void cult that was beginning to form among the Kultiran Tidesages to his advantage. Unfortunately, there were simply not many of them and they hadn't managed to grow as much as Lord Prester would have wished. Maybe in a decade or two, they would have been able to completely subvert the organization, but that was something that would never happen now. As it was, Lord Prester had been forced to hire mortal criminals to aid the cultists with the sabotage of the Alliance's fleet. It was fortunate that his daughter was so fond of playing her games of deception, and that she had spent so much time gathering resources and building up the Prester name. It made so much of what he had to do much easier. It was a shame that the rest of his children were not quite as useful as Onyxia. He had also gone to Capital City with hopes that he could discover how his plans had failed, but there had been little luck in that direction. Ravenhold had been able to discover that a goblin from the Steamweedle cartel had been hired to deliver a letter to Crucius, also known as Corielstrass, but not much else. Despite the fact that Lord Prester had personally peeled the goblin's mind apart in search of information, he had not managed to find anything of significance. Oh, he was fairly certain that the Nerubians were somehow involved, the whispers coming from his masters had informed him of such, but there was little that Lord Prester could do about it in the short term. No, his revenge against the traitorous creatures would have to be a long-term endeavor. For now, he'd simply have to content himself with ruining any plans that Azjol-Nerub might have of reaching an agreement with Alterac while also turning opinion against them. Although it didn't truly matter very much. After the Alliance and the Aspects were defeated, then there would be little that could stop him from collapsing the Nerubians' underground kingdom on top of their heads. After all, the earth was his domain and nobody else's. I see the shadow of a smile on your face. Is someone about to die a horrible, grisly, bloody death, O venomous one? Spare me your nonsense, Kryll, Lord Prester replied as he turned his attention back to the goblin. If you have nothing left of importance to report, then remove yourself from my sight. Prester tuned out the goblin's nonsensical words as it left his presence. There was much that he needed to do, but there was not much time before the Horde would be launching their invasion of Hillsbrad foothills, and Prester wished to witness the fruits of his labor. With a flex of will, Prester cast a scrying spell that allowed him to look through the void and watch the events that would soon unfold. He was curious to see the performance of the undead dragons that he had gifted to the Horde. As the aspect of the earth, it was a trivial matter to find and retrieve long-dead dragon corpses and deliver them to the Horde, but Prester was not quite certain how well they would do when compared to a living dragon. Still, along with his other efforts, he was confident that the Horde would be able to make landfall and launch their invasion in earnest. With a wicked smile on his face, Deval Prester sat back in his comfortable seat and prepared to watch the always amusing sight of mortals slaughtering each other. Chapter 37.5 Admiral Dalen Proudmoore listened carefully from the quarterdeck of the Tide Mother's Vengeance as reports came in via the scrying crystal about the Horde's movements. Dalen didn't have much experience working with elves, but he supposed there was no reason to doubt their reports when both they and the scouts from the Second Fleet were telling him the same thing. The Horde was preparing to launch their invasion. From what Dalen could tell, it seemed as if they intended to disembark from the wetlands north of Hosmodan and land their troops in the Hillsbrad foothills, as Lothar predicted was their most likely landing point. To do this, they would need to successfully travel by sea across Barradin Bay, but Dalen had no intention of allowing them to travel uncontested. These creatures were from a different world, so Dalen couldn't blame them for believing that their plans might succeed. However, he would be more than glad to teach them why Kultiras was the most powerful naval force in the world, bar none. What kind of composition can we expect from the Horde fleet, Fleet Admiral Seabane? Asked Dalen, consulting the leader of the Second Fleet. Have there been any significant changes? No, Grand Admiral. The Horde's navy is still composed primarily of stolen human warships, goblin mercenaries, and many crude or-powered ships, said the grim voice of Admiral Seabane through the scrying crystal. Only the orcs could use something as ridiculous as or-powered ships, thought Dalen. Despite his derisive thoughts, he understood that the orcs had many troops that they needed to transport and not enough ships. Coupled with the freakish strength of the orcs, it was feasible that they might be able to row themselves across Barradin Bay. It galled Dalen to see well-made human ships under the control of monsters. Before its destruction, Stormwind had once possessed one of the most powerful navies in the Eastern Kingdoms. The majority of their ships had been used to transport the kingdom's refugees to Lordaeron, but many of them had unfortunately been captured by the Horde. It was unfortunate that Lothar had not had enough time to set them all ablaze, but Dalen could not blame the man. It was right for him to place the well-being of Stormwind's citizens above other matters. However, it was not these ships that caused the fleet admiral to sound so grim. According to everything they knew about the Horde, they were amateur sailors, a deficiency that well-made ships could not compensate for. No, what truly concerned Dalen and Fleet Admiral Seabane was the presence of the goblin mercenaries. Not because of the threat that they posed, although the goblins were no strangers to naval combat, but because of what their presence signified. Goblins were troublesome little creatures that often demonstrated a shocking lack of self-preservation if enough gold was involved. However, goblins were not fools, and there was still ultimately a limit to how much danger they would put themselves in. Given the vast superiority of the Alliance forces compared to theirs, Dalen had not expected that the goblins would be willing to stay and fight. That they were willing was worrying. If the goblins hadn't already run and taken their gold with them, then that meant they believed they had a chance of survival. Do we have any idea what the bastards are planning? Dalen growled out. Perhaps the Steamweedle cartel has finally managed to arm their zeppelins. Offered his son, Captain Derek Proudmoor, commander of the Third Fleet, although his tone made it clear that he doubted that conclusion. No, that isn't the case, Captain, Dalen said confidently. Every spy in the Eastern Kingdoms has been keeping a close eye on the weapons coming out of their factories. Besides, one of the other cardinals would have informed us. The only thing that you could trust a goblin for was their willingness to betray their own for a large enough bag of gold. Then I have no idea what they could have planned, Grand Admiral, said Derek. Neither do I. Attempting to divine the intentions of a goblin is an exercise in futility. Who knows what manner of ridiculous nonsense might come from their minds? Said Seabane. Dalen was reminded of a particularly humiliating incident in which Kultiras lost a Stormbringer-class ship of the line that was undertaking anti-piracy operations near Blackwater Cove, or Booty Bay as the goblins preferred to call it. To this day, Kultiras still did not have a proper understanding of what happened, other than that the ship was destroyed by a massive gunpowder-based explosion that came from below. The greatest minds at the Proudmoor Naval Academy had come up with all kinds of implausible explanations, such as floating bombs being left in the water or ships that could swim under the sea. Ultimately, the only ones who knew what happened with any certainty were the Steamweedle cartel. With those thoughts in mind, Dalen turned his attention to the two people who stood by his side. Are you certain your fellow Tidesages are prepared to handle any potential attacks from below, Tidesage Stormsong? Asked Dalen, directing his question to a man dressed in the usual brown and purple robes that were traditional to his order. The Order of the Tidesages was the most powerful religious organization in Kultiras, far exceeding the popularity of the Church of the Holy Light. The Tidesages held a variety of responsibilities, such as blessing the ships of the Kultiran Navy, using their magic to provide favorable winds while out at sea, guiding their ships through dangerous storms, and much more. Not only that, but the Order of the Tidesages had even gone so far as to provide their own Shrine Templar to aid the Kultiran military. Naturally, this meant that the Tidesage leader, Waylon Stormsong, was as venerated in Kultiras as Archbishop Fael was in the rest of the human kingdoms. We are, Grand Admiral, said Tidesage Stormsong, his expression blank and his voice toneless. Any members of the Horde which seek to attack our ships from below shall be swiftly sent to greet the Tide Mother. Although Dalen worshipped the Tide Mother like any other proper Kultiran, he could admit that the Tidesages were much less amiable than the priests of the church, especially in recent times. Dalen briefly turned his attention to the lad standing by Stormsong, who was apparently the man's apprentice. According to the report he had received from the Tirshian Secret Service, the lad was an orphan who had been taken to Stormsong Monastery by the Tidesages after he started hearing the whispers of the Tide Mother more clearly than most. Many of his fellow street children had described the lad as friendly and outgoing, but Dalen would have never guessed that to be the case looking into his eyes now. I'm glad to hear that, Tidesage, said Dalen, forcing his attention back to the scrying crystal. Fleet Admiral, where do you believe it best that we engage the Horde forces? Naturally, it will depend greatly upon the course they take, but we have a certain amount of freedom to choose where we attack them. In my opinion, our best bet would be to engage them near the island of Zuldair, said Seabane. Not Crestfall? Dalen asked curiously. He agreed, but he wanted to hear the Fleet Admiral's reasoning. No, Grand Admiral. It's very likely that the goblins will be expecting an attack from Crestfall and will make efforts to avoid it. I agree. The goblins will know that Crestfall is much more heavily populated and fortified than Zuldair, said Dalen. The coastal formations near Zuldair are suitable for an ambush, as long as we utilize the magic of the Tidesages. Given the temperature of the water in Barradin Bay, it should take us little effort to summon a fog bank large enough to drastically reduce the Horde's visibility, Grand Admiral, said Tidesage Stormsong, immediately understanding his implication. We should also be able to hold it as long as it is necessary. Good, said Dalen, his tone one of satisfaction. The fleets would have little trouble navigating something as simple as a fog as long as they had the assistance of Tidesages. If that is the case, then I propose that the first fleet should lay in wait near Zuldair, while the second and third fleets are held back in preparation. Once the Horde's ships finish passing by Zuldair, the first fleet shall engage them from the rear while the other two fleets move to quickly attack from the front. There was a lull in the conversation as the fleet admiral contemplated his plan before responding. Are you certain that is wise, Grand Admiral? This plan would place your fleet in a vulnerable position if the Horde navy proves more formidable than anticipated, Seabane said evenly. I agree, this plan sounds unnecessarily risky, said Derek, a note of worry in his voice. Especially when we don't have a full understanding of the enemy's capabilities. Dalen took a moment to consider the fleet admiral's words. It was true that he would be in the most vulnerable position, while the second and third fleet would have the option to retreat back north in the direction of Hillsbrad foothills. It would be much more difficult for the first fleet to do the same. However, Dalen had much more confidence in the capabilities of the first fleet given that they were composed entirely of ships from the Lordaeron navy. The second and third fleets were composed of a combination of ships from the other human kingdoms, as well as a few elvish destroyers. Dalen had no doubt that the first fleet would be able to wreak havoc in the backlines of the Horde's navy while also relying on their extreme advantage in maneuverability to escape once they figured out whatever had the goblins feeling so confident. And if whatever surprise the Horde had waiting for them proved to be insufficient, then attacking the Horde navy from both the front and the rear meant there was a chance they strike a decisive blow against the Horde. Unfortunately, there was little chance that they would be able to actually end the war in a single battle due to the sheer amount of transport ships that the Horde possessed. They simply wouldn't be able to destroy them all before the Horde managed to make landfall. However, if there was a chance that Dalen could destroy a large portion of their forces, then he had every intention of doing so, even if it meant taking on a little risk. Dalen quickly explained his thinking to his subordinates and eventually received a reluctant agreement. It is a risk, Dalen said after finishing his explanation. But it is one worth taking. Understood, Grand Admiral. The second fleet is prepared to set sail to the ambush location at any time. Good, said Dalen, nodding in satisfaction. If we are to succeed in this plan, then we must set sail for Azjol-Nerub immediately. The Tidesages need enough time to finish casting the ritual to summon the fog bank long before the Horde arrives, lest they grow suspicious due to its sudden appearance. Is the third fleet prepared as well, Captain Proudmoore? There had been more than a little difficulty in integrating the various naval forces of the Eastern Kingdoms into a single fighting force in the form of the Third Fleet. Most of the other kingdoms were wise enough to mimic the naval structure of Kultiras to the best of their ability, but it was still exceedingly difficult to create a singular command structure and account for the capabilities of so many different varieties of ships. That was especially the case after Kulthalas sent their elvish destroyers. However, Dalen trusted his son to get the job done. Derek was one of the most capable captains in the entire Lordaeron navy and had a good head for handling logistics. Yes, Grand Admiral, the elves have been more cooperative than expected and their integration has gone well. The third fleet is ready to sail on your order, Derek said proudly. Good lad. Very well, Dalen said with a sense of finality. Then the first fleet shall set sail for Azjol-Nerub immediately and lay in wait for the Horde's ships to pass. Scrying shall be prohibited until the moment that the battle begins. We do not know fully what their foul magic is capable of and I'll not risk the chance that they might listen in on our conversations. Do the two of you understand your orders? Aye, Grand Admiral, said Fleet Admiral Seabane. Aye, Grand Admiral, said Captain Proudmoore. Good, said Dalen. Then I call for this meeting to come to an end. May the Tide Mother be with you both. Maybe the Tide Mother be with you, Grand Admiral, repeated Derek and Seabane. Dalen turned his attention back to the deck of his ship and called out for his quartermaster as the scrying crystal lost its glowing luster. Petty officer. Have the men raise the anchor. We set sail for Azjol-Nerub. Aye, Captain. The petty officer saluted and immediately moved to carry out his orders. Soon enough, Dalen heard the sounds of running feet and sliding ropes as the men rushed to their assigned stations. He couldn't help but smile. Dalen had handpicked each and every sailor on his ship, and there was not a finer crew to sail the seas of Azeroth. Dalen turned his attention back to the sea beyond his ship and studied the waves and the sky. The seas were calm, and there were no signs of a storm approaching any time soon. Dalen was grateful for it. The Tide Mother had gifted him with such a beautiful day, so he would do everything he could to show his gratitude by delivering the Horde to her embrace. Nestled in the coastal formations of Azjol-Nerub, the crew of the Tide Mother's Vengeance waited patiently for their prey to appear. Her sails were unfurled so as to prevent her from moving and her anchor was dropped. The Tidesages on board had long since completed their ritual and a thick, unnatural fog bank spread for several miles from the island. High atop the ship, in the crow's nest, the lookout diligently scanned the horizons with his enchanted brass spyglass. The crew was visibly tense and worked with an eerie silence. It was approaching the time at which the Horde fleet was expected to arrive, and every man knew that their survival depended on the Horde not discovering them until it was too late. The crew continued to work in relative quiet until, eventually, a sharp whistle coming from the crow's nest broke the silence. Immediately, every sailor on the deck turned their attention to the lookout, only to see him pointing in a particular direction off the starboard bow. The ship's captain lifted his personal spyglass up to his eyes and looked off to the horizon, searching for the presence of their enemy. After a tense moment, the captain lowered his spyglass and barked a few short orders to his crew that sent them scrambling into positions. It didn't take long before every gunport on the Tide Mother's Vengeance's starboard side had been lowered and teams of men were in position to unfurl the sails and raise the anchors the moment they heard their captain's orders. Several Tidesages focused their efforts on thickening the fog that shrouded their fleet and several others prepared to cast the rituals that would allow them to summon a gale of wind once they needed it. Once everyone was in position, they waited patiently for their enemy to arrive and pass by their location. The crew received their first view of the enemy as a massive Tide Bringer-class man of war lumbered past by them. Many of the crew bristled in indignation, fully aware that the ship was one that had once belonged to their people before being stolen by pirates and criminals. It was an insult they had every intention of paying back. Following behind the enemy flagship was a long line of tightly grouped warships, sailing in a formation designed to protect the numerous troop transport ships that followed behind them. If any of the crew still held any doubt over the threat that their enemy posed to their homes, those would have been dashed at that moment. Many of the crew watched as thousands of ships passed, carrying a veritable flood of orcs that threatened to sweep over the eastern kingdoms. Many of the sailors offered silent prayers to the Tide Mother, and several even prayed to the light. It was easy for them to lose track of time as the endless stream of ships passed them by, but eventually, they finally received orders from their captain. The last few ships in the passing fleet were goblin warships, likely positioned at the rear to protect the transports from a potential attack from the rear. They would be the first to be destroyed. As soon as the last ship passed by the hiding fleet, 3 things happened in quick succession. First, the captain of the Tide Mother's Vengeance gave an order that sent his crew scrambling to unfurl the sails and raise the anchor, prompting the other ships in the first fleet to do the same. Next, a few of the Tidesages began to disperse the fog bank while the rest prepared to summon winds that would fill the sails of their fleet. And finally, the quiet was suddenly broken by the thunderous cacophony of an entire fleet unloading their cannons into the back line of the Horde navy. In a single moment of overwhelming cannon fire, several of the Horde's rear-positioned warships were splintered and destroyed, sinking immediately and littering the sea with corpses and flailing orcs. As soon as the last cannon had fired, Dalen Proudamur yelled out an order that was heard by every sailor on the deck: raise the sails. Full speed ahead. It only took a few moments before the Tide Mother's Vengeance was leaping forward across the water as the sails unfurled and caught the wind. Dalen knew that his gunnery crew was already reloading the cannons and preparing to sink as many ships as they could. Target the surviving warships. Do not allow them to get their bearings. The goblin warships made an admirable attempt to turn their guns to the first fleet, but their efforts were not quick enough to save many of them. A second volley of cannon fire broke apart several of the remaining warships before they could even hope to return fire. Dalen allowed himself a satisfied smile as the scent of expended gunpowder began to fill the air, happy to see his plans coming to fruition. Captain. Incoming fire. Dalen turned his attention to one of the largest remaining goblin warships, which was lining up its guns on his ship. A part of him wanted to scoff. It was likely that the Horde ship understood that they had little chance of victory, and the captain of the ship wished to aim its fire at their enemy's flagship. Unfortunately for them, the Tide Mother's Vengeance was the most powerful ship to ever sail the seas of Azeroth. Still, even if the ship wasn't under any great deal of threat, there was a chance that the ship could get a lucky shot and kill some of his crew. Take cover. Goblin munitions were perhaps the best in the world. The only ones who could even hope to compete with them were the gnomes, but they rarely created weapons. The goblins had deceptively good aim, and the ship was rocked as several cannonballs smashed into its side. However, Dalen knew that there would be little damage done. The Tide Mother's Vengeance had been constructed with superior Kultiron timber, stormwood from the forests of the edges of Drustvar, and was heavily blessed by the Tidesages. Dalen focused his attention on steering the ship, confident that his men would soon destroy the rest of the enemy warships. His duty was to maintain a line of sight for the 40 broadside cannons currently firing at the enemy. Grand Admiral, I have successfully managed to create a connection to the first and second fleets, said Tidesage Stormsong from his position next to the scrying crystal. Very good, Tidesage, said Dalen, not taking his eyes off of the enemy battleship as he brought his ship into a firing position. Fleet Admiral Seabane, Captain Proudamur, the first fleet has engaged the Horde. Are you nearly in position? The second fleet is nearly in position, Grand Admiral. You should be able to see us appearing over the horizon. Sure enough, Dalen could see the telltale sign of sails peeking over the horizon and approaching the Horde fleet. That explained why the goblin warships at the front had not yet made any attempt to turn around and engage them. The third fleet will arrive soon after, Grand Admiral. We've had to slow down a bit for the ships from Stromgarde. Dalen let out a snort of amusement. The only nation that had a worse navy than Stromgarde was the Alteraci, who didn't have one in the first place. Both the second and third fleets had received orders to follow along the sides of the Horde navy and destroy as many ships as they could while keeping well out of boarding range. They were expecting the Horde to sail as quickly as they could to Hillsbrad foothills so that they could land their troops. While the Alliance navy could defeat the Horde at sea, Supreme Commander Lothar would have a lot more difficulty achieving a victory on land if they did not destroy a sizable portion of the transport ships. Despite the impression one might gain if one were to listen to one of the popular stories told by bards, naval battles were a long and grueling affair, even if one side held a decisive advantage. The second and third fleets were soon in cannon range of the Horde warships and were quick to engage them. The Horde was massively outgunned, but Dalen could tell even from where he was that the captain of the goblin man of war was no novice. Damned, thieving goblins! After the first few volleys, the remaining goblin warships were prepared to fight back, and destroying them became much more difficult. It took several hours, but the first fleet was eventually able to diminish the enemy warships enough that they could focus their cannon fire on the transport ships. Each time one was destroyed, the men let out a cheer as hundreds or thousands of orcs were sent to their watery doom, their heavy armor weighing them down as they drowned, and Dalen couldn't help but feel satisfied. He had made certain to prepare for this and had stocked his fleet with as much ammunition as it could handle. And now that he had free rein against an enemy that could hardly fight back, Dalen had every intention of continuing until he ran out of ammo. And that was exactly what he did for a few more hours. If it were genuinely possible to do so, Dalen imagined he would have truly turned the Baradin Bay red with the blood of orcs. This continued until he spotted his lookout frantically attempting to signal him over the noise. Dalen immediately used his spyglass to look in the direction that his lookout was signaling, before spotting a sight that made him rapidly pale. At first, he had no idea what he was looking at when he spotted 3 flying undead creatures made entirely out of bone. However, once he spotted the eerie red glow emanating from the creatures as well as the Death Knights riding their backs, Dalen was finally able to understand. Somehow, the Horde had managed to find dead dragons and raise them into their service, and they were flying straight toward the Alliance fleet. Dalen forced himself to calm down as he quickly studied the creatures and considered his options. He could tell that each of the dragons was flying in the direction of one of the fleets, and it wouldn't be long before they arrived. This was not at all a threat that they were prepared to face. Dalen himself had not had much experience with dragons, but he had seen one fly when he was younger, and it was immediately obvious that these undead abominations were slower and likely less agile than their living counterparts. Still, it would be difficult to shoot down the creatures from such a low angle. The majority of their cannons were broadside cannons and were obviously incapable of hitting a target at such a high elevation. The only ones that might be able to do so were the cannons that were on the deck. "Captain, Fleet Admiral, there are 3 undead dragons approaching our fleets from the south," said Dalen, sounding far calmer than he actually was. His words were met with silence before Seabane responded with a skeptical tone, "I believe I misheard you, Grand Admiral. Please repeat." "There are Death Knights atop undead dragons approaching our fleets. Take up defensive formations immediately and move to regroup. We cannot afford to remain in our current positions with those dragons flying above us. Continue firing your broadside cannons at the Horde fleet and assign your best gunmen to the cannons on your deck." It was far too dangerous for their fleets to be spread out under these circumstances. They had already done great damage to the Horde, though not nearly as much as he wanted. Now they needed to act more defensively. There was another moment of silence during which the 2 men were presumably looking for the dragons through their spy glasses. After a while, both of them confirmed that they would be following his orders and Dalen turned his attention back to Tidesage Storm Song. "Tidesage, do you believe your gales will be able to have any effect on these creatures' ability to fly?" asked Dalen, desperate for a solution to the problem that was headed their way. "I believe so, Grand Admiral. Despite the fact that the creature's wings are made purely from bone and dark magic, the winds that I can summon at my full strength are extremely potent," said Storm Song, his full attention on the dragons. "Good," said Dalen, letting out a small sigh of relief. "Then do so, Tidesage." Storm Song nodded before tightening the grip that he held on his staff. "As you wish, Grand ADM." Dalen jumped back in shock as the Tidesage suddenly began choking and clawing at his throat. Just as Dalen was about to call for a healer, a strange black liquid began to leak from the Tidesage's orifices, and he soon started to vomit the same substance. Poison. But who could have possible? He was barely quick enough to dodge the knife that Stormsong's apprentice had aimed for his heart. Dalen did not spend any time wondering more about the situation, he merely unsheathed Tidebringer from its sheath and removed the traitor's head from his body in one single motion. Dalen was about to turn back to check on Stormsong, but he was forced to stop and stare as the traitor's body suddenly began changing in front of his eyes. His skin turned from a healthy tan to a sick and eerie purple color, his fingers turned long and clawed, and the bottom portion of his decapitated head suddenly began growing tentacles. By the gods! What is this? Although Dalen was the furthest thing from a mage, he could tell that he was starting to feel more and more strange the longer he looked at the corpse. The feeling reminded him vaguely of his few encounters with shadow magic. Was the boy some kind of shadow cultist? Have the Tidesages been compromised? No, at least not completely, otherwise, they wouldn't have had to poison Stormsong. Are the traitors working with the Horde? Dalen staggered as his attention was suddenly captured by one of the ships in the second fleet suddenly exploding in a burst of fire, followed suddenly by several other ships experiencing various explosions across all 3 fleets. Explosions. How? Wait, the other Tidesages, there must be more traitors among the ships. Did they sabotage the gunpowder? Wait, they must have also gone after Derek. Dalen let out a short gasp of realization as he ignored his panicking crew and ran back to the scrying crystal. Derek. Be careful of the Tidesages. One of them tried to stick a dagger in my heart and turned into some kind of abomination after I killed him. They tried something similar here, but I'm all right. I have a feeling many of our captains were not so fortunate. It will take some time before we can reorganize and fix our formations, said Derek, sounding a tad disturbed but otherwise unharmed. A similar message came through from Seabane and Dalen felt some of the tension leave his shoulders. That tension quickly returned as Dalen took an accounting of their fleet's current situation, only now could he understand the totality of the Horde's plan. The goal of the traitors was to assassinate their command structure in an attempt to disorientate their fleet. Several of the Horde transport ships had already turned around and were sailing toward them, likely with the intention to board them. Death Knights riding undead dragons were quickly approaching their locations, and would be working to both do as much damage as possible while also distracting them from the incoming transport ships. Once he understood, Dalen swiftly began barking orders that his crew moved to obey without question. Deck-mounted cannons were aimed up at the incoming dragons while ships turned their broadsides to the transport ships. Nobody waited to receive an order to begin firing, and the sea was once again filled with the sounds of cannon fire. The broadsides proved accurate, but Dalen could tell that it wouldn't be enough. Many of the ships in the First Fleet were still sorting out their situations after the sabotage of the traitors, and the Horde ships simply numbered too many. The deck-mounted cannons proved more promising, with several near hits. One of the dragons took a hit to its front leg, but the undead creature failed to outwardly react. Dalen could tell that the one headed to his fleet was the most agile of the bunch, which meant the abomination managed to reach them before they could shoot it out of the sky. Dalen watched in horror as the creature opened its maw and released a stream of fire that lit one of his destroyers ablaze. It was too far for him to hear the screams of the crew, but Dalen felt as if he could hear them anyway. He wished that there was something that he could do, but he could only hope that one of his gunmen would hit their target on the creature's next approach. Dalen had confidence that they would be able to hit the dragon eventually, but how many ships would he lose before then? On the dragon's second sweep, it targeted one of the battleships. Every deck-mounted cannon in the fleet was trying to hit the blasted creature, but his men had little practice in hitting aerial targets, and this one was much swifter than the other two. The dragon flew down low again, and Dalen prepared himself to watch as another one of his ships was set ablaze. However, these worries proved unnecessary as a massive stream of water rose from the nearby ocean to meet the dragon's fiery breath. I'm glad to see not all of the viziers have betrayed us. The Death Knight must have been surprised because the dragon failed to move as a cannonball struck its sides and shattered apart several of its ribs. Unfortunately, this was not enough to knock it out of the air as it simply kept on flying with a wound that would have likely downed a living dragon. Dalen clenched his teeth as the dragon turned around for its third attack, this time headed straight for the Tide Mother's vengeance. It must have realized now that the cannons posed an actual threat to it, and the Death Knight wished to destroy the Alliance flagship. Come then, bastard! As the dragon flew toward him, Dalen let out a quick prayer to the Tide Mother. His crew was the best in the world, and the dragon would have little room to dodge while it was coming straight at them. Dalen could feel his heart pounding as the gunmen barely missed their target, and the dragon opened its maw to reveal a bright fiery glow. When a cannonball coming from one of the other ships suddenly blew apart the creature's jaw, Dalen had never felt such pure relief. The Death Knight was obviously stunned and was unable to react quickly enough to prevent the dragon from crashing into the deck of Dalen's ship. However, he recovered quickly and one of the dragon's massive claws slammed down onto one of the gunners, and the Death Knight didn't hesitate to jump down from his mount and unsheath his blade. Humans! I am the harbinger of your death. I am Terran Gorfi. Dalen didn't wait for the abomination to finish talking as he drew his pistol from its holster and fired a shot aimed at the monster's heart. If his pistol was a normal one, he doubted it would have been powerful enough to penetrate the obviously enchanted armor the being was wearing. As it was, the bullet that was fired from the specially made enchanted gnome pistol managed to penetrate, but the monster merely laughed as if a hole in its chest was a mere inconvenience. One of the sailors was brave enough to charge the Death Knight, but he was quickly dispatched when the creature waved its blade and sent out a blast of dark magic that killed the man instantly, literally sucking the life out of him. As I was saying, I am Terran Gorfiend. First of the Death Knights. What is your name, human? Asked the abomination, staring directly at Dalen while its dragon continued to rampage across the deck. Dalen gripped tightly onto Tidebringer as he began making his way down the quarterdeck. I am Dalen Proudamur, Grand Admiral of the Alliance and ruler of Kultiras. What grand titles? Your head will please the Warcraft greatly, Gorfiend laughed at his apparent good fortune. You'll have to earn it, monster. Dalen exclaimed as he readied his blade. Dear Admiral, that's the idea. Chapter 38. The Order is already stretching its resources and influence to its limit, Haddix, said the figure of Seer Ixit being displayed through the scrying crystal. We have few enough resources and trusted personnel in the Eastern Kingdoms as it is. We can scarcely afford to send someone to go investigate the Horde at this time. If our colleagues cannot afford to offer me support, then they should cease their incessant demands, Ixit, Haddix said gruffly, more than a little annoyed. The Order had been asking for some time that Haddix take on a mission to examine the Horde for the Void's influence while refusing to understand that such an endeavor would take more time than he had available. This had been going on ever since some analyst had reviewed the reports that Stormwind had made on the Horde's magic. Unfortunately, there was only so much that Kryvax could do to provide him an alibi during his absences, so such a mission was completely out of the question. Besides, given that Haddix had been detecting an increase in the amount of void energies in Capital City recently, his time was better spent where he was. I understand your frustrations, Haddix, but you are one of the most powerful mages in the Order, said Ixit, attempting to persuade Haddix. We do not have any assets in the Eastern Kingdoms more well suited to this task than you are. Then that seems like something that we should change, Haddix said adamantly. I am well aware of my worth, but the Order is more than capable of assembling a team capable of accomplishing what you are asking. Why have we not done so? The risks simply outweigh the benefits, Ixit admitted, sounding reluctant. The High King has grown increasingly suspicious as a result of some of the Order's more overt manipulations recently. I've even begun to notice that Elder Nadox is treating me with suspicion. Haddix found himself slightly surprised by his colleague's words. Much like his student, Kryvax, Elder Nadox was one of the few viziers he had met that was unfortunate enough to be burdened with an overabundance of empathy and sentimentality. If Nadox was truly beginning to suspect Ixit, someone who Nadox had taken on as an apprentice the moment he had joined the circle of viziers, then matters must truly be growing dire. Haddix had already reached the conclusion that it would be nigh impossible for the Order to hide itself or the existence of the Void given the current circumstances, but it seems things were progressing faster than even he had expected. Damned fools. Haddix was, contrary to what his own student might think, among the portion of the Order who believed that their extreme secrecy hurt their efforts more than aided them. Ignorance was rarely a strong defense against threats after all, but he was in the minority. I see. I suppose then that it must be difficult to transfer more of our members to the Eastern Kingdoms without providing the High King with a good explanation, said Haddix as he considered the situation. Most viziers of his skill and power were individuals with important positions in Azjol-Nerub and couldn't be transferred easily without a good excuse. Still, I am unable to spare the time to investigate the Horde, for all of the reasons that I have already explained. Ixit sighed before nodding his understanding. Very well, Haddix. While you are here, I may as well update you on our investigation into Dalaran and the Kirin Tor. Please do, said Haddix, suddenly feeling far more interested in the conversation. Haddix spent the next 30 minutes speaking with Ixit about the Order's various interests in the Eastern Kingdoms. Given that many of the Order's leaders were influential individuals with busy schedules, it was rare that they would have the chance to have a large meeting. Therefore, Ixit was the one who was generally responsible for keeping Haddix informed on current events. After Haddix has been obligated to leave Dalaran and return to Capital City, thus ending his investigation into the Kirin Tor, the Order sent one of their best investigators to replace him. Haddix was confident that they would be able to uncover Dalaran's secrets. After all, keeping and uncovering secrets was a skill that the Order of Kal Tut had been perfecting for millennia. According to Ixit, their investigation made it fairly clear that the humans were aware of the void to a certain degree, referring to it as shadow magic. The investigation had not yet been completed, and would not be completed for quite some time, but there was no indication that Dalaran knew about the old gods. Haddix wondered how it was possible for them to be aware of the void, yet remain ignorant of the old gods. Was that a sign that the influence of the old gods was lesser in the Eastern Kingdoms when compared to Northrend? Did that imply that the Eastern Kingdoms did not house a prison similar to Uldur? If so, then what did that mean for the effectiveness of Uldur if the evil entity that it imprisoned was still able to spread its influence to the nearby lands? Too many questions. Too many implications. It was impossible for Haddix to reach a conclusion without gathering more information, yet with the stakes so high it was difficult to stop his mind from running away from him. Haddix had known deep within his soul the threat that the void posed to the world for nearly his entire life. From the moment that Elder Yelrin had betrayed him and the Order had taken him in, Haddix had promised himself that he would dedicate his life to fighting against the influence of the old gods. There was a time that Haddix had believed that the Order was winning that fight, but with every new discovery he was starting to believe that he had been woefully naive. Haddix tiredly turned his attention back to Ixit. The seer had stopped speaking and was looking at him expectantly. Ah, I must have been lost in my thoughts. Haddix cast a quick spell that would allow him to recall the auditory information of the past few minutes before responding to Ixit. Kalimdor? No. I have not heard any mention of such a place. Why do you ask? I thought not. Kalimdor has come up an unusual number of times during our investigation as some kind of mythical land west of the Eastern Kingdoms, Ixit explained. There is little evidence that it actually exists, merely many ancient human legends, but the Order is not willing to dismiss the possibility out of hand after we failed to know about the Eastern Kingdoms. If you hear anything about Kalimdor, make certain that you inform us. Understood. Haddix wasn't certain how he would react if there was yet another troublesome continent out there filled with unknown threats. The Eastern Kingdoms alone already made his life far busier than it had been in centuries, however, Haddix wasn't too worried. After all, it was far more likely that Kalimdor was merely some manner of human legend. How many unknown continents could possibly exist in one world? Aside from that, the only other subject of interest that we have uncovered are vague references to demons and something that the humans refer to as fell magic, said Ixit, stumbling slightly over the common words. One of our colleagues believes that the description of this fell magic matches something from our historical records around the time of the Great Sunderings. If you hear anything about fell magic, we would like to hear about that as well. Haddix nodded his affirmation. It had become common practice that the Order would keep him apprised of the topics that they were researching when it came to the Eastern Kingdoms. There was no telling when some throwaway comment made by some mage or noble would be of interest, so it was best that Haddix knew what to listen for. Just as he was about to ask for more information, Haddix paused as his attention was drawn away as he noticed Kryvax passing through his wards. I'm afraid we shall need to continue his conversation later. My apprentice is returning from his clandestine meeting with Stormwind's leadership, Haddix announced. Oh, Vizier Kryvax? What do you think the humans wanted? I have no idea, but if I know Kryvax, then it's likely something that is going to make my life more troublesome than it already is, said Haddix, already resigning himself to whatever irritating matter Kryvax was about to present to him. Life was easier when his days were spent hunting down fools who had been corrupted by the void and watching over other viziers with too much ambition and not enough good sense. Haddix put away the scrying crystal and turned to wait for his student to arrive. When Kryvax walked through the door carrying documents with a pensive expression on his face, Haddix immediately knew that his predictions were about to become true. Vizier Haddix. Stormwind shared some important information during the meeting. His expectations were quickly validated as Kryvax explained what happened during his meeting with Stormwind's representatives. How is it that you always manage to find yourself in these kinds of situations? Thankfully, this situation was not as drastic as the time his student upended Nerubian society by discovering an unknown continent. Still, receiving confirmation that a human was using magic, almost certainly void magic, to manipulate the minds of his fellow humans was not a small matter. Many of his peers in the Order were already reaching the conclusion that it would be extremely difficult to hide information about the void, especially after they discovered that the Kirin Tor already knew more than they would prefer. Discovering that the void was being used in such a flagrant manner would not make anyone in the Order happy, to say the least. This would simply be yet another matter that should be investigated by an entire team of viziers, but would end up being handled by Haddix alone. We were already aware that someone in Capital City was working against us, said Haddix as he looked through the documents that Kryvax had passed to him. The humans had been surprisingly thorough in their investigation. However, this is significantly more dire than we had expected. Haddix knew more about the void and its capabilities than most of the poor fools who attempted to wield it. While it was true that the void was an insidious force that was well suited to corrupting the thoughts of others, certain manipulations were easier than others. It was extremely difficult for an aspiring void cultist to compel someone to do something that was explicitly against their nature. It was far easier to nudge the victim into doing something than outright control them. There were many people who would have had an extreme interest in offering aid to Stormwind during the First War, either due to having close business ties or family members that were living there. The fact that someone had managed to manipulate so many people across all of the nations in the Eastern Kingdoms made it clear to Haddix that this was an extremely serious situation. He sincerely doubted that a single individual was capable of such widespread manipulation. If so, then they would have to be the most powerful void cultist that Haddix had ever seen in his life. Given what we know so far, it is likely that we are dealing with a powerful and well-established cult, Haddix announced once he was finished looking through the evidence. This House Prester has most likely been corrupted and compromised by the void. House Ravendold seems to merely be responsible for providing them the more mundane criminals and assassins. Kryvax seemed surprised for a moment before he nodded and replied, that makes sense, but how do you think we should handle this, Vizier Haddix? I don't think it will be very easy to deal with such this, especially without drawing attention. He's not wrong. If this was Azjol-Nerub, then Haddix would simply do some amount of investigation to discover who had been corrupted by the void before killing them. However, it was unlikely that he would be able to get rid of an entire cult without drawing attention, especially given the Order's lack of influence in the Eastern Kingdoms. No, Haddix would need to handle this in a discreet manner, and he would only be able to count on himself for support, and also Kryvax. We will start by evaluating the supposed victims of this cult for mental manipulations, said Haddix after a moment of thought. Even if these humans were incapable of detecting anything, that does not mean that I cannot. It is important that we actually verify what we are facing, even if all of the evidence points to one conclusion. Do you intend to meet with Prince Rin? I was unable to offer them any commitments by myself, so they are very interested in speaking with you, Vizier Haddix. I suppose that I must, said Haddix, pushing aside his reluctance. He barely enjoyed speaking with most Nerubians, let alone some human hatchling, but sacrifices must be made. We will cooperate with them. They have done adequate work so far, and their assistance might be of use when it comes to gathering more evidence. It was a simple truth that humans understood other humans in a way that Haddix would always be unable to replicate, so some amount of cooperation was necessary. He was well aware that he did not possess that natural empathy that seemed to come to his student so easily. Vizier, I have a suggestion, said Kryvax. Haddix turned his focus to his student. Kryvax did not usually prevaricate unless he was about to say something that he believed Haddix would not want to hear. What is your suggestion? I believe that we should make contact with the Kirin and seek their help with this, Kryvax said hesitantly. Haddix instantly understood what was going on in his student's mind. You are worried that I would oppose this course of action due to the need for secrecy. However, we have recently learned that the Kirin is already aware of the void. Seeking their cooperation would not be a great risk. I'm glad to hear that, said Kryvax, sounding relieved. Does that mean we'll do it? Haddix considered the proposal for a moment before responding. Explain why you believe this to be the best course of action, and explain to me why Stormwind has not already done so. He could already see the benefits of cooperating with Dalaran, but he wanted to hear his student's justification. Unlike us, the Kirin has enough political influence in the Eastern Kingdoms that they do not need to be cautious when confronting the human nobility, Kryvax quickly explained. Not only that, but it's always a good idea to foster trust when the opportunity comes. As for why Stormwind hasn't been willing to bring this to the Kirin, it might seem strange but they have very little influence with Dalaran, even when compared to us. Oh? Why is that? Haddix asked curiously. It made little sense to him that a relative newcomer such as Azjol-Nerub would have more influence with Dalaran than a long-established human kingdom like Stormwind. Haddix knew that his student was much more interested in the surface races and their history than he was, so he assumed that Kryvax would have an answer. To be more clear, Stormwind and Dalaran have never had a close relationship, said Kryvax, a hint of enthusiasm creeping into his tone as he began speaking on a subject that interested him. Unlike the other kingdoms, Stormwind has always gone out of its way to train its own mages rather than sending them to Dalaran. They even dedicated a large portion of their capital city just for this task. Haddix nodded his understanding. It was easy enough to understand that Dalaran would not appreciate having the strange monopoly it held on magical training outside of Kulthala's challenged. Relations between the two grew worse because of Medivh, who was closely associated with Stormwind. Medivh was a name that Haddix had grown more than a little familiar with during his time in the Eastern Kingdoms. Apparently, he was once a close friend of Stormwind's former king before he betrayed everyone and opened the Dark Portal. Haddix wished he could have had the opportunity to meet the man. It was absurd that a human who was barely a few decades old had grown powerful enough to open a portal to another world. Even if the entirety of Azjol-Nerub dedicated itself to replicating such a feat, Haddix doubted that it would be able to succeed. So much about the Eastern Kingdoms made little sense, and Haddix wanted to know more. Are the humans of Stormwind incapable of putting aside their pride? I do not see why they should be so concerned with their poor relationship with Dalaran when the situation is so serious, said Haddix. Prince Rin does not believe that anything would come of it given the evidence that they have available, said Kryvax, sounding disappointed. The bad blood between them is significant, especially since Dalaran was one of the parties that failed to offer Stormwind aid, and they cannot use magical manipulation as an excuse in their case. I see, Haddix said thoughtfully. Human history was not the most interesting of topics, but it was undeniably useful in this instance. I suppose that given those circumstances it would make sense that Azjol-Nerub might genuinely have more influence in Dalaran than Stormwind. They have been purchasing a large number of beasts from us, after all. Very well then. You may approach the Kirin and inform them of the problem. Kryvax was the one who had the most frequent contact with Dalaran, therefore it would be wise to have him be the one to present this situation to the Kirin. Haddix had always known when it was appropriate to delegate work, and this was one such moment. Thank you, Vizier. I believe it would be best to do so in a few days from now, said Kryvax. I've recently been informed by Archmage Runeweaver that the Council of Six has received word that Archmage Crassus intends to return to Dalaran soon. Haddix failed to see any problems with waiting for a few more days. It would be to their benefit if the entire Council of Six was present in Dalaran when Kryvax informed them of the situation, while also giving him more time to gather information. Haddix discussed the matter with his student for several more minutes before sending him away. He had many preparations that he needed to make if he wished to properly dismantle the cult that had been foolish enough to target his kingdom. As Haddix had told Kryvax, the first thing that he would be doing would be examining the supposed victims. And then after that, he would begin looking into the cultists themselves, starting with its most likely member, Lord Deval Prester. Coriel Strass took a moment to stretch out his wings as he entered the chamber of the aspects at Wormrest Temple. Normally non-aspects like himself would never be permitted to enter the chambers, but the other aspects had not yet arrived and his beloved had given him permission since he would be required to explain the source of information that led to recent events. It was from there that he and the other consorts held their meetings while Alexstrasza was gone, attempting to gather her siblings. After the run-in with Deathwing and the confirmation of him having his claws on the dragon soul and assisting the Horde against the peoples of the Eastern Kingdoms, his beloved and all her consorts were in agreement that something had to be done in their capacity as the guardians of life on Azeroth. The question of what was much more complicated. First, his queen stated that she must inform the other aspects of Deathwing's survival and thus she and most of her consorts flew north for Wormrest Temple. Alexstrasza made it clear that while she would do her best to get her siblings to spring into action, there was truthfully little the dragonflights could do directly so long as Deathwing's latest pawns held the dragon soul or risked enslavement or worse. They would likely have to wait for the right opportunity to strike, something that Coriel Strass was to help with by gathering as many of their dragon-sworn agents as he possibly could, their mortal beings the only ones who could potentially be used to help take the dragon soul back and leave Deathwing open for the aspects to strike against. They had even directed the red dragonflight to aid the Alliance in their mortal forms in any way that they could, to hide from Deathwing's eyes and less likely to be a direct target of the dragon soul should it be brought onto the battlefield. As a natural consequence of their long lives, many of their members were powerful and influential, so their aid would be no small boon to the Alliance, even in their less directly powerful forms. There was still much to do, but Coriel Strass would soon have to return to his duties as one of Dalaran's leaders. It was important that he was there to help make certain the Kirin Tor did what it could to fight against the Horde, especially now that they understood Deathwing was using the Horde to further his own goals. It was a shame that they could not simply inform the Council of Six of the Dragon Soul and have them aid in securing it. Coriel Strass knew his colleagues well and understood that there was too much risk that one of them would seek to use it, likely to a much greater effect than the Horde. Many dragons believed that if mortals had their hands on such power they would not easily part with it, seeking to use it to raise themselves up on their strength. When Coriel Strass thought of how Kel'Thuzad would likely react to such an artifact, even if he didn't believe the man capable of enslaving others against their will, he found it difficult to fault them for their assumptions. Still, that did not mean that it would be impossible to leverage the mortals to their advantage. Wielding the dragon soul properly took some amount of training, so there was little danger as long as the mortals remained ignorant of the artifact's true nature. Coriel Strass was interrupted from his thoughts as he sensed a sudden flare of magic which indicated that the chamber's portals were being used. Coriel Strass could feel his mood lifting as he saw his queen passing through the portal and making her way into the chambers. "I'm glad to see you, my love," Coriel Strass said warmly as she approached. "How was your mission? Did everything go well?" "It was difficult, but my efforts have borne fruit," said Alexstrasza, sounding tired yet satisfied. "My fellow aspects have agreed to join forces in order to confront Deathwing. Maligus was hostile to my approach at first, but he agreed once he understood the situation." Coriel Strass was not surprised. There was likely not a single soul on Azeroth who hated Deathwing more than Lord Maligus. Any further conversation was put on hold as the portal began to flare up again and the other aspects started arriving one after another. The first was Ysera, aspect of the Green Dragonflight and Mother of Dreams. Crassus had not seen her in millennia, yet the feeling that he felt while in her presence was not one that he could ever forget. Coriel Strass felt as if he was standing in a peaceful and verdant forest, slowly drifting off to sleep as a sense of tranquility permeated the chambers. In another situation, Coriel Strass would be glad to allow himself a peaceful nap, but the business in front of them was obviously too important for such a thing. Turning his attention away from Ysera, Coriel Strass glanced at the aspect that followed behind her. Nozdormu, aspect of the Bronze Dragonflight and commonly referred to as the Timeless One, was someone who Crassus had not seen since the War of the Ancients. Coriel Strass could understand why the man was rarely seen outside of the caverns of time. Responsible for protecting Azeroth's time stream, it was not uncommon to rarely see any bronze dragons out and about, let alone their lord. Out of all the aspects, he was likely the one who was the most consistently busy. The last to enter the chamber should have looked regal, powerful, the picture of wisdom and intelligence among all the aspects, but Lord Maligus looked anything but. Maligus, aspect of the Blue Dragonflight, looked as if he had not seen fit to take care of himself in millennia, which he likely hadn't. The dragon that many had once called the Guardian of Magic walked into the chamber of aspects with eyes that held an equal measure of pain, apathy, and hatred. Ever since Deathwing had used the dragon soul to annihilate most of the Blue Dragonflight, along with his mates, Lord Maligus had not been the same. What few remaining members of the Blue Flight beyond their lord had struggled for millennia to fulfill their duties while he wallowed in his grief within the Nexus. Coriel Strass found it difficult to blame him. He could not imagine how he'd be if his own beloved was taken away. But the fact he was here was a hopeful sign, no matter his current state. Coriel Strass cut his thoughts off as the aspects gathered around the center of the chamber, taking their places in specific spots that had been left open, and it wasn't long after that his queen saw fit to beg the meeting. "Welcome, and thank you all for heeding my call," said Alexstrasza, her voice echoing throughout the chamber. "We have gathered here today because of a grave threat that has come back to plague Azeroth. Deathwing has returned, and he is once more in possession of the dragon soul. I do not believe it is necessary to explain to you all the consequences of this." "No, you do not, sister," said Asira, sounding more grave than she had sounded since the War of the Ancients. "As long as Lordaeron is in possession of the dragon soul, not only are all of our flights in danger, but the entirety of Azeroth is at risk as well. Thankfully, the spell that we placed on the dragon soul millennia ago prevents him from wielding the artifact directly," Nozdormu pointed out. "Unfortunately, he will have little trouble having his mortal agents use it in his stead. If the Horde, these servants of the Burning Legion, succeed in conquering the Eastern Kingdoms, then he will likely point them to the rest of the world as well. His madness is truly great if he believes the Legion will stomach him using their agents for his dark masters once they return," Mallegus muttered hatefully. "How do we know that the Horde are servants of the Burning's Legion?" asked Asira. "Oh, we know because of the mysterious letter that was delivered to Corielstrass," said Nozdormu, chuckling with amusement. "Do you know where this mysterious letter came from?" Mallegus asked with annoyance, directing his question to Nozdormu rather than Corielstrass. "You have that irritating look in your eyes that you get whenever you know something that the rest of us don't." Corielstrass glanced at Lord Nozdormu's eyes. He didn't look any different than normal as far as he could tell. "You know me well enough to understand that I've already said as much as I wish on the subject," Nozdormu said dismissively. "When I wish to say more, then I will do so." Mallegus let out a deep growl but did not pursue the matter. Corielstrass had the feeling that this was a conversation that they had had many times before. "I believe that we should focus our conversation on Deathwing and how we intend to confront him," said Alexstrasza, putting the meeting back on track. "Our most important goal must be securing the dragon soul so that we are able to attack Deathwing without risking being controlled. The Red Dragon Flight has already begun organizing our mortal agents for this endeavor, and I ask that you all offer your aid as well. My flight has very few mortal agents outside of Kalimdor, but you will have whatever support we can offer," offered Asira. "There have been many temporal anomalies in recent times, and I'm afraid I cannot spare many to offer aid, but I myself will be available during this time," Nozdormu said evenly. "I am uncertain as to the state of the Dragonsworn among my flight," Mallegus grudgingly admitted. "I will need to consult with them, but you will have their support regardless." "Thank you," Alexstrasza said gratefully. Corielstrass knew that the Aspects had not had much communication in recent times and that his beloved was glad for this opportunity to work with them closely again, regardless of the circumstances. If we wish to succeed in securing the dragon soul, then there are many things that must be done. The first of which is locating it. Corielstrass listened carefully as the conversation continued, offering his own opinions when it was appropriate to do so. He knew more about the current state of the mortal world than most other dragons, so his contributions were essential. He could only hope that they would be enough. "Of course, we must now consider what our fallen brother intends to do now that his original plan to capture our sister has failed," Nozdormu pointed out. He never did like it when his plans did not pan out exactly as he wished, after all. He was hiding his presence before so as not to alert us, but now that he knows we are aware of his return he will likely act more boldly and openly. He, like his depravity, will not lack options, Maeglo stated. As the Aspects all nodded and stared into the empty space in the chamber, Corielstrass could only dread that they would likely see the answer soon enough.